Chapter 241 Weakness. The macaque boss threw the scroll out quickly, as if he was afraid. Zhao Sun caught it quickly. After the scroll was out of his hand, the macaque boss's expression eased a lot, and he didn't look as painful as before. Zhao Sun saw that this matter would not be resolved in 1 or 2 minutes. So he summoned the orangutan to guard the door of the stone chamber in case the frog prince suddenly appeared. He did not forget that this place belonged to the frog barrier, and the frog prince could enter and exit it. After doing a good job of guarding, Zhao Sun looked at the macaque boss again and asked, "What's wrong? Headache?" The macaque boss put down his hand covering his head, and he stared at the scroll in Zhao Sun's hand with some doubt. "When I was about to tear the paper, I felt something pierce my brain. Then I felt dizzy and my head hurt even more. Even if you loosened the sealing paper, but still held the scroll in your hand, the situation didn't get better?" Zhao Sun asked. The macaque boss rubbed his head again, with a lingering fear on his face. Zhao Sun looked at the scroll in his hand and fell into deep thought. Looking at the macaque boss's situation just now, it only held on for 2 seconds before withdrawing its hand. But the pain did not ease. It was not until it threw the scroll away that it gradually got better. But when it first picked up the scroll, it did not feel any pain. And now Zhao Sun, who was holding the scroll, did not feel any discomfort. So, the scroll will only have an attack reaction after touching the seal on the scroll. But once the attack reaction occurs, it can only stop by throwing the scroll away. I just don't know if it will return to normal when I pick it up again, or if there will still be an attack reaction. Zhao Sun handed the scroll to the macaque boss. "Try to pick it up again." The macaque boss shrank back and hid from the scroll with some fear. Obviously, for it, the discomfort in its head is very serious, and it doesn't want to try again. Zhao Sun increased the control of his mental power, and the monkey boss's expression instantly became blank. And then, he took the scroll again obediently. Nothing happened. It seems that the scroll's attack reaction does not always exist. After confirming this, Zhao Sun carefully asked the monkey boss about his feelings at the time. As a monkey, he grew up in the deep mountains and forests, and had no communication with humans before. So the monkey boss's vocabulary was not large. Fortunately, Zhao Sun had primate blessing, which could directly understand the monkey boss's monkey language. After a description and gestures, he almost figured out the situation. According to the monkey boss's explanation, the initial sting should be a warning. If he let go immediately at that time, there would be no subsequent problems. But if you insist on tearing off the seal, you will feel dizzy. When the dizziness reaches a certain level, you will have a headache, which is much more painful than the initial warning. This seems to be somewhat similar to the effect of mental abilities, both of which attack the brain or cranial nerves. The specific physical sensation would only be known after Zhao Sun tried it himself. Zhao Sun did not expect the macaque boss to be able to open the seal. The scroll was also a mental attack, which would cause his and the scroll's mental attacks to affect the macaque boss at the same time. It doesn't matter who can prevail in the macaque boss's mind, him or the scroll. What matters is that it is easy to mess up the macaque boss's brain. He still has to rely on the macaque boss as a translator. No matter what is in the scroll, as long as there are words, they must be the same as the words on the stone tablet. The macaque boss, who can understand the words, can't be killed or made stupid. After all, he is not sure whether other macaques can understand these words. If only the boss among the macaques can understand them, it will be very troublesome if he dies. So, after asking about the situation, Zhao Sun sat cross-legged and prepared to open the seal himself. Just as the macaque boss said. As soon as his finger touched the corner of the paper with the magic circle, he felt a sharp pain in his mind. But unlike the extreme pain shown by the macaque boss, Zhao Sun felt that he could bear it. He guessed that this might be related to his own spiritual ability. In addition, his mental power is not weak among the players, so it is naturally much stronger than a macaque. The mental attack that was unbearable to the macaque boss was just average for Zhao Sun. This thought flashed through Zhao Sun's mind, but he did not stop the movement of his hands and directly peeled off a corner of the paper. As the corner slightly tilted up, Zhao Sun suddenly felt the loss of mental power. He understood it instantly. The macaque boss's dizziness symptoms were not caused by mental attacks, but a manifestation of weakness after the mental power was absorbed. It's just that the macaque boss has never had such an experience, so it's hard to describe it accurately. After understanding this, Zhao Sun accelerated the speed of tearing the seal. Obviously, the reason why the macaque boss felt a splitting headache later was entirely because his mental power was sucked away. The macaque boss's mental power was not strong, and it was quickly sucked dry. So he felt strong pain so quickly. Zhao Sun can still hold on for a while, but the longer he delays, the more disadvantageous it will be for him. But this seal is obviously not an ordinary piece of paper, and Zhao Sun tore it very hard. It was as if there was a huge suction force that made the seal paper firmly attached to the scroll. After finally tearing off 1/5 of the corner, Zhao Sun tried to use control fire to burn a small piece of the seal paper. Perhaps after the seal was destroyed, the effect of the magic circle would also weaken. But he soon found that it didn't work. On the one hand, the magic circle on the seal paper seemed to have the function of protecting the seal paper from being destroyed in addition to absorbing mental power. The fire couldn't burn the seal paper at all. On the other hand, when he used his special ability, his mental power was absorbed faster. If the amount of mental power absorbed by the seal at the beginning was 1 unit per second, then now it is 3 units per second. In addition, using special abilities will also consume part of the mental power. This made his situation very bad all of a sudden. Zhao Sun reacted quickly and stopped using special abilities, and only used his own strength to tear the seal. When he felt that his special ability was half consumed, the seal was finally opened by 2/3. He held the scroll firmly in one hand, and with the other hand, he tightly grasped the part of the sealing paper that had been torn, and tore it with all his might, feeling his spiritual power disappearing continuously. The seal paper was finally torn completely. Zhao Sun threw the seal on the ground and immediately threw a small fireball at it. This time, the seal paper was burned very smoothly. Soon the seal paper turned into a smear of ash. It seems that the magic circle on the seal paper will only work when the seal paper is attached to the scroll. After tearing it, it is no different from ordinary paper. Zhao Sun looked up at the crow. "Clean up these ashes." He couldn't let the Frog Prince find out what was wrong here. Since this scroll was sealed and hidden in the stone slab, it couldn't be the Frog Prince's thing. But it might be what the Frog Prince wanted. Once the Frog Prince found the traces of burning here, he would inevitably suspect that he had found something here. He would not reveal such an obvious loophole. Zhao Sun could have used the Samadhi True Fire to burn all the ashes cleanly, leaving no powder at all. But he has lost too much mental power now, and his condition is not good. He doesn't want to waste too much mental power on such things. Anyway, there are followers to use, so it's better not to use them. The crow walked over obediently, and ate all the ashes one by one. Zhao Sun wiped the fine and dense sweat oozing from his forehead, rubbed his temple with one hand, and took out a meat bun with the other hand, and ate it in 3 or 2 bites. He should have only 1/3 of his remaining mental power. Just opening the seal of the scroll consumed so much, although it was not as painful as the macaque boss. His head also felt a little pain. He needed to slow down. Zhao Sun ate another meat bun and drank half a bottle of water, and finally felt that his condition eased a little. He opened the scroll. Under the illumination of the strong flashlight, he could clearly see that the scroll was full of words that he couldn't understand. "You translate it." Zhao Sun handed the scroll to the macaque boss. The monkey boss took the scroll very naturally, and read it while reciting the words in the scroll. It turned out that the scroll was about the life of the Frog Prince. The Frog Prince was an orphan since he was a child, and was picked up and raised. As he grew older, his adoptive parents gradually discovered that he was born evil, so they tried to wash away the evil part of him. He felt oppressed and extremely disgusted, so he found an opportunity to escape from his adoptive parents. Later, he was picked up by a dark magician and taught magic. It turned out that he had a very high talent for magic. His master was not a good magician, and it stimulated his evil part. The purpose of his master raising him was just to do some magic experiments. He suffered a lot and finally killed his master with his own hands. But he inherited his master's mantle, and also liked to conduct magic experiments. It's just that he never accepted disciples, but just caught someone on the road as an experimental subject, and caught a new one if the experiment died. Because of this, he became the most wanted criminal in the magic world. The Frog Prince is a fire magician, and can use all fire magic. At the same time, through years of experiments, he gained the ability to resist mental power and a longer lifespan. His strength is among the best among magicians, who also use fire magic. Even water magicians who can restrain fire magic find it difficult to completely restrain him. His fire can even evaporate the water of most water magicians. In addition, he has the ability to resist mental power. So some magic that can control and guide the mind is difficult to work on him. All this makes him a very difficult existence. The only weakness of the Frog Prince is that his body is no different from that of an ordinary person. and his physical fitness and physique are not as good as those of a swordsman. As a magician, he is not good at close combat. If you can get close to him and hit his vitals, he will definitely die. But so far, no one has been able to get close to him. Because of this, in the last battle, several top magicians tried their best, but they could only seal him, but could not kill him. After listening to this, Zhao Sun touched his chin. There is mental resistance. Then he boldly guessed that after those magicians turned the Frog Prince into a frog, the ability of invalidation was probably extracted from the Frog Prince himself. However, the invalidation of the Frog Prince itself will definitely not restrain himself. It should be that other magicians did something in it, causing this ability to restrain the Frog Prince in reverse, and then successfully restrained him. He could not hurt others, nor could he remove the seal on himself. He could only be trapped in this valley and become an ordinary frog. The trouble is that Zhao Sun's mental control may not be effective on the Frog Prince. Even if it is effective, the effect will be much weaker. It is not feasible to directly hypnotize the Frog Prince to surrender and kill him easily. He has to use other methods. At present, there are two most intuitive methods. One is to attack with water power based on the characteristics of fire magicians. Zhao Sun's water power is different from other magicians. The water that can extinguish the Samadhi true fire should not be so easily burned by the fire of the fire magician. The second is close attack. How to do it specifically depends on the situation at that time. Zhao Sun burned the scroll with fire and let the crow eat the remaining ashes. Then he closed the slate again. Seeing that the sides of the slate were completely closed after it was closed, and even the cracks could not be seen, as if it was originally a complete slate, he felt relieved. While he was calling the crow and the macaque boss to leave with him, he put the orangutan back into the small stone mill. After leaving the range of the frog barrier, Zhao Sun signaled the macaque boss to go back by himself, and he turned into a bat and flew back to the halfway point of the mountain with the crow. This time, no crow stopped him, and he easily entered the winter plum forest. He turned back into human form, took out the glass bottle given by the Frog Prince, and began to collect dew on the winter plum flowers. The temperature on the mountain is much lower than that in the valley, and it is also drier. There is very little dew that can be formed, and it is very difficult to collect. Zhao Sun worked until dawn, and only collected half a bottle. Unexpectedly, among the 3 items that need to be collected, the most difficult one is not the fireflies that can move freely, nor the luminous stones that are like finding a needle in a haystack, but the winter plum dew. At this time, the sky was completely bright. If he wanted to perform the ritual, he would have to wait until sunrise on the 27th at the earliest. Thinking of this, Zhao Sun simply took out his sleeping bag and prepared to sleep in the winter plum forest to recuperate. After dawn, there was less dew, and the remaining half bottle had to wait until the evening to collect it. It happened that he had consumed too much mental power this time, and he should rest. Otherwise, when the seal of the Frog Prince was lifted, he would be at a disadvantage because of his lack of mental power. For safety reasons, he summoned the gorilla and baboon to guard him on both sides, then got into the sleeping bag and lay down to rest. Chapter 242, Destroying Heaven and Earth. I slept until 3 o'clock in the afternoon. When Zhao Sun woke up, he felt that his mental state had improved a lot. Although lying on the hard ground was not as soft and comfortable as sleeping on the bed, he was never picky about the environment. He got out of the sleeping bag, packed up the sleeping bag, and stretched comfortably. He took a look at the flowers on the wintersweet tree. There was indeed no dew to collect, so he turned into a sparrow and flew back to the valley. He caught more than 20 small shrimps and fish in the stream. After simply processing them with a knife, he roasted them with a small fireball at a distance, and then took out the chili powder in the backpack and sprinkled it on the fish and shrimp. And a delicious lunch was ready. After a delicious meal, Zhao Sun walked towards the frog barrier. As soon as he entered the barrier, the insects and frogs that sounded from time to time disappeared. It was so quiet that people were a little uncomfortable. "Frog Prince," Zhao Sun shouted loudly, "come out and talk." Soon, a response came from a distance. "Have you collected all the things?" "Not yet," Zhao Sun answered truthfully. "The mountain is dry, and the dew is collected slowly. After dawn, the sun shines, and the remaining dew has almost evaporated. We have to wait until the evening to collect it. Then why are you looking for me now?" The Frog Prince's voice was much closer than before. Zhao Sun looked carefully and soon noticed the grass leaves swaying from time to time in the green grass and the slight, rustling sound, and gradually approaching him. Anyway, I can't collect due for the time being, so I came to talk to you, Zhao Sun replied. What are you talking about? The Frog Prince finally came to Zhao Sun's feet. He looked up at Zhao Sun with some effort. Have you found the luminous stone and 10 fireflies? Well, there is only the dew of the winter sweet flowers that has not been collected. Zhao Sun squatted down and looked at the Frog Prince. Anyway, there is nothing else to do for the time being, so I want to chat with you. That's perfect. I also have something to ask you. The Frog Prince raised his webbed feet and motioned Zhao Sun to take it in his hand. Zhao Sun did not move, but just looked down at the Frog Prince. After a stalemate for a while, the Frog Prince awkwardly retracted his webbed feet. There was a flash of surprise in his eyes, but he still held back the anger that was about to come out, and continued as if nothing had happened. Did you bring other animals into the barrier? After speaking, he looked up at Zhao Sun, not missing any changes in Zhao Sun's expression. Zhao Sun did not show any special expression. There was no panic, no guilt, no surprise, and no vigilance. It seemed as if he had been mentally prepared for this question, and knew that the Frog Prince would ask this question. You knew I would ask you this question? The Frog Prince was surprised. I can probably guess it. Zhao Sun smiled. There are no other animals in the frog barrier, which means that those animals cannot enter and leave here normally. They can come in because of my guidance. He is a player, and as soon as he appears, he stretches out of the cave within the scope of the frog barrier. So he is the only living thing that can enter and leave the frog barrier freely. He is not sure that he can succeed in entering the frog barrier with the crow and the macaque boss. Just try it. But since it succeeded, the reason for the success must be the result of his presence. Only when he is here, the animals he brings can go in and out with him. When he is not here, other animals are still isolated as usual. You guessed right. The Frog Prince nodded. When did you find out that other animals entered the barrier? Zhao Sun asked curiously. He knew that the Frog Prince would notice this sooner or later, but he didn't know how long it would take. That's why he summoned the gorilla to guard the door of the stone chamber when he opened the seal paper last night. But since the Frog Prince did not appear at that time, it means that the other party did not discover it immediately, at least before he left with the crow and the macaque boss. The Frog Prince should not have noticed that other animals had entered. This morning, the Frog Prince also answered frankly. When other animals appear, their scent will remain in the barrier. But the barrier is not small, so I won't smell it soon. The farther away, the shorter the time you stay in the barrier, and the longer it takes for me to smell the breath. It suddenly opened its big mouth, as if it was showing a smile. So, you went to the cave to find the altar. Right. Yes. Zhao Sun didn't feel guilty at all for being exposed for his little trick, and his expression was as natural as chatting about something that was the most ordinary thing. Did you find it? The Frog Prince asked. Of course. Zhao Sun nodded. What did you find? The Frog Prince continued to ask, staring at Zhao Sun's face without blinking. He was still very concerned about Zhao Sun's expression changes. Trying to see something. A large stone slab, and a stone slab with words that he couldn't understand. Zhao Sun answered without changing his face. He really couldn't understand the words on the stone slab. This is not a lie. No one would know that he could understand monkey language. If he couldn't communicate with the macaque boss, then he really had no chance to understand the content of those words. Then didn't you try to understand the words on the stone tablet? The Frog Prince's eyes were full of doubt. I must have tried. Zhao Sun spread his hands, helpless. But I didn't find a way. I have never seen this kind of text, and there is no translation software to use. Hearing Zhao Sun say this, the Frog Prince's doubt faded a lot. That's a pity, the Frog Prince said with a smile. You should be able to understand the text above. Right. Zhao Sun seemed to suddenly remember it, and asked with a smile. Why don't you translate it for me? It's not important information. The Frog Prince shook his webbed feet, and waved his hands. It doesn't affect your help in lifting the seal. Is that so? Zhao Sun showed a half-believing and half-doubting look. Just think of it as my curiosity. You explain it to me. If he trusted the Frog Prince's words all of a sudden, it would make the Frog Prince feel strange. This half-doubting attitude is the most appropriate. I just explained the process of removing the seal. The Frog Prince made up a lie. I know the specific process, and will tell you one by one when the time comes. If I tell you now, you may not remember it. So that's how it is. Zhao Sun nodded, and didn't ask any more questions. But the suspicion in his eyes did not completely disappear. Anyone who saw it could tell that he just gave up because he felt that further questioning would not produce any results. There was a subtle contempt in the eyes of the Frog Prince. And then he smiled friendly and asked, "What do you want to talk about when you come to me? I just want to ask you if you know what is written on the stone tablet." Zhao Sun shrugged. "Since it is the unsealing process, it is not too late to talk about it when I unseal you." "Well, you are right." The Frog Prince nodded with great satisfaction. "You are locked in this barrier. What do you usually eat?" Zhao Sun asked curiously. "There are no other animals in the barrier except yourself. Do you live on grass and flowers?" When mentioning this, the Frog Prince's face was not very good. He said bluntly, "Otherwise, what else can you eat? You can also eat soil." Zhao Sun said, as a matter of course, "Frog Prince, does he look like he is so hungry?" Zhao Sun squatted down and got closer to the Frog Prince. "You said before that you were sealed by the magician before you had time to do evil things. So what evil things are you going to do?" The Frog Prince's eyes rolled around and he said, "I wanted to do an experiment, but I was caught before I had time to find the experimental subject. The experiment hasn't even started. Doesn't it mean I haven't had time to do evil things?" "I see." Zhao Sun showed a look of understanding. Of course, he didn't believe most of what the Frog Prince said. However, it is not difficult to infer from this sentence that the Frog Prince should have been catching the experimental subject at that time. It's just that it's not that the experiment hasn't started yet, as the Frog Prince said. It's that after many experiments, the last experiment hasn't started yet. "Are you a magician?" Zhao Sun asked curiously. "You said you were sealed by a magician. So you are either a monster like a deformed species, or a magician." "Right. I am not an ugly deformed species." The Frog Prince had a gloomy face, and he obviously didn't like being treated as an ugly thing. "So, you admit that you are a magician?" Zhao Sun smiled kindly. The Frog Prince snorted and didn't deny it. "Then it seems that you are not as powerful as other magicians," Zhao Sun teased. "Otherwise you would not be sealed here. That's because they use dirty tricks." The Frog Prince seemed to be really angry, and his voice was raised a lot. "If they hadn't attacked by surprise and outnumbered the minority, would I have been sealed here?" After saying that, he still seemed to feel unsatisfied, and said again, "A group of weak villains. If it's one-on-one, they will definitely be beaten down by me. You are so powerful?" Zhao Sun took out a towel and grabbed the frog in his hand through the towel. "Then tell me, what magic do you know? Do you have the ability to destroy the world?" The Frog Prince was silent for a few seconds and asked back, "Why? Do you want to destroy the world? If you don't have some power to destroy the world, how can you be qualified to be a big villain?" Zhao Sun smiled deepened a bit. "Don't you think so? You have read too many novels?" The Frog Prince complained unceremoniously. "If the big villains have the ability to destroy the world, wouldn't the world have ended long ago?" Zhao Sun smiled. "Well, you're right." Then, he put the Frog Prince back on the ground and stood up. "I'm a little hungry. Let's go catch some animals to eat." Although he didn't know the strength of the Frog Prince, at least he could be sure that the Frog Prince didn't have the power to destroy the world. Then, he was still somewhat confident that he could kill the Frog Prince. "Bring me some meat." Seeing that Zhao Sun was about to leave, the Frog Prince suddenly spoke anxiously. "I haven't eaten meat for many years." Zhao Sun looked back at the Frog Prince and asked with a smile, "What benefits are you going to give me?" The Frog Prince was stunned. "Come to think of it, I lifted the seal for you, and you didn't promise me any benefits." Zhao Sun seemed to suddenly remember and asked again, "Have you ever thought of giving me some benefits?" The Frog Prince looked at Zhao Sun steadily and didn't speak for a long time. There was a flash of murderous intent in his frog eyes. Zhao Sun caught it, but he was not panicked at all. He deliberately said, "I unsealed you, so I am your great benefactor. Have you never thought of repaying me?" Anyway, if he said good things to the Frog Prince, the other party would not let him go. So why should he spend this effort? Offended, the Frog Prince was silent for a long time before he spoke gloomily. "What benefit do you want?" "It depends on what you have." Zhao Sun showed a funny look. "Otherwise, you can get whatever I want for me." The Frog Prince was silent for a while before he said, "After you successfully unseal me, I can stay for 10 minutes and talk with you." At the end, he added, "You are the first person I am willing to give a chance to talk. You should know the importance of this." "Talk?" Zhao Sun raised his eyebrows slightly, obviously not expecting the Frog Prince to give such a benefit. He asked, "I don't have anything I want to talk to you about for a long time. Do you have something to talk to me about?" You can understand it this way. The Frog Prince nodded. For you, there are definitely only benefits and no harm. Hearing the Frog Prince say this, Zhao Sun also became interested. Okay, then I'll look forward to it. Zhao Sun turned and walked out of the barrier. However, this can only be regarded as my reward for lifting the seal for you. And you can forget about eating meat. After saying that, he didn't give the Frog Prince a chance to speak at all, and strode out of the barrier. How could he be so stupid as to give nutrition to the enemy? Are you going to kill him with enough energy? After leaving the frog barrier, Zhao Sun went to the woods to catch a few sparrows to roast and eat. Although there was little meat, it was fresh, and the meat of wild animals was firm, with almost no fat, and the taste was very good. He was not actually hungry, but he was idle anyway. There were too many ingredients here. Such a good opportunity. He should eat more. There was not so much free food on the endless train. Zhao Sun ate and walked around like this until night fell. And then he returned to the winter plum forest to continue collecting dew. It took half a night to finally fill the remaining half bottle. He glanced at the 10 fireflies in another glass bottle, all of which were still shining and very energetic. He was relieved and summoned the baboon and gorilla to keep watch for him, while he went to sleep in his sleeping bag to rest. At 4 o'clock in the morning, the alarm on his cell phone rang. He immediately got up, packed up all his things, and went to the valley with 2 glass bottles to find the Frog Prince. Chapter 243. Others can't even ask for it. The Frog Prince was obviously very anxious and had been waiting at the entrance of the cave. When he saw Zhao Sun appear, he jumped up and shouted loudly, "I'm here." He was afraid that Zhao Sun would not notice his presence. Zhao Sun smiled and followed the Frog Prince into the cave. He skillfully took out a strong flashlight and illuminated the cave very brightly. The Frog Prince tilted his head and glanced at Zhao Sun's flashlight. "Your thing is really bright." Zhao Sun smiled noncommittally and didn't respond. 1 man and 1 frog quickly walked into the stone room. The things inside were no different from what Zhao Sun had seen before. The Frog Prince pointed to the stone tray and said to Zhao Sun, "Put those 3 things in." Zhao Sun walked to the side of the stone tray and asked, "What's the order?" "Put the luminous stone in the middle." The Frog Prince replied, "Put the dew on the left and the firefly on the right." Zhao Sun did as he was told. 2 glass bottles were placed on both sides, and the slightly shiny stone was placed in the middle. As the 3 things were placed, the 3 stone trays suddenly sank down together. Then a click-click sound was heard in the stone room. Zhao Sun looked up at the source of the sound and found that the roof just above the stone slab was opened. The bright moonlight fell in and shone on the stone slab. The Frog Prince jumped up, jumped onto the stone slab, and lay upright in the middle of the stone slab. "It's not time yet," he said to Zhao Sun. "We have to wait a little longer. Then you should tell me the next steps." "Right." Zhao Sun stood beside the 3 stone trays and looked at the Frog Prince. "Lest I react too slowly and fail to complete the ceremony on time." The Frog Prince thought about it and felt that it made sense. So he said, "I will cut my body open later, and you need to stain my blood on the 3 items separately." Zhao Sun interrupted. "The luminous stone is easy to say, but the other 2, should I put the blood on the glass bottle or drip it into the glass bottle?" The Frog Prince was a little dissatisfied with being interrupted, but he still answered Zhao Sun's question. "Drip it in." Zhao Sun nodded to show that he understood, and motioned the Frog Prince to continue. The Frog Prince didn't like the feeling of being controlled by Zhao Sun, but this was not the time to argue about such things. He controlled his temper and said, "After they are all stained with blood, you put the 3 things in place, and then use my blood to draw a picture on the slate." After that, he used his web feet to draw in the air. Zhao Sun watched the whole process very seriously. After the Frog Prince finished drawing, he said with embarrassment, "It's too complicated. I don't understand it. Or you can draw it yourself?" He could see that it was a magic circle, but he didn't know what the magic circle was for. Since he didn't know the purpose of the magic circle and was sure that the Frog Prince was not a good thing, he naturally wouldn't draw this picture casually. Who knows if it will have any bad effects on him? The Frog Prince showed a disgusted expression. "Such a simple picture. You can't understand it? I'm not as experienced as you. It's normal that I can't understand it." "Right." As he said, Zhao Sun quickly wrote a string of cursive in the air. "See if you can understand the words I just wrote?" Frog Prince. "Drawing so fast. How can I see clearly?" The Frog Prince raised his webbed hands unhappily. "I can't draw with my hands. Otherwise I wouldn't let you draw." Zhao Sun showed a puzzled look. What you just drew was pretty good. Why do you say you can't draw it yourself? I need a bigger picture than this. So I have to be in the middle of the picture. The Frog Prince said unhappily. Do you think I can draw such a big one by myself? Yes, Zhao Sun said as a matter of course. But you have to run back and forth. You can't squat in the same place to draw. Seeing that the Frog Prince was about to get angry, Zhao Sun added, if you draw it yourself, at least you can guarantee that there will be no mistakes. Which is better than me drawing it wrong and messing up the ceremony. Right. The Frog Prince immediately stopped. After a few seconds of silence, he muttered, I draw it. I draw it. I've never seen someone as useless as you. You can't even draw such a simple picture. Zhao Sun shrugged. Not angry. He asked in a good mood. What about after you finish drawing? Is there anything else I can do? No need, the Frog Prince said. After you finish drawing, put me in the middle of the picture, and you can move away. Okay. Zhao Sun nodded. I understand. He looked up at the sky above and asked, when are you going to start? When the sky turns pale, you can start. The Frog Prince also looked up at the sky with some effort. Follow my instructions. I will start when I say start. Shouldn't you draw the picture in advance? Zhao Sun reminded. Otherwise you may not have time to finish it. Frog Prince. Why did he feel that there was a hint of sarcasm in this guy's tone? He really wanted to kill this guy immediately. I have my own arrangements. No need for you to remind me. The Frog Prince rolled his eyes heavily. Zhao Sun didn't say anything else. Just stood beside the stone slab and stared at the frog in a daze. The Frog Prince felt uncomfortable being looked at, so he simply turned his back. He waited until 5 o'clock, and the Frog Prince turned back again. He asked Zhao Sun, do you have a sharp blade? Zhao Sun took out his dagger. Where do you want to cut? The Frog Prince pointed to his belly. Cut horizontally from here, and make sure the wound is shallow. Zhao Sun nodded, and neatly aimed at the Frog Prince's belly and cut it. The Frog Prince hissed, then sneered. You are quite skilled. You have killed many people. Zhao Sun did not answer, but quickly took out the towel and picked up the Frog Prince through the towel. The Frog Prince was confused. What are you doing? Dripping blood, Zhao Sun said, as a matter of course. He walked to the stone tray on the far left, opened the cork of the glass bottle with one hand, and then aimed the Frog Prince's wound in the other hand at the mouth of the glass bottle. The blood dripped in drop by drop. Shouldn't you normally bring things to me and collect my blood? The Frog Prince was very unhappy. It's so rude to take it back and forth like this. My way is more reasonable. Zhao Sun smiled. If I take those items over, I have to send them back. Wouldn't it take time to go back and forth? I can just bring you here and complete the blood-dripping mission for 3 items at once. Without giving the Frog Prince a chance to complain again, Zhao Sun asked, how many drops do you want? The Frog Prince's attention was immediately diverted, and he hurriedly said, 3 or 4 drops will be enough. Don't let me bleed dry. Zhao Sun put the cork in with one hand and put the Frog Prince's body on top of the luminous stone next to him with the other hand. When he put the cork in, 3 drops of the Frog Prince's blood had already dripped on the luminous stone. Just enough. He walked quickly to the third stone tray. This glass bottle with fireflies was not corked with a cork, but an ordinary metal lid. In order to provide enough oxygen for the fireflies, he poked 2 air holes on the lid before. Now there was no need to open the lid. He just aimed the Frog Prince's wound at the air holes, and the dripping blood slowly flowed in through the air holes. After 3 drops of blood, Zhao Sun put the Frog Prince back on the stone slab. The Frog Prince no longer had the heart to complain about what Zhao Sun did. He quickly used his webbed feet to dip the blood on his chest and drew a magic circle in the middle of the stone slab. Fortunately, he was very small now, so the magic circle only needed to be twice as big as the frog's body. He was drawing attentively, and the sky outside had gradually faded from the dark night and slowly turned white. He knew that he couldn't waste a minute or a second now, and he had to draw quickly and accurately without any mistakes. Zhao Sun stood aside and watched with an interested look. This magic circle should be able to play a role in removing the seal. But the steps of the Frog Prince's drawing were slightly different from when he first drew it for him. Although he didn't plan to draw this magic circle at the beginning, he still looked at the Frog Prince's first drawing very carefully, just to determine whether there was a difference in the drawing methods. Sure enough, it was never too much to be on guard against such a villain. The few different steps should allow the magic circle to play a role in him, while ensuring that the seal can be removed. Maybe it will seal him, or maybe he would curse him. Anyway, it was definitely not a good thing. After a while, The Frog Prince finally finished drawing the magic circle. He looked up at the sky and immediately urged Zhao Sun. Quick! Put me in the middle! I can't touch the painted area. Otherwise it will destroy the circle. At this time, he didn't care about fooling Zhao Sun that this was a painting. Zhao Sun didn't expose the other party's words. He followed his words, grabbed the Frog Prince through the towel, and put him in the middle of the magic circle. The Frog Prince hurriedly sat up straight, letting the blood from his chest flow out slowly. His bleeding amount has far exceeded the normal bleeding amount of a frog. Obviously, this is based on the bleeding amount when he was a human. The sky became brighter and brighter. And soon, the first ray of sunlight finally appeared. When the light fell on the stone slab, it seemed to be calculated and just covered the Frog Prince squatting in the center of the magic circle. Seeing this, Zhao Sun quickly retreated to the door of the stone chamber. The next second, the magic circle burst into a dazzling light, making it impossible to see the Frog Prince's figure. The light of the magic circle continued to expand, quickly covering the entire stone slab and the 3 stone trays. The 3 items on the trays were lifted up by the light and flew towards the magic circle. Finally, the 3 items were all absorbed into the Frog Prince's body. Immediately afterwards, a quack scream came from the magic circle, and then turned into a man's low and hoarse groan. The light of the magic circle lasted for about 10 minutes before gradually fading. The figure of an adult gradually appeared on the stone slab. At the same time, a familiar pop-up window popped up in front of Zhao Sun. Complete the side quest. Help the Frog Prince restore his original appearance. Congratulations to player Zhao Sun for getting 100 points and 100 hours of survival time. At the moment the pop-up window disappeared, the light of the magic circle completely receded, and the man in the black magic robe looked up at Zhao Sun. He had a pair of dark green eyes, and when he looked at people, it was like a hunter looking at prey. There was only cruelty and aggression in his eyes. It was obvious at a glance that he was not a good person. I promise to give you 10 minutes to talk. The man came down from the stone slab, staring at Zhao Sun. Then, let's start the timer now. What do you want to tell me? Zhao Sun didn't rush to do it, wanting to hear what the evil magician could say. I knew the first time I saw you that you and I are the same kind of people. The magician walked a few steps closer to Zhao Sun. People like us are very sensitive to our own kind. You won't deny it? I don't deny that I am very sensitive to my own kind. Zhao Sun nodded. Then, you should understand my thoughts and ambitions better than anyone else in this world. The magician smiled. I'll give you a chance to become my companion. You will take it well. Right. Zhao Sun raised one eyebrow slightly and said nothing. The magician thought Zhao Sun was hesitating, and said, being bound and controlled is the most disgusting thing in the world. Especially the so-called love under the banner of for your own good, which is really disgusting. He lowered his voice a little, with some temptation. We don't need love at all. What we need is to destroy everything. This is what will make us happy, isn't it? He stretched out his hand to Zhao Sun. With me, you can be yourself to your heart's content and never be bound by anyone again. Zhao Sun glanced at the magician's chest. The cloth there was intact, and there was no sign of being cut by a sharp blade. There was no blood seeping out. It seems that the injuries he suffered as a Frog Prince have healed after the seal was lifted. Zhao Sun looked at the magician's face again and looked at him. Is that what you want to tell me? Why? Do you think this is not attractive enough? The magician frowned slightly, not satisfied with Zhao Sun's performance. I gave you this opportunity because you lifted the seal for me, and we are the same kind of people. Others can't even ask for it. Zhao Sun lowered his eyes and looked at the magician's hand reaching out to him. After 2 seconds of silence, he raised his hand, stretched out his hand, and made a gesture to shake hands with the magician. The magician showed a satisfied expression. At the moment when Zhao Sun's palm was about to touch the magician's palm, a lightning suddenly appeared from Zhao Sun's hand and hit the magician's palm straight. The magician was obviously prepared, and a magic circle suddenly appeared in his palm, barely blocking the lightning. He took a few steps back and said gloomily, Since you don't want to drink my toast, then prepare to die. As soon as he finished speaking, a ball of black flame the size of a football appeared on his palm. Chapter 244 You're wrong. Oh, I've heard so much news before, but I never thought of asking about the color of the flame of this evil magician. This black color looks very dark. However, according to the description on the scroll and the words passed down by the ancestors of the macaque boss, those magicians could put out this kind of flame, so it shouldn't be a big problem. Zhao Sun thought while retreating to a safe distance and releasing multiple lightning bolts at the magician, who knew that all the lightning bolts were dissolved by the magician's magic circle, and did not even cause any damage to the stone chamber. Not absorbed, but dissolved. When those lightning bolts approached the air around the magician, a flashing magic circle would appear. The moment they hit the magic circle, the lightning bolt seemed to lose the power supply and gradually disappeared. When I first saw you, you used lightning to make the stones in the stream fly everywhere. The magician's voice was a little contemptuous. You exposed your ability so early. How could I be fooled? The defensive magic array against lightning is not difficult. Don't underestimate me. Hearing this, Zhao Sun did not feel annoyed, but laughed. Since it is a defensive magic array against lightning, it should have no defensive effect on other things. Right? As an evil magician, it is unlikely to be so weak that he can be killed in one blow. The failure of the attack was expected, so he planned to use the lightning power attack that the magician had seen from the beginning, without exposing his other abilities. While testing the magician's ability, since it is not a magic array that can defend against all attacks, it is much easier. Moreover, the magician in front of him obviously did not expect that he had other abilities, and this was when the opponent's defense and vigilance were the weakest. It was a good time. The black flame in the magician's hand grew bigger and bigger, gradually turning into the appearance of a western evil dragon. The dragon almost filled up half of the stone chamber. The stones it touched were quickly burned red and tended to melt gradually. Zhao Sun stood in the corridor outside the stone chamber, retreating towards the exit while staring at the dragon transformed by black flames. The next second, the dragon seemed to have consciousness and chased Zhao Sun. Zhao Sun immediately created a thick water wall in front of him. The dragon didn't have time to break and crashed into the water wall. Most of its body was swallowed by water, and the water vapor evaporated by the heat wave filled the entire corridor. In an instant, even Zhao Sun's figure could not be seen. A new wave of water balls appeared, and in the blink of an eye, the remaining half of the fire dragon was extinguished. The magician in the stone chamber noticed the abnormality outside and walked to the door of the stone chamber to check the situation. The water mist was too thick, and he couldn't see anything clearly, but he was sure that his fire dragon was gone. His expression sank, knowing that the situation was not as simple as he thought. He immediately raised his hand and created another huge fireball and threw it into the mist. The fireball quickly evaporated the water vapor in the corridor, and wherever it passed, something could finally be seen. But Zhao Sun's figure was not found. Just when the magician was confused, he suddenly felt a pain in his heart. Without warning, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Why? He covered his chest, his eyes full of confusion. Before he finished speaking, he spat out another mouthful of blood. He only felt as if there was a sharp blade hidden in his heart, piercing his heart from the inside out. After a while, he was stabbed and vomited several mouthfuls of blood again. Your body is not as fragile as ordinary people. Zhao Sun's voice sounded at the magician's feet. Your heart has been stabbed so many times, but you are not dead yet. The magician lowered his eyes and saw a green frog. It looked exactly the same as when he was sealed before. Even the size was exactly the same. He instantly felt a sense of time confusion. There is still a frog and a human in this valley. They just changed their appearance. Without waiting for the magician to speak, the frog raised its webbed feet, and one of its toes moved slightly. The magician felt that the pain in his chest was even more severe, and his body could not support it, and he knelt directly on the ground. He supported the ground with one hand and covered his heart with the other, looking at the frog with a fierce look in his eyes. You did it? He didn't really want the frog to answer. The moment he finished speaking, he suddenly raised the hand that was supporting the ground, and a ball of black flame emerged from his palm and quickly hit Zhao Sun. Zhao Sun did not dodge, but just moved his webbed feet again. When the black flame was about to touch Zhao Sun's body, it suddenly disappeared. In the magician's surprised eyes, he only felt his body spasm. He could no longer support himself and collapsed to the ground in embarrassment. How is it possible? He muttered. He was completely unwilling to believe that he would be defeated so inexplicably. Why did his flame disappear automatically when attacking Zhao Sun? Why could Zhao Sun turn into a frog? Why did his heart hurt so much? When did Zhao Sun do it? As if a flash of inspiration came to him, the magician suddenly asked in a sharp voice. When I was still a frog, you used the wound on my chest to do something to me? Almost. Zhao Sun only responded with these 3 words. He knew that villains died because they talked too much. Although it was hard to say who was the villain between him and the evil magician, He did not say more, but only focused on using the water system ability to control the drop of water he quietly dropped into the magician's heart. His water system ability can control all the water in anyone's body. But this water does not belong to him, and it consumes more mental energy to control it. And it also takes a certain amount of time. This is a powerful magician. Not like when he dealt with zombies before. What if the other party has some tricks? Make a magic circle and separate him like a signal, and before he successfully controls the water in the magician's body to drain out, the control signal will be separated. Then he will work in vain. So, he thought of a simpler and faster way. When he put the frog prince into the drawn magic circle, he used the water system ability to conjure a drop of water and dripped it into the frog prince's wound. Under his control, the drop of water flowed upstream along the blood vessels and settled steadily in the heart. This was his water, so it was naturally under his control. Both the time of manipulation and the mental energy consumed are much less. The only trouble is that he must be close to the magician, and in a place where he can see the magician before he can manipulate the drop of water. But by chance, he got the ability of invalidation from the frog prince. As long as he turns into a frog, any superpowers, magic, etc. that are tried to be used on him will be invalid. He can approach the magician without scruples, and use the water superpower to manipulate the drop of water, turning it into a water needle and piercing the magician's heart into a sieve. But if he approaches so blatantly, it will definitely arouse the magician's vigilance. Then he will have to spend more time to get close to the other party. So he pretended to run away, and deliberately created a large area of water vapor to block his vision, and then turned into a frog and took the opportunity to return to the door of the stone chamber. Everything went as he expected. In fact, when listening to the introduction on the scroll read by the macaque boss, Zhao Sun was sure of one thing. The evil magician gained a longer life by doing human experiments. But it was not immortality, and it was not self-healing. Those magicians could only seal the evil magician, but not kill him in the end, because the evil magician was really strong, and no one had a chance to get close to him. But this kind of strength is external. The scroll clearly states that the magician's body is no different from that of an ordinary human being, and is not as strong as the physique of a swordsman, no matter how well the magic circle is used. As long as it cannot be used in one's own body, it will not be able to cope with attacks from the inside out. However, it seems that the 200 years of frog life have improved the magician's physical fitness a lot, which is somewhat different from the description in the scroll. He stabbed back and forth so many times before he finally saw the magician fall to the ground. But it is still an ordinary person's body, and it is not difficult to deal with it. Zhao Sun jumped forward 2 steps and squatted next to the magician's face. "Actually, there is one thing you got wrong," he said slowly. The magician turned his eyes with some effort, and it took a long time to focus on Zhao Sun's frog body. At this time, he had no strength left. His vitality was fading so quickly. The damage to his heart made him completely unable to repair it, and he also lost the power to resist. He couldn't even call on the fire elements around him, and he couldn't use any magic. The little vitality he had left could only move his eyes and use his ears to listen to sounds. Zhao Sun's webbed feet were still moving. He controlled the drop of water, which flowed from the heart to various parts of the magician's body and began to attack various organs. At the same time, he continued, "I have never been controlled by anyone. If I look like I am bound somewhere, it is only because I allow myself to be in such a controlled environment." He allowed his adoptive parents to discipline him and accept the rules set by his adoptive parents. He took the initiative to accept it, not passively. Otherwise, if he wanted to resist, his adoptive parents would not be his opponent at all, and they would not be able to do anything to him. Similarly, he now restrained his inner restlessness and never killed indiscriminately. It was not because the restraint of his dead adoptive parents on him was still effective, but because of his self-restraint. The magician was stunned for a few seconds before he realized that Zhao Sun was actually responding to his previous words. "I am different from you. Every path I take is my own choice. No one has ever really forced me." Zhao Sun said this and put one of his front flippers on the magician's shoulder. The magician felt as if a storm had been set off in his body, and his blood seemed to be burning and churning violently. He was so painful that he couldn't scream, and his whole body was twitching. Pools of blood kept pouring out of his 7 orifices. Soon, he was completely out of breath. In case of resurrection, Zhao Sun released another Samadhi true fire and burned the magician to the point that not even a bone residue was left. After doing all this, the expected pop-up window finally popped up in front of him. Complete the hidden task. Kill the frog prince. Congratulations to player Zhao Sun for getting 300 points, 300 hours of survival time, and obtaining the special item Firefly Light. In this dream game, Zhao Sun has completed the main task, side task and hidden task. The remaining time does not need to worry about the task, and can be used freely, since he has nothing to do. He first took a look at the details of the new special item. This is a firefly model, the size of a real firefly, and the belly also flashes yellow-green light like a firefly. Firefly Light. After taking out this item, gently pinch it. It will burst out a very strong light, and the vision of all creatures except the holder will be blocked. The longest duration is half an hour. It can be held in the hand for use, or it can be commanded to fly to the target after the time limit is over, or under the command of the holder. This item will automatically fly back to the holder's hand. Well, it seems that this special item has a similar effect to a flash bomb. Unlike a flash bomb, it can be reused, and it can fly to the target by itself and automatically fly back to the holder's hand. It can't be said to be very practical, but it is not completely useless. So be it. Anyway, he got an invalidation, which is a good harvest. Zhao Sun put away the special item and walked out of the cave. After coming out, he found that the 4 frog stone sculptures in the valley were all broken, and the originally quiet area was also filled with the chirping of various insects. It seems that the frog barrier has completely disappeared. It should be related to the release of the seal of the Frog Prince. Zhao Sun walked with a relaxed pace, strolling in the stream, forest, and grass, and caught the animals he liked and grilled them. From noon on the 27th to the evening of the 28th, he was either sleeping or hunting and grilling, and he lived a very comfortable life. In the end, even the macaque boss wanted to run away when he saw him, fearing that he would become his meal. Soon the game time ended, and a familiar pop-up window appeared. The safety barrier purchased by player Zhao Sun is about to expire. Do you want to renew it? Yes, no. Zhao Sun chose no. Player Zhao Sun has been in this dream game for 3 days. Do you want to leave? Yes, no. Zhao Sun chooses yes. The next second, Zhao Sun disappeared from the valley. The macaque boss saw Zhao Sun suddenly disappear with his own eyes, and he felt relieved. It was really afraid that Zhao Sun would eat all the animals in the valley on the mountain if he stayed for a few more days. Back in the familiar box, Zhao Sun stood up and looked around. I found that Su Tian and the male player in bed number 3 were not there. Only Zhao Zhao was sitting by the bed, holding a magazine from nowhere. Hearing the noise, Zhao Zhao looked up. Seeing Zhao Sun sitting up, she greeted with a smile. You're awake? Yeah, Zhao Sun responded, and asked, during the time I was in the dream game, were there any new platform games? Yes, Zhao Zhao responded quickly. At 7:10 this morning, Tian went to participate in the platform game. Chapter 245 Stop Making Trouble. Zhao Sun said, oh, I didn't expect that there would be another platform game on the 28th. And the game time was quite tight. After thinking for a while, he asked Zhao Zhao again. Will the platform game end on the 30th? Yes, Zhao Zhao nodded. I had already come out of the dream game at that time and heard the announcement on the radio. Zhao Sun showed a look of understanding. It took nearly 3 days, which was within the normal platform game time range. It just happened to be stuck on the last day of the month. If the game ends early, it's fine. If it can't end early, it will have to come back at midnight. But generally, the ranking information will be updated half an hour in advance on the last day of the month. If these players come back at midnight, I don't know how the points ranking will be calculated. This thought just flashed through Zhao Sun's mind, and it didn't matter to him much. He didn't care too much and quickly diverted his attention. He got out of bed and went to find Wu Wei first. But he didn't see Wu Wei. Only Ajay. The boss is going to participate in the platform game, Ajay said to Zhao Sun, and then asked, what do you want to see him about? After knowing each other for so long, he is no longer as disgusted with Zhao Sun as he was at the beginning. But he is not friendly either. But normal communication and conversation are completely fine. Nothing. Zhao Sun waved his hand and turned to leave. Su Tian and Wu Wei are in the same game, so Wu Wei can only pray that there is no direct conflict of interest between him and Su Tian, so that he still has a chance to come back alive. He hopes that Wu Wei can come back alive. After all, he has not redevoured Wu Wei's ability. Thinking of this, he paused and turned to look at Ajay. Ajay looked alert. Why are you looking at me like that? Why does he feel that Zhao Sun's eyes look as if he wants to get him? As soon as this thought came up, He felt goosebumps all over his body. He couldn't help rubbing his arms. Zhao Sun shook his head, retracted his gaze, and said nothing. The 10 abilities he has obtained so far are all good and suitable for him. Unless he is sure that a player's special ability is very good and particularly suitable for him. He has no idea of devouring unknown abilities for the time being. After all, his devouring has a feature that he must first overwrite the old ability before he can get the new ability. That means that he can only see the detailed introduction of the new ability after the old ability is lost. What if the new ability is useless or not suitable for him? But he will lose an old ability that was originally good in vain. Before, because he couldn't use an ability, he had the idea of finding Xiaohong to devour her special ability. But now, he has exchanged for a good ability. And there are special items that can temporarily replace the function of Xiaohong's special ability. So he doesn't have to get Xiaohong's ability at this time. However, he can find an old player with a high level of special ability control fire and control gold among the old players, and improve these two abilities. Thinking of this, he asked Ajay, "You have been on the endless train for a few months. Do you know an old player whose special ability is to use fire?" Ajay was stunned for a moment, obviously not expecting Zhao Sun to ask this. After thinking for a while, he said very honestly, "I have met new players who use fire in the platform game. And old players. I don't have much contact with them. Aren't you always in contact with volunteers from other batches?" Zhao Sun asked again. "No one who uses fire. No one who is still alive." Ajay shook his head, and finally showed a cautious look. "Why are you asking this?" He didn't feel anything when asked about the special abilities of other unfamiliar players. But when it comes to volunteers, he subconsciously becomes defensive. After all, in his heart, volunteers are his companions. "I am somewhat interested in players who use fire," Zhao Sun answered ambiguously, and then asked, "Have you seen special abilities that can control objects or metal objects remotely? Is this what you are interested in?" Ajay asked instead of answering. "Yes," Zhao Sun answered frankly. "I want to discuss technical issues with old players who use this special ability." Although Ajay didn't quite understand what Zhao Sun meant by technical issues, he did not feel Zhao Sun's malice. After thinking for a while, he answered Zhao Sun's question. "I know someone who can control metal, and he is still alive." Zhao Sun immediately became excited when he heard it. "Can you introduce me to someone?" Ajay looked at Zhao Sun suspiciously. "Are you so anxious?" "Of course." Zhao Sun nodded as a matter of course. "Otherwise, who knows when the person will die?" Ajay. Although it is the truth, it is too rude to say it like this. Ajay thought for a few seconds and said, "I have to ask his opinion. If he doesn't want to see you, I won't force him. It sounds like he is also a volunteer." Zhao Sun showed a look of understanding. Only volunteers can make Ajay care so much. If it is an ordinary player, Ajay can tell him the information and let him find it himself, without having to contact him personally. Speaking of which, his control of gold was originally obtained from a volunteer. I didn't expect that this time it was such a coincidence that another volunteer had the special ability of control of gold. Ajay did not deny it, but just said, "I will give you an answer tomorrow morning. Don't think about meeting him today. I will discuss it with him." "Is it the volunteer in October?" Zhao Sun asked. This is very important. If it is a volunteer in November, it would be good if the special ability level can reach LV2. Although no matter what, with the 5-fold amplification effect after his devouring upgrade, even control gold LV1 is much stronger than when he first got this special ability. But of course, he hopes to get the higher level, the better. He does not expect to find a control gold LV5 player this time, but at least not control gold LV2. Ajay glanced at Zhao Sun. "Why are you asking so many questions? The volunteer in November is still a newcomer, with insufficient game experience and experience in using special abilities. I want to discuss technical issues with him, but I may not be able to discuss anything," Zhao Sun said very calmly. "October's is better." Ajay had to admit that what Zhao Sun said made sense. "Okay." After a pause, he replied, "It's October." "That's great." Zhao Sun smiled. "Don't worry. I have no intention of hurting him. And if he is willing to talk to me, I can treat him to a meal. Whether he agrees or refuses, you will give me an answer tomorrow morning." After that, he stopped teasing and turned to leave. Seeing that Zhao Sun was not in a hurry to entangle, Ajay's vigilance against Zhao Sun was reduced a little. He got up and went to find the volunteer. *29th morning. Zhao Sun had just come out of the bathroom to wash up and saw Ajay walking towards this box. Seeing Zhao Sun, Ajay went straight to the point. He said he could meet, but only in an ordinary restaurant. And I have to be there. Okay. Zhao Sun agreed readily. Does he want to have breakfast or lunch? Of course it's lunch, Ajay said as a matter of course. It's a bit stingy to treat him to breakfast. Okay. Zhao Sun did not show any dissatisfaction. After a pause, he said, but your meal is not included. Ajay waved his hand. I don't expect you to treat me to dinner. What time does he usually eat lunch? Zhao Sun asked again. Around 11:30. Ajay replied. Okay. Then meet at an ordinary restaurant at 11:30. Zhao Sun agreed. Yeah. Ajay responded and turned and left. For him, he and Zhao Sun didn't have much to talk about. If there is something to talk about, it's time to leave. He can't just chat with Zhao Sun. Zhao Sun didn't mind Ajay's attitude. He took out the meat buns from the storage compartment and ate them while walking to his private room. This time in the dream game, he ate fresh game and hardly ate the reserved food in the storage compartment. It has been stored for a long time, so he has to eat it up as soon as possible. These are all points, so they can't be wasted. 11:30 came quickly. Zhao Sun came to the ordinary restaurant and saw Ajay sitting in the corner of the restaurant, and the middle-aged man sitting next to Ajay. The man was of moderate build, neither fat nor muscular, but just an ordinary body with no special features. Just like his appearance. A common face. So ordinary that it is difficult for others to pay much attention to him at first sight. He didn't have a very eye-catching temperament. No matter from which angle you look at him, he was completely indistinguishable from the crowd. Just very suitable for being an undercover. Seeing Zhao Sun appear, the man took the initiative to extend his hand. Hello. You can call me Lazy. The attitude was polite and friendly. Zhao Sun smiled friendly and shook hands with Lazy. Hello. My name is Shui. He sat opposite Lazy and asked, what do you want to eat? Before Lazy could speak, he said, I'm sorry. I'm short of money, so I can only treat you to food worth 5 points. He had a sincere apology on his face. It's okay. Lazy had no intention of embarrassing Zhao Sun. He smiled. Just give me a chicken leg rice. Zhao Sun got up and went to the front desk to order food, then sat down opposite Lazy again. Ajay said that you wanted to discuss some technical issues with me. Lazy stopped talking and went straight to the point. I wonder what it is. His voice was not loud, so only the 3 people present could hear it. Do you feel a headache when you control many items at the same time? Zhao Sun threw out the question he had thought of long ago. This is an objective problem, and people with special abilities like this should be able to understand it. So, asking this question will not seem abrupt at all. Of course, Zhao Sun asked this question not only to make Lazy and Ajia think that he really wanted to discuss technical issues, but also to understand Lazy's mental strength and the level of his special abilities through this question. Even if you can't know the exact results, at least you can have a rough judgment. Lazy did not answer this question immediately, but asked, your special ability is the same as mine? Although he had this guess when he heard Ajia talk about this last night, he still had to ask to confirm it. Yeah. Zhao Sun nodded. The more items you control, the shorter the duration, and it is easy to have a headache. I don't know if it's my own problem, or if players with this special ability have similar problems. I have always wanted to find someone to confirm it. Such a problem does exist, Lazy said frankly. I will also have this situation, but if I control the number well, it will not be easy to have a headache, and the control time will not be too short. Then do you think that this situation has improved after the upgrade? Zhao Sun asked. Of course. Lazy nodded. After the upgrade, the number of controls and the duration of the control have increased. I have been thinking, is there any way to break through my own limits? Zhao Sun stopped talking before he finished. Ajay and Lazy turned their heads and looked over in the direction of Zhao Sun's sight, and saw the uniformed conductor bringing a bowl of chicken leg rice and a bowl of pork liver noodles. After the conductor put the 2 bowls on the table and walked away, Zhao Sun continued to speak. But every time I reach the limit, it is very painful, and it feels difficult to break through this limit. Ajay brought the pork liver noodles he ordered to him, and looked at Zhao Sun while eating. He has not said a word so far, and he has only been a guest throughout the whole process. Lazy was a little surprised by Zhao Sun's idea. I have never thought about breaking through the limit. This is not cultivation. When you reach a bottleneck, you can enter a new realm after breaking through, and your strength will increase greatly. Special abilities want to improve their strength by upgrading points. Without upgrading, reaching the limit is the real limit, and it is impossible to break through. At least he thinks so. So he didn't expect that someone else would try to break through his own limits. Well, I thought that as a volunteer, you would be more eager to improve your strength than other players. Zhao Sun sighed with some regret. I thought you had tried to break through your own limitations like me. Lazy. Suddenly I felt ashamed. What's going on? I have a question. Ajay, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. He looked at Zhao Sun and asked, since your special ability is also control of gold, why do you still want to find a player who uses fire? I have an enemy who can use fire. Knowing yourself, and the enemy will win every battle. Zhao Sun had already prepared for being asked this question. He was not panicked at all. He said the words he had prepared before naturally. Knowing this special ability is just to deal with him better. Before Ajay and Lazy could say anything else, suddenly a small figure rushed to Lazy's head and started to talk nonsense to Lazy's head. Lazy felt pain and raised his hand to slap his head. Unexpectedly, the little figure reacted very quickly and dodged when Lazy's hand was about to hit him. Lazy's palm hit his head heavily. At the same time, Zhao Sun's voice sounded. Dwarf Marmoset, stop making trouble. Zhao Sun said seriously. If you do this again, I won't let you out for a walk. Chapter 246. Where did the monkey come from? There was a lot of noise here, and many players in the restaurant cast inquiring eyes. When seeing a little monkey, every player's face was full of confusion and curiosity. They had never seen animals other than humans appear on the endless train. What is the origin of this little monkey? Despite curiosity, no one dared to approach it casually. After becoming players of the survival game, the players who have survived to this day all understand one truth. If their strength is not strong enough, they should not easily approach any person or thing that they are not sure of. Otherwise, they are looking for death. They only dared to sit in their original positions and quietly look at Zhao Sun and the other two. The conversation of Zhao Sun and the other two was very low, and those people could not hear what they were saying even if they pricked up their ears. Lazy rubbed his head that was hurt by his slap, and looked at the palm-sized little monkey walking from the table to Zhao Sun's front with a look of admitting his mistake. Is this your monkey? He was surprised. Where did you get the monkey? Ajay was also shocked. He had never heard that players could bring animals back to the endless train from a survival game. More importantly, an ordinary animal would not help the player, and normal people would not choose to bring such an animal back. I'm afraid it's not an ordinary monkey. Right? Sorry. Is your head okay? Zhao Sun apologized politely, while putting the pygmy marmoset on his legs, and using the table to block everyone's view. Lazy shook his head. It's nothing serious. Just a little sore on the scalp. Sorry. Zhao Sun apologized again. Then, without waiting for Lazy and Ajay to ask, he took the initiative to say, this is a special item I just got. I'm still in the stage of cultivating feelings, so it's inevitable that I'm a little disobedient. When they heard the word special item, Lazy and Ajay both showed an expression of, this is indeed not an ordinary monkey. But then, the two looked at Zhao Sun in disbelief. Are there special items in the form of living things? Lazy couldn't help asking. Can they be put away normally? He had seen special items in the form of animals, but they were models, dolls, and the like, not real living things. Of course, it is not ruled out that he has not had enough experience and has seen too little. Zhao Sun smiled and did not answer this question. Lazy and Ajay did not ask any more questions. Any player can choose not to answer such a privacy question. After all, in the endless train, in the survival game, every special item may become the player's last means of survival. Even a good partner may not tell the whole story. Not to mention that they are not partners. So, if Zhao Sun did not say it, Lazy and Ajay did not feel dissatisfied. Lazy put down his hand that was rubbing his head and joked. It's quite painful when this little thing scratches people. Zhao Sun explained embarrassedly. It wanted to come out to play, and I thought it would be happier and closer to me. I didn't expect it to make trouble like this after just letting it out for a while. While the three were talking, the pygmy marmoset stuffed 2 hairs from its paws into Zhao Sun's palm. Zhao Sun responded to Lazy's words while calmly stuffing the 2 hairs into his trouser pockets, and touched the pygmy marmoset's head with his other hand. The pygmy marmoset took the initiative to rub the top of its head against Zhao Sun's palm, with a well-behaved face. Before entering the ordinary restaurant, Zhao Sun specially hid outside the door to peek, and he saw Lazy sitting next to Ajay at a glance. Lazy's hair was very short, just a little longer than a crew cut. It was difficult for Zhao Sun to get Lazy's hair without making a sound, and it was even more difficult to find Lazy's hair that fell off automatically. According to the train rules, the restaurant does not allow fights and quarrels between players. If he relies on himself to create some kind of accident to cut Lazy's hair, it may be judged as fighting. So, he quietly summoned the pygmy marmoset, and when the time was right, let the pygmy marmoset pull Lazy's hair. There was a little bit of physical friction between the player and the animal, which could not be regarded as a violation of the train rules. Maybe it still has the wildness of an animal, Lazy guessed. Its behavior is quite similar to some monkeys on the mountain that I saw on the internet before. But it doesn't look like a monkey, and its body is much smaller. Well, I guess so, Zhao Sun said as he took out a meat bun to eat. Lazy saw it and was a little surprised. You eat this for lunch? You participate in so many platform games. How come you have so few points? Ajay showed an unbelievable expression. Now, Lazy and Ajay both believed that Zhao Sun was really poor in money. Originally, they just thought that this was an excuse that Zhao Sun didn't want to spend too many points to treat people to a meal. But they didn't want to blackmail people for a big meal, and didn't care whether Zhao Sun really didn't have many points. It's not really few, Zhao Sun said frankly. It's just that it's still a long way from accumulating 10,000 points. In order to reach the goal as soon as possible, I can only save money at ordinary times. Ajay. Lazy. Okay. Their understanding of poor financial status is not the same as Zhao Sun's so-called poor financial status. Take your time to eat. Zhao Sun stood up. I'll leave first. Have you finished the questions you wanted to ask? Lazy was a little surprised. Yes, I've finished. Zhao Sun smiled at Lazy. I just want to ask if there is any way to break through yourself. But you have never tried it, so I don't have anything else to ask. Lazy's expression was a little embarrassed. He explained. I think this is different from cultivating immortals. The limitation of special abilities is not a bottleneck, but the limit of one's own strength, which cannot be broken through. Zhao Sun made an expression of serious thinking, and nodded after a few seconds. What you said makes sense. I was delusional. After that, he greeted Lazy and Ajay again, and left the restaurant. Lazy looked at Zhao Sun's back as he left, and always felt that Zhao Sun looked a little lonely. Tell me, did I destroy his enthusiasm for hard work? He couldn't help asking Ajay. I feel a little guilty. I think you made him face the reality. Ajay patted Lazy's shoulder. Don't think too much. He's not that fragile. Lazy nodded and said nothing more. The two quickly finished lunch and went their separate ways. After Zhao Sun left the restaurant, he went straight to the nearest toilet. After locking the toilet door, he took out the 2 strands of Lazy's hair and gently licked them for 3 seconds. Congratulations on obtaining this special ability Gold Control LV4. Seeing this, Zhao Sun showed a satisfied expression. LV4. Okay. According to Wu Wei's arrangement, Lazy's 2 months of survival games should have only reached the minimum requirements of train rules and did not participate in more. Being able to upgrade to LV4 means that in several of the games, Lazy had side quests and maybe even completed hidden quests. In other words, Lazy should have a few special items in his hands. Sure enough, people who look very ordinary and popular in appearance are not as weak as ordinary people. Only in this way can you become a volunteer. Current devouring level LV5. You can have 10 abilities at the same time. Please select the ability to cover. Control Metal Resurrection Rage Beast Transformation LV2 Fire Control LV3 Evil Spirit LV5 Invalidation Psychic Power Water Power Teleportation Lightning Power. Zhao Sun naturally chose Control Metal. Control Metal LV4 covers Control Metal. Due to the ability of devouring, the effect of Control Metal LV4 is increased 5-fold. But it cannot be upgraded. Please click on the details for details. Zhao Sun took a look at the details. Control Metal LV4 can control all metal objects remotely. When controlling a single metal object, the volume cannot exceed the size of the body. When controlling multiple metal objects, the number cannot exceed 50, and the total volume cannot exceed 4 times the size of the body. Can control metal objects to change shape, and can split complete metal objects, after getting a 5-fold increase. According to the upgrade direction of this special ability, the changes are as follows. Can control all metal objects remotely. When controlling a single metal object, the volume cannot exceed 5 times the size of the body. When manipulating multiple metal objects, The number cannot exceed 300 at most. And the total volume cannot exceed 20 times the size of the player. Metal objects can be controlled to change shape. Complete metal objects can be split. The form of metal objects can be changed. And different metal objects can be fused into a new object. Zhao Sun nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. It is indeed more useful after the upgrade. Especially the last sentence. Changing the form of metal objects. If he understood correctly, should refer to metal liquefaction. Then, changing the shape of metal objects is not as simple as bending, but can be changed into a completely different appearance at will. He can change the metal into whatever he wants, which is more practical than the original Control Gold. Moreover, Control Gold LV4 does not have the ability to change shape, which is the effect of 5 times the increase after swallowing. So maybe LV5 can't do it either. Then he has a considerable advantage over other players with the special ability of Control Gold. Zhao Sun walked out of the bathroom in a good mood and returned to the box. It would be even better if he could get another Control Fire LV5. His fire control level is LV3. Either don't cover it, or if you want to cover it, you should directly find the highest level. Speaking of which, he was a little interested in the magician's fire magic in the last game. Black flames looked pretty cool, but when the magician used it, he could feel that it was not as good as his Samadhi fire. After all, it was normal that the kind of fire that could be extinguished by any water magician was not as good as Samadhi fire. In addition, the fire had a dark aura, and after the 5-fold increase, it would probably not upgrade to the direction of Samadhi fire. In comparison, he still liked Samadhi fire more, and it was more convenient to kill ghosts. So he gave up the idea of devouring. He still had to find a high-level fire control player. The most direct way was to ask the whistle, and there was a high probability of gain. But he had to pay the fee, so he had to consider it. Asterisk. At 11:30 p.m. on November 30th, the ranking was updated. After a month of grinding, the new players became old players, while the players who survived in November changed carriages. New players boarded the endless train. Zhao Sun stood in the box and opened his personal panel to check the information. Player, Zhao Sun. Points, 2,726. Ranking, 120. Survival time, 111 days and 4 hours. Ability, Devouring LV5. Currently devouring special abilities Gold Control LV4. Ability Resurrection Rage. Special ability Beast Transformation LV2. Special ability Fire Control LV3. Special ability Evil Spirit LV5. Ability Invalidation. Psychic Power. Water Power. Telekinesis. Lightning Power. Special items, Lively Long Rope. Scorching Blood. Goddess's Wings. Princess's Prince Pendant. Primate's Blessing. Cowardly Shackles. Fiery Red Seal. Imitation Doll. Chameleon's Cloak. Unyielding Bones. Firefly Light. This time, the points are only less than 700 more than last time, and it has advanced 3 at once. Zhao Sun does not think that the points gap between these 3 players is small. It is more likely that an old player has died. But this has little to do with him. The more he advances in the ranking, the better. Zhao Sun's eyes stayed on the 4th row for a while. His survival time is accumulating more and more. In the short term, he doesn't need to worry about not having enough time. But the points are still far from 10,000. It would be great if the survival time could be converted into points. Unfortunately, the mall only has the option of using points to buy survival time, not survival time to buy points. According to the current progress, he will have to spend at least another 5 or 6 months to accumulate 10,000 points. This is still under very smooth conditions. It's hard to say if it's not smooth. Zhao Sun took out his ticket and looked at the updated information on it. Zhao Sun. 05 Carriage 9 Box Number 2. Zhao Sun opened the door of the box and was about to go to his new bed when he saw Su Tiantian returning to the car. She was holding the ticket in her hand and looking at the updated information on it. Su Tiantian noticed Zhao Sun the first time, and she asked, "Change the carriage?" "Yes," Zhao Sun responded, and continued to walk towards the direction of carriage 05. Su Tiantian followed. "I should be about the same as you. Carriage 05. Compartment 9. Indeed." Zhao Sun looked at Su Tiantian. "Which berth are you in?" "Number 4. Su Tiantian answered, and then asked, "What about you?" "Number 2. Zhao Sun stopped at the door of compartment 9 and said to Su Tiantian, "The points of the last platform game you participated in are also counted into the total point statistics." He was not asking. but confirming. This can be confirmed from Su Tiantian's updated information. After all, her ranking has moved up 2 places. Of course. Su Tiantian smiled and winked at Zhao Sun. In a good mood. We are still roommates. Is Wu Wei still alive? Zhao Sun did not respond to Su Tiantian's words, but asked another question instead. Chapter 247, it has been checked clearly. You actually know that he also participated in this platform game. Su Tiantian was a little surprised. And then she moved closer to Zhao Sun and scolded. Why do you care about him so much? Why don't you care about me? You can live longer than him. Zhao Sun said concisely. I'll take it as a compliment. Su Tiantian smiled particularly brightly. And then she said, Don't worry. He and I are teammates this time. And he is living a good life. Zhao Sun said, pushed open the door of the box and walked in. Except for him and Su Tiantian. The other 2 roommates are men. One of them knows Su Tiantian, but obviously not familiar with her. He greeted Su Tiantian and didn't say anything else. Everyone made their own beds and lay down. No one spoke. And the 2 male players fell asleep quickly. Zhao Sun and Su Tiantian were still awake. At this time, the new players should still be fighting monsters in Carriage 17. After the battle, it was time to announce the start time of the platform game. Zhao Sun and Su Tiantian were both waiting for this announcement. They waited until 1:05 a.m. when the familiar electronic sound finally sounded on the radio. Today is 1:05 a.m. on December 1st. 3033. The train will arrive at the first station at 1:03 p.m. on December 2nd. Passengers who need to get off, please prepare in advance. After the broadcast, Su Tiantian immediately looked at Zhao Sun. Zhao Sun was in bunk 2 and Su Tiantian was in bunk 4. Both of them happened to be on the upper bunk. Although they were separated by an aisle and the room was dark, they could still vaguely distinguish each other's expressions with the light from the corridor through the crack of the compartment door. Although Su Tiantian didn't speak, her eyes clearly asked Zhao Sun whether he would participate in this platform game. Zhao Sun nodded affirmatively. Su Tiantian didn't say anything else. Turned over, wrapped herself in the quilt, and lay down. Zhao Sun knew that Su Tiantian meant that she would not compete with him. He smiled, changed to a more comfortable position, and fell asleep quickly. Asterisk. December 1st. 9 o'clock in the morning. After Zhao Sun washed up, he went to find Wu Wei as soon as possible. I heard from Ajay that you were looking for me when I came back. Wu Wei showed a concerned look. Is there something? Zhao Sun rarely took the initiative to find him. He was quite surprised and curious when he suddenly heard that Zhao Sun came to find him. I just want to see if you have participated in this platform game. Zhao Sun replied. By the way, I want to ask if you know any players whose special ability is to use fire. I also heard about this from Ajay. Wu Wei nodded to show that he understood. You want to know players who control gold and control fire. Ajay introduced Lei Zi to you yesterday. Yes. Zhao Sun nodded. I haven't come across any old players of fire control yet. Wu Wei scratched his head embarrassedly. But I can help you keep an eye out. Okay. Zhao Sun smiled. Then I'll trouble you. No trouble. You introduced me to Xiaozi before, so I got the information of the old volunteers. Wu Wei said sincerely. It's rare that you need my help. This is what I should do. Zhao Sun exchanged a few more words with Wu Wei, and successfully found an opportunity to pull a hair from Wu Wei. Then he skillfully entered a nearby bathroom and performed the devouring process. Overwrote Beast Transformation LV2 with Beast Transformation LV5, and then click to view details. Beast Transformation LV5 can transform oneself completely or partially. After transformation, possess the corresponding characteristics of the beast, and select one of the characteristics of the beast for a 1-fold increase. After obtaining a 5-fold increase, according to the upgrade direction of the special ability, the changes are as follows. Can transform oneself completely or partially, or transform different parts of oneself into different beasts. And the number of beast types that appear on the body at the same time shall not exceed 5. After transformation, possess the corresponding characteristics of the beast, and on this basis, select 2 of the characteristics of the beast for a 5-fold increase. If each part is transformed into a different beast, only 2 can be selected from the characteristics of all beasts for a 5-fold increase. Zhao Sun showed a satisfied look. While he obtained a more optimized special ability, he also had a new understanding of Wu Wei's current strength. For Wu Wei, the upgrade from Beast Transformation LV2 to Beast Transformation LV5 is to gradually transform part of the body into beast and transform the whole body into beast. At LV2, he could only transform 2 parts of his body into beast, according to the progress. At LV3 and LV4, he may not have reached the level of overall beast transformation, but the parts that can be transformed into beasts have increased. Wu Wei's LV5 can also choose a beast feature to double the increase, which can be regarded as a qualitative upgrade. But compared with the beast transformation LV5 after 5 times increase, it is not good enough. For Zhao Sun, the biggest change of this special ability is that it can transform different parts of the body into different types of beasts at the same time. This means that it can have both defense and attack capabilities at the same time. It is more practical. In addition, he is looking forward to how much his body size will change when he turns into a dragon or phoenix, a mythical beast that does not exist in reality. The last time he turned into a dragon, the longest he could reach was about 20 meters. This time, maybe more than 200 meters? Well, find a chance to try it. Zhao Sun opened the door of the toilet and walked back to his compartment. As soon as the door of the box was opened, Xiaozi was seen standing in the box, and Su Tiantian was chatting with Xiaozi. Seeing Zhao Sun appear, Xiaozi raised his hand and greeted him. Ashui, the matter you asked me to investigate has been investigated clearly. Zhao Sun's expression changed slightly, but his tone sounded no different from usual. Let me tell you the result first. Xiaozi glanced at Su Tiantian, and seeing that Zhao Sun had no intention of avoiding Su Tiantian, he spoke. Your mother was killed by a player, and this player is still alive. Hearing this, Zhao Sun waved to Su Tiantian. You go out. I want to talk to Xiaozi alone about the remaining details. Su Tiantian was very tactful. She knew that this matter meant something different to Zhao Sun, so she did not tease or laugh as usual, and left without saying a word. After the door of the box was closed again, Zhao Sun signaled Xiaozi to continue. Wait, Whistle said as he took out a piece of incense from the storage compartment and lit it. This is my special item. After lighting this incense, any sound made in the closed space cannot be heard by the outside world, and no one outside can open the door and window at will. Zhao Sun showed a hint of interest. This special item is quite suitable for you. For a person who sells information, information is more valuable if it is not easily leaked. When trading information, it is more reassuring to be able to keep it confidential. However, I have never seen Xiaozi so serious before, and I feel that things are not simple. Xiaozi saw that Zhao Sun seemed to be in a good mood, and he did not show too much excitement because he knew the existence of the enemy. He was slightly relieved, but he felt more distressed. He couldn't figure out Zhao Sun's attitude, so he couldn't be sure whether Zhao Sun really cared, and whether he wanted revenge. Let me think about where to start. Xiaozi rubbed his hair, looking a little nervous and a little excited. Zhao Sun looked at Xiaozi's expression, and always felt that Xiaozi's current state was different from usual. After thinking for a while, he suggested, if it is not a special event, just talk about the key points. If you think this event is special and worth talking about in detail, just talk about it in chronological order. If it is normal to die in the hands of players in the game, it can only be regarded as inferior skills. The survival game is an environment without any legal constraints and only subject to the rules of the game. Survival of the fittest. Death is the norm. In this case, he didn't think there was any problem with his adoptive mother being killed by other players, let alone hatred. Then, there is no need to talk about this matter in detail. But if it is other rare cases, it is necessary to listen to the process. Whistle skillfully took out his bench from the storage compartment, sat down, and carefully sorted out his thoughts before speaking. I have to tell you about this matter in 2 parts. Well, go ahead. I won't interrupt you. Zhao Sun signaled Whistle to start. Xiaozi then continued. When you showed me the photos of your parents on your phone, I said that I felt your mother looked familiar, as if I had seen her somewhere before. But when I saw her, it was not a real person, but a painting. I have never remembered where I saw her, so I can only follow my feelings to find clues. I have been looking for information fragments based on the premise of a painting I have seen before, but I have never succeeded. A few days ago, by chance, I got a piece of information fragment about your mother from an unfamiliar person. At that moment, I realized that my search direction was deviated. But from that piece of information fragment, it became easier to find the cause of your mother's death. From this clue, I can work backwards. Soon I knew where I had seen your mother. I did see your mother before. Not in person or in a portrait, but in a photo. The person in the photo was not your mother, so I have very little impression of her. The player who had the photo had died a long time ago. And there are not many players who had contact with him who are still alive. In addition, your mother only appeared in a corner of the photo and was accidentally included in the photo. So it was really difficult for me to find clues based on a painting I had seen before. But after I accidentally got the clue about your mother, I almost immediately identified the murderer. The reason why I didn't tell you that day was that I wanted to confirm the authenticity to avoid making a misjudgment. You haven't said who the player who killed my mother is.
Zhao Sun finally couldn't help but interrupt Xiaozi.
You laid the groundwork for too long.
Xiaozi coughed unnaturally.
I was just about to say it. Please don't interrupt my thoughts. Okay? I have to tell you the cause and effect. Okay.
Zhao Sun didn't get impatient and motioned Xiaozi to continue. He felt that Xiaozi's state today was a little strange. It seemed that Xiaozi wanted to say something that he thought was very important. But he was afraid that he didn't realize the seriousness of the matter. So he kept laying the groundwork. Fortunately, he had plenty of time now. So it didn't hurt to listen. Xiaozi cleared his throat, sorted out his thoughts, and continued to narrate at his own pace. Your mother died in a survival game. It should be because of the faction relationship set in the game that she died at the hands of the enemy player. He took a deep breath and suppressed the trembling in his voice. But the player who killed her was violent, twisted and perverted, and liked to torture people very much. Hearing this, Zhao Sun's eyes narrowed slightly, and the muscles on his face gradually tightened, and even the smile that often hung on the corners of his mouth slowly faded. He has realized something. Xiaozi noticed the change in Zhao Sun's expression, and he swallowed subconsciously. He is in a complicated mood now. Seeing Zhao Sun's concern, he was a little relieved, but looking at Zhao Sun's face without a smile, he felt a little scared. He seemed to have never seen Zhao Sun's face without a smile. No matter when, Zhao Sun's lips were always slightly raised, and he was polite and courteous to others, like a very cultured gentleman. At this moment, Zhao Sun's expressionless face seemed to reveal a hint of murderous intent, which made him instinctively shudder. This feeling is very similar to the feeling Su Tiantian gave him at a certain moment. Almost exactly the same. Seeing that Xiaozi had not spoken for a long time, Zhao Sun's eyes slightly deviated and met Xiaozi's.
My mother was tortured before she died.
His tone was calm, without any emotional ups and downs, stating something that seemed to have nothing to do with him. But as the words came out, Xiaozi felt a chill.
It should be.
Xiaozi mustered up the courage to continue.
This player has always been like this. Whether it is the hostile relationship caused by the game or the conflict of interest, he never gives the person he wants to kill a quick death, and always takes pleasure in torturing the other party. He likes to let the other party die in the slowest way, and enjoys the process of torture very much.
Zhao Sun's fingers moved slightly, but only moved twice, and returned to calm.
I haven't found out exactly how your mother died. If you want to know, give me another day, and I guarantee I can give you an accurate answer.
The whistle glanced at Zhao Sun's face and added,
It's okay to not know the process. Check it out.
Zhao Sun's voice was faint.
It doesn't matter.
The whistle responded weakly. He didn't dare to keep it a secret at this time, and took the initiative to tell the players information.
This man's nickname is Devil. A man about 30 years old. He is about 1.8 meters tall and looks thin. But he is very strong. He belongs to the lean type.
He glanced at Zhao Sun's face again, and his voice became lower and lower.
If you see him, you will know at first glance that he is not a good person, because there is a trace of evil in his eyes. No matter who you look at, it makes people feel uncomfortable, as if they are being dissected by his eyes.
Chapter 248, The Devil's Special Ability.
Which car is that person in?
Zhao Sun asked Xiaozi calmly.
The birth number has just been updated. Do you know his new position now?
I haven't checked it yet, Xiaozi replied.
But this information is very simple. I will find it out in a while. Wait until you find out how my mother died, and then tell me together.
Zhao Sun's expression and tone sounded very rational, and he didn't seem to be swayed by emotions at all.
Okay. I will give you accurate information by noon tomorrow at the latest,
Xiaozi promised solemnly. Zhao Sun looked at Xiaozi.
Do you have anything else to say to me?
Xiaozi opened his mouth, but no sound came out, and he seemed a little hesitant.
Just say it.
Zhao Sun leaned against the wall, one hand in his pocket.
You talked to me today, and your state was not right from the beginning.
Xiaozi smiled awkwardly.
Is it so obvious?
Zhao Sun didn't say anything else, just looked at Xiaozi steadily. Xiaozi stopped smiling and said, Do you remember that I signed a contract with you? Yes. Zhao Sun nodded. The person I want you to help me kill is the devil. Xiaozi closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his eyes were already stained with uncontrollable hatred. To be honest, I was a little happy when I confirmed that we had a common enemy. This means that you will be more attentive to avenge me. And yourself. But from your attitude at first, I was not sure if you cared. Xiaozi paused, but still chose to speak his mind. I am not sure if you can have the idea of revenge. Which makes me a little uneasy. You deliberately described the devil's hobby of torturing people, and explained it in such detail, in order to arouse my hatred. Zhao Sun hit the nail on the head. Yes. Xiaozi admitted with a guilty conscience, and explained. But I did not exaggerate at all. His behavior will only be more serious than what I said. Do you hate him because the person you care about died in his hands? Zhao Sun asked suddenly. Xiaozi was silent for a few seconds, then nodded slowly. Yes. At last, he sighed helplessly. It's a pity that I am not strong enough to kill him. So I can only count on others to avenge me. By this evening at the latest. You must find out the 2 things I asked you to find out. Zhao Sun suddenly changed the subject again. I don't have the patience to wait until tomorrow. Since Xiaozi was also very concerned about this matter. And the devil was a thorn in Xiaozi's heart. So, he asked Xiaozi to find out as soon as possible. And Xiaozi should not refuse. Xiaozi was stunned. This was the first time he heard Zhao Sun say the word impatient. In the past, it seemed that no matter what time, Zhao Sun always showed great patience. Forget it. It was normal to be impatient when it came to his parents. Okay. Xiaozi agreed. According to his special ability, he could collect 13 information fragments today, which was enough for him to find out the 2 things Zhao Sun wanted to know. It's just that he just took a business yesterday, and the other party had already paid the deposit. What he promised to give him after the deal was done was exactly what he wanted very much. He originally wanted to complete the deal today and investigate the devil tomorrow. But since Zhao Sun took the initiative to ask, the deal can be done tomorrow. Xiaozi stood up and took back the stool. I will check now. And the rest of the matter, I will tell you together after I find out clearly. Hearing the second half of the words, Zhao Sun raised his eyebrows slightly. It seems that Xiaozi has some important things to say. Maybe he wants to find out clearly before deciding what to say. It doesn't matter. At most, he will wait until tonight. He can wait. Xiaozi extinguished the incense and waited for a while. After there was no smoke in the room, he opened the door and walked out. As soon as the door opened, he saw Su Tiantian standing outside. Xiaozi nodded to Su Tiantian and left in a hurry. Su Tiantian walked into the box quickly and closed the door. You haven't left yet? Zhao Sun asked casually. Yes. Su Tiantian answered frankly. I'm quite curious about what you talked about, and I want to hear you talk about it first. Although Zhao Sun had just driven her away and didn't want her to listen, it didn't mean that he was unwilling to tell her afterwards. Anyway, she didn't have any loss by asking again. Zhao Sun was silent for a moment, and said, Su Tiantian, I don't plan to participate in this platform game. If you want to go ahead. Su Tiantian was stunned for a moment. It was the first time she saw Zhao Sun calling her full name so seriously. You want revenge? She raised her eyebrows slightly. The person who decided to participate in the platform game last night suddenly changed her mind. The only thing she thought of was that thing mentioned by Xiaozi. Since it was about Zhao Sun's mother, Xiaozi said that she was killed by other players, and the player was still alive. Then it was normal for Zhao Sun to want revenge. Yeah, Zhao Sun admitted. So anxious? Su Tiantian reminded. Shouldn't you collect more clues about your enemies, make a revenge plan, and then take action? Isn't it too hasty to take revenge now? Acting impulsively is not something that Zhao Sun would do. Is he overwhelmed by emotions? Did his love for his mother make him lose his mind? Of course I need to get more clues. Zhao Sun smiled. So there is no time to participate in the platform game. I see. Su Tiantian nodded with satisfaction. I also said that you lose your mind so easily. But you will disappoint me. Not to the point. Zhao Sun shook his head. Not to the point of losing his mind. He may have some feelings for his adoptive parents, but it is far less than the passionate admiration of other children for their parents. Probably because his emotional function is not normal. Even so, his adoptive parents are one of the few people in the world that he has some feelings for. What's more, his adoptive mother is indeed a good person. Whether as a mother, a wife, or a human in any sense. She is a good person. So, he wants to avenge his adoptive mother. This idea is not influenced by many emotional factors, but more of a feeling that his adoptive mother deserves him to do something for her. If his adoptive parents died of natural causes, or died due to natural selection, he would not have the idea of revenge. But his adoptive mother was tortured to death by the player. So revenge is the most appropriate thing. In addition, he always had this idea in his mind. After determining the cause of death of his adoptive parents, and completing the revenge of his adoptive parents, all the ties between him and his adoptive parents would be completely over. From then on, he could start a life that belonged entirely to him. If he didn't do this, he would always remember it in the future. So, he had to do it. Since you don't have time to participate in this platform game, I will go. Su Tiantian winked at Zhao Sun. Taking advantage of this opportunity, my ranking will definitely surpass yours. When the time comes, it will not be so easy for you to catch up again. Really? Zhao Sun smiled noncommittally, not caring about Su Tiantian's joking provocation. That may not be the case. Seeing that Zhao Sun was still in the mood to pay attention to the points ranking, Su Tiantian felt more relieved. She was sure that Zhao Sun was not stubborn and had not lost his mind. She didn't say anything more and prepared to participate in the platform game. Asterisk. At about 6 in the evening, Zhao Sun finished eating the buns in 2 storage compartments and finally waited for Xiaozi to come. Xiaozi's face was a little pale, and he didn't look very good. Zhao Sun took a look and guessed what was going on. He had obtained Xiaozi's special ability, and was very clear about the ability details of Wi-Fi Signal Tower LV5. One of them said that the more complex the information to be found, the longer the time, and the deeper the hidden degree, the greater the consumption of mental power. The residence of the devil must be easy to find, and Xiaozi only needs to detect a piece of information to determine the accurate information. But as for the cause of his mother's death, it has been too long and there are too few people who know about it. So the consumption of mental power must be great, even if you only need to detect a few pieces of information to know the complete content. The consumption of mental power is also huge. Zhao Sun understood it in his heart, but he didn't say anything. He would not reveal that he knew Xiaozi's special ability. At this time, Su Tiantian and the other 2 male players were in the box. Xiaozi was not convenient to speak, so he signaled Zhao Sun to go out with his eyes. Zhao Sun understood and followed Xiaozi out. The 2 chose a nearby bathroom and locked the door. The bathroom was very small. 2 men squeezed in it, and there was not much room for movement. Even so, Xiaozi still took out the special item and lit it very carefully. When the smoke dispersed, he spoke. I have checked everything. Which one do you want to hear first? His current specific location. Zhao Sun spoke. Carriage number 2. Compartment number 5. Bunk number 2. After a pause, Xiaozi explained. The layout structure of the first 3 carriages is somewhat different from that of the other carriages. Carriage number 2 and carriage number 3 both have 10 compartments, and there are only 2 bunks in a compartment. So there are only 20 players in carriage number 2 and carriage number 3 respectively? Zhao Sun immediately understood what Xiaozi meant. There are only 10 players in carriage number 1. That's right. Xiaozi nodded. Okay. I know. Zhao Sun responded, without saying anything more. Xiaozi was a little worried. So he asked, You don't want to seek revenge now, do you? Without waiting for Zhao Sun to answer, he said, I think it's too hasty. We still need to plan it carefully. I don't plan to go right away. Zhao Sun waved his hand and urged Xiaozi. You should tell me the specific cause of my mother's death. Xiaozi carefully glanced at Zhao Sun's face and asked with some concern. Are you sure you want to know the very detailed process? Sure. Zhao Sun nodded very affirmatively. Xiaozi didn't understand why Zhao Sun had to know the whole process. In his opinion, this was undoubtedly self-torture. What has happened cannot be changed. It is a good thing not to know the specific process at that time. At least the pain in the heart can be much less. Just like he did not see the process with his own eyes at the beginning, but because of the characteristics of his special ability. After collecting enough information, it is equivalent to seeing it with his own eyes. He didn't even dare to finish watching it. He just felt heartache and cold all over. He regretted countless times that he saw the cruel scene of the tragic death of the people he cared about. And he couldn't calm down countless times in his dreams at midnight. Therefore, he thought that as long as Zhao Sun could confirm that his mother was tortured before her death and determine the idea of revenge, why bother to know the details and torture himself? Although he was puzzled,
facing Zhao Sun's unquestionable eyes. Xiaozi still described the process in detail. Zhao Sun listened quietly throughout the whole process, with almost no fluctuations in his expression. But his eyes were slightly cold. After Xiaozi finished speaking, seeing that Zhao Sun had not changed much emotionally, he was not sure whether Zhao Sun was sad or not, and he didn't know whether he should comfort him. Just when Xiaozi was hesitant, Zhao Sun spoke again.
You said in the morning that you would tell me about the rest of the things after you have found out. What do you mean by the rest of the things?
His tone was very calm and rational, which made Xiaozi feel a little indifferent. Xiaozi coughed to relax his tight throat.
There is something that I think it is necessary to tell you in advance, so that you can be mentally prepared.
Zhao Sun did not speak, but signaled Xiaozi to continue with his eyes.
You know now that I have a deep hatred for the devil. So I have investigated a lot of information about him, and know a thing or two about his special abilities.
Xiaozi habitually laid the groundwork.
Speak to the point.
Zhao Sun urged impatiently. Xiaozi immediately went straight to the point.
The special ability of the devil is to make the people he killed into puppets. Once they become puppets, they become his property and are controlled by him.
He glanced at Zhao Sun's slightly gloomy face and spoke faster.
Because that is the product of his special ability. Those puppets can be carried by him and taken out when needed.
Zhao Sun's fingers unconsciously rubbed the wash basin beside him.
You mean, my mother's body is likely to be in his hands? Not only that.
Xiaozi swallowed his saliva and tried to squeeze out a little sound.
The soul of the person who was made into a puppet by him will also be trapped in the body. But he cannot control his body independently. In other words, he will never be reincarnated.
Zhao Sun's eyes narrowed slightly. The killing intent suddenly emerged, but it quickly subsided. He looked at Xiaozi.
So, the person you care about has also become a puppet of the devil? Yes.
Xiaozi answered blankly. He didn't expect that at this time. Zhao Sun, who had obvious emotional fluctuations, could still think about other people's affairs instead of immersing himself in anger and hatred.
You look for contracts everywhere just to kill the devil and save the body and soul of the person you care about.
Zhao Sun concluded again. Chapter 249. What's your plan?
Yes,
said the whistle, looking somewhat disappointed.
I want to liberate her and let her soul rest in peace. But my ability is not combat-oriented, and I can't beat the devil. So I can only use this method.
He looked up at Zhao Sun and said very seriously.
I know you want revenge now, but I still suggest that you follow the terms of the contract with me. Wait until your points reach the same or higher than the devil. Then take action.
Zhao Sun did not refuse directly, but just said,
Reason.
Whistle explained seriously.
I set this condition in the contract, not for the points themselves, but to let you experience more survival games. If you want to accumulate more points, you have to participate in more survival games, so that you have the opportunity to get more special items.
Zhao Sun did not say anything, just looked at the whistle. Whistle continued with a serious face.
Devil is the second batch of players to board the endless train. When he was a rookie, he was able to kill several old players. You can imagine how powerful he is.
He was afraid that Zhao Sun could not understand the strength of the devil, so he described it in detail.
And as far as I know, he frequently participated in the platform game in the first 3 months after he became an old player. Even after those 3 months, he only participated in the dream game according to the minimum number of times stipulated, and never participated in the platform game again. But today, the number of special items he has obtained cannot be underestimated.
Zhao Sun said, oh, and his expression did not change much. Whistle emphasized again.
If you have too few special items, it will be difficult to deal with him. Not to mention that his special ability is very strong. You and him are nearly a year apart. It is probably difficult to defeat him with special abilities alone. You must need the assistance of many special items. Do you know how many special items he has?
Zhao Sun suddenly asked this question. Whistle was stunned for a moment, obviously not expecting Zhao Sun to ask this question.
How many points does he have now? Do you know?
Zhao Sun asked another question. Whistle.
When he first became an old player, he participated in the platform game so frequently, and it seemed that he wanted to accumulate 10,000 points as soon as possible to become a train conductor.
Zhao Sun analyzed another thing.
But 3 months later, he suddenly changed his style of doing things. Did something special happen? Wait!
Whistle hurriedly raised his hand to stop Zhao Sun from continuing to speak. There were too many questions at once, and he felt that his brain couldn't keep up with the rhythm. Zhao Sun stopped very politely.
Do you realize the seriousness of what I told you?
Whistle asked uneasy.
I realize it.
Zhao Sun nodded with his usual smile on his face.
You don't want me to take revenge now, because I haven't reached the requirement of scores equal to or higher than the devil in the contract. If I take revenge at this time, the contract will not take effect, which means that I killed the devil but didn't help you liberate the people you care about. And your contract can't constrain me.
Whistle's expression was embarrassed and guilty for a moment, and he laughed dryly.
I really can't hide anything from you.
At the beginning, he mentioned a sentence in the contract.
The enemy's identity information and detailed revenge requirements will automatically enter the player A Shui's brain after the points meet the requirements.
The
detailed revenge requirements
were set when he wrote the complete contract on the special item for the first time. Even if it was not clearly written in the contract, it could not be changed. The reason why he did not write it down directly was because he did not want to leave text information and expose his revenge plan. If there are devils, lackeys among the contracted players, or will become devils, lackeys in the future, the situation will be very unfavorable to him. His only advantage is that the devil does not know that there is such an enemy as him. Because when the devil killed the people he cared about, he was not there at all. Otherwise, the devil would have wiped out the roots long ago.
I don't want you to take revenge now. One of the reasons is that I am worried that you will not be willing to help me without the bondage of the contract.
Xiaozi took a deep breath and said frankly,
But the other reasons I mentioned are also true. I am not doing this just for myself. I know.
Zhao Sun nodded, without any annoyance on his face.
So I listened to you patiently until you finished speaking. Then, what are you thinking now?
Xiaozi couldn't figure out Zhao Sun's psychology for a moment, and could only pray with hope in his eyes.
If you insist on taking revenge now, I will definitely not be able to stop you. Then I beg you to help me. I only have one request. Help me liberate her, and let her soul be free.
He was a little anxious, and before Zhao Sun could express his opinion, he lowered his head in depression.
If I have the ability, I want to take revenge myself, but I really can't.
He knew that Zhao Sun and he had a common enemy, and killing the devil was beyond doubt, even if there was no bondage of the contract. Judging from Zhao Sun's attitude, revenge was a foregone conclusion, but without the bondage of the contract, he was not sure whether Zhao Sun was willing to help him liberate her. Once the devil died, all the contracts would be voided, and he would no longer have the hope of liberating her. Zhao Sun looked at Xiaozi's reaction and smiled.
It seems that my guess is right. The death of the devil does not mean that the puppets he made can be liberated.
If the devil died, all the puppets would be liberated, and Xiaozi would not have to ask him. Xiaozi was so anxious. It was nothing more than understanding that liberating the puppets required another step. It was not until this time that Xiaozi realized that he had been tricked, and his face turned pale.
Don't worry. There is still value in the transaction between us.
Zhao Sun still had a smile on his face.
I need you to tell me as much news about the devil as possible, and in return, I will help you liberate the person you care about.
Hearing this, Xiaozi's face gradually regained a little color, and his originally raised heart was slightly settled. Yes, he was so concerned that he almost forgot that he was of great value to Zhao Sun. Although it was just a verbal transaction without any contractual constraints, he trusted Zhao Sun. Having known each other for so long, he knew very well that Zhao Sun never promised anything easily. Since it was something he took the initiative to promise, he would definitely do his best to fulfill it.
I don't plan to take revenge right away. I have to know more about the enemy to increase my chances of success.
Zhao Sun said again. Xiaozi felt more at ease and relaxed a lot.
Do you know anything about the 3 questions I just asked?
Zhao Sun asked Xiaozi.
You care so much about the devil. You must have investigated a lot of things about him in private. Right. I did investigate a lot about him. But it's hard to find accurate results for the questions you want to know.
Xiaozi quickly got into the state and answered Zhao Sun.
Because special items and points are constantly changing. And wanting to know this kind of privacy consumes a lot of my energy. Just tell me what you know now.
Zhao Sun didn't feel disappointed. Just let Xiaozi say as much as he could.
Then let's start with your 3rd question.
Xiaozi seemed a little tired of standing, so he took out his own stool and reluctantly sat down in the narrow bathroom.
In the 3rd month of becoming an old player, that is, the 4th month of becoming a player of Endless Train, at the end of the month, Devil faced death in a platform game.
Hearing this, Zhao Sun showed an interested look. Death boarded the Endless Train in October of the previous year, in the same batch as Devil. But it was not until the 4th month that the two of them became hostile. It can only be said that they were lucky to each other.
Xiaozi continued. In that battle, both of them were seriously injured, but Devil seemed to be a little worse. Since then,
Devil has not participated in the platform game again. As for whether he was scared by death or made some agreement with death, I don't know.
Zhao Sun nodded in understanding. It seems that the strength of death is stronger than that of
Devil.
Or in other words, with the special abilities and special items of
Devil.
At that time, it was not the opponent of
death.
At that time.
In this way, when Death first became an old player, he also frequently participated in the platform game?
Zhao Sun suddenly asked this question.
Yes.
Whistle nodded.
But later, he didn't participate. But it was a little later than Devil. He seemed to stop participating half a year later.
Zhao Sun frowned slightly. Half a year. Having participated in the platform game and completed the dream game. And with good strength.
Death
should have accumulated 10,000 points long ago. Did he deliberately not redeem the points to become a
train conductor?
Or did he spend a lot of points on other things? Well, we can talk about
death
later. Zhao Sun returned to the original topic.
Then do you know how many special items the Devil has now? How many points has he accumulated? He didn't reveal much information about these 2 points. So it's hard for me to give you an accurate number.
Whistle spoke very cautiously.
His points should be less than 10,000. But he's probably not far from 10,000. It's estimated to be about 2,000.
After thinking for a while, he added,
the gap between the points of the old players in the second and third carriages varies. Some may be several hundred points apart, and some may only be a dozen points apart. But in general, the 20 players in the second carriage should basically be 2,000 or 3,000 points away from accumulating 10,000.
Zhao Sun nodded and didn't say much. This is actually as it should be. Old players who can rank high must be strong and have lived long enough. They should have higher points than the players who entered later. As a player who only boarded the endless train in the second year, it is difficult to catch up with the original old players no matter how hard they try. This is normal. What is abnormal is that to this day, there has not been a
train conductor.
Is there anything else that attracts these old players besides the
train conductor?
Even if they have accumulated enough points, they choose to spend their points on other things? Whistle didn't know that Zhao Sun was still thinking about other things. So he continued his topic.
However, there should be more than 10 special items of the Devil, among which there are several commonly used special items. I have a general understanding of their specific functions, and can tell you.
Zhao Sun did 2 things at once without any obstacles.
Okay. Then tell me. Let's talk about this later.
Whistle suddenly kept Zhao Sun in suspense and advised him again.
No matter what, don't rush to act in the next 2 days. Okay?
Zhao Sun came back to his senses and asked.
Why? What are your plans? I traded with a player 2 days ago, and he used a special item to buy my information.
Whistle answered truthfully.
That special item may be able to deal with the special ability of the Devil at a critical moment. I hope that when you carry out your revenge plan, you can take it with you.
He was afraid that if he told all the information about the
Devil,
now, Zhao Sun would start his revenge plan without saying a word. Even though Zhao Sun had promised him that he would liberate
her,
he believed that Zhao Sun would try his best to do so. But he also wanted to make more contributions and try to increase the success rate of revenge. Xiaozi said again,
I haven't had time to collect the information he wants. So you wait for me for a day or 2.
Zhao Sun thought for a while and nodded.
Okay. I also need a few days to make some preparations. That couldn't be better.
Xiaozi breathed a sigh of relief.
Then let's do this today. I'll go and make this deal. And when I hand over the special items to you, I will tell you all the information I know about the Devil. And I will never hide anything. Okay.
Zhao Sun did not object, but just reminded.
But there is one thing you have to understand. I don't plan to wait until my points are the same as his before taking action. You also said that he may have about 8,000 points now. And it will be difficult for me to catch up with him. If he becomes a train conductor, with the blessing of this identity, the situation may be more unfavorable to me.
Xiaozi's expression became more solemn.
Okay. I understand.
This time, he did not raise any objections.
Also, there is something I need your help with,
Zhao Sun said slowly.
I want to know whose special ability is fire control, and whose level has reached level 5.
If it was before, he would not be in a hurry to upgrade the level of this special ability. But now, if he upgrades one more special ability level, he will have a better chance of winning. Besides, Xiaozi will definitely be willing to sell him the information for free now. So such a good opportunity cannot be wasted. Xiaozi showed a surprised look, but he did not ask more questions. Just agreed. Okay. Leave it to me. The conversation between the two came to an end for the time being. Xiaozi blew out the special item incense, opened the door and walked out. Chapter 250 Surveillance. After Zhao Sun separated from Xiaozi, he walked towards his own compartment. But he did not go in. Instead, he stood at the door of the compartment, took out a red seal, and quickly stamped a seal on the side of the door frame. When he was in the copy of Minotaur's Labyrinth, he tried it and found that he could use this seal to temporarily control the labyrinth. And he could see the entire map of the labyrinth and the movement trajectory of everyone in the map. Now perhaps the seal can also be used to temporarily control the endless train. According to previous experience, it is estimated that it is somewhat difficult to control the entire train, but it should be possible to have partial control. Of course, the prerequisite is that the endless train does not have any firewall or something like that. Zhao Sun asked Xiaozi about the specific location of the demon, just to use the fire red seal to learn more about the latest news about the demon from the demon himself. But without being sure whether the endless train has a firewall, he cannot go directly to the number 2 carriage to stamp. There aren't many people coming and going in the number 2 carriage, but any stranger entering would be too conspicuous. Even if he has the chameleon cloak, he can't guarantee that he won't be discovered. So, he has to experiment with his own compartment first. And after confirming that the method is effective, he will take the risk to avoid meaninglessly alerting the enemy. After the red seal was printed on the door frame, a pop-up window appeared in front of Zhao Sun. The ownership of compartment 9 in the number 05 carriage of the endless train has been temporarily changed, and the player Zhao Sun has the right to control it for 3 hours. Within 3 hours, only the player Zhao Sun controls the compartment, and no one can seize the right to control it in any way. Zhao Sun breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that settings such as firewalls do not exist. However, the scope of his control over the endless train is smaller than he expected. In the maze, he could control all the walls of the maze by stamping on the wall. But now, he stamped on the door frame. But he didn't even get the control of the entire 05 carriage, but only got the control of a compartment. This can only show that the setting of the endless train is more complicated than the maze. However, it is enough. Zhao Sun walked to the junction of the 2 carriages, pretending to be dazed, but actually paying attention to the very complete layout of the compartment that appeared in his mind. Unlike the maze, the graphics this time are 3D, and everyone in the compartment can clearly see the expression and even hear their voices. Sure enough, there are disadvantages and advantages. His control of the endless train is much smaller, but he can hear and see clearly everything within his control, just like a monitoring device. This is even better. Being able to hear the conversation and see the other party's actions clearly is exactly what he needs most now, in order to avoid the sound and images of the 2 boxes appearing in his mind at the same time, causing confusion of information. Zhao Sun waited until the 3 hours of control were over before putting on the chameleon cloak and going to carriage number 2. He flexibly avoided being touched by others along the way and walked into carriage number 2 without any danger. He stood outside the door of carriage number 5 and chose to stamp the seal at the bottom of the inner side of the door frame. The ownership of compartment 5 in carriage 02 of the endless train has been temporarily changed, and player Zhao Sun has the right to control it for 3 hours. For 3 hours, only player Zhao Sun controls the compartment, and no one can seize the right to control it in any way. Seeing the pop-up window appear, Zhao Sun immediately left the number 2 compartment quickly. He came and went freely without attracting anyone's attention. Zhao Sun returned to his bed and lay down, but his attention was all on the picture in his mind. Just as the whistle said, there were only 2 berths in the compartment of the number 2 compartment. These 2 berths were not only more spacious than the berths in carriages 3 to 7, but also seemed to be made of better materials. It looked more like a home bed. In the compartment, the 2 male players did not sit on their respective beds, but sat at the desk to talk. But as the whistle said, Zhao Sun determined who was the devil at a glance. He was tall and thin, and his eyes always revealed evil. He was not a good person at first glance. The other person seemed a little reserved and cautious, and looked like the devil's younger brother. He's not here? The devil's face was a little gloomy. Are you sure you've looked everywhere? I searched every corner of carriage 1, and I didn't see him anywhere.
The younger brother carefully observed the devil's face.
Unless he went to other cars. Impossible.
The devil was very sure.
With his temperament, he would never run to other cars for no reason.
The younger brother lowered his head in silence. The devil didn't care, muttering to himself.
Is he hiding deliberately to avoid me? But I didn't show up on purpose and let others find him. He shouldn't know that I was looking for him.
The younger brother didn't respond. At this time, how could he dare to say anything? If he really said that the man was deliberately avoiding the devil, I'm afraid the devil would be angry. Isn't he the unlucky one? The devil didn't expect the younger brother to respond. He continued to mutter.
This is the second time. It can't be a coincidence. But where can he hide?
The younger brother was silent for a long time, and suddenly suggested,
Since we can't find anyone for the time being, why don't we go to the dream game first? After finishing the dream game in early December, we can go to find someone. Maybe we can find him.
The devil pulled himself out of his thoughts and stared at the younger brother with a gloomy look. The younger brother was looked at coldly and hurriedly explained.
During the time you go to the dream game, I will continue to look for people and promise not to be lazy. When is it your turn to arrange my time?
The devil's voice was full of sarcasm.
Who do you think you are?
The younger brother immediately fell silent and apologized repeatedly. He knew very well that although he and the devil were in the same car, the gap in strength between him and the devil was not as close as his points with the devil. Compared with the players ranked after the third car, he might have some advantages. But compared with the devil, he was really not good enough. If the demon only participated in the dream game 3 times a month, with the demon's strength, he would have accumulated 10,000 points and left the endless train long ago. So, he didn't dare to offend the demon, even if the demon's attitude was bad. He had to smile carefully. He even planned to deliberately fail in the next dream game. Compared to becoming a train conductor as soon as possible, he wanted to get away from the devil as soon as possible. After the ranking was updated this time, he found that he was a roommate with the devil, and he felt a black screen in front of his eyes. Accumulating points is not important at all. He just hopes that he can live until the ranking is updated. Perhaps the younger brother's attitude is very low, which makes the devil quite satisfied. And he didn't do anything to the younger brother after all. The devil waved his hand, as if to drive away flies.
Go away! Don't come back before 12 o'clock in the evening, so as not to annoy me.
The younger brother hurriedly left the compartment as if he had been pardoned. After that, the devil didn't say anything, but frowned and thought about something. Zhao Sun has been observing patiently, and he didn't hear the devil say a word until the end of 3 hours. But what is certain at present is that the devil does not plan to enter the dream game for the time being. This is the best. His original plan was to use the fire red seal to monitor the devil, and enter the dream game at the same time as the devil. If the dream merges, he can take revenge on the demon in the dream game. Although the train rules do not restrict players from fighting in other carriages other than the restaurant carriage. If they fight in the carriage, it is easy to affect other players. He does not care whether other players will die, but he does not want to affect other players and cause them to passively join the battle, which will increase the difficulty of his revenge. After all, the possibility of others helping him is too low. Even if the other party may not help the demon, they will never help him. On the contrary, it is possible that because he started the fight first, the implicated players will be angry and want to kill him. Therefore, the battlefield cannot be chosen in the carriage. In fact, when he found that using the fire red seal could gain control of part of the endless train, he considered fighting the demon in the special carriage number 17. But there are 2 problems. First, he has no reasonable reason to let the demon pass by without defense. Second, his control time is only 3 hours. But he is not sure that he can end the battle within 3 hours. In summary, it is more appropriate to enter the dream game before taking action. Since the demon had no intention of entering the dream game in the past 2 days, he could wait patiently for the transaction with the whistle to be completed, and then let the whistle tell him the information about the demon in detail. If everything goes well, he can take action in early December. As for monitoring the demon, although the control right of using the fire red seal is only 3 hours each time, he can restamp it after 3 hours. The limitation of this special item is that no more than 5 items can be controlled at the same time. But there is no concept of cooling time. Therefore, except for the time when he is asleep, he can restamp it every 3 hours and other time periods. At most, he will miss a few minutes of monitoring time. He does not have to worry about missing the time when the demon enters the dream game. The rest is to judge whether it is appropriate to launch a revenge action now based on the information about the demon revealed by the whistle. Asterisk. In the following time, Zhao Sun frequently used the chameleon's cloak to sneak into the number 2 carriage, and then used the fire-red seal to monitor the demon. Fortunately, he had never exposed himself during this period of time. The surveillance was also smooth and did not attract the attention of the demon at all. The demon did not stay in the box all the time. Zhao Sun did not know what he did after leaving the box, and he did not say much during the time he stayed in the box. Or, he did not have much desire to talk when facing the younger brother. The younger brother was obviously afraid of the demon, and was not in the box most of the time. The demon stayed in the box alone and hardly spoke, just frowning and thinking. Although Zhao Sun was unable to get more useful information from the demon in the next 2 days, at least he was sure that the person the demon wanted to find had not been found. This made Zhao Sun a little more curious. The endless train is a closed environment. Unless participating in the survival game, players can only stay in the endless train at other times. In this case, how could it be impossible to find the players staying in the endless train? Otherwise, this person deliberately hid from the devil, and used some special items to hide his existence, so that the devil could not find him. Otherwise, this matter is a bit weird. After monitoring the devil for 2 days without any trouble, at about 1 p.m. on December 3rd, Xiaozi finally came to Zhao Sun again. The two of them still went into the nearby bathroom, and lit the special item incense before starting to talk.
Is your deal done?
Zhao Sun asked this question first.
Yes,
Xiaozi said, and handed something to Zhao Sun.
It's this special item.
Zhao Sun took the item, read the detailed introduction, and put it in the storage compartment. It can be seen that Xiaozi really hopes that the revenge plan will succeed. The special item that was finally obtained was given to him without hesitation, without knowing when he would take revenge. He didn't even ask for it to be returned afterwards.
I checked these 2 days and didn't find any level 5 fire control,
Whistle said again.
I only found one level 3. Do you need to know the information of this player?
Zhao Sun waved his hand.
Forget about level 3.
His current level of fire control is level 3, so there is no need to devour a player of the same level. Then he asked,
Fire control is a pretty good special ability. How come no old player has upgraded to LV5 and survived until now? Time is limited, and the higher the ranking of the players, the harder it is to obtain information. On the one hand, it is not easy to get close to them, and on the other hand, most of the players who know their information are dead.
Whistle answered truthfully.
I don't know the special abilities of at least 2/3 of the players in the first 3 carriages.
Zhao Sun understood what Whistle meant.
So, even if there is a player with fire control LV5 among them, you don't know who it is for the time being? Yes.
Whistle nodded, and said,
If you really need information about this person, at least give me a few more days. Let's talk about this later.
Zhao Sun reminded Whistle.
You should tell me detailed information about the demon. Okay.
This time Whistle did not shirk responsibility, and told him everything he knew about the demon in detail. Before the demon entered the endless train, he was a suspect in a serial murder case, but there was insufficient evidence at the time to arrest him. When the case finally made a little progress, the demons were passively affected by the endless train, and became the second group of players forced to board the endless train. But this was like a fish in water for the demons. In addition to watching people struggle in vain and enter death in torture, the demons also liked to instruct the puppets to kill the people they cared about before they died. Chapter 251. How to liberate the puppet. The special ability of the devil can make the puppet have 2 forms. One is a puppet form with no consciousness at all, absolutely obeying orders, and will not think about anything before doing anything, let alone any emotional changes, and will only act according to the devil's orders. The other is a form with all the memories of life, like a living person, with emotions, thinking ability, and the ability to talk, but it cannot disobey any order of the devil, no matter how reluctant it is in the heart, no matter how much it refuses, no matter how unreasonable the devil's request is. It will absolutely obey and execute it word for word. The devil likes to kill the people that the puppet cared about when it was in the second form. He can get perverted pleasure from watching the puppet crying in pain and screaming in despair. But he is merciless. At this point, the Whistle advised Zhao Sun very seriously.
So, you must not let the devil know what your real purpose is at the beginning. Otherwise he will definitely take your mother out at the first time, and your actions will be greatly restricted at that time.
Zhao Sun responded without comment, and did not say much. Whistle calmed down and continued to tell the information about the devil. All people who become puppets of the devil cannot choose to destroy themselves, unless the devil personally asks them to destroy themselves. They can only live in the form of puppets forever. The most important thing is that no matter what form the puppet is in, it can retain the special abilities it had before it was alive. And even the flexibility of the body is no different from that of a normal living person. Hearing this, Zhao Sun frowned slightly. For him, it is not a big deal for the devil to release his adoptive mother to deal with him. But it is a bit tricky that all puppets can use their special abilities before they were alive. This means that he does not have any advantage in the number of special abilities. If the devil releases all the puppets at once, and all the puppets use their special abilities at the same time, then he may still be at a disadvantage. After all, he is the only one who can release a limited number of special abilities at the same time, even if the special abilities of those puppets are ordinary and their strengths are average. The destructive power caused by the huge advantage in numbers cannot be underestimated. Therefore, the best way is for him to take the initiative.
How many puppets does he have?
Zhao Sun asked.
I really don't know about this,
Whistle said in embarrassment.
He won't make every person he kills into a puppet. He makes puppets because he thinks their special abilities are useful. Or, they can satisfy some of his hobbies. And his puppets will decrease and increase from time to time. And he has never taken out all his puppets. I really don't know the exact number. It's okay. You continue.
Zhao Sun was not disappointed. However, from this point, it can be seen that under normal circumstances, the devil will not release all the puppets at once. Perhaps it is the confidence in his own strength. Or perhaps after the enemy attacks, he can choose the puppet with special abilities to restrain the enemy, so that the devil never thought of releasing all the puppets. This is a good thing for him. After talking about the special abilities of the devil, Whistle talked about the method of liberating the puppet.
You must get the devil's blood before the devil dies and drip it into the puppet's mouth.
Whistle's speech became very slow, for fear that if he spoke too fast, he would not be able to express every step clearly.
Once the devil dies, the puppet will disappear with the devil, but their souls will be entangled with the devil forever and will never be free. Therefore, the puppet can only be liberated when the devil is alive. How do you know this?
Zhao Sun was a little surprised. Knowing the method of liberating the puppet is fine. But how does Whistle know that once the devil dies, the puppet will completely lose the opportunity to be liberated?
This is a detailed introduction to the devil's special abilities,
Whistle replied.
I spent a lot of effort to collect all the information about his special abilities. You don't have to doubt the authenticity of this,
Zhao Sun said.
I'll remember it.
Then he said,
according to what you said, if the devil doesn't use the person you care about to deal with me,
then I can't guarantee that I can fulfill my promise to you.
Whistle had thought of this a long time ago. He said,
I will be there when revenge comes. As long as I take the initiative to reveal that I am here for her, the devil will definitely release her to deal with me.
No. Zhao Sun immediately refused.
You can't come with me.
Why?
Whistle assured anxiously. I know I'm not a combat player, so I can't help you much when you're taking revenge. But I promise I won't cause you any trouble.
After thinking for a while,
he added, if I'm really in danger, you don't have to save me. You just need to do what you promised me.
No. Zhao Sun still didn't change his mind.
It will be more convenient for me to act alone. No matter how careful you are, no matter how good you think you are, your existence will only cause trouble for me.
Whistle. What he said is too heart-wrenching.
Your speed, reaction ability, and even subtle changes in your expression may become obstacles to me, and there may be a risk of exposing my plan in advance.
Zhao Sun emphasized again.
So, you can't come with me. How can you guarantee that the devil will release her?
Xiaozi suddenly became anxious.
I do all this just to free her. If this is not done, what's the point of all this?
Zhao Sun asked in a calm tone.
Is the person you care about a puppet because of special abilities? Or because of the devil's special hobbies?
His voice was very calm, which made Xiaozi calm down a little. Xiaozi replied,
it is the special ability that is useful. Then tell me, what is this person's special ability?
Zhao Sun reminded.
Also, give me a photo of this person, so that I can confirm whether the devil released this person.
Xiaozi was stunned for a few seconds, and finally reacted to Zhao Sun's meaning.
Do you have a way to make the devil release her specifically to deal with you? Let me confirm this person's special ability before drawing a conclusion.
Zhao Sun was not in a hurry to make a guarantee. Whistle took out his cell phone and said to Zhao Sun,
her special ability is fire control, and her level was level 4 when she died.
Zhao Sun raised his eyebrows slightly. This is really a coincidence. The fire control he needs is actually on the person that Xiaozi cares about. However, the puppet is already dead, so it is hard to say whether he can swallow the special ability. In theory, he cannot swallow the ability of a person who has been dead for a period of time. But the soul is trapped in the body, which is not a completely dead state. This state is just between death and immortality. If you don't try it, you can't be sure whether it is feasible.
After becoming a puppet, the special ability should not be upgraded.
Right? Zhao Sun asked.
Yes.
Xiaozi nodded and answered with certainty.
The special ability level of the puppet can only be maintained at the state before death.
At this time, Xiaozi had opened the album of his mobile phone and turned out a photo. He handed it to Zhao Sun. Zhao Sun took a look and showed a look of understanding. Although Xiaozi had not said it clearly, looking at his previous reactions, Zhao Sun had guessed that the person he wanted to rescue was a woman. She has short hair and a clean and pretty face, and looks about 25 years old. She is not a stunning beauty, but she is pretty. The point is that her eyes are very resolute, which most women do not have. Just by looking at the photos, you can feel that after experiencing the torture of the survival game, this woman's mind is still firm, and her original intention has not been wiped out. Suddenly, Zhao Sun felt that he could imagine how much the devil would enjoy torturing this woman. He wanted to see the light in her eyes disappear completely, as if he had strangled not only a life and a hope, but also destroyed the ideas that others had believed in for decades, and destroyed a will to bring hope to more people. This feeling of controlling everything and destroying all pleasures is really good for perverts. It is conceivable that this woman must have died in great pain.
Her name is Alu.
When Xiaozi mentioned this name, his voice softened unconsciously, but he quickly returned to his normal state and asked Zhao Sun,
"Can you guarantee that the demon will release her?" "I promise."
Zhao Sun nodded very confidently. Xiaozi looked at Zhao Sun for a few seconds, moved his lips, and finally said,
"Okay, I believe you." He actually wanted to ask what Zhao Sun's special ability was, and wanted to make sure that Zhao Sun could really ensure that there would be no mistakes in this step, because he couldn't afford the possibility of mistakes. Before this, except for the demons and the game enemies that had to be dealt with, Xiaozi had not spent the effort to collect the special ability information of other players. This information is too private, and it consumes a lot of mental power. It is rare to be lucky enough to collect 1 or 2 fragments to master the complete special ability information. So, most of the time, he would not deliberately collect information in this regard. The same is true for Zhao Sun. He didn't know what Zhao Sun's special ability was. He had already used up all the information fragments he had collected today, and he didn't have any extra energy or time to collect information about Zhao Sun's special ability. However, with Zhao Sun's personality, he could make such a firm promise, so there should be no problem. In addition, he remembered that Zhao Sun had asked him to find a player whose special ability was fire control, which made him feel that Zhao Sun's special ability was indeed related to fire control. Maybe it's something like water control that counteracts it? After figuring this out, he gave up the idea of asking. It's about special abilities. Even if he asks, Zhao Sun probably won't answer.
"I promise I can get the devil to take out a look,"
Zhao Sun said again.
"So, just stay on the endless train and wait for news."
Hearing Zhao Sun's words, Xiaozi suddenly realized something.
"Are you planning to attack him in the dream game?" "Yes."
Zhao Sun nodded affirmatively.
"That's more convenient. But how can you guarantee that you will enter the dream game at the same time as him?"
Xiaozi asked worriedly.
"Of course I have my own way."
Zhao Sun didn't say it clearly.
"Okay."
Xiaozi saw that Zhao Sun didn't intend to reveal his plan, so he didn't ask again. After thinking for a while, he made a suggestion.
"Why not let other players who have made contracts with me help together? The people I am optimistic about are all quite strong, and there is strength in numbers, so the chances of winning can be greater." "No."
Zhao Sun refused again.
"My points are not equal to the level of the devil, which means that your contract has not taken effect. So your contract is also invalid for other contractors. You asked them to help, but there is no guarantee that they will not turn against you at the last minute."
Finally, he added,
"This kind of uncertainty is a big trouble." "You are right. I didn't think it through."
Xiaozi sighed.
"Then in this case, you can only deal with the devil alone."
His face was wrinkled with sorrow.
"How confident are you?"
Zhao Sun did not give an answer immediately, but said,
"After you explain the functions of some of his special items, I will have a more accurate judgment."
Xiaozi then remembered that there was still a part about special items that he had not said, and hurriedly returned to the topic. The devil should have more than 10 special items, but no one knows exactly how many there are. However, there are several commonly used special items. Due to their high appearance rate, it is easy to collect information fragments, which allows Whistle to grasp the details. One of them is an oil lamp with lighting function. It is indeed used for lighting at ordinary times, and can assist in arson at critical moments. The oil of this oil lamp seems to be inexhaustible, and after being splashed with this oil, it is difficult to be extinguished by water. In general, this special item can assist the special ability of fire control, making the fire bigger, more serious, and more difficult to deal with. The second one is a soft worm, which is very gluttonous. It looks only as big as a thumb, but it eats like a glutton, never full. However, this soft worm never eats living things, and never spits out what it eats. It is usually used by demons as an excavator, a hole drill, and a garbage disposal. The third one is a plush toy rabbit, which is always worn by demons and never put into the storage compartment, because this thing is a danger alarm. Whenever it detects danger approaching, it will immediately sound the alarm. Therefore, no matter what the demon is doing, even if it is sleeping, it is difficult to be attacked by surprise. The specific standard for judging danger should be determined by whether the opponent's behavior is dangerous and whether it exudes murderous intent. The fourth is a defensive vest that can resist 5 fatal injuries. Depending on the degree of damage to the vest, it should only have 1 or 2 defensive effects. Chapter 252. A little impact, but not a big problem.
That's all I know,
Whistle said to Zhao Sun.
He must have other special items, but the remaining ones are not used that frequently, and the players in the same game with him are basically all dead. So it's hard for me to collect more information. Yeah.
Zhao Sun nodded and calculated a rough plan based on the current known information.
By the way, he seems to have obtained a new special item recently. This is the information fragment I got from the player who lives with him.
Whistle suddenly remembered the information he almost missed, and hurriedly added,
The specific function is not clear, but it seems to be defensive. Defense?
Zhao Sun asked.
What type of defense is it? Physical defense? Magical defense?
Whistle saw that Zhao Sun wanted to determine the detailed function of this special item. So he said,
Give me another day. I promise to find out what the function of this special item is.
In fact, time is a bit tight. The possibility of a new special item being used by a demon is very low. If it is not something that has happened objectively, it would be difficult for him to extract details about special items from the demon's brain. His special ability does not have the ability to directly extract information from the brain. What he can extract are information fragments of things that have happened in the past left on the living body. If the special item has not been used, the detailed introduction will only appear in the demon's mind, and no information fragments will be left on the demon's body. Even if there are information fragments left, there are trillions of information fragments on a person, and finding the correct information fragment is as difficult as accurately catching a grain of sand in the stars. He cannot guarantee that what he caught is exactly the information fragment he needs. If it really doesn't work, he can only collect more information fragments a day. Normally, he can only collect 15 a day. But this is not a fixed data. 15 is a safe value that will not burden his body. If it exceeds this value, it will consume a lot of mental power and cause damage to the body. But as long as it is controlled well, the damage is reversible. Besides, for the smooth progress of revenge, what does it matter if I get hurt?
Okay,
Zhao Sun agreed. Before taking action, the more information you know about the demon, the more beneficial it is, which can greatly increase the success rate of the plan. What he wants to confirm most now is whether the demon has special items that can resist psychic powers. If not, then dealing with the demon will become a very simple matter. If so, he can also formulate a strategy in advance. The most troublesome thing is that you can't be sure whether there are any, so you have to make more backup plans just in case. Thinking of this, Zhao Sun asked Xiaozi.
He should have a few commonly used puppets. Right. Do you know the special abilities of those commonly used puppets? Yes. This is what I am going to tell you next.
Xiaozi recalled and carefully told all the information he knew. There are 3 puppets that the demon uses most often. One is a bald, strong man who is more than 2 meters tall. His special ability is to turn his body into diamond, which can resist most physical attacks and cut most hard objects. Usually it is mainly used for defense, and occasionally assists in attack. One is a decadent uncle with unshaven beard, whose special ability is transformation, and he can turn himself into any kind of object. It can only turn into an object, not a living being. One is a tall and thin woman, whose special ability is mental, and she has no ability to hypnotize, but can directly attack the enemy's brain nerves from a distance.
This woman's special ability is a bit difficult to deal with,
Xiaozi said to Zhao Sun.
She can ignore most defensive means and attack without hindrance.
After saying that, he looked at Zhao Sun without blinking, trying to see something from Zhao Sun's expression. Zhao Sun knew that Xiaozi was afraid that he would not tell his situation, and wanted to observe his expression and eyes to determine whether he could handle it. He did not keep him in suspense, and said directly,
"Don't worry.
I can handle it."
If it was before, he used the fivefold enhanced mental ability to fight, it should not be a problem. What's more, now he has invalidation. He can think of several ways to deal with it at the same time. So this special ability is not a problem for him. Seeing Zhao Sun so confident, Xiaozi felt relieved.
The other puppets are basically the main attackers, and they should have all kinds of attack abilities.
Xiaozi concluded,
the devil will send puppets with counter-attack abilities according to the enemy's special abilities. I see,
Zhao Sun responded, and after a moment of silence, he asked again,
does the devil have any weaknesses?
Xiaozi shook his head with regret.
If I knew what his weaknesses were, I wouldn't have to endure until now, and I would have tried revenge long ago.
A person with obvious weaknesses, no matter how strong he is, has a high probability of being killed as long as there is a chance to find something to attack the weakness. Even if he tries his best, even if it may lead to his death, he is willing to give it a try. After all, revenge by one's own hands is much more refreshing than relying on others to do it.
Okay.
Zhao Sun looked calm, and did not feel disappointed by Xiaozi's words. He straightened the wrinkles on his hem.
It seems that you should have said almost everything you know. So let's not occupy this public toilet all the time.
Xiaozi extinguished the special item incense.
Well, tomorrow night, I will tell you the detailed function of the new special item.
He looked at Zhao Sun and confirmed again and again.
You will not follow him into the dream game tomorrow, right?
No. Zhao Sun answered without any hesitation.
Today and tomorrow, he will not enter the dream game.
Xiaozi was stunned for a moment. Being so sure means that Zhao Sun has received accurate information. How did he get it? It was faster than he, a news dealer, knew. It seems that Zhao Sun has not been idle in the past 2 days. Xiaozi does not have much desire to explore Zhao Sun's methods now, but feels that Zhao Sun can take this matter so seriously, which makes him have more hope for the success of revenge.
Just make sure you won't enter the dream game in the next 2 days, Whistle said. I'm worried that you won't be able to make full preparations in time. There is no possibility of perfect in the first place.
Zhao Sun's mentality is much better than Whistle's.
The remaining special items and special abilities of the puppets are all unknown. Therefore, there is no possibility of perfect preparations. Don't say that now.
Xiaozi was a little anxious.
Just say something auspicious, or you can ask for good luck.
He couldn't stand hearing these unpleasant words at all. Zhao Sun smiled, said nothing more, and left directly. He found another empty toilet, put on the chameleon cloak, and sneaked into the number 2 carriage. After such a long conversation, the effect of the fiery red seal had disappeared, and he had to stamp it again. After successfully completing the surveillance preparations, Zhao Sun hurried back to his own box. He lay on the bed, pretending to rest, just to prevent others from disturbing him. In fact, he didn't sleep. While monitoring the demon's every move, he recalled all the information that Xiaozi said in his mind. The special items commonly used by known demons and the special abilities of commonly used puppets can all play a defensive role. In other words, it is possible that the demon's physical fitness is average. Perhaps, this is the demon's weakness. In order to avoid exposing this weakness to others and becoming the target of the enemy's attack, he focused on protecting himself, on the premise of 100% guaranteeing your own safety, and then figuring out the enemy's special abilities. You can take out the puppets in a targeted manner and let the puppets deal with the enemy. The enemy is overwhelmed with dealing with the puppets, so naturally there is no extra energy to deal with the demons, whether it is to liberate the puppets or to end the battle as soon as possible. Finding an opportunity to capture the demon is the primary goal. All plans are based on this premise. In addition, Zhao Sun has a guess about the special abilities of the demons. According to the description of the whistle, the rarity of the demon's special abilities is most likely only 1. and to some extent, it has some similarities with Devour and Evil Spirit.
Then, combining the characteristics of Devour and Evil Spirit, we can boldly guess the number of demon puppets. In the ability details of Evil Spirit LV5, there is no limit on the number of ghost servants. But each ghost servant can only use the ability of his previous life once a month. And Devour LV5 can change various special abilities at will. But only 10 special abilities can exist at the highest level at the same time. The special abilities of the demons do not limit the number of times the puppet abilities can be used. So there must be a limit on the number of puppets. Given that Swallow can increase the special ability by 5 times. And the special ability of the devil does not have this effect. The number of puppets that can be created may be a little more. Double it. 20. It shouldn't be more. With 2 more people, we can organize a football match. In fact, Zhao Sun thinks the number of puppets should be a little less than 20. However, it is better to count more than less. The number of 20 is still quite shocking. But there is a way to deal with it. Asterisk. December 4th. As promised, the whistle brought the news that Zhao Sun wanted to know. Probably due to the high load consumption for several consecutive days. The whistle's face looked paler than ever before. And his lips were almost bloodless. He was still a little shaky when he walked. So weak that he seemed to fall to the ground at any time. However, his eyes were very bright. As if he himself did not feel the fatigue of his body at all. The news brought by the whistle was bad news for Zhao Sun. The special item that the demon had just acquired could resist attacks such as mental power. All mental attacks could be resisted. This meant that it was also effective against hypnosis. However, the resistance of this special item was not 100%. And it would vary depending on the difference between the wearer's own mental power and the attacker's mental power. It could resist up to 90% of mental attacks. And at least 50%. In other words, in the worst case, his hypnotic effect on the demon could only be 10%. Zhao Sun was not disappointed that he could not get rid of the demon in the simplest way. And his expression remained calm.
What does this special item look like?
He asked the whistle.
A purple crystal bracelet.
The whistle replied.
He will definitely wear it on his hand all the time. So as to ensure that he will not be suddenly attacked at any time. I know.
Zhao Sun nodded and said nothing more. Fortunately, he did not act impulsively on the endless train. Otherwise not only would the hypnosis fail, but it would also alert the demon.
Does this special ability have any effect on you?
Xiaozi asked with some concern. He vaguely felt that Zhao Sun was quite concerned about the effect of this special ability. Although Zhao Sun did not show any negative emotions, Xiaozi believed in his intuition more.
It has some effect,
Zhao Sun answered truthfully.
But it's not a big problem.
Without waiting for Xiaozi to ask again, Zhao Sun suddenly changed the subject.
Do you know what my mother's special ability is?
Xiaozi shook his head and said regretfully.
She died too early, and I can collect too little information about her. In addition, she is not a puppet commonly used by demons, so I haven't found out her special ability yet. It's okay.
Zhao Sun's expression was still calm and indifferent. After a few seconds of silence, he said, okay.
You don't need to do anything next. I should start to act. So soon?
Xiaozi was startled.
Didn't you say yesterday that he wouldn't? Tomorrow.
Zhao Sun interrupted Xiaozi.
The specific time has not been determined, but I am sure he will enter the dream game tomorrow.
This is the news he just got through surveillance today. The devil had not found the person he was looking for, and temporarily lost his patience. So he decided to complete the dream game first. It just so happened that Zhao Sun already knew all the information that could be collected. So there was no need to wait for more than 10 days. If the devil got new special items in these 10 days, it would increase more variables. It would be better to act tomorrow. Hearing Zhao Sun's words, Xiaozi suddenly became nervous. As if it was not Zhao Sun who was about to face a fierce battle, but himself.
Okay.
Zhao Sun waved his hand.
I want to take good care of my spirit in the next period of time.
Don't bother me. Yes. Only when you have enough spirit can you fight in the best state.
Xiaozi subconsciously echoed. He did not chase Zhao Sun to tell him anything, but just watched Zhao Sun return to his box silently. In the end, he left with an uneasy look on his face. The uncertainty of the unknown and the desire for successful revenge made him like an ant on a hot pot, unable to sleep or eat. Before the result came out, he was destined to be worried all the time. But according to the time calculation, Zhao Sun can only come back on the 8th at the earliest. He can't wait on the endless train until the 8th. Otherwise, he won't be able to complete the dream game in early December. Thinking of this, Xiaozi simply went to the restaurant to buy some reserve food. returned to the box and directly entered the dream game. In this way, he can complete the dream game and divert his attention to avoid random thoughts. Chapter 253, City of Ice and Snow. December 5th. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Zhao Sun had been monitoring the demon. Seeing that the demon had not taken any action yet, he simply went to the ordinary restaurant to spend 30 points to buy food reserves. After returning to the box, he lay down on his bed and made all the preliminary preparations for entering the dream game. Put the ticket in the pocket of the coat and buy a 3-day safety barrier. The last step is to enter the dream game. May I ask player Zhao Sun if he wants to enter the dream game immediately?
Yes, no.
Zhao Sun looked at the pop-up window in front of him and waited for 40 minutes. At 9:40, the demon finally made a move. He quickly packed himself up and lay back on the bed. Only 3 minutes had passed. After doing some preliminary preparations, the demon entered the dream game at 9:44. Zhao Sun paid attention to the demon's every move throughout the whole process. After the demon lay down, he kept paying attention to the demon's eyes. Although pop-up windows are only visible to the player, when looking at them, the eyes will be focused. So, when the demon's eyes were focused for the 4th time, Zhao Sun was sure that this was the last step. He seized the opportunity and chose yes at the same time as the demon when the demon's eyes were focused. The world was spinning. When the surroundings were still in chaos, a pop-up window popped up. Pay attention. There is a situation of merging dreams. There are 2 players in this dream game. The next second, Zhao Sun's vision returned to normal. In front of him was a white snowy land. There was no end in sight, and no trace of any buildings. It seemed that the whole world was only ice, snow and cold. Zhao Sun wrapped his down jacket tightly, but still felt the biting coldness penetrating into his body through his cuffs and trouser legs. He took out a pair of sunglasses from the backpack in the storage compartment and put them on to avoid snow blindness. Soon, a new pop-up window appeared. Main task: find the city in the ice and snow world. At first, Zhao Sun thought that the background of this game was an endless snowfield. So there is a city. It just needs to be found. According to the convention of dream games, the main quests are not dangerous. But the area of this snowfield is so large that once you choose the wrong direction, the time wasted to change the route again is probably enough to freeze you to death. Fortunately, it is not snowing now. Zhao Sun put on the goddess's wings and flew high into the sky, then frowned slightly. No! There was not a trace of human construction, not to mention the city. As far as the eye can see, it is all a world of ice and snow. Logically speaking, he flew to such a high altitude. It is impossible not to see the existence of the city. It is impossible that the snowfield is on this side, and the city is far away on the other side. So far, no survival game has ever appeared in such a large map. Then, there is another possibility. Zhao Sun landed quickly. The city is underground. So the question now becomes, should I enter the underground city? In addition, he flew so high and did not see a single figure. The whole world was covered in white snow. So the figure should be very conspicuous no matter how far away it was. Since he didn't see it, the demon might not be in the snowfield, but in the dungeon. In other words, the demon's main quest is different from his. And if he wants to find the demon, he must first find the entrance and exit of the dungeon. There is no trace of a building in the entire snowfield, and the entrance and exit can only be covered by thick white snow. If he searches aimlessly like this, he doesn't know when he can find it. Zhao Sun thought about it, and took out a few grenades from the storage compartment. The moment he entered the game, the demon must know that there is another player. Even if Zhao Sun deliberately concealed his whereabouts, he could not guarantee that he would not be discovered by the demon. Acting too cautiously will affect the progress of the task, and put himself in a passive situation. It is better to deliberately make some noise, and then sneak in during the chaos. Since there is a dungeon, there must be residents of the dungeon. Since there are entrances and exits, these residents must need to come to the snowfield for various reasons. Then, some unusual big noises in the snowfield should attract the attention of the residents of the dungeon. As long as someone comes out to check the situation, he has a chance. Zhao Sun put on the chameleon cloak and flew up to the sky again. He pulled the ring of a grenade with one hand and threw it down quickly. With a loud bang, a big pit was blown out of the snow, and the snow flew all over the ground, blocking the view. When the snow fell to the ground, the big pit was filled up a little, completely covering the exposed land. Zhao Sun waited quietly for a while, chose another position farther away, and threw another grenade. There was another explosion, and another big pit. After a while, there was finally some movement. Soon, at the junction of the two big pits, a mechanical sound was heard, and then the snow was lifted, and an iron door was pulled open from the ground, revealing a team of 3 people. 2 of them were fully armed and looked like policemen, but their uniforms were written with the 3 big words safety officer. The one surrounded in the middle was holding a large silver box in his hand and wearing a white coat. He was either a doctor or a researcher. Judging from the current situation, he was more like a researcher. After Zhao Sun waited for the 3-man team to walk away, he flew into the iron gate silently, without leaving any footprints outside the door. After entering, he found that after walking through a short corridor, there was an elevator at the end. The elevator door was open, but there was a fingerprint lock on it, so outsiders could not use this elevator. He looked inside and confirmed that there was no prompt panel showing the number of people or weight inside. So he walked in quietly and stood in the blind spot just below the monitor. After waiting for about an hour, the 3-man team finally surveyed the 2 big pits and came back together. The man in the white coat pressed the fingerprint, and the elevator slowly descended. Soon, the elevator door opened again. At the same time, a pop-up window popped up in front of Zhao Sun. Complete the main task. Find the city in the ice and snow world. Congratulations to player Zhao Sun for getting 30 points and 30 hours of survival time. Immediately afterwards, a new pop-up window appeared. Side quest: liberate the prisoners in the dungeon. When the 3-member team walked out of the elevator, Zhao Sun also walked out of the elevator, without a clear destination for the time being. He simply followed the researcher. Along the way, he found that this underground city was not as prosperous and high-tech as he had imagined. The metal buildings everywhere were a bit old, and some places even showed signs of rust, which looked a bit old. The air was not very fresh, and there was a musty smell that had been deposited for too long. There were few pedestrians on the road. Occasionally, someone walked by, but they were also hurried and listless. Everyone's clothes were gray, and some people even had patches on their clothes, and their hair was messy. It seemed that most people in the underground city were not in the mood to take care of themselves. I guess their lives were pretty bad. Zhao Sun looked up again. Although the residents here did not live well, there were no less surveillance cameras along the way, and they were all in operation. He couldn't find the blind spot for the surveillance for a while, so he had to keep wearing the cloak. With the cover of the cloak, no one noticed anything unusual. The 2 security guards who followed the white coat sent the white coat to a place that looked out of tune with the surrounding buildings, and then left. Compared with other places, this building is much newer in both building materials and architectural style. It doesn't look like a place where ordinary people can come and go at will. The white coat pressed his fingerprint. The door opened, and he walked in. Zhao Sun followed him in. Fortunately, there was no infrared sensing equipment here, and the existence of an invisible person like Zhao Sun was not scanned, and no alarm was sounded. Zhao Sun followed the white coat all the way into the depths of the building smoothly, and then he determined that most of the places here were also used for living. But the living conditions and living environment were much better than those outside. Even the air was treated and didn't smell any peculiar smell. The white coat walked to one of the rooms, pressed his fingerprint skillfully, and the anti-theft door opened. Zhao Sun followed in and found that this should be the residence of the white coat. But it's not just a simple residence. Most of the places here are not much different from ordinary rooms. But the living room looks more like a conference room. This living room version of the conference room is only 10 square meters in size. Where the TV should be placed, there is a large computer screen. The man in the white coat turned on the computer, entered the password, and logged in, all in one go. Then the video call started, and he reported the results of the ground inspection to the white-bearded old man opposite.
It should be 2 grenades.
The white coat gave a direct conclusion.
Someone threw grenades outside. There are actually humans outside?
The white-bearded old man looked surprised.
Without food and water, without cold protection, how did this human survive? I don't know about this.
The white coat shook his head.
And I didn't find any trace of this human. The other party seemed to run away after throwing the grenade. In other words, the purpose of this person's behavior is still unclear.
The white-bearded old man concluded.
Yes.
The white coat nodded.
Okay. I will have people strengthen vigilance and defense,
the white-bearded old man said, and took the initiative to close the video call. At the moment the video call was closed, Zhao Sun took off the hood of his cloak and met the white coat's eyes.
The white coat widened his eyes in astonishment. But before he could make a sound, his eyes were already blank. After completing the main task, Zhao Sun could use his special abilities again. He hypnotized and brainwashed the white coat. Then, the white coat made a fake video to replace the 24-hour surveillance footage in the living room. After doing all this, Zhao Sun sat down on the sofa and began to interrogate the white coat.
Where are the prisoners in your dungeon?
The first thing he asked was about the side quest.
Prisoners?
The white coat had returned to normal. But he did not reject Zhao Sun's existence at all. And he answered all of Zhao Sun's questions.
Are you talking about the prisoners who were imprisoned after committing a crime? You can understand it that way.
Zhao Sun nodded.
There is no prison in the underground city.
The white coat answered with certainty.
Generally, people who commit crimes will be expelled from the underground city or hide in the slums of the underground city before being caught. Therefore, there are no
prisoners
in our underground city.
Zhao Sun quickly understood. Looking at the overall situation of this underground city, it is not difficult to infer that the underground city is not rich in supplies. Once a criminal appears, no one will be willing to lock them up and feed them. Throwing them out to fend for themselves is the conventional choice to save resources. As for the slums, as the name suggests, it should be an area where few supplies are delivered. Those prisoners who evaded capture and entered the slums, although they would not die immediately like being thrown into the outside world, they would have to rely on stealing and robbing to barely survive. The life of people in the slums is imaginably difficult. The mortality rate should also be very high. Anyway, it does not consume the overall supplies of the underground city. No one will care about how the people in the slums fight each other, as long as they do not cause trouble in other areas. However, this means that the prisoners mentioned in the side quests are not prisoners in the literal sense. He couldn't just break into the prison, release all the prisoners, and complete the task easily as he had imagined at the beginning. He had to first determine the concept and scope of prisoners before he could do this side quest. After thinking for a while, Zhao Sun suddenly asked the white coat,
Do you think the people in the underground city are like prisoners? How could it be?
The white coat smiled.
With the existence of the underground city, we can live safely. Without the underground city, most people will die in the ice and snow. The underground city is our shelter, and we are the residents of the underground city. How can we be prisoners? Your life is naturally not like that of a prisoner.
Zhao Sun snorted and laughed.
What about others? What about other underground city residents who don't live in this brand new building?
The white coat was stunned for a moment.
I don't know.
Obviously, he has never paid attention to the living conditions of people who are not at the same level as him. After confirming that he couldn't get more information about the prisoner from the white coat, Zhao Sun immediately changed the subject.
You should have the layout of this dungeon. Right. In addition, do you have the authority to retrieve all the surveillance of the dungeon? I have the layout.
The white coat said as he took out a stack of papers from under the coffee table and handed it to Zhao Sun.
I have the authority to retrieve the surveillance of other areas of the dungeon. But I don't have the authority to view the surveillance in our building. Then retrieve all the other surveillance first.
Zhao Sun unfolded the stack of papers and found that it was a very detailed topographical layout map.
From 9:44 to 9:45 in the morning. Retrieve all the surveillance videos within this minute and show them to me.
The devil entered the dream game at 9:44. No matter what good means he had, he couldn't hide himself the moment he entered the game. So this 1 minute of surveillance was enough to find his whereabouts. Chapter 254. There are too many mobs.
It's possible, but it will take a lot of time.
The man in the white coat said to Zhao Sun.
Although each monitor only needs to retrieve 1 minute of video, there are too many monitors.
Zhao Sun interrupted the man in the white coat and said,
You retrieve a part first, and I'll watch while you retrieve new ones, so as not to waste time. Okay.
The man in the white coat agreed and began to operate on the computer quickly. Soon, the computer was divided into more than a dozen small screens, each of which played a different 1 minute clip. At this time, Zhao Sun had found the location of the slum on the topographic layout map. He carefully looked at the route and remembered the approximate direction before looking up at the computer screen. The 1 minute video was played at twice the speed, and he watched them one by one, and soon finished watching more than 100 clips.
What exactly do you want to see?
The white coat couldn't help asking.
Why don't you just tell me directly? I might be able to help you quickly lock it.
Zhao Sun had no intention of explaining. Just said,
Continue.
He knew what the demon looked like, but he didn't have a photo of the demon, and he wasn't good at drawing.
so he couldn't let the white coat search through the portrait. Of course, even if the white coat had a way to quickly make a portrait, he wouldn't reveal the demon's appearance. He wasn't worried about the demon's safety, but he wasn't sure whether the white coat's computer was being monitored. If the computer was being monitored, searching for someone would be very abrupt and conspicuous, and might attract the attention of the upper-level figures in the dungeon. His side quest was liberating the prisoner. Even if the prisoner didn't refer to the prisoner, it was likely to be an identity that was opposed to the upper-level figures. Therefore, he couldn't let these upper-level figures find out something was wrong so early, so as not to affect his mission and killing the demon. Since the white coat had the authority to view surveillance in other areas, it wouldn't attract attention if he viewed all surveillance in a certain time period, even if the computer is monitored. As long as there is no abnormality in the operation, the superior will not be notified. So it is not easy for the superior to notice what is being found in the surveillance. Seeing that Zhao Sun refused to reveal a word, the white coat had to continue to retrieve the surveillance video. Although the speed was very fast, and each surveillance video was played for a short time, it took more than 4 hours to watch all the videos. In all the videos, no demon was found. Therefore, the demon should be in the building where the white coat is. In other words, the demon's identity in the dungeon is most likely an upper-class figure, and the white coat does not have the authority to view the surveillance of this building. Zhao Sun said, "Tisk. It's really troublesome." Zhao Sun looked at the white coat. The white coat was a little nervous. "I checked all the surveillance, but I didn't find what you wanted." "You can't blame me." Zhao Sun asked 2 questions. "Your underground city has such strict surveillance. What are you trying to prevent? Who has the authority to access the surveillance of this building?" "The strict surveillance is to prevent residents from rioting." The white coat immediately answered truthfully. "My boss has the authority to access the surveillance of this building, but he has to do it on his computer. Neither I nor my computer have this authority." "That old man with white beard." Zhao Sun thought of the video call with the white coat. "Yes." The white coat nodded. "Find a reason to meet him." Zhao Sun immediately made a request. "This." The white coat was embarrassed. "He will not easily meet with his subordinates unless the reason is very sufficient." After that, he emphasized, "It's not that I don't want to help you, but there must be a sufficient and reasonable reason for him to meet with me. It seems that your underground city is not safe." Zhao Sun thought of this almost immediately. Strict monitoring is to prevent residents from rioting, and the building where the upper-class lives requires fingerprints to enter. Not only that, the building can be seen from the appearance that it has extremely high defense, and ordinary cold weapons cannot destroy it at all. All this shows that the underground city is not safe and riots are frequent. As for the reason, it is easier to guess. The distribution of materials is uneven, and it is even possible that except for these upper-class people who can live a good life, other residents are very poor. If life is good and there is no need to starve, then even if life is not as rich as the upper class, there will not be so many riots. Most ordinary people want only a stable life and a normal life that can satisfy their basic needs. Once such low demands cannot be met, most people will find it difficult to endure. Starving to death is death, so it is better to rob and live a few more days. Therefore, under such unfair rule with a huge gap between the rich and the poor, riots are normal. "Yes," the white coat admitted. "There are too many mobs, and we elites have to ensure our own safety. Therefore, we will not leave this building easily. If we leave, we will definitely be protected by security guards. We will not meet with others easily to avoid being plotted against or ambushed." "Meeting in this building is not okay?" Zhao Sun asked. "Of course you can," the man in the white coat replied. "But my boss is so busy. He won't agree to see me if I don't have a valid reason. Although I know where he lives," the man in the white coat said with a serious face without waiting for Zhao Sun to ask. "But the security level there is higher than here, and I don't have the authority to go in." Then, he took the initiative to say, "Even if my boss agrees, I only have a one-time entry permission, and I can't go in again after I come out. I can't bring others in when I go in." At this point, he didn't forget to add, "And you will be searched when you go in, and you can't bring any dangerous items. Just start a video call directly." Zhao Sun interrupted the man in the white coats, chattering. But there is no legitimate reason. He won't answer my video call even if I make one." The man in the white coat was embarrassed. "I usually call him after he sends me a message and asks me to make a video call. Can't you make up a reason?" Zhao Sun reminded him. "You should know what can attract him to give you permission to meet him. Of course you can make up a reason. But after the video is connected, I can't say a single useful word. Wouldn't that reveal the truth? Knowing that I lied to him, he will definitely be so angry that he will expel me from the elite team.
The man in the white coat looked reluctant.
I don't want to be reduced to those inferior people.
It seems that losing the status of elite is something that the white coat cannot bear. So the shallow hypnosis effect is somewhat discounted. Zhao Sun's eyes light up slightly. He looks directly into the white coat's eyes and says,
"Just make it up. You don't need to worry about the rest."
This time, the white coat agreed very readily. He quickly made up a lie and sent a message. This message seemed to be highly valued by the boss. And the other party soon took the initiative to send a video call. Zhao Sun stood in a place where the boss could not see and looked at the expression of the white coat. After the video was connected, the white coat looked up at Zhao Sun and nodded slightly. This was Zhao Sun's previous instruction. At the moment the video was connected, first look around the boss to see if there are other people. If not, give him a look immediately. After receiving the signal, Zhao Sun stepped in front of the screen. The boss was about to ask the white coat about the message, and suddenly saw a tall man appear, and was stunned for a moment. Without waiting for his boss to ask, Zhao Sun's eyes lit up slightly, and then, his boss's eyes lost focus. Hypnosis was successful. Although they were separated by a screen, both parties were present. With Zhao Sun's current level of psychic ability, hypnosis through the screen was completely no problem. For him, the difficulty was to hypnotize others by recording. He had not tried it yet, and was not sure whether it would succeed. In addition, there was a limitation of this ability. Hypnosis could only be successful if there was eye contact. So voice was absolutely not possible. After successfully hypnotizing the boss, it was easy to get the authority. Zhao Sun chose the most convenient way, asking his boss to give the white coat the authority to query all the surveillance in this building, and also gave the white coat's computer the authority. In this way, he and the white coat could get all the surveillance videos they wanted without leaving home. It was much more convenient than going to the boss's residence to find the boss. After the white coat got the authority, it retrieved all the surveillance videos within 1 minute from 9:44 to 9:45 in the morning. Although there were only surveillance cameras in this building, there were quite a few of them. Zhao Sun quickly looked at them one by one, and finally saw the demon appear on the screen half an hour later. That was the scene where the demon just appeared in the dream game. In a stairwell, there was only the demon around. Zhao Sun clicked on the small screen and said to the white coat,
"Call out the video of the last 5 minutes of this surveillance."
The white coat did as he was told. So, Zhao Sun saw the demon standing there for 2 minutes, then walked out of the stairwell. Zhao Sun immediately asked the white coat to call up other surveillance cameras, and got the complete whereabouts of the demon. The demon found the white-bearded old man, and discussed issuing a wanted order. If you meet the 2 people in the photo, kill them directly, and then, you can get enough living supplies for 1 month with your heads. Even someone like Zhao Sun who has just entered the underground city understands how attractive 1 month's living supplies are to the residents here. This is a very generous reward, which will definitely arouse the interest of most people. These 2 people will definitely face various pursuits and blockades. From another perspective, is this also a kind of prisoner?
Who are these 2 people?
Zhao Sun asked the man in white coat.
Why do we need to issue a wanted order for them?
If he guessed correctly, issuing a wanted order should be the main task of the devil. However, the devil did not give a reason for issuing a wanted order in the surveillance video, and the old man with white beard only thought about it for more than 10 seconds before agreeing. This means that in the memory of the old man with white beard, the devil is someone he is familiar with, and the devil's suggestion can be adopted. It seems that the devil has a high status among the upper class, and these 2 wanted people must have committed something very serious. And in the heart of the old man with white beard, he also wants them to die. Otherwise, the old man with white beard would not have agreed to the proposal of a wanted order so easily.
I don't know much about these 2 people. I only know that they tried to blow up our building before.
The white coat replied.
The result must have failed, but they ran very fast and were not caught. So the matter was left unresolved. How long has it been?
Zhao Sun asked again.
No warrant was issued before, but now it is suddenly issued. Don't you think it's strange? About a week.
The white coat recalled and said.
It's really strange. We rarely issue warrants in our underground city, unless we can't wait a moment and must kill the other party immediately. Most of the time, we will choose to let those untouchables fend for themselves.
Zhao Sun was a little surprised. He asked,
Then your security guards don't arrest those who create chaos? Don't you worry about leaving troubles? Will those people come to trouble you again later? The security guard's duty is to protect our safety. They are not responsible for catching people,
the white coat explained.
If they catch people when those people come to make trouble, the security guard will immediately throw them to the ground. But if these people run away, it is not the security guard's responsibility. With the ability of those untouchables, the most powerful weapons they can get can't cause any damage to this building.
He added a few more explanations.
So the security guard only needs to ensure our safety, and there is no need to chase them. In other words, all the people gathered in the slums are people who have offended you,
Zhao Sun concluded.
That can't be said,
the white coat said very seriously.
Half of it. Right. Show me the information of these two people. And by the way, check the whereabouts of the two people closest to this time point for me,
Zhao Sun said to the white coat. The white coat's computer has been unmonitored. And at this time, you can do whatever you want to investigate with confidence. The white coat quickly finished the operation, and then said to Zhao Sun,
It will take some time to retrieve the whereabouts of these two people. You can take a look at their information first.
He divided the huge computer screen into two parts, one of which was constantly searching for the surveillance videos of the two people at the corresponding time point, and the other was the information about the two people. This is a desperate couple. Originally, they were ordinary residents who worked honestly and got along well with their neighbors. Although they lived a tight life, they were still able to get by, and the family lived in harmony. A month ago, their only daughter died in the hospital due to a medical accident. Even though they received the corresponding compensation, they still had resentment towards the underground city and planned the bombing operation in the name of
revenge for their daughter.
This is the surface information that most people can see, and the most important link is also concealed. Chapter 255. You are here to guard. People with authority see more information than most ordinary people. The couple's daughter was originally hospitalized for severe gastroenteritis, but during the routine examination at the hospital, it was found that the girl's bone marrow matched successfully with the white-bearded old man's son, and her heart matched successfully with another white-bearded old man's colleague. Originally, the girl did not need to do these examinations, but the hospital staff said,
The hospital has launched a new activity, and children who have just become adults can get a free physical examination.
Their daughter has just become an adult for half a month, meeting the conditions for a free physical examination. The couple has always been living a tight life, and they have never dared to take their daughter for a physical examination. This time there is a free opportunity, so they naturally agreed. They don't understand that even in the ordinary world, it is almost impossible to have free benefits, let alone in a place like the underground city where resources are scarce. How can free lunch really be provided? This physical examination activity was deliberately organized by the upper class of the underground city. It is to find suitable organ reserves for themselves and their families. All patients admitted will undergo these examinations as long as their physical conditions meet the requirements. Just use different reasons for different people. The colleague of the white-bearded old man had urgent heart problems. After confirming that the little girl was a suitable match, he began preoperative preparations. The little girl certainly did not die in the hospital because of a medical accident. She was even snatched away in front of the couple. The couple had no defense. When they found something wrong and wanted to snatch her, they were given an anesthetic injection and fainted. When they woke up again, the couple had been thrown at the door of their home, with a box of the cremated little girl's ashes beside them. There was no explanation, no financial compensation, and the couple lost their daughter. They went to the hospital and made a big fuss, only to get a little material compensation. But for the parents who lost their daughter, compensation was not what they wanted at all. What they wanted was justice, and to make the people who caused this tragedy pay the price they deserved. But there was no way to complain. No matter how hard they tried, it was useless. This was the fundamental reason why they were determined to blow up the building where the upper class lived. After Zhao Sun saw all the inside story, he turned around and asked the man in the white coat,
Have you found the whereabouts of these two people? Wait a little longer.
The man in the white coat stared at the screen.
They want to hide. Most likely they went to the slums. But there are not so many surveillance cameras in the slums. There are only a lot of surveillance cameras on the periphery, and it is not easy to find them inside the slums. Just find the place where they last appeared.
Zhao Sun's requirements were not high.
I know. We have to wait a little longer to get results,
the man in the white coat responded.
In addition, find the whereabouts of this person next.
Zhao Sun pointed to one of the small screens and tapped the devil's face.
I know. Don't rush me.
The man in the white coat became anxious.
I can only continue to find the whereabouts of this person after I find the whereabouts of the couple. Then go get me some food.
Zhao Sun gave a new instruction.
It should be more nutritious. And you are not allowed to do anything that is not good for me.
Anyway, the software is running by itself. And the white coat has nothing to do sitting in front of the computer. It is better to do something else to save time.
You said that. I am indeed a little hungry.
The white coat stood up immediately and walked to the kitchen. Zhao Sun followed and took a look, and found that there were a lot of fresh ingredients in the refrigerator in the kitchen. Vegetables, fruits, meat, fish, everything. The white coat rolled up his sleeves, picked some ingredients, and started to process. Judging from his knife skills, he is a good cook. Zhao Sun was relieved and went back to stare at the computer screen. After a while, the video of the couple's last appearance on the surveillance was finally retrieved. It was indeed in the slums, at the door of a shabby grocery store. However, the two people were not buying things, but holding the grocery store owner hostage with a knife and entering the grocery store. The time was 2:52 p.m. It is now 4:11 p.m. More than an hour has passed. It is not sure whether the two people are still near the grocery store. Zhao Sun looked at the follow-up footage on the surveillance video. 3 people chased to the door of the grocery store. After looking around, they dispersed and chose different directions to leave. It seems that these 3 people are chasing the couple. The effect of the wanted order has been shown, although it is not certain that the couple are prisoners. If they are prisoners, if they die, this side quest will not be completed. He can't let them die so quickly. Zhao Sun called the white coat, who was cooking, and asked the white coat to search for the whereabouts of the devil. This software requires a password and ID to operate, and it will also detect fingerprints. He can't do it himself. After clicking search, the white coat went to the kitchen to work again. Zhao Sun sat on the sofa and stared at the huge computer screen. According to the urgency, he had to deal with the couple first, and then deal with the devil. But he still wanted to determine what the devil had done during this period of time and where he was now, and then decide the direction of action. The identity level of the devil is not low, and it seems that the authority is also high. So many things are much more convenient to do. Moreover, the demon knew that there was another player in the game, no matter whether the demon thought it was a coincidence or not. He would not ignore it with his temperament. Therefore, he had to grasp the demon's whereabouts, and could not let the demon stay in the dark. Soon, 2 videos of different lengths were called up on the screen, both of which were the demon's action trajectory after the wanted order was issued. The rest was still being retrieved. Zhao Sun clicked on the 2 videos and watched. The demon seemed to be inspecting according to his identity in the game, strolling around the work area on that floor, without talking to anyone, just looking around and leaving. After watching the 2 videos, the white coat brought 3 dishes and a soup to the table and called Zhao Sun to come and eat quickly. It happened that the surveillance had not been retrieved yet, so Zhao Sun simply solved the problem of hunger first. Braised pork, scrambled eggs with leeks, cola chicken wings and tofu crucian carb soup. The dishes were considered rich. Zhao Sun picked up the chopsticks and ate them. He ate all the food in a whirlwind and soon finished all the food. The man in the white coat stared in amazement, not even having time to move the chopsticks in his hand, and just watched Zhao Sun finish the entire meal. At last, he said awkwardly, You have a big appetite. Not bad. Zhao Sun responded perfunctorily, wiped his mouth, and returned to the computer screen. After living in the survival game for such a long time, he naturally got used to eating more when there was something to eat, especially in this situation where you don't need to spend money or points. Take away what you can take away, and try to eat what you can't take away. The stomach of the man in the white coat growled. He never thought that he had been busy for a long time and didn't eat a single bite of food, but he was no longer in the mood to cook, so he had to take out a box of instant noodles from the kitchen cabinet and eat it. Zhao Sun stared at the newly retrieved surveillance videos. He found that the devil seemed to be looking for someone. Could it be looking for him? Unlikely. If he was really looking for him, he shouldn't look for him aimlessly. Even if he didn't know who he was and didn't know what he looked like, he should always ask the relevant person in charge whether there were any strangers who had entered and left the dungeon today. Such a simple thing. Even if the devil is not good at using his brain, he should be able to think of it. Since he is not looking for him, he is most likely looking for the target of the side quest. According to the mode in the dream game, the main quests are all very simple small quests. The main quest of the devil may be issuing a wanted order, instead of
issuing a wanted order and killing the wanted criminal. As for whether the couple will die later, it has nothing to do with the devil. It is also true that if the couple needs to die to complete the main quest, the devil will definitely take the initiative to kill the couple instead of hanging around here. Therefore, the devil's main quest has been completed. It is impossible to sneak attack while the main quest is not completed, and the devil cannot use special abilities. Zhao Sun did not have much hope at first, but now that he has confirmed this, he is not disappointed. He continued to check the subsequent surveillance video and found that the last scene of the devil appearing in the surveillance was entering a room that looked like a laboratory. The time was 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The door was heavy, blocking all sights, and it was completely impossible to see what was inside. Where are the surveillance cameras in the lab? Zhao Sun asked the white coat. The white coat was slurping noodles. When he heard Zhao Sun's question, he quickly swallowed the noodles in his mouth and then said, "There are no surveillance cameras in the lab." After thinking for a while, he said rigorously, "At least people outside the lab don't know whether there are surveillance cameras in the lab. Except for a few responsible persons. No one else has the authority to enter the lab." "Then do you know anyone in the lab?" Zhao Sun asked. "I know them, but they don't know me," the white coat said helplessly. "That's a class I can't get in touch with. It can be seen that your level is not high." Zhao Sun chuckled. "Otherwise, you wouldn't be asked to do this kind of work to check for abnormalities." Compared with ordinary residents, the white coat is considered an upper-class person. But in the entire upper class, the white coat is probably a low-level existence. White coat, if we don't mention this, we can still have a good chat. Zhao Sun's eyes stayed on the closed laboratory door on the surveillance camera for a moment. It seems that this laboratory is very important and has a high level of confidentiality. There is no surveillance, so it is unclear what is going on inside. However, it seems that it has nothing to do with his side quest at the moment, and the devil does not seem to plan to come out for a while. Zhao Sun turned to the white coat and said, "You stay here and stare at the surveillance at the door of the laboratory. Once the man comes out, notify me." "Oh, okay." The white coat nodded honestly. "Do you have a mobile phone here?" Zhao Sun asked the white coat again. "Yes." The white coat took out his mobile phone. "There is a signal everywhere in the underground city." "Just one mobile phone?" Zhao Sun asked again. "Then I don't need two." The white coat looked innocent. Zhao Sun looked around. "Then do you have a landline in this room?" "Yes. Yes." The white coat nodded again. "In my bedroom?" "That's fine. Give me your mobile phone." Zhao Sun stretched out his hand to the white coat. "Call me as soon as the man comes out." His mobile phone has no signal here at all, and it can't serve the purpose of communication. The white coat handed his phone to Zhao Sun obediently, without any doubt or refusal. He just asked casually, "Are you going out?" "Yes." Zhao Sun put away his phone and said to the white coat, "You also monitor the whereabouts of the couple. If you find new traces, you must notify me immediately." "Okay." "I know." The white coat was like a subordinate who accepted orders from his superiors. Very obedient. Zhao Sun turned into a little sparrow and flew out of the window of the white coat's living room. Although it would be a bit strange to see a flying bird like a sparrow in the underground city. But the surveillance outside the building is facing the ground, and the sparrow flying above will not be photographed at all. As long as no one looks up, they will not notice the existence of such a small animal. Even if they see it, they will not think that it is a human transformation. Zhao Sun flew towards the slums according to his memory. The farther away from the building where the white coat is, the lower the space becomes, and the smell in the air becomes worse and worse. The building where the white coats live has 6 floors at most, with a green belt in the middle. In order to improve comfort and visual effects, at least 5 meters of height is left above the 6th floor, and the sky and white clouds are specially made above, giving people the illusion that they are not living underground. In other places, the highest floor is only 3 or 4 floors, and all the vacant space is built with houses for people to live in. There is no such thing as a green belt, let alone leaving some space above. Even the roads for people to walk are very narrow, and there is no comfort at all. In such a narrow and short space, sparrows can only shuttle between many buildings, and it is difficult to avoid surveillance everywhere. Zhao Sun realized this at the first time, and immediately found a blind spot for surveillance, turned himself into a mouse, and crawled quickly along the corner of the wall. Rats are most common in the underground city, and even if they are captured by surveillance, they will not be as noticeable as sparrows. Zhao Sun chose to enhance his speed and vision 5 times. in the underground city where the overall light is very dim. He can also see everything clearly and move very fast. Soon, he arrived at the slums. This place is indeed called a slum, with chaos and dirtiness visible at a glance. Garbage all over the ground, and some unknown liquids, and a strong sour and rancid smell in the air. People with mysophobia will definitely not survive here, and there is absolutely no clean place to step. Chapter 256, Who Doesn't Live Like a Prisoner? Zhao Sun walked along the corner of the wall in the direction of the grocery store according to his memory. Before coming here, he looked at the route near the grocery store. His memory was still fresh, and he would not go wrong. There were no pedestrians on the road. Only occasionally saw people lying on the ground. Dirty, unclear appearance, and even unclear gender. Every person who fell on the roadside was either seriously injured or skinny, and all looked like they were breathing in less than breathing out. These people would not receive any help and were basically dead. Zhao Sun suddenly thought that he did not see any corpses on the roadside. Given the degree of dirtiness and mess in the slums, it was normal for corpses to appear on the roadside. But in fact, he walked such a long way and only saw people who were about to become corpses, but did not really see corpses. Therefore, there is a department in the underground city that is specifically responsible for handling these corpses. It stands to reason that such a department should be set up. But how are the corpses handled? Throw them on the surface? But when he was outside, he didn't see any traces of corpses. The whole snowfield was very clean. If it had been snowing, it would be normal for all the corpses to be covered. But it wasn't snowing outside all the time, so there should be traces of fresh corpses thrown up. But there was nothing. Even if the corpses were not thrown away every day, but were processed collectively after a certain number of them were accumulated. And the time when he appeared in the game happened to be many days after the corpses were thrown to the surface. And it happened that it had snowed before and covered the original corpses. But he blew up 2 areas on the surface, but didn't blow out a single limb, which was not normal. Besides, the accumulation of corpses also requires a special place to be placed. But he didn't see a crematorium or a building that met the conditions for storing corpses on the map. It seems that the corpses were not thrown away casually, and should have been processed in other ways, since it was not cremated. Then, I don't know why, Zhao Sun suddenly thought of that laboratory. The only place capable of handling corpses is that laboratory. Although normally there should be no connection between the two. As an underground city, if the corpse is not thrown on the surface, it must be properly handled. If some unconventional methods of handling corpses are used, the laboratory is indeed very suitable. This makes Zhao Sun more interested in the laboratory. Perhaps there will be hidden tasks triggered there. However, this will have to wait until he finishes other things. Zhao Sun walked quickly and finally found the grocery store. Compared with what he saw in the surveillance video before, the grocery store is much messier, and there are fewer things inside. Many boxes and boxes have been overturned on the ground. It seems that many people came to steal things while the owner was away. There was no new news from the white coat, which means that the latest traces of the desperate couple have not been found. So it is very likely that they are still here with the grocery store owner. But other people who went in and out of the grocery store did not notice the existence of the couple, which means that there should be passages leading to other places in the grocery store, or dark rooms. Zhao Sun quickly entered the grocery store and saw a hidden door inside. The grocery store was very dark and there was no light. In addition, the door was the same color as the surrounding walls, and there were all kinds of sundries piled up around it. You might not be able to notice it even if you looked closely. However, Zhao Sun had a 5-fold night vision bonus, so he could see it clearly. The boxes that should have been neatly stacked were all scattered on the ground, blocking half of the door. Not to mention people. Even a mouse would have difficulty getting through. But this did not bother Zhao Sun. He turned into a cockroach and squeezed in through various gaps, and soon walked to the door. He squeezed in through the crack in the door smoothly. It was indeed a small room inside. It should be the grocery store owner's own residence. There was only a bed and a toilet inside. It couldn't be simpler. But compared with those people waiting to die outside, the grocery store owner's conditions were already pretty good. The smell in the room was terrible. The old musty smell and the smell of rotten wood, mixed with the sour smell of a person who had not taken a bath for a long time, piled up in this unventilated room, giving people an indescribable feeling of suffocation. The owner was tied up like a dumpling with strips of cloth made of untied sheets, and fainted in the corner. There was still a ball of smelly socks stuffed in his mouth, and he couldn't speak even if he woke up. The desperate couple huddled at the door, paying attention to the movements outside from time to time.
as if they wanted to find a chance to leave here. Zhao Sun turned back into human form. The desperate couple only felt that a tall figure suddenly appeared beside them. Just as they were about to pick up the knife at hand, they were hypnotized by Zhao Sun. Hypnotizing two people at the same time is not a difficult task for the psychic power after 5 times enhancement. After the hypnosis, Zhao Sun immediately asked the question he was most concerned about.
Do you think you are a prisoner?
The couple looked at each other and then smiled bitterly.
We are worse than prisoners,
the man said bitterly.
Prisoners at least have a stable place to live and food delivered regularly. What do we have? Do you think you are like prisoners? If you don't think you are, who in the dungeon do you think is more like a prisoner?
After thinking for a while, Zhao Sun added,
Or is there an organization called Prisoners in the Dungeon?
The couple looked confused.
We have never heard of an organization called Prisoners.
The woman shook her head.
We haven't met anyone who looks like a prisoner.
The man continued to answer. Zhao Sun frowned slightly. It seems that this couple is not his mission target, and he is now completely in the dark about all the information about prisoners. This side quest is only a short sentence, not even 10 words, because there is no explanation and direction, and there are no prisoners in the dungeon in the literal sense. It makes it difficult for him to determine the mission target. Zhao Sun was just thinking about whether to wake up the grocery store owner to see if he could give more information, when he heard the man next to him muttering,
If you must say, in the underground city, except for those upper-class people, who doesn't live like a prisoner?
Zhao Sun paused. In fact, he had this idea. After all, from all the information he had learned about the dungeon, the upper class lived a comfortable life, but everyone else was in dire straits. Not only was it difficult to get basic food and clothing, but there was no human rights or fairness. Take the transplant of organs from the daughter of the desperate couple as an example. The upper class kept the lives of others, most likely for more productivity, and as a mobile organ reserve. These people are prisoners in another sense. But his own thoughts were useless. His mission was to
liberate the prisoners.
Since there was no prisoner in the literal sense, the prisoner must at least feel that he was a prisoner to have the meaning of being liberated. Otherwise, no matter what he did, the other party might not feel liberated, but might feel that he was meddling in their affairs and disrupting their lives. But if the oppressed NPCs themselves think of themselves as prisoners, the meaning is different. There is also the value of being liberated. However, if the prisoners in the underground city he wanted to liberate were all those living at the bottom, things would be a bit troublesome. This was not as simple as killing a few people and letting the prisoners go. For Zhao Sun, the only good news was that if the mission target was a group, the death of some people during this period should not be considered as his failure to complete the mission. After all, the side quest did not require him to
keep all the current prisoners alive.
In the process of liberation, there would inevitably be sacrifices and things that could not be taken care of. Therefore, achieving the goal of liberating this group should be considered as completing the mission. And it was impossible to require him to ensure that everyone was alive. In this case, the life and death of the couple was not within his scope of concern. After confirming this, Zhao Sun did not rush to leave, but asked the couple to wake up the grocery store owner. After a hypnotic operation, Zhao Sun first asked the owner about his basic information. The owner had lived in the slums for 3 years. He was 35 years old this year, single, childless, and had no wife. However, in such a chaotic area, robbery and murder may occur at any time, and there will be no one to control it. The owner can still run the grocery store. His identity is definitely not as simple as it seems. Apart from other things, the owner's source of goods cannot be obtained without some connections and background. Zhao Sun asked the owner directly,
Are you related to a certain upper-class person?
The couple on the side looked confused, and they couldn't understand why Zhao Sun asked such a question. The owner nodded honestly.
Yes.
The couple widened their eyes in surprise, and they couldn't believe what they heard. A person living in the slums is actually related to the upper-class people. They couldn't connect the people living in these two places together. In the underground city, the slums are where the lowest people live, and the technology building is where the upper-class people live. The upper-class people never disdain to come to the slums, which will dirty their shoes. So the upper-class people also disdain to talk to people in the slums. Even a glance at each other seems to dirty their eyes. How did this shop owner get connected with the upper class? When the couple was in doubt, Zhao Sun had already guessed it in his mind. He asked the shop owner,
Were you sent to the slums by the upper class?
Yes. The shop owner nodded again. Zhao Sun showed a look of understanding. This shop owner should be at the same level as the white coat. Although he can enjoy some benefits of the upper class, he is the lowest level in the entire upper circle. The authority is not high, and he needs to do some dirty and tiring work.
What is the purpose of them letting you stay in the slums?
Zhao Sun asked.
To grasp all the news of the slums,
the shop owner replied,
and to inspect the number of deaths in the slums every day and report it.
There are not many surveillance cameras in the slums. Even if they want to install surveillance cameras in some places, they will be destroyed soon. In order not to waste surveillance resources, they came up with a way of sending people to monitor.
There should be more than one monitor in the slums. Right?
Zhao Sun asked again. The slums are very chaotic, and the area is also very large. There is only one monitor, and it is simply too busy. Therefore, the grocery store owner is most likely responsible for only one area.
Yes,
the owner admitted. The desperate couple looked confused, as if they had not yet digested the news they had just received. They could never imagine that in the slums that seemed to be without any control, there was actually someone sent by the upper level to monitor. And there was more than one monitor. What on earth was this for? What could these people get from the slums? Compared with the confusion of the desperate couple, Zhao Sun was much more organized. He immediately thought of a possibility.
You reported the number of deaths in the slums in order to arrange for people to come and clean up the bodies?
Yes, the owner replied.
Then do you know where the bodies were transported to? And how were they handled?
Zhao Sun asked another question.
This is not my responsibility.
The owner shook his head.
I don't have the right to know.
Such an answer made Zhao Sun more suspicious of the laboratory. Normally, there is no confidentiality in dealing with corpses. But even the owner, who was responsible for reporting the bodies, did not know how they were handled later. It seems that this matter was concealed very deeply. According to the white coat, only a few people know about the laboratory, and it is top secret. The white coat did not say that there are other secrets. So the possibility that these two secrets are related to each other is even greater. Almost at the moment when Zhao Sun finished thinking, a pop-up window suddenly appeared in front of him. Hidden task: reveal the truth about the laboratory to all residents of the underground city and destroy the laboratory. Zhao Sun raised his eyebrows slightly. This hidden task undoubtedly confirmed his guess. However, there is no rush for the hidden task, so let's put it aside for now. Zhao Sun looked at the shop owner again and asked,
in your eyes, in the entire underground city, except for the people living in the science and technology building, are all other residents like prisoners? I think it is more appropriate to describe it as untouchables.
The shop owner showed a trace of disdain in his eyes, and then sneered.
However, prisoners are also quite appropriate. They are just rats trapped in the dirty area of the underground city. If we are in a good mood,
we will give them some benefits. If we are in a bad mood, we can just kill a few people to vent our anger.
Even though he had lived in the slums for many years, in the shop owner's heart, he was still the one who was high and mighty. The desperate couple changed their faces when they heard this. There was already a clear murderous intent in their eyes when they looked at the shop owner. The pain of losing their daughter was now doubly stirring in their chests, making them feel that they were about to be swallowed up by hatred. This emotion urgently needed an outlet, and the shop owner in front of them, who belittled ordinary residents like them, became the best target for venting. Zhao Sun heard the shop owner's answer and was more certain that the identity of
prisoner
referred to all ordinary people in the underground city. He stood up and glanced at the couple with angry and hateful faces.
It's up to you,
Zhao Sun said, and turned back into a cockroach and walked out the door. When he walked to the door, he heard the slight sound of the blade piercing the flesh, followed by a short scream from the shop owner. The scream lasted only half a second, and was quickly covered by something, leaving only the sound of sobbing. Chapter 257, Courageous. After walking out of the grocery store, Zhao Sun turned from a cockroach into a rat, and quickly shuttled along the wall toward the science and technology building. The target of the side mission has been basically determined. The life and death of the desperate couple will not affect the progress of the side mission. He does not need to protect the couple, let alone continue to hang around here. Now, there are no urgent events in the side missions and hidden missions, so they can be put aside and done later. It's time to find the devil to settle the account. Zhao Sun was running when he suddenly felt the vibration of his mobile phone. He found a blind spot for surveillance, took out his mobile phone, and answered the call. The white coat's somewhat excited voice came from the other end.
The person you asked me to monitor has appeared. Who?
Zhao Sun was not as emotional as the white coat, and even asked one more question. After all, the white coat didn't know that he no longer needed to pay attention to the whereabouts of the desperate couple. In the white coat's concept, the so-called monitor is not necessarily a demon. That couple. The white coat replied. Zhao Sun showed a look of, as expected, and then raised his hand.
You don't need to monitor these two people anymore.
The white coat was stunned for a moment, but quickly agreed.
Okay. I know. Then I just need to concentrate on monitoring the man called Devil.
Right? He asked again. For the convenience of calling, Zhao Sun told the white coat the nickname of the devil.
Yes.
Zhao Sun asked again.
Has he not come out of the laboratory until now?
Yes. The white coat muttered.
I don't know what he is doing in the laboratory. He has been there for so long. I am a little curious. Come to me if there is any new progress.
Zhao Sun said, and hung up the phone. He put the phone away again and continued to run towards the Science and Technology building. He has not yet discovered the truth of the laboratory, nor has he revealed this truth to all the residents of the underground city. Before that, the laboratory cannot be destroyed. So, the place where he fights with the devil must not be in the Science and Technology building. It is best to go to the ground, where it is spacious and convenient to move around. You can let go of your hands and feet completely, and you don't have to worry about doing too much and causing the entire dungeon to collapse. The problem is how to lead the demon to the ground. It is best to make yourself appear passive so that the demon will take the initiative to chase. Once the demon knows that he is doing it on purpose, in order to prevent fraud, the demon will not easily follow him up. Zhao Sun thought as he walked, and then stopped. In theory, the demon knows that there is another player, even if he is not sure of his appearance, gender and age. He will try to find him. The demon must have known about the explosion outside before. The demon should be able to guess that it was the player who made such a big noise, even if he is not 100% sure. With the demon's authority, he can directly ask what caused the noise, and then ask the ordinary residents of the dungeon how to get weapons. It can basically be determined that this matter can only be done by the player.
In addition, Zhao Sun clearly remembers that from the surveillance footage he found before, it can be seen that the demon also asked someone to retrieve the surveillance. However, there was very little surveillance on the ground, and Zhao Sun used the chameleon cloak when he flew into the sky, so his figure could not be seen by ordinary surveillance. Judging from the current situation, it is highly likely that he was not within the surveillance range of the ground when he appeared in this world. But the devil cannot give up and let such an uncertain factor run around in the dream game, which may affect his mission. Therefore, the devil must have asked others to monitor the whereabouts of outsiders. Especially those with unusual behavior will definitely attract the attention of the monitor. As long as the devil is notified, the devil is likely to take the initiative to attack. Thinking of this, Zhao Sun changed direction and stopped walking towards the Science and Technology building, but hid in a dark corner again. After confirming that there was no surveillance around, he called the white coat.
Do you have any secret passages in your underground city that can lead to the ground? Oh?
The white coat was stunned for a moment, a little confused.
You can go back to the ground directly without a password, fingerprint, or card swipe.
Zhao Sun emphasized again.
For example, ventilation ducts, garbage transportation channels, etc.
This is an underground city. Humans need oxygen to breathe, so it is impossible to be completely isolated from the outside world. It is impossible to put all the garbage produced every day in the underground city. The best way to deal with it is to transport it to the surface or to landfill it underground outside the underground city. Based on the current situation, he does not think that the technology of this underground city is advanced enough to have self-circulating oxygen and reasonably degrade all garbage. Then the ventilation ducts and garbage transportation channels must exist. The white coat seemed to be reminded, and he answered blankly.
In this case, the ventilation ducts are indeed possible, because they need to connect to the outside air, and you can crawl out along the ventilation ducts.
At the end, he added,
but the ventilation ducts are not particularly large. Only very thin people can get through, and men with slightly larger bones may not be able to pass through. Send me the layout of the ventilation ducts.
Zhao Sun did not listen to the white coat's nonsense and continued to make requests.
It must be clearly marked where the exit is, and the location of the underground city corresponding to all ventilation ducts.
I know. The white coat agreed. About 10 minutes later, Zhao Sun received a very detailed ventilation duct layout map from the white coat, and the exit location was thoughtfully marked with the most conspicuous fluorescent red. Zhao Sun looked for his current location on the layout map, quickly found the nearest ventilation outlet, and quickly climbed up. The mouse's body is flexible and small, and it is more than enough to get into the ventilation duct without feeling crowded at all. He walked forward while checking the appropriate route on the layout map. After circling around for more than 40 minutes, he finally got out of the dungeon. After returning to the ground, he found that his current location was far away from the location that first appeared in the game. From here, he could not see the two deep pits that were blown out before. No wonder he did not see the ventilation duct opening here that was specially made into snow white. At first glance, the appearance looks like a pile of snow. It would only make people mistakenly think that there was a small earth slope here, and it would be higher than other places after the snow accumulated. It is so inconspicuous when viewed from close up, so it is naturally not easy to notice it from a distance. This is good. The distance between the front and the back is very far, which can create an illusion for the demon, making the demon think that he has tried for hours but failed to enter the dungeon and has been wandering on the surface. Zhao Sun carefully checked around the ventilation duct and finally saw a small monitoring device on the upper left side outside the duct. Sure enough, no matter how few monitoring devices are on the surface, an important place like the ventilation duct must be equipped with 1 or 2 monitoring devices. Zhao Sun went back to the right side of the ventilation duct, changed back to human form, and specially put on goddess wings and chameleon cloak and flew away for a while. He chose a suitable position and made sure that he would not enter the monitoring screen at present, then took off the cloak and flew slowly towards the vent. Exposing the existence of the wings is to make it seem natural that there are no footprints left in the snow. Zhao Sun landed steadily within the surveillance camera's field of view, and then pretended to observe carefully, walked around the ventilation duct, and covered all the mouse footprints left nearby with a few steps. Just as he finished all this, the phone vibrated again. Zhao Sun looked at the surveillance camera, as if he had just discovered the existence of this surveillance camera. He frowned slightly and destroyed the surveillance camera as a matter of course. Then he picked up the phone. The white coat's somewhat excited voice came from the microphone.
The demon came out of the laboratory. Well, I know.
Zhao Sun didn't say much and hung up the phone directly. The demon got the news quite quickly. It seems that he should be the surveillance camera that is specifically watching the surface. There are no people on the surface. Once a human figure appears, it is very conspicuous and no one will ignore it. Moreover, the demon came out of the laboratory as soon as he got the news. It is obvious that in the demon's mind, dealing with another player is a must. Now, everything is ready, just waiting for the fish to take the bait. Asterisk. After waiting for a while, when Zhao Sun was about to open the ventilation duct, there was finally movement not far away. He made a look of doubt and looked at the direction of the sound with a defensive look. But he was not really surprised. It is normal for there to be an entrance and exit near the ventilation vent, in case there is an unsafe factor in the ventilation vent, or the ventilation duct is damaged. It is helpful to repair or solve the hidden danger as soon as possible from the nearest entrance and exit. Along with the sound of machinery, the snow on the ground was lifted up in large pieces, and an iron door was pulled open from the ground, followed by a vague figure looming in the fluttering snow. Before the other party completely appeared, Zhao Sun raised one hand, and a large piece of water arrow stabbed at the figure at a very fast speed. The next second, a sharp alarm sounded from the figure.
There is danger! There is danger ahead!
It was the danger alarm in the shape of a rabbit doll. Before the alarm sounded, another figure suddenly appeared and blocked the first figure. After hearing a few soft sounds, Zhao Sun clearly felt that the water arrow hit something very hard and broke into countless drops of water. At the same time, the fluttering snowflakes finally fell, and the view was no longer blocked, revealing the opponent's appearance. It was a tall and strong man, who seemed to be about 2 meters tall. All the exposed skin was shining, glittering in the sunlight, as bright as a diamond. This was the puppet mentioned by the whistle, whose body could be turned into diamond. This man looked almost the same as a normal human, except that his eyes were lifeless, as if he had no soul. In addition, if you look closely, you can see various traces of sutures on his body, but the sutures were close to the skin color, making it difficult to see.
Interesting.
Another man's voice sounded behind the strong man.
You attacked me directly without knowing who I am. You are very brave.
Then, the man walked out from behind the strong man. He was about 30 years old, thin, but he didn't make people feel weak at all. Instead, there was a kind of frightening malice that emanated from every pore of his body. It was the devil himself. His gloomy eyes like a snake stared at Zhao Sun, as if he was looking at a prey that was about to be devoured.
I know who you are,
Zhao Sun said in a deep voice.
I'm here to seek revenge on you.
He did not follow the instructions of the whistle and act carefully, but exposed his purpose at the beginning. Only in this way can he make the devil take out his adopted mother, just like he used the water power attack at the first time. It was also to let the devil take out Alu to deal with him. He must first let the devil use special abilities to release Alu and his adopted mother before the subsequent actions can be carried out.
Are you seeking revenge on me?
The devil showed an interesting look, as if he had finally encountered something fun, and was not annoyed by the other party's disrespect at all.
What grudge do you have against me? Tell me.
Zhao Sun did not answer this question immediately, as if he was overwhelmed by anger. He raised his hands, and countless water arrows appeared from behind him, and the sharp arrows were all aimed at the direction of the devil. He launched an attack again. The sturdy man quickly blocked in front of the devil, using his diamond body to block most of the water arrows. Only a small part was missed, which was blocked by the second puppet that suddenly appeared. That was a decadent uncle with unshaven beard. The moment he appeared, he turned himself into a huge shield to block the demon. The shield can move by itself, and the movement is flexible and fast, without any sense of bulkiness. He blocked all the remaining arrows.
It seems that there is a real grudge.
The demon laughed, with a hint of uncontrollable excitement in his eyes.
Tell me, what is the grudge? She was made into a puppet by you. You may not even remember her name.
Zhao Sun showed an angry look.
What's the point of telling you?
The demon was a little surprised. It has been a long time since someone came to avenge his puppet. This is really great. When he thought of the good show later, he was so excited that his fingers cramped. He hasn't enjoyed that kind of extreme happiness for a long time.
You can give me a detailed description of their appearance. I only have so many dolls. As long as your description is distinctive enough, I will definitely know who they are.
The devil tried his best to control his tone from becoming too high. He persuaded him.
This way, you can at least see them again. Don't you want to see the person you care about again?
Zhao Sun hesitated for a few seconds, as if he could not resist such temptation, and said,
She is about 47 or 48 years old. Her hair is often tied into a bun, and there is a small mole at the corner of her mouth. Oh, it's her.
The devil almost immediately matched a human face.
You are right. I still don't know her name, but I still have some impression of her.
After speaking, he raised his hand slightly, and a new doll appeared in front of him. The doll's head raised, revealing a face that Zhao Sun was very familiar with. That face, even when the eyes were lifeless, was kind. The next second, the lifeless eyes seemed to have a look as if they were suddenly injected with soul. The doll blinked, and seemed a little confused. But when she saw Zhao Sun standing not far away, her eyes softened instantly.
Xiao Xuan.
She called out this intimate name very familiarly, just like the past 20 years. Kind and loving. Chapter 258 Danger. Danger? After a brief second of warmth, the woman seemed to finally come back to her senses. She realized her current identity and guessed what was about to happen. Her tone suddenly became anxious.
Zhao Sun, run! Do you want to know how she died?
The devil laughed softly. His tone was full of impatience, and he seemed eager to share this with Zhao Sun. Zhao Sun responded by conjuring more water arrows to attack the devil. The strong man and the decadent man went out at the same time and easily blocked all the attacks. Without waiting for the devil to speak again, countless scattered water droplets instantly turned into tiny water needles, shooting at the devil in unison. When the strong man and the decadent man resisted, the water needles turned flexibly, as if they had self-awareness to avoid obstacles, and still attacked the devil. The speed of the strong man and the decadent man was naturally not as fast as these tiny water needles. Seeing that the water needles were about to pierce the body of the devil, a new puppet was summoned. Before he could see the puppet's appearance clearly, a large piece of scorching flames burst out, instantly melting all the water needles. The mist in the air quickly evaporated, revealing the puppet's face. The short hair and clean face, but the eyes were dull, not as determined as seen in the photo. It was undoubtedly Alu.
So you still hide your strength?
The devil snorted and laughed.
It's a pity. It's just like this.
He looked relaxed. Even though Zhao Sun showed strength beyond his expectations, he didn't really take Zhao Sun seriously, except for the battle with the God of Death. He had never lost. It's just a special ability of control water. Nothing to be afraid of. At the same time, Zhao Sun's adoptive mother was looking at Zhao Sun with a worried look. And she was still saying,
Xiao Xuan, run! Shut up!
The devil was a little annoyed and gave an order to Zhao Sun's adoptive mother.
I didn't ask you to come out to say these useless nonsense.
The adoptive mother was like a mute point, and she couldn't speak for a moment. She had to signal Zhao Sun with her eyes. Don't hang around here. Her face was full of worry and anxiety. After the adoptive mother calmed down, the devil's mood improved again. He said to Zhao Sun,
I let you meet. You should be grateful to me.
Zhao Sun ignored the devil, but cast a soothing look at the adoptive mother and asked,
What is your special ability? Isn't it impolite for you to ask my puppet like this?
The devil naturally didn't give the adoptive mother a chance to speak.
Then I ask you.
Zhao Sun looked at the devil again.
Will you answer me? Of course not.
The devil laughed.
Why should I answer your questions?
Zhao Sun looked at his adoptive mother again. The adoptive mother moved her lips, as if she wanted to answer his question. But she was restricted by the shut up command just now, so she couldn't make a sound. The devil appreciated the scene, and then smiled and said to Zhao Sun,
In order to repay me for letting you meet, you try to live a little longer and let me enjoy it more. How about it? It just so happens that I also want to tell you in detail how your mother died. You listen carefully. No need.
Zhao Sun refused coldly.
I know everything I need to know.
After he finished speaking, a plastic toy that looked like a firefly suddenly appeared in his hand, with a yellow-green light flashing on its belly. Just like a real firefly. The devil showed an interested look. He could see that this was a special item, but he didn't know what it was used for. However, he liked to see others struggling desperately to survive, so that the final death would be particularly delicious. But he would not let the other party use his tricks. He still needed to strike when he should strike. Giving the other party too much hope would not be so interesting. What he liked was to give the other party only a glimmer of hope. Watching the other party give everything for such a tiny possibility, and then completely extinguish all life at the last moment. Thinking of this, the devil summoned a tall and thin woman. This was the puppet that the whistle mentioned. The puppet that would attack the brain nerves. The next second, Zhao Sun felt a sharp pain in his head, but he quickly resisted it with his psychic ability. It seems that the special ability of this puppet is not enough to cause much damage to him. With a 5-fold increase in psychic ability, it can completely resist the opponent's mental attack. Even counterattack is no problem. It's just that the consumption of mental power will be a bit large. Zhao Sun pretended to be in pain, covering his head, but he looked at the demon's wrist through his fingers. Sure enough, he saw a string of purple crystal bracelets on his right wrist. This is the special item that the demon has just obtained, which can resist attacks such as mental power. Since he is very good at dealing with psychic players with similar special abilities, then this purple crystal bracelet may only have a minimum of 50% effect in resisting his psychic ability. He can try that plan. After making up his mind, he pinched the plastic firefly in his hand. In an instant, the firefly burst out with a very strong light, blocking everyone's sight. The demon can only see the dazzling yellow-green color in front of him, and nothing else. All the puppets have lost their attack targets, and the mental attack is forced to stop. The sturdy man, the decadent man, and the foster mother all gathered around the demon in an instant. Taking a defensive posture, the tall and thin woman tried to sense Zhao Sun's presence. But Zhao Sun's spiritual ability was much higher than hers. He could completely block her perception by casting a spiritual barrier. For a moment, everyone in the demon's place was in a passive state. The light of the fireflies continued to shine, and it seemed as if there was no end. But the demon did not deal with this special item similar to a flash bomb. Just in case, he ordered the puppet Ayla to lay a hemispherical fire wall around him, 1 meter thick, covering him in the fire wall. But almost the next second after the fire wall was formed, a huge ball of water poured over his head, and it instantly extinguished the thick fire wall. Some of the water even fell on the demon's head, soaking him like a drowned chicken. The demon was shocked and immediately realized that Zhao Sun had never really shown his full strength before. Such a huge water ball and the firefighting ability to extinguish a 1 meter thick wall of fire in an instant were not something that Zhao Sun could achieve with the strength he had demonstrated before. Therefore, Zhao Sun's water control ability is definitely not LV2 or LV3 as he thought at first. It must have reached LV5. Then LV3 fire control is difficult to deal with LV5 water control. The devil immediately summoned another short man and released lightning to attack the sky. The water ball came from the sky.
He still remembered that in the surveillance video sent by his subordinates, Zhao Sun had a special item that could fly. So he naturally guessed that Zhao Sun flew above him to launch the attack. The lightning was as thick as a person, indiscriminately attacking all the places in the sky that could be attacked. While the short man attacked the sky, the puppet ale rearranged the hemispherical fire wall. However, just as the puppet ale raised his hand and had no time to build the fire wall, another huge water ball hit from above. Even with lightning, obviously, the short man's indiscriminate attack just now did not hit Zhao Sun at all. The rabbit puppet on the demon's body issued a sharp alarm.
There is danger above the head!
The demon, who almost lost his eyesight under the influence of firefly light, still made an accurate judgment immediately and dodged in a hurry. Almost at the same time, 3 black shadows suddenly appeared from a place very close to the demon.
There is danger at 3 o'clock, 6 o'clock, and 10 o'clock.
The sharp alarm of the rabbit puppet sounded again. The next second, the sturdy man, the decadent man, and the adopted mother immediately intercepted. Protecting the demon is their mission as puppets, whether they are in the first state or the second state. This is an iron rule that will never change. Almost at the moment when the 3 parties confronted each other, the tall and thin woman, who was responsible for the mental attack on the other side, suddenly made a few dull sounds, followed by the sound of heavy objects falling to the ground. It's a pity that the light was too bright, and the demon couldn't see what was happening over there. And he didn't care about that at this time, because he suddenly felt a little more weight on his shoulders. Although he didn't know what was on his shoulders, out of instinct, he immediately raised his arms to shake off the things on his shoulders. But as soon as he raised his arm a little, he shook his mind without warning, and then his arm seemed to be out of control and fell down again. When he got rid of that strange feeling, he heard a crisp click sound, and he realized that a collar was put on his neck. At the moment the collar was put on, all the puppets stopped moving. The devil even felt that his mentality was abnormal. A cowardly emotion that he had never experienced before arose from the bottom of his heart. This feeling was too strange and made him very uncomfortable. Soon, the dazzling light faded, and the firefly model quickly flew to the devil's shoulder. It was not until this time that the devil saw that there was a very small green frog squatting on his shoulder. He also saw clearly that it was not Zhao Sun who was blocked by the 3 puppets just now, but the baboon, gorilla and mandrill. Where was the shadow of Zhao Sun on the vast snowfield in front of him? Just when the devil was puzzled, the frog jumped off his shoulder and turned back into human form. When Zhao Sun turns into a frog, he can use Nullify to become immune to all offensive damage. He used water balls to attack from above in order to attract the demon's attention and make the demon mistakenly think that he was in the sky. He had deliberately exposed the existence of goddesses' wings before, so it was easy to associate it with flying into the sky. After successfully getting the demon's attention to the top, Zhao Sun completely restrained his murderous intent and approached the demon. At the same time, he summoned baboons, gorillas, and mandrills and asked them to release their murderous intent as much as possible to alert the rabbit toy. In this way, the actions of the 3 puppets next to the demon could be temporarily controlled. For the remaining spiritual puppet, he used gold control to pierce her into a sieve. Even though she would not die as a puppet, her actions could be restricted. Even if there was only a 2-second limit on these puppets, it was enough for him to get close to the demon. As long as he could get close to the demon's neck and use spiritual power to make the demon lose the consciousness of resistance. Even if it was only 50% effective, he was sure to put cowardly shackles on the demon. Once he put this on, everything was settled. Shackles of cowardice. The person who wears this item will lose courage, become timid and submissive, and will not be able to use special abilities. And this item can only be taken off by the owner. No other person, special item, or special ability can take it off or destroy it. PS1. According to the special ability level of the owner of the item. Special abilities below this level can be completely sealed. Special abilities of the same level can only be sealed for 24 hours. And special abilities above this level can only be sealed for half an hour. PS2. If the item is not taken off after the effect on the wearer disappears, the item will be destroyed when the effect disappears. If you want to reuse it, please cherish the item and remove it in time. How to use: throw it accurately on the opponent's neck, and the collar will be automatically put on the opponent. Fortunately, the highest level of players' special abilities is only LV5, and Zhao Sun does not need to worry about the problem that the opponent's level is much higher than his. At the same level, the special ability can be sealed for 24 hours. There is plenty of time, and he has time to do everything he wants to do next. In short,
The plan went so smoothly, thanks to the whistle. With the detailed information provided by the whistle, the process of probing was reduced, and a battle plan was formulated in a targeted manner. And the demon didn't know that he had so much information. So he caught the demon off guard. Now, no matter what tricks the demon had hidden, he would no longer have the opportunity to use them. Seeing the frog transformed into Zhao Sun's appearance in front of him, the demon suddenly realized.
Your special ability is transformation?
Without waiting for Zhao Sun to speak, the demon shook his head again.
No. Your special ability is clearly water control. Is this the effect of some special item?
Zhao Sun naturally would not answer the demon's questions. He took out the lively long rope and tied the demon tightly, and then took out a knife. Amid the danger, alarm of the toy rabbit, he neatly poked out the demon's eyes and cut the demon's tendons. Without the use of his hands and feet, and without eyes, the demon could no longer take out other special items from the storage compartment to deal with him. After doing all this, Zhao Sun turned to look at his adoptive mother.
Mom, can you speak now?
His tone was different from usual. With more sincere concern, the devil's special ability was sealed. Not only could he not take out more puppets, but the puppets that had been taken out could also temporarily get rid of control. In theory, the adoptive mother can now speak independently. However, Zhao Sun still had to ask to confirm. The adoptive mother tried it and nodded.
Well, I can speak.
Chapter 259, Even if I die, I will take someone with me to be buried with me.
What is your special ability?
Zhao Sun asked his adoptive mother. It was like a habit that he wanted to know the special abilities of everyone first. It was just that he needed to test and secretly devour other people. But he only needed to ask his adoptive mother directly. The adoptive mother walked quickly to Zhao Sun's side and gently wiped the cold sweat from Zhao Sun's forehead. Then, she raised her other dry and clean hand to touch Zhao Sun's face.
Replenish your mental power.
After the words fell, Zhao Sun felt a warm current from his cheek into his body, and his throbbing temples gradually calmed down. From the time he entered this dream game until now, he has used too many special abilities, especially in the previous battle. In order to achieve a quick victory, he used several special abilities at the same time, and consumed a lot of mental power in an instant. Although he did not exhaust himself, losing too much mental power in a short period of time would also cause some discomfort in his body. Although Zhao Sun didn't say anything, as a mother, she easily noticed his pale lips and the thin and dense cold sweat on his forehead. So, the adoptive mother immediately gave the greatest help she could. While transferring mental power, the adoptive mother took the initiative to introduce.
My special ability level has been upgraded to LV3, and there are 3 ways to use it. First, replenish others' mental power in large quantities. Second, absorb others' mental power to replenish myself. But at most I can only replenish half of my own mental power, and I can't absorb more. Third, I can interfere with others' mental state through the input of mental power, and the degree of interference varies depending on the situation.
Hearing this, Zhao Sun suddenly asked,
when it is upgraded to LV2, are there the first and third ways of use? Yes.
The adoptive mother nodded. Zhao Sun showed a look of understanding. So that's it. He knew how Xiaohong survived that game at that time. The reason why I guess that the usage of LV2 is the first and third is that the second method can only replenish half of the player's own mental power. Unless the enemy's mental power is very little, it is difficult to cause much damage. The third method is different. As long as the opponent is not a person with particularly strong mental power, or a person who has not a special mental ability, he can interfere with the opponent's mental state. As long as the interference is successful, it is not difficult to find an opportunity to attack. Xiaohong must not have met someone who could resist her interference at that time, which can be regarded as a certain amount of luck. And Zhao Sun can also guess the reason why the foster mother lost to the devil. Judging from the state of the devil, the mental power should be quite strong. And as long as the devil gives an order, the devil's puppet will execute it. It's just that interfering with the devil's mental state cannot make the devil change the order, and it is impossible to stop the puppet from attacking. The foster mother couldn't deal with a few people alone, so she was defeated. Zhao Sun's complexion gradually improved, and his adoptive mother smiled with relief. She took back her hand and said to Zhao Sun,
I have no regrets now that I can see you again.
Zhao Sun pursed his lips. He wanted to say something, but for a moment, he didn't know where to start.
If I die, she will die too.
The demon lying on the ground suddenly said,
Do you really dare to kill me? Aren't you afraid of being charged with parricide?
Although his threats were the same as usual, there was a hint of uneasiness in his tone. under the influence of shackles of cowardice. He became timid and cowardly, and his momentum was not as strong as before. Before Zhao Sun could speak, his adoptive mother said,
I am already a dead person, but my soul is bound by you and cannot be freed.
She looked at Zhao Sun with a loving look.
You are here to save me, so that I can die peacefully and no longer be controlled. This is a good thing. You didn't kill my parents.
Zhao Sun nodded, his voice a little low.
I know.
He knew very well that this was the result his adoptive mother expected. So from the beginning when he decided to act, he had no uneasiness. He didn't even worry that the demon would use his adoptive mother as a target, because he knew that he had nothing to hesitate about. And he would not show mercy. This is what his adoptive mother wanted. Seeing the determined look in Zhao Sun's eyes, the adoptive mother smiled with relief.
The road ahead may be difficult, but I believe in you. You are so outstanding and powerful that you can always overcome difficulties.
The adoptive mother patted Zhao Sun on the shoulder.
Try to live, and you will always find hope.
Zhao Sun took a deep breath and slowly said,
Mom, I want to do an experiment and need a strand of your hair.
He felt that sentimentality was not suitable for him, and he really didn't know what to say at this time. So he just talked about business. The adoptive mother didn't ask anything, and casually pulled off a strand of her hair and handed it to Zhao Sun. Zhao Sun turned his back and held the hair in his mouth. Soon, he was sure that he could not devour the special ability of his adoptive mother. It seems that the puppet made of a dead body, even if the soul is trapped inside, is still considered a dead body that has been dead for a long time. It is not within his devour range. Zhao Sun threw his hair away and turned to look at his adoptive mother again.
Where do you want to be buried?
He explained.
I heard that my father died in a dream game. I can't find him and bury him with you, but you can choose the place you like to bury him. Then take me home.
The adoptive mother smiled, still kind.
If it is inconvenient to take my body away, ashes will do. Fallen leaves return to their roots. This is my last obsession.
In this way, it can be regarded as giving his son a goal, and he will not give up easily.
Okay.
Zhao Sun nodded.
I will definitely take you home.
After explaining everything, Zhao Sun lifted the demon's cut wrist and dripped fresh blood onto his adoptive mother's lips. The demon shrank and wanted to struggle, but couldn't break free. After losing his courage, he even had less strength to resist. He knew in his heart that his current state was not right, but it was difficult to resist this feeling. He knew very well that the problem was with the collar on his neck, but his tendons were cut, and there was no way to take off the collar. Moreover, he could guess that such a collar would never be taken off casually. The foster mother swallowed the drop of blood, and then chose a comfortable position to lie on the snow. Her expression was relaxed, not like she was going to die, but like she was on vacation. She turned her head to look at Zhao Sun and stretched out a hand towards him. Zhao Sun subconsciously half knelt down and reached out to hold his adoptive mother's hand. In this world, the only people he could get close to without any psychological preparation and completely against his killing instinct were his adoptive father and mother.
Xiaoxuan, I just hope you are safe,
the adoptive mother murmured.
Nothing else matters.
After that, she slowly closed her eyes and accepted death calmly. Zhao Sun looked at his adoptive mother's body quietly. His eyes were as quiet as a deep pool, making it difficult to see his emotions. 10 seconds later, he started moving again. He spent 40 points to open the 4 storage compartment and put his adoptive mother's body into the 4 storage compartment alone. As a puppet, this belongs to the player. As a human, this is not an NPC in a survival game, and should be able to be taken on the endless train. Then he asked the baboon and the gorilla to drag Alu over, and drip the devil's blood on Ali's lips again. The next second, Alu, whose eyes were originally lifeless, suddenly regained her spirit. She seemed to understand what happened quickly and asked,
Is Xiaozi still alive? Alive,
Zhao Sun replied.
He asked me to help you get free. That's good.
Ali's eyes had a hint of smile.
He must have had a hard time during this period.
Zhao Sun did not speak. Alu did not need Zhao Sun to answer anything. She sincerely said to Zhao Sun,
Thank you, and thank him for me.
She said the last sentence very lightly. Obviously she had no strength, but she finally said it completely, and she accepted her complete death without regret. Zhao Sun thought for 2 seconds and put Ali's body into the 4 storage compartment. Then, he took back the 3 primates and took out a special item from the storage compartment. This was the special item that Xiaozi gave him. Xiaozi did not know his specific strength, So he did his best to give him this special item to ensure the success of the revenge plan. For Zhao Sun, the absence of such a special item did not affect his plan at all. However, this special item can still be used. For example, now is the best time to use it. Zhao Sun opened the mirror in his hand and faced the demon. After a faint halo, the demon screamed a few times, and then more than a dozen new puppets appeared beside the demon. The function of this special item is to allow the demon to be backfired by its own special ability. When all the puppets are forcibly released, they will attack the demon, but it can only last for 30 seconds. 30 seconds can change the situation in many cases. However, the demon has many means of self-protection. If it is Whistle who comes for revenge, even if this special item is used, it may not be successful to kill the demon within 30 seconds. Once the 30 seconds are over, the demon will regain control of these puppets, and the situation will be reversed. But Zhao Sun used shackles of cowardice on the demon, and he was not worried about any changes after 30 seconds. All the puppets, including those summoned before, rushed towards the demon together. They did not use any special abilities, but only used the most primitive methods, punching or scratching, and some even biting like wild beasts. The demon screamed again and again. 30 seconds passed quickly, and the demon was not dead yet. But the special vest he used to save his life was completely turned into ashes. This shows that in the short 30 seconds, he actually faced 1 or 2 death crises, but was blocked by the vest. After 30 seconds, all the puppets stood expressionlessly beside the demon, no longer making any movements. Just like real puppets. Zhao Sun walked over and took out a knife again.
Didn't you always want to tell me about the process of my mother's death?
He leaned down slightly. His voice was soft, but his eyes were extremely cold.
You like to reminisce so much. I let you feel it from beginning to end. You should like it more. Right.
As he said, he slowly cut a piece of flesh on the demon's arm. The extremely slow movement undoubtedly prolonged the pain, and the demon endured it so hard that he didn't cry out in pain.
First, let the prey exhaust all its strength, lying on the ground half crippled, with almost no power to resist,
Zhao Sun said as he slowly stabbed the demon's shoulder with the tip of the knife. The sharp blade stuck to the bones, avoiding the blood vessels, and picking up the skin and flesh of that part bit by bit. The veins on the demon's forehead bulged, and cold sweat kept flowing out.
Then control a large group of puppets. Use the most primitive methods of scratching, biting, and fighting to torture the body of the prey.
Zhao Sun used the blade to cut open the demon's abdomen, but did not hurt the vital parts. Just watching the bright red blood flow out, the demon's body spasmed uncontrollably, but it was not known whether it was caused by excessive pain or excessive blood loss.
When the prey only had a few breaths left, remove the puppets again. Slowly avoid the vital parts bit by bit. Stab all the parts that can be stabbed. Watch the prey bleed clean, and die slowly and painfully.
Zhao Sun gently cut the blood vessels in the demon's thigh. In a flash, the demon's pants were stained red with blood. After being tortured again and again, the demon almost had no strength to cry out in pain, but only whimpered softly. Zhao Sun stood up and stepped on the demon's head with one foot.
How is it? Do you feel good after experiencing it yourself?
The splashing blood dyed half of Zhao Sun's cheek red. He had a cold smile on his face, and his tone was full of bone-chilling coldness. From the moment he knew that his adoptive mother died in pain, he decided to implement all of this on the demon. That's why he asked the Whistle to describe the process in detail. He has no self-abuse tendency, and he will not listen to an unpleasant past in vain. He just wants revenge on a one-to-one basis. The demon gasped with difficulty, and the dirty black snow poured into his mouth, so that he could only make a vague sound.
It turns out, you are also a pervert.
He has realized that Zhao Sun is not a normal person in the conventional sense as he thought. Therefore, the threats, intimidation methods, and psychological tactics he used to deal with normal people were useless to Zhao Sun. Therefore, even if he took out the puppet that the other party cared about, he could not stop the other party's rhythm of action. Now, he personally felt the torture he had used, and he knew very well that he had no chance of surviving. The demon laughed sullenly. It was like self-mockery, but also like despair. He thought he would die, but he didn't expect to die at this time, in such a situation, and at the hands of a person he didn't even care about. Zhao Sun looked down at the demon. His eyes were bloodshot, and his heart beat more and more violently when he saw the demon's miserable state without a single piece of good skin and flesh. The throbbing brought by the combination of revenge and killing was something he had never experienced before.
He felt that he had never been so happy before. He was so happy that he trembled a little and wanted to laugh with his head raised. Especially when he heard the demon's words. "You are also a pervert." Zhao Sun seemed to feel that the madness he had deliberately suppressed was triggered by one button. And he had the urge to tear everything apart. "I can't live. And you can't escape." After the demon said this, he clenched his back teeth fiercely. Even though he became timid and cowardly under the influence of shackles of cowardice, some deep-rooted ideas were not changed. Since he was going to die, he had to take someone with him to be buried with him no matter what. Chapter 260: The Truth in the Laboratory. After hearing the devil's words, Zhao Sun immediately realized that something was wrong. He quickly released his foot that was stepping on the devil, and used instant body to retreat 50 meters. This is the longest distance that instant body can move at one time. At the same time, the things in the devil's teeth exploded, and his 7 orifices instantly burst into dazzling red light, and his body quickly swelled up. "I originally used this trump card to deal with the god of death. And you got it?" Before the devil finished speaking, his body completely exploded. Every piece of meat and every drop of blood he exploded formed countless microbombs, which exploded again as they splashed out. The huge chain explosions caused all the puppets standing next to the devil to be blown to pieces. And even Zhao Sun, who had just retreated 300 meters away, was not spared. At the moment when Zhao Sun used instant body to retreat 50 meters again, most of his body was blown up, leaving only a head and the left half of his chest, abdomen and arms, which teleported another 50 meters away. The intense pain didn't even have time to spread, and Zhao Sun had already lost his life. After everyone on the scene died, the chain explosion ended immediately. For a moment, the entire snowfield was completely quiet, leaving only bloody fragments all over the ground. 3 minutes later, Zhao Sun's body recovered quickly, and he suddenly opened his eyes. Fortunately, he had resurrection rage. Otherwise, he would not have been able to prepare for such a surprise attack, and he would really die here. Zhao Sun took out the dog collar from the storage compartment and took a closer look. It was not damaged. He calmed down and put the dog collar back into the storage compartment. Fortunately, the buckle of the dog collar was made of metal. While he teleported and retreated, he used control gold to unlock the buckle of cowardly shackles. The moment he took back cowardly shackles, the demon had already begun to self-destruct. In that case, even if the demon's seal was lifted and the puppet could be used, it would be too late to save himself. Zhao Sun got up from the ground and looked at the location of the demon. The body of the demon should have been lying there, but now there was only a huge deep pit. Even the snow was completely blown away, revealing the bottom of the soil. Nothing else was left. Even the palm-sized plush rabbit and amethyst bracelet on the demon were completely turned into ashes. There was no residue left of the demon itself. The blood that originally remained on Zhao Sun's body, which belonged to the demon, also disappeared. Zhao Sun carefully checked his clothes. At that time, 2/3 of his body was blown to pieces, but the left half of his chest, abdomen and arms were still intact. Logically, there should be the demon's blood on his shirt, but now there is only some dirt on the tattered clothes, and no blood can be seen at all. Zhao Sun narrowed his eyes slightly. It seems that the demon has hidden a very powerful special item in his mouth. At the most critical moment, he can explode, and every part and every cell of his body will produce an explosive reaction, which is enough to blow up everyone around him. This method not only makes it difficult for people nearby to escape, but also completely wipes out the demon's body. As for Zhao Sun's ability to save half of his body, it is unknown whether it is because he escaped to the edge of the explosion range or because the explosion will stop after everyone dies. To be honest, in the situation just now, if his body was completely blown to pieces, he was not sure whether resurrection rage could revive him again from the molecular structure. After all, when he killed the princess, he did not have the ability to make such an attempt. In any case, he is alive now, which means he wins. Zhao Sun walked into the deep pit and checked carefully. After confirming that there was nothing left, he could not help but sigh. Perhaps it was because the devil could make others into puppets, so he did not want his body to be used by other players one day. So he let this last trump card destroy his body completely. For Zhao Sun, the biggest loss was that he had no chance to devour the devil's special abilities, and he could not get any of the devil's special items. All the items that the devil carried close to him for more than 24 hours, including the devil's own body, were blown to pieces without leaving any powder. The puppets did have some broken limbs, But the puppets were not carried close to the devil, so he could not get the devil's special abilities from them. Even because of the death characteristics of the puppets, Zhao Sun could not get the special abilities of these puppets. There are so many special abilities in front of him, but he can't get any of them. What's the difference between this and having a full banquet in front of him but not being able to eat it? Oh, yes. He also lost a special item. Lively long rope that had been tied to the demon. At that time, the situation was urgent, and he had no time to get the rope back. What a loss. Zhao Sun patted the snow and dust on his hands, and took out a new set of clothes from the storage compartment to change himself. In fact, there was still a good thing for him. The explosion killed him once, forcibly interrupting his crazy mood. After resurrection, his rationality returned. He felt that he would not fall into that dark mood for the time being. Zhao Sun, who was dressed, soon heard the hurried footsteps coming from the underground passage. He immediately turned into a mouse and crawled back to the underground city along the ventilation duct. As soon as his figure disappeared, a team of 10 people suddenly emerged from the underground passage where the demon came out. Wearing uniform clothes, the 3 big words, "Safety Officer," were written on the back. Previously, the demon used his identity in the game to give orders not to let the security guard come here casually. But this time, the noise was so loud that the dungeon was shaken, and the surveillance here was destroyed again. So no one could see what happened here. Seeing that the situation was not right, the white-bearded old man personally ordered a team of people to go to the surface to check the situation. However, when they came up, they could only see a deep pit and various broken limbs. It was unknown what happened specifically. After a survey, they determined that there were no survivors, reported to the white-bearded old man, and returned to the dungeon. This episode was quickly forgotten by everyone. While the 10-man team was surveying the surface, Zhao Sun was checking the ventilation duct layout on his mobile phone while crawling towards the laboratory. The people who needed to be solved had been solved, and the only thing left was to complete the game task. The effect of Resurrection Rage allowed him to choose 2 basic attributes of Rage after Resurrection, which lasted for half an hour. This time he chose Speed and Stamina. In addition, after turning into a mouse, he could choose the second characteristic of a mouse to increase it 5-fold. So he chose Speed and Vision. Now, he could not only see the road clearly in the dark, but also travel much faster than before. All the ventilation ducts in the underground city are a whole and connected to each other, except that there are several layers of filters blocking the connection between the ventilation ducts of the science and technology building and other areas. But it was not a problem for Zhao Sun. When he arrived near the connection, he came out of the ventilation duct, turned into a smaller cockroach, and entered from the ventilation duct outside the science and technology building. And everything was fine. It took a total of 5 minutes, and he had already arrived at the ventilation duct above the laboratory. The closer he got to the laboratory, the smaller the ventilation duct became. Later, the width was about the same as the pipe of a normal range hood, and even a child could not get in and out. But for Zhao Sun, who turned into a cockroach, it was still quite spacious. When he walked to the ventilation duct of the laboratory, Zhao Sun did not rush out, but squatted at the ventilation duct to observe the situation inside. Looking at the people wearing the same blue clothes walking back and forth below, he suddenly remembered something completely unrelated. When the demon blew himself up, he said that this move was reserved for Death. Maybe the demon lost more in the last battle with Death, and then got this special item, so he used it as the last killer move. The demon was planning to challenge Death again, and if he still couldn't beat Death, he would drag Death to death together. Well, this kind of thinking is quite in line with the demon's style of doing things. However, Zhao Sun was not concerned about this. He was concerned about the conversations he heard when he first monitored the demon on the endless train. So, the person the demon had been looking for but couldn't find was Death. There were a total of 10 players in Carriage 1, and the only one who had obviously made an enemy of the demon was Death. That is to say, it was Death who disappeared at that time. Did Death hide deliberately and didn't want to meet the demon? Or did he really disappear? If he really disappeared, did he go to the platform game? Or did he get the right to leave the endless train? With the power of the demon, if the Grim Reaper had only gone to the platform game, it would have been impossible for him to not find out. Besides, the Grim Reaper had long stopped going to the platform game, and it was unlikely that he would suddenly change his behavior for no reason. I always felt that the possibility of going to the platform game was not high. Then the second possibility was higher. Would becoming a train conductor not be announced by the train broadcast? Zhao Sun became very interested in this matter, especially after hearing from Whistle that the Grim Reaper had been participating in dream games and platform games for half a year since he became an old player. Logically, even if the Grim Reaper stopped participating in the platform game later, his points should have accumulated to more than 10,000. He really wanted to know whether the Grim Reaper had become a train conductor. If not, how did he disappear from the endless train? Zhao Sun put this matter in his list and decided to try it out when he had time. As for now, the most important thing is the current side quests and hidden quests. Zhao Sun observed quietly for a while and confirmed that there were only 5 people in the laboratory. No matter what they do, the 5 people basically act in sync. 2 of them are responsible for recording, and the other 3 are responsible for operation. No one else comes in or out. The laboratory is very quiet, and the 5 people communicate in a low voice. Zhao Sun looked at the location of several surveillance cameras again, thought about it, walked deeper into the ventilation duct, and then called the white coat, asking the white coat to replace the real-time surveillance with the previous surveillance screen. Once the surveillance is destroyed, there is a high probability that there will be an alarm reminder. However, if the surveillance screen is modified by someone with authority, it is likely to bypass the alarm. His hidden mission requires revealing the truth of the laboratory, and the premise of revealing it is that he has to find out the truth himself. Before finding out the truth, he cannot cause an alarm. Soon, there was a response from the white coat, and the surveillance screen had been controlled. Zhao Sun climbed out of the ventilation duct and turned back into human form the moment he landed. The 5 people turned their heads in unison to look at Zhao Sun, who appeared out of thin air, and their expressions were all stunned. Without waiting for them to react, Zhao Sun used psychic power to hypnotize them. Zhao Sun pointed to one of the women with a low ponytail who was in charge of recording and said, "Please pull out today's log for me to see." There are 2 players in this dream game, and it is impossible that their tasks are completely unrelated. Looking at the various actions of the devil before, there should be a conflict with Zhao Sun's tasks, and the 2 should be on opposite sides. Then, reverse deduction. What the devil did in the laboratory at that time may be what Zhao Sun needs to investigate. This way, it can save a lot of time to read the information. The low ponytail obediently turned on the computer and retrieved the log. While waiting, Zhao Sun quickly observed the overall layout of the laboratory. The area of the laboratory is not large, and it is divided into 3 areas in total. A large row of temperature-controlled refrigerators against the wall, which are filled with various bottles and jars, all of which are human organs. Most of the area in the middle is various experimental tables, used for various human experiments. 2 experimental subjects are lying on 2 of the experimental tables, one of which has obviously been dead for a long time, and the other is still breathing weakly. From the clothes, it is obvious that they are people pulled from the slums. Zhao Sun showed a look of understanding. It was similar to his previous guess. This laboratory really processed the bodies in the underground city. However, the corpses were not necessarily dead, but might be dying. In the innermost area of the laboratory, there was a capsule-shaped cabin, which was large enough for 2 people to lie in at the same time, but its specific function was unknown. Low Ponytail had retrieved all the logs of the day. Zhao Sun leaned over and read them at a glance, and soon understood the general idea. This laboratory mainly does 3 things: human body research, organ preservation, and making dead people into fertilizer. Most of the experimental subjects were captured from the slums, because the people in the slums are basically desperate criminals. No one would track them down if they disappeared. So whenever the laboratory was short of experimental subjects, they would capture a few. If there were no large-scale disappearances, people would not panic. They have been doing this for 10 years, and it has been going smoothly. In order to maximize utilization, the captured living people must undergo a series of human body research. After death, the organs that can be used will be extracted and preserved. If the remaining ones can still be used for corpse research, they will continue. If not, they will be made into fertilizer. As for those who are already dead, they were naturally made into fertilizer. Fertilizer is used to nourish various crops, increase production, and become a material supply for all residents of the underground city. Zhao Sun turned his head to look at the cabin placed at the innermost part of the laboratory and asked, "Is this used to turn people into fertilizer?" Chapter 261. Follow me if you want to live. The only thing Zhao Sun didn't understand was the cabin, and the only step he hadn't seen in the laboratory was turning people into fertilizer. He naturally equated the two. "Yes," Low Ponytail replied. This is a machine that we have been researching for a long time. As long as you put a person in it and add some potions, the whole person can be decomposed into high-efficiency fertilizer in half an hour. It can double the yield of ordinary crops and shorten the harvest time by half.
Her face was full of pride, and she was obviously very proud of making this machine. Zhao Sun didn't comment on this, but just asked,
"What do the people in the science and technology building eat?"
He didn't believe that the people in the science and technology building would eat the same as other residents in the underground city. After all, this disguised cannibalism is not acceptable to everyone. What's more, the science and technology building has the best resources, and they can enjoy better.
Our food resources are all in the science and technology building, separated from other planting areas.
Low Ponytail explained.
We eat normal food.
Hearing this, Zhao Sun asked,
"Are there any side effects of the food given to other underground city residents?"
These fertilizers are very effective, and he really doesn't believe it if there are no side effects. Besides, Low Ponytail said that people in the science and technology building eat normal food, which means that the food nourished by fertilizers is abnormal. It is easy to think that people in the science and technology building do not eat these fertilizer foods, in addition to psychological barriers, because these foods are harmful to the body.
There are quite a lot of side effects.
Under the effect of hypnosis, Low Ponytail answered whatever he had.
If you eat too much of this kind of food, you will appear to be particularly energetic at first. But after more than 5 years, your body will age rapidly and accelerate death.
Zhao Sun showed a look of understanding. This is the fundamental reason why people in the science and technology building do not eat these fertilizer foods. But he has a new question. He asked the Low Ponytail.
Then do you still dare to use such a body for organ transplantation? Aren't you afraid that it will affect your body and age rapidly?
The flat-headed guy next to him took the initiative to answer this question.
As long as you haven't eaten fertilizer food for more than 3 years, the body state at this time is the best. The organ activity is very strong. The transplant success rate is higher, and there is no risk of rapid aging. So that's it.
Zhao Sun understood.
So, you treat the other residents of the underground city as living organ banks, and use them when you want. Yes.
The 5 people nodded in unison. Zhao Sun remembered the content of the log he had just read. The devil arranged a new wave of experimental subjects to enter, not mainly to make fertilizers, but to do experiments to extend life. The current progress of the experiment is not very good. It is only known that after the aging people replace the organs of the experimental subjects with good body conditions, they can indeed become healthier and their lifespan can be increased to a certain extent. But the degree of increase is far from the longevity effect they want. They want to break through the limits of human beings, and it would be best if they could get away to immortality. Moreover, the number of times a person can replace an organ is limited. Once that limit is exceeded, the body will collapse and die because it cannot bear it. The devil proposed a new research direction, and for this purpose, he required the number of experimental subjects to be increased every day. Therefore, the number of people captured from the slums increased by several people. Zhao Sun did not read those academic terms for a long time. He only needed to understand a general idea. He ordered the Low Ponytail.
Extract the key information from the computer, preferably with pictures, and add text explanations to make a video that is eye-catching enough. The
Low Ponytail asked carefully.
What is the purpose of this video? The focus of video production will be different for different purposes. The purpose is to let all ordinary residents of the underground city understand what your laboratory is doing,
Zhao Sun said while emphasizing the hypnotic effect.
Make sure to make the video clear and understandable at a glance.
The 5 people nodded again and got busy together. Some took pictures, some edited, and some extracted the key points. Half an hour later, a 1-minute video was made. Zhao Sun read it and was very satisfied.
It is well organized and clearly explained.
He asked Low Ponytail.
Can you upload this video to the public network of the underground city?
Low Ponytail showed an embarrassed expression.
This area is managed by others. We can't do it, and the computers in the laboratory cannot be connected to the internet. Yes.
The flat-headed guy also chimed in.
Our laboratory is confidential, and even most people in the technology building don't know what is going on here. In order to prevent information from leaking out, we can only eat and live near the laboratory. And we have little contact with other people, let alone have any contact with those who supervise the public network. It's not a big problem.
Zhao Sun stopped the other people who were about to speak, and took out the mobile phone in the white coat.
Copy the video to this phone. Low Ponytail obediently found a matching data cable and transferred the video to the mobile phone. Zhao Sun placed a time bomb in the center of the laboratory and found some flammable alcohol in the laboratory and poured it everywhere in the laboratory. Then, he gave the 5 people a final order. You leave the science and technology building immediately and disperse to various places in the underground city. When this video is broadcast, spread the truth of this matter to people around you. The 5 people left the laboratory immediately without any objection, taking the opportunity of the 5 people opening the door of the laboratory. Zhao Sun turned into a cockroach and crawled out, walking to a window. After confirming the blind spot of the surveillance, he turned into a sparrow and flew back to the white coat's room. The white coat saw Zhao Sun turn into a sparrow and fly away. Now, he is not surprised to fly back. When Zhao Sun turned back into human form, the white coat asked, "Have you done it?" Zhao Sun did not answer, but handed over the white coat's mobile phone. Publish this video to all places in the underground city where it can be published. The white coat now has a high authority and should be able to bypass other monitoring equipment and monitoring personnel and publish the video directly. The white coat took the mobile phone curiously and watched the video on the screen. Then, he widened his eyes in surprise. Then how is the fertilizer made? I saw an advertisement before, saying it was a pure natural product dug from the ground. They say it's all natural. And you believe it? Zhao Sun couldn't help but complain. He skillfully took out a disposable paper cup from the bottom of the water dispenser, poured himself a glass of cold water, and drank the whole cup. The white coat sighed. That's true. At the end, he was a little relieved. Fortunately, I haven't eaten those things. Stop talking nonsense. Zhao Sun waved his hand and urged. Can you do it in 10 minutes? The time bomb is limited to 20 minutes. 10 minutes to successfully publish the video to every corner of the underground city. 10 minutes to give the residents of the underground city time to digest it. And then, the explosion will start. Not only did it meet the conditions for revealing the truth, but it also destroyed the laboratory. And this hidden task was completed properly. So urgent? The white coat didn't dare to delay when he heard it, and hurriedly operated on the computer, as Zhao Sun expected, because the white-bearded old man opened the back door. The white coat now has a high authority, and he easily skipped all the monitoring steps and directly published the video. It took exactly 10 minutes, and all the screens in the dungeon that could be played had the same 1-minute video. During this time, Zhao Sun went to the kitchen and cleared out all the instant food, and took away several bottles of drinks and mineral water. After confirming that the video was successfully released, Zhao Sun turned back into a sparrow and flew out. The white coat was a little puzzled. Why are you leaving again? Zhao Sun did not respond. This time he did not deliberately avoid surveillance, and flew away quickly. 10 minutes later, a huge explosion sounded in the direction of the laboratory, and the entire science and technology building shook. The laboratory and the floors above, below, left and right of the laboratory were all blown to pieces, and the fire was burning and spreading rapidly everywhere. Soon, the alarm sounded in the science and technology building, drowning out the screams and cries for help from those on the upper floors. Zhao Sun looked at the pop-up window in front of him and showed a satisfied expression. Complete the hidden task, reveal the truth about the laboratory to all residents of the dungeon, and destroy the laboratory. Congratulations to player Zhao Sun for getting 100 points, 100 hours of survival time, and the special item nutrient solution. Zhao Sun took out the special item and looked at it. This is a metal box. After opening it, there are a total of 10 ampoules filled with green liquid nutrient solution. Taking this product can maintain the energy needs for 3 days without eating or drinking. At the same time, it can increase the activity of body cells in a small amount during these 3 days. There are no side effects or harm. Number of uses, 10 times. Zhao Sun put the metal box into the storage compartment, increasing cell activity. It should be understood that physical attributes, such as speed, strength, and agility can be better than usual. Perhaps the wound healing ability can also be stronger. However, the 2 words, small amount, are destined to not expect this special item to change fate at a critical moment. But it can still increase a glimmer of hope. Zhao Sun retracted his thoughts and refocused on the current task. It is already past 7 in the evening, according to what the man in the white coat said before. At this time, no one would walk on the streets of the underground city. But the situation now is very different from the past. Many people were indignant and went to the street, walking towards the direction of the science and technology building while protesting loudly. This was a good opportunity. Zhao Sun found a dark corner to change back to human form, and then took advantage of the chaos to enter the crowd. He walked quickly to the front and snatched the loudspeaker from the leader. The man whose loudspeaker was snatched away looked at Zhao Sun with anger, and was about to ask Zhao Sun if he was a lackey of the upper class in the science and technology building, but was interrupted by Zhao Sun's words. Do you feel that you are prisoners of the underground city? Zhao Sun went straight to the point. If you want to be liberated, I can help you. Are you here to help us? The man asked Zhao Sun. How can you help? Zhao Sun did not answer the man's question directly. He said to everyone, if you feel that you are prisoners of the underground city and want to be free, then follow me. After that, he walked towards the entrance elevator to the underground city for the first time. As he walked, he recorded 2 sentences on the loudspeaker and played them in a loop. I will blow up the entire technology building and liberate all the prisoners in the underground city. If you want to survive, follow me. The technology building just exploded once. Everyone should have heard the sound. This is the proof of my action. While the public sentiment was high, the residents gathered together on their own initiative. It was the most appropriate time for him to do the side quest. For him, the easiest way to liberate these prisoners was to destroy the entire technology building. As long as the technology building was destroyed, even if some of the upper class were still alive, they could no longer maintain their dignity and could no longer treat these ordinary residents as prisoners. However, if the technology building was blown up, at least half of the entire underground city would collapse. The farther the remaining half was from the technology building, the less resources they had. They had not yet reached the passage to the surface. If the residents continued to stay in the underground city, they would most likely be trapped underground. If all the residents in the underground city died, his liberation mission would be considered a failure. So he had to ensure that some people could escape. Everyone looked at each other and quickly made up their minds. Many people followed Zhao Sun and walked towards the exit. They remembered the explosion they had just heard and the shaking of the underground city. That was the direction of the science and technology building. Whether what Zhao Sun said was true or not, the explosion of the science and technology building was most likely true. If they didn't run now, they might not even have a chance to escape when the chain reaction of the explosion occurred. At this time, demonstrations were not important at all, and saving lives was the most important thing. Of course, there were also a small number of people who remained skeptical and did not follow Zhao Sun. However, when that small group of people were about to walk towards the direction of the science and technology building, they saw a lot of people who hurriedly fled. Before everyone could ask, another explosion was heard in the distance. Zhao Sun only set up one bomb, but the houses used for living in the science and technology building were all gas-fired. Once they caught fire, there would be an explosion reaction soon. There was no need for Zhao Sun to do anything more. There would definitely be a chain explosion later, and it was a foregone conclusion that the science and technology building would be reduced to ruins. Until this time, the small group of people who were skeptical of Zhao Sun really believed what he said, and they all panicked. They stopped talking nonsense and followed Zhao Sun towards the elevator. The elevator was not far from the science and technology building. From here, you can clearly smell the burnt smell. Hear some shouts in the distance, and some hurried footsteps. Chapter 262. No wonder he became a prisoner in the underground city. The laboratory was built in the upper part of the science and technology building. Many residents of the lower floors that were farther away had already escaped and ran to the elevator. One of the middle-aged men with a beer belly had lost one of his shoes. Although he was fat, he was the fastest and was the first to reach the elevator. Seeing the middle-aged man open the elevator with his fingerprint, Zhao Sun quickly stepped forward to block the middle-aged man's way. As soon as the middle-aged man started to curse, Zhao Sun took out a pistol and pointed it at the middle-aged man's head. The middle-aged man was startled and immediately shut up. He ran out in a hurry, still wearing pajamas. How could he have any weapons, let alone a gun? He didn't even have a fruit knife. At this time, he had no power to resist and could only obey obediently. Zhao Sun looked at the group of ordinary residents behind him. Queue in an orderly manner. Don't fight. His eyes swept over the crowd, and it was clear that most people didn't take his words seriously, and they all wanted to escape quickly. At this time, Zhao Sun naturally didn't want to waste time explaining to them that the probability of death is greater when crowded together. He raised his hand directly, and countless small arrows formed by flames appeared around his body. The originally noisy crowd suddenly became silent, and they stared at Zhao Sun with wide eyes. They were all just ordinary people. It was the first time they saw a human who could conjure up flames. Everyone's eyes were filled with fear and vigilance. If you want to live, just line up obediently and go up in groups. His usual warm smile appeared on his face again. If you violate the rules, you will die immediately. If you don't believe it, you can try it with your life. The effect was immediate, and everyone lined up one after another, without even asking Zhao Sun. Who the hell is he? More and more people ran over from the science and technology building. In order to avoid chaos, Zhao Sun simply laid a 10-centimeter thick wall of fire on the road leading to the elevator in the science and technology building. At this moment, with flames in front and explosions in the back, all the upper-class people screamed in fear, begging for mercy one by one, trying to make Zhao Sun soft-hearted and let them go. Zhao Sun's smile remained unchanged, but his eyes were indifferent, without any hesitation or reluctance. The man with a beer belly on the side saw this, and immediately realized that Zhao Sun was not an easy person to deal with, and immediately gave up his plan to take advantage of the chaos to attack. The situation at this time was even more orderly than before, and it was difficult to get chaotic. The man with a beer belly only hoped that he could keep his head down and keep a glimmer of hope. In this way, accompanied by the noise and roar in the distance, waves of people took the elevator up and down. Zhao Sun did not remind everyone what to do after going up. As long as these residents are not fools, they should know that reaching the surface does not mean they are completely safe. They still have to stay away from the area where the science and technology building is located to avoid falling into the ground when the surface collapses. No one knows the exact area of the collapse, and the safest way is to run as far as possible and not stay here for even a second. As long as these residents are busy escaping, they will not think about doing anything tricky. Of course, if there is really someone doing tricky things, Zhao Sun will always find a way to send them to hell. 10 minutes later, a huge boom sounded in the distance, and the entire underground city trembled. Obviously, the science and technology building collapsed. Zhao Sun looked at the wave of people entering the elevator, thought about it, and walked in himself. The people who were still in line and the man with a beer belly were all stunned. Zhao Sun did not explain anything and quickly pressed the door closing button. Many people wanted to rush up, but when they saw the gun in Zhao Sun's hand and the fire wall that suddenly appeared at the elevator door, they stopped. The elevator was silent, and everyone looked down at their feet, not daring to ask, nor looking at Zhao Sun. And no one spoke for those who were still outside. Zhao Sun calculated that under the current situation, the underground city would collapse soon. The collapse was slow in the early stage, but after the chain reaction, the collapse was a matter of seconds. So he couldn't stay here any longer. Although he could always escape if he stayed in the underground city, it would be difficult for those who were still in the underground city to escape again. Since he couldn't liberate more people, there was no need for him to stay in the underground city any longer. The rest of the time depended on their luck. If they were lucky, 2 or 3 waves of people would come up. But if they were unlucky, no one would come up. It depended on whether they could still maintain the previous order. The elevator quickly reached the top, and as the elevator door opened, everyone rushed out in a swarm, and no one dared to stay here. Zhao Sun was the last one to go out in this group. It was completely dark outside, but the bright moon was hanging high, shining on the white snow, making the entire snowfield brighter. At least you could see clearly that there were many messy footprints in the ice and snow, all running in the opposite direction of the science and technology city area. The people who came up with Zhao Sun also ran away without stopping, fearing that they would fall into the dangerous underground city again later. Zhao Sun didn't rush to leave, but stared at the entrance and exit, wanting to see if there were more people running out. If he guessed correctly, how many points he could get for this side quest depended on how many ordinary residents he liberated. It would not be 1 point per head, but there must be a range. For example, saving 100 to 200 people could get 100 points. Of course, this was just his own guess. Only the game system knew the specific score range. Judging from the number of people who ran out, the points would not be too high, but it should be 100 points. After a few minutes, the ground began to tremble violently, and a piece of ground in the distance began to sink. At this time, another group of people ran out of the entrance and exit. Seeing Zhao Sun standing outside, everyone's face was guarded, and they were afraid that Zhao Sun would not let them leave. Zhao Sun glanced at the depression in the distance. The original small pit, like a domino that was pushed down, collapsed faster and faster. The time was almost up. Zhao Sun put on the goddess's wings, quickly took off, and flew away. The crowd had no time to be surprised that Zhao Sun actually had wings that could fly. After confirming that Zhao Sun had no intention of stopping them from escaping, they all ran away like crazy. The collapse behind them was spreading rapidly towards here, and they were all focused on escaping. In the last group of people, one of them ran too fast and accidentally fell to the ground. When he got up, the others had already run far ahead. In panic, his legs seemed to be tied in knots, and he ran even slower. After a while, he was caught up by the speed of the collapse, and was swallowed up by the ground again. The people running in front heard the screams behind them, and they quickened their pace one by one, without even having time to look back. Running in the snow is not as convenient as running on flat ground, and the speed is difficult to reach the level of running on flat ground. But the instinct of survival stimulates everyone's potential, except for a few who missed the opportunity after falling. The others still managed to run out of the collapse range. After confirming that there was no more collapse behind them, everyone was still worried, fearing that there would be aftershocks behind them. They ran about 1,000 meters away before stopping. At the same time, a pop-up window popped up in front of Zhao Sun. Complete the side quest. Liberate the prisoners in the dungeon. Congratulations to player Zhao Sun for getting 150 points and 150 hours of survival time. The points were a little more than Zhao Sun expected. He was very satisfied. His main purpose in this dream game was revenge, and this had been achieved. The game mission was a side job, and it was good to be able to complete it so quickly. In the next 2 days, he can have a good rest. At least here, there will be no more danger. As for whether these liberated prisoners can survive in the snowfield with scarce resources, this is not a problem Zhao Sun needs to consider. His side mission has been completed, and he doesn't bother to care about the others. In the next 2 days, Zhao Sun did not stay away from the crowd. The other side collapsed, making it inconvenient to go over. On this side, Zhao Sun soon saw the end. Like the previous dream game, although he could still see the endless snowfield in the distance, the edge of his player's range of action had already appeared. A not-so-obvious thing like a transparent barrier stopped him, and he could not move forward any further. NPCs can cross that line at will, but players can't. So, he simply stayed with the NPCs. However, compared with the NPCs who were tired, hungry, thirsty, and trying hard to find food everywhere, Zhao Sun lived a good life. He relied on the food and water taken from the White Coat's house, as well as the supplies he prepared before entering the game. And he had no worries about food and drink. It can't be said to be nutritious, but at least compared with other people, it is much better. Zhao Sun never deliberately avoided the crowd when eating, so when everyone saw Zhao Sun had food, they all showed envy. Although they were all very puzzled, Zhao Sun obviously didn't have a backpack. Why could he take out so many things? But considering that Zhao Sun could create fire and fly before, it was not unacceptable that Zhao Sun had a hidden space. Some people were even brave enough to run to Zhao Sun and ask for food. Zhao Sun swallowed the meat bun in his hand and glanced at the man standing in front of him. This is the man with the megaphone in the front during the initial parade. He is also the person who ran to the elevator entrance behind him at the beginning, taking advantage of the geographical location. This man was the first to get on the elevator. The man was not clear about what happened later. At this time, he was confidently saying to Zhao Sun, "You rescued us, so you have to be responsible to the end. You can't just ignore us. Are you a giant baby?" Zhao Sun chuckled. "You don't have the ability to take care of yourself, so you can only rely on others to take care of you?" Unless the side quest asked him to ensure that these people could stay alive within 3 days. In order to complete the task, he would consider contributing part of his own food. But now, his side quest has been completed. He doesn't care whether these people are dead or alive. The man choked. His face became a little ugly, embarrassed and annoyed. Just as he was about to say something, Zhao Sun said, "Without the help of others, you can't survive on your own. No wonder you become a prisoner of the underground city." The man's face turned red. After a long while, he squeezed out a sentence. "But since you choose to help us, you should help us to the end. We escaped in such a hurry that we didn't have time to prepare any supplies. It's hard to find food on this snowy plain. You have so much food in your hand. What's wrong with sharing some? It seems that you regret being rescued by me." Zhao Sun casually took out a pistol and pointed it at the man. "Then I can send you to heaven immediately to prevent you from continuing to starve. How about it?" The man immediately retreated in panic, not daring to talk about any big principles.
let alone continue moral kidnapping. Zhao Sun took back the pistol. The man secretly breathed a sigh of relief. But in the next second, Zhao Sun suddenly raised his right hand and pointed it at the man. Immediately afterwards, an arrow-shaped flame pierced the man's chest. The man's face didn't even have time to show a horrified expression before he was burned to ashes by the sudden surge of fire. Those who had been paying attention to this place not far away all gasped. They never thought that Zhao Sun would kill people just because of a disagreement. Under the gaze of these people, Zhao Sun took out the loudspeaker that he had not thrown away before, re-recorded a sentence, and then turned up the volume to the maximum and played it in a loop.
From this moment on, anyone who approaches within 5 meters of me will be regarded as an enemy, and I will kill them indiscriminately.
As soon as these words came out, the people who were originally watching nearby retreated one after another, fearing that they would become another chicken to
scare the monkey.
Of course, there were still people who tried to sneak attack Zhao Sun when he was sleeping at night. But before these people had time to get close, they were noticed by the primates huddled around Zhao Sun. It was too cold on the snowfield, and Zhao Sun didn't have a tent. Even if he got into a sleeping bag, it would not be warm enough. So he summoned all the large primates. It can help him to be alert to the surrounding situation and keep warm, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. As long as someone approaches within 5 meters, the primates will make a sound, and Zhao Sun will wake up immediately and attack the person who approaches without asking the reason. The other party was killed on the spot. Just this one time, everyone was scared and lost all ideas. Stay away from Zhao Sun. They at least have a chance to survive. And if they get close to Zhao Sun, they will definitely die. Everyone knows what to choose. This time, no one dares to harass Zhao Sun again. In this way, everything went smoothly until 8 a.m. on December 8th, the 3rd day of the game. It snowed heavily. Everyone had nothing to keep warm, so they could only huddle together to reduce the loss of body temperature. Zhao Sun put away all the primates and set up a hemispherical flame cover around himself. It could block the snow and keep warm. Those people were envious. However, the continuous use of special abilities consumes a lot of mental power. Zhao Sun used this trick because the game was about to end. If he had to do this for 24 hours, he would not be able to bear it. Soon, the time came to 9:44. A familiar pop-up window popped up. The safety barrier purchased by player Zhao Sun is about to expire. Do you want to renew it? Yes, no. Zhao Sun chose no. Player Zhao Sun has been in this dream game for 3 days. Do you want to leave? Yes, no. Zhao Sun chooses yes. The next second, the shivering people found that the flame cover had disappeared. And the people in the cover disappeared too. Everything was like a dream. And when they woke up, everything was gone. Chapter 263. I owe you a favor. When Zhao Sun opened his eyes, he saw Xiaozi standing by the bed, staring at him eagerly. I don't know how long Xiaozi has been waiting here. It looks like he has been waiting since early morning. The moment he saw Zhao Sun open his eyes, Xiaozi's eyes were full of surprise. He knew very well that with the Devil's character, it was absolutely impossible to leave him alive. Since Zhao Sun was able to come out of the dream game alive, it meant that the devil was dead. Realizing this, Xiaozi felt his brain buzzing. And for a moment, he couldn't tell whether it was joy and excitement, or sudden relaxation after revenge. He opened his mouth, but couldn't make a sound for a long time. Compared to Xiaozi's excitement, Zhao Sun was much calmer. He glanced at bunk number 4, where Su Tiantian was lying, and it seemed that she had entered the dream game. Su Tiantian participated in the first platform game this month, and she should have entered the dream game after returning. Zhao Sun roughly calculated the time. At the earliest, Su Tiantian would not come out of the dream game until tonight. The other 2 roommates were not here at this time. No one would interrupt this conversation. Zhao Sun said to Xiaozi,
"Let's talk here."
Xiaozi agreed repeatedly, and then he skillfully took out a special item incense and lit it. He couldn't even wait for the usual steps of moving a stool to sit down. As soon as the incense emitted a wisp of green smoke, he immediately asked,
"Have you liberated Alu?" "Yes."
Zhao Sun didn't keep it a secret. He took Ali's body out of the storage compartment while speaking.
"I guess you probably want to see her again. Her body is left to you to deal with."
Xiaozi stared at Ali's body in a daze, and didn't react for a long time. He didn't expect Zhao Sun to be willing to bring Ali's body back. He thought the best outcome was that Zhao Sun liberated Ale's soul, and then Ale's body would dissipate with the death of the demon, or that Ale would no longer be affected by the life and death of the demon, but would be abandoned by Zhao Sun in the dream game. Although he had regrets in his heart, Whistle kept comforting himself. As long as he could successfully liberate Aile's soul, everything would be enough. He didn't have the ability to save Aile himself, so he shouldn't expect too much, and it was normal to have regrets. But when he suddenly saw Aile's body appear in front of him, he suddenly had the urge to cry. It turned out that he was looking forward to seeing Aile again. He was so looking forward to seeing his former lover that he was at a loss. He took Aile's body, lowered his eyes, and looked at Aile's peaceful face carefully, with mixed feelings in his heart. Aile's body looked intact, and there was not even any smell of corpse. But a closer look would reveal that there were countless traces of her body being sewn up with skin-colored thin threads. These were all proofs of the torture she had suffered during her lifetime. Xiaozi's mind unconsciously recalled the torture that Allah had experienced, which he saw with his special ability, and his heart ached. Zhao Sun watched quietly without disturbing Xiaozi. Xiaozi choked up, and after a while, he managed to calm down before speaking again.
Did she say anything before she died? She was very happy that you were still alive.
Zhao Sun briefly relayed all these words to Xiaozi.
Finally, she thanked you for all your efforts to free her.
Xiaozi couldn't hold back any longer, and tears fell on Aile's face. He hurriedly wiped Aile's cheeks, fearing that his tears would damage the stitches and damage Aile's face. After a while, he said to Zhao Sun,
"Thank you."
He looked up at Zhao Sun and said very seriously,
"I owe you a favor."
The cooperation he reached with Zhao Sun only required Zhao Sun to help him liberate Aile. But Zhao Sun brought Aile's body to him. Whether it was a piece of cake or not, it was an extra effort and a favor he owed.
"You can do anything you want me to do,"
Xiaozi continued,
"as long as you don't ask me to commit suicide. I will try my best to help you with anything else." "That's perfect. I need you to check something for me."
Zhao Sun made a request. Xiaozi was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Zhao Sun to have a plan so quickly. He thought he would have to wait for a while before he could repay this favor. He looked down at Aile, and then put Aile's body into the storage compartment. He has not yet decided how to deal with Aile's body. He does not want to bury it in a game world, and he is even more reluctant to abandon it along the endless train. But there is no time-stopping function in the storage compartment. He does not know whether Aile's body will gradually rot after losing the special ability of the devil. If not, he wants to wait until the day he leaves the endless train and bury Aile in her own home. If so, he can only find another way to deal with it. But now, he still has time to observe, and he can temporarily put it in the storage compartment and wait for a while before making a decision. After putting Aile's body away, Xiaozi looked at Zhao Sun again and asked,
"What do you want me to check? Before that, I want to ask you two things."
Zhao Sun did not rush to get to the point, but mentioned something else.
"Well, ask,"
Xiaozi said, while taking out two stools and motioning Zhao Sun to sit down. Zhao Sun took one of the stools, sat down, and asked,
"When did the most recent platform game start?"
Whistle replied,
"It started today at 6:21 in the morning."
Finally, he asked,
"Do you want to participate in the platform game?" "Yes, but I can't participate this time."
Zhao Sun shrugged, but he didn't feel particularly regretful. Then, he asked the second question.
"During the 3 days, I entered the dream game. Was the Grim Reaper on the endless train?"
Whistle was a little confused.
"I didn't pay much attention to him. Do you want to find out about him?" "Yes."
Zhao Sun nodded.
"I need you to confirm whether the Grim Reaper is on the endless train. He can't get off the train."
Whistle didn't understand why Zhao Sun suddenly paid attention to the movements of the Grim Reaper, but he still told what he knew.
"As far as I know, he has never participated in any platform games since he became an old player half a year ago. The points and survival time accumulated in the dream game should be enough for him to use, so he doesn't need to participate in the platform game. These are all previous information."
Zhao Sun insisted.
"You should first find out whether the Grim Reaper is on the endless train now, and then I can continue to talk about what I asked you to check." "Okay, then I'll check it."
Whistle stood up.
"This can be found out quickly. Wait for me for 10 minutes. I'll be here in a while." "Okay."
Zhao Sun nodded in agreement. Whistle blew out the special item incense, waited for the smoke to disappear, opened the door, and walked out. As soon as he went out, he saw one of the male roommates standing at the door and wondering. Seeing Whistle come out, the male roommate was stunned for a moment. Whistle said nothing and quickly left the number 5 carriage. The male roommate did not ask anything and entered the compartment silently. Zhao Sun still sat on the stool given by Whistle, right in the center of the compartment. When the male roommate came back, He did not get up, and did not intend to move. This did not affect the male roommate's return to his bed. But when passing by Zhao Sun, the male roommate finally couldn't help but speak.
I don't care what you talk about. But you can't occupy the compartment and not let me in.
He stayed at the door for a long time. And no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't open the door of the compartment. The compartment doors here have no anti-locking function. If he can't open it, it can only prove that someone is blocking it. He also tried to put his ear to the door to eavesdrop. But he couldn't hear anything. He didn't have to eavesdrop. But after having breakfast, he suddenly found that he couldn't go back to the private room. Anyone would feel unhappy. Right? If it weren't for the fact that Su Tiantian and Zhao Sun were quite familiar with each other. He didn't want to offend Su Tiantian. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so polite when talking to Zhao Sun.
It won't affect your coming back to sleep at night.
Zhao Sun responded concisely. The male roommate's face froze. And he was very dissatisfied with Zhao Sun's reaction.
This private room is not yours alone. But you occupy it, and don't let me in. Don't you think you are a little too much? You strolling outside during the day will not violate the train rules.
Zhao Sun raised his eyelids and glanced at the male roommate.
Isn't it
okay
to let you come back to sleep before 12 o'clock at night?
The male roommate was even more unhappy.
Why should my actions be controlled by you?
Facing the angry look of the male roommate, Zhao Sun laughed instead. He chuckled.
You can be independent of me. But if you affect me, you will bear the consequences.
The male roommate was stunned. At that moment, he felt that Zhao Sun's smile was very cold, which made him instinctively feel a chill. He always felt that Zhao Sun relied on Su Tiantian's favor to ignore other people. After all, those who have entered the same game with Su Tiantian, as long as they are still alive, know Su Tiantian's nature and her strength. Su Tiantian's ranking is not high, entirely because she indulges in pleasure and does not care about accumulating points. In fact, her strength is probably similar to those in the top 10. He dared not offend Su Tiantian, so he did not want to easily offend Zhao Sun, who was favored by Su Tiantian. Now he dared to make trouble for Zhao Sun, because Su Tiantian had not come out of the dream game yet. He wanted to teach Zhao Sun a lesson so that Zhao Sun would not have eyes on his head all day long. But at this moment, he suddenly felt that Zhao Sun was not bluffing, nor was he bullying. Even if their rankings were close, the difference in strength was probably much greater than the difference in rankings. After all, he was an old player who had experienced many survival games, and his perception of danger was much more acute than that of new players. The male roommate's face changed almost instantly, and he said reluctantly,
Okay, but you have to promise to let me in before 12 o'clock at night. I don't want to violate train rules.
After saying that, he quickly left the box. He was afraid that if he stayed for one more second, he would get into trouble. When he left, he also closed the door of the box. Zhao Sun just watched quietly without any expression throughout the whole process. After the people left, he took out a meat bun and started to eat it. There was still some food left from the previous reserve, so there was no need to go to a regular restaurant for breakfast today. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Xiaozi finally came back. As soon as he came back, seeing that there was no one else in the box, Xiaozi immediately closed the door and lit a special item incense, and then said,
I found out that the god of death is now on the endless train.
Hearing this answer, Zhao Sun showed a look of understanding. He knew that the god of death would never die so easily in the survival game. When the demons did not find the god of death, they did not doubt that the god of death was dead. Obviously, they had absolute confidence in the strength of the god of death.
I want to know the whereabouts of death number 1 to number 5.
Zhao Sun directly said his guess.
I suspect that in the past few days, he was not on the endless train for a period of time, but he did not enter the platform game.
There are two reasons for directly saying this guess. First, Xiaozi is obviously a conscientious person. He did these things for Xiaozi. As long as there is no direct conflict of interest, Xiaozi will not betray him. Second, the biggest limitation of Xiaozi's special ability is that the information fragments extracted every day are limited. If the direction of gossip is too general and unclear, it is likely to take a detour. Directly stating the direction of the query will help Xiaozi find the truth faster. Xiaozi was stunned for a long time before he understood the meaning of this sentence. He widened his eyes, a little bit unbelieving.
Did he become the train conductor? Not sure.
Zhao Sun shook his head.
I have always believed that becoming a train conductor should be notified to the whole train. The benefits of notification are far greater than not notifying. But there has been no such notification so far. Right.
The train rules of the old player said.
Becoming a train conductor will give you the opportunity to leave the endless train.
It can be understood that after becoming a train conductor, you have the opportunity to choose to leave. If you miss the opportunity to leave, you can no longer leave. If you choose to leave, the train notification will not have any adverse effect on the train conductor, and the passengers on the train cannot get off the train to do anything to the train conductor. If you choose not to leave, then the train conductor should have some privileges that other players do not have, and other players will find it difficult to succeed even if they want to do something. No matter how you think about it, the notification will not have much negative impact on the train conductor. In addition, after the notification, the existence of a rail train conductor will increase the enthusiasm of players to accumulate points and allow players to participate in the survival game more actively. This should be the result that the endless train wants to see. Therefore, he always believed that if someone becomes a train conductor, the broadcast of the endless train will be notified.
Yes, there has been no report about the train conductor so far,
Xiaozi answered with certainty. Then, his eyes lit up and he said,
if the Grim Reaper did not become the train conductor, it means there are other ways to leave the endless train.
If that's the case, wouldn't he be able to leave the endless train earlier if he found this way?
It's just speculation at the moment, and it's not certain yet.
Xiao Sun reminded Xiaozi not to be too happy too soon.
It's also possible that he did become the train conductor,
and the endless train just didn't report this news according to common sense. But if that's really the case, I don't understand why he would return to the endless train.
Chapter 264 Relying on Strength. The return of the Grim Reaper is completely different from the situation of ordinary new players boarding the endless train. His ranking has not changed, and he still lives in the number 1 carriage. This means that in the endless train system, the Grim Reaper has not gotten rid of his identity as a player and is still a passenger of the endless train. Of course, it is also possible to become a train conductor and have the opportunity to leave the endless train. This is only a temporary way to leave the endless train. But if the Grim Reaper does not become a train conductor, it means that there are other ways to leave the endless train. But they cannot leave permanently and have to come back after a period of time. Or, when the Grim Reaper became a train conductor, he did not miss the opportunity to leave the endless train, but came back for some reason afterwards. So what is the reason for the Grim Reaper's return? It is impossible that he simply likes to stay on the endless train like Su Tiantian. Right. There are 2 things that Zhao Sun wants to figure out. One is whether there are other ways to leave the endless train. The other is whether he needs to return to the endless train on time after leaving the endless train as a train conductor. Both of these things are not easy to investigate, and the current clues are only on the God of Death. But the God of Death is not a good person to talk to, so he has to rely on the ability of the whistle to help. The whistle understood what Zhao Sun meant and nodded.
Okay, I know. Leave this matter to me.
After a pause, he said,
however, the God of Death is very cautious, and I dare not approach easily. I can only try to investigate from the people around him. It will take a long time. You have to wait.
He also cares about this matter, not only to repay Zhao Sun's favor, but also for himself. If there are other ways to leave the endless train, it will also be beneficial to him. So, he will do his best to investigate.
It's okay.
Zhao Sun smiled.
There's no rush for this matter.
After discussing this matter, the whistle suddenly asked Zhao Sun,
you should have brought your mother's body back? What are you going to do? According to her last wish, the fallen leaves return to their roots.
Zhao Sun replied,
the storage compartment has no function of preserving freshness, nor can it stop the time of the items placed in it.
The whistle reminded,
if the body will decay. Are you ready to cremate it?
Yes. Zhao Sun nodded.
If there is no other choice, cremate it.
He was not as hesitant as the whistle. This was something he had decided long ago. This was also the last wish of his adopted mother before she died. The whistle said, and said nothing more. He was reluctant to cremate Ailu, but it would not be good if he had decayed and had not dealt with it. The ideal result he expected was that Ayla's body would still be affected by the special power of the devil and would not decay. But this possibility was too low. After all, the devil was dead. Then he hoped to find a special item that could keep the body from decaying, and he wanted Ailu to return to her place beautifully. However, judging from Zhao Sun's appearance, he should not have such a special item in his hand. He could only think of another way.
By the way, the news of the demon's death has spread among the top 100 veteran players.
Whistle suddenly remembered this and said to Zhao Sun,
On the first day, the demon entered the dream game. His proxy body suddenly dissipated.
This is what he learned about the demon while he was asking about the news about the god of death. He entered the dream game a few hours earlier than Zhao Sun. So when the news of the demon's death came, he was still in the dream game and didn't know about it. When he came out of the dream game, he was too anxious to know whether Zhao Sun was still alive. So he went directly to Zhao Sun's box to wait. He didn't feel relieved until Zhao Sun woke up. He didn't have time to pay attention to the news of the demon at all. In fact, the demon died in the afternoon of the day he entered the dream game. And the male player who lived with the demon was the first to discover it. The male player watched the demon's proxy body suddenly turned into ashes. And then even the ashes disappeared, leaving nothing behind. He knew very well that this was a situation that would happen only if the player died in the dream game. But he couldn't believe that the demon would die like this. It took him a long time to digest this news. And then he quickly spread the news. All the old players ranked in the top 100 on the endless train knew the demon. Most people also know that the demons are strong, and they should not be provoked easily, and should be avoided as much as possible. When they first heard the news of the demon's death, everyone was a little bit unbelievable. Many people ran to the box where the demon was to peek and confirmed that there was no trace of the demon in the box. They also heard the man who lived with the demon, who repeatedly conveyed the scenes he saw with his own eyes. Everyone gradually accepted the fact that the demon died. In the past, many people thought that even if the demon died, it would die at the hands of the god of death. In any case, it shouldn't be so quiet to die in a dream game. What kind of difficult and complicated dream game is it that can make the demon die before even the first day of the game? Except for Xiaozi, Su Tiantian and Zhao Sun himself. No one else knows the real cause of the demon's death. Who would have thought that someone would take the initiative to choose to merge dreams with the demon just to kill the demon? Although the three people who knew about this matter had not discussed it, they all tacitly did not intend to say it out to avoid trouble. However, there were only two awake people here, Zhao Sun and Xiaozi. And the special item incense made it impossible for the outside world to eavesdrop on their conversation. Xiaozi then said to Zhao Sun without hesitation, "You actually killed the demon on the first day of the dream game. How did you do it?" "With strength," Zhao Sun said very calmly. Xiaozi was stunned for a moment, and then laughed again. "You are right. You must have such strength to be able to do it." If it were someone else, he would think that the other party was bragging, and even think that the other party's victory was a lot of luck. But Zhao Sun, he believed more and more that Zhao Sun's strength should not be underestimated. Especially after knowing that the demon was killed by Zhao Sun on the first day. He felt that Zhao Sun's strength might have surpassed the demon. That means that on this endless train, except for the god of death, perhaps no one is Zhao Sun's opponent. As for who is more powerful between the god of death and Zhao Sun, Xiaozi did not dare to make a conclusion easily. Everything that should be discussed has been said, and Xiaozi can't stay any longer. He blew out the special item incense, put away the two stools, and said goodbye to Zhao Sun. After the whistle left, Zhao Sun took out a remaining meat bun from the storage compartment and ate it, then went back to bed and lay down. In the dream game of ice and snow, the environment was too bad, and his sleep time was very short every day. He had to take advantage of the free time in these few days to make up for his sleep. This time, Zhao Sun slept until more than 6 o'clock in the morning on the 9th. Of course, he didn't wake up naturally, but was woken up by Su Tiantian. The first time Su Tiantian came back from the dream game, she looked at Zhao Sun's bed. According to the time calculation, Zhao Sun would definitely end the dream game before her, since she could still see Zhao Sun lying on the bed at this time. It meant that Zhao Sun came out of the dream game safely, which meant that the devil was dead. Seeing Zhao Sun wake up, Su Tiantian smiled and said to Zhao Sun, "Not bad. You are back alive." When she returned to the endless train from the platform game, it was 12 o'clock at night on the 5th. At that time, the news of the devil's death had not spread, and she didn't know about it. And she entered the dream game at more than 6 o'clock in the morning on the 6th, just missing the time when the news of the devil's death spread. So, it was not until now that she knew the victory or defeat between Zhao Sun and the devil. "Yeah," Zhao Sun responded and yawned again. "You woke me up just to say this?" Of course, Su Tiantian did not feel guilty about disturbing others' sleep. She still smiled. "This shouldn't be the first time to congratulate you." At this time, the other two roommates who were awakened listened to the conversation between Su Tiantian and Zhao Sun in silence. Although they were a little dissatisfied with being woken up, none of them complained. But the two of them listened for a long time. and they didn't understand what Su Tiantian and Zhao Sun were talking about. Is it congratulating Zhao Sun for coming out of the dream game alive? What is there to congratulate? Doesn't every player have to work hard to clear the dream game? They always felt that Su Tiantian was not referring to this matter. But Su Tiantian's words were obscure, and Zhao Sun's answer was also vague, so they had no idea what the two people were talking about. Well, Zhao Sun yawned again. Then you are done congratulating. I will continue to sleep. After that, he pulled up the quilt to cover his head, and soon fell asleep again. Su Tiantian didn't say anything this time, but just smiled and stared at Zhao Sun for a while. Then she got out of bed quietly, and went to the bathroom outside to wash up. The death of the demon meant that Zhao Sun's strength was stronger than she expected. She was somewhat glad that she had invested in Zhao Sun, a potential stock, from the beginning, and she had a good relationship with Zhao Sun until now. He is indeed the same kind she favored. Very powerful. Asterisk. December 10th. 12 o'clock midnight. Ranking update. Zhao Sun opened his personal panel to check the information. Player, Zhao Sun. Points, 2,876. Ranking, 119. Survival time, 112 days and 20 hours. Ability, Devouring LV5. Currently devouring special abilities Goal Control LV4. Ability Resurrection Rage. Special ability Beast Transformation LV5. Special ability Fire Control LV3. Special ability Evil Spirit LV5. Ability Nullification. Psychic Power. Water Power. Telekinesis. Lightning Power. Special items, Burning Blood. Goddess Wings. Princess Prince Pendant. Primate Blessing. Cowardly Shackles. Fiery Seal. Imitation Doll. Chameleon Cloak. Unyielding Bones. Firefly Light. Mirror Realm. Nutrient Solution. This time, the points are only a little more than 100 points more than last time. And the ranking has not dropped, but has risen by 1. On the one hand, it is because the points gap between players in this ranking interval is large. And on the other hand, it is because the demons ranked in the front died, so that the rankings of all the players behind moved up 1. The roommate in Shop 1 left, and Zhao Sun stayed in Shop 1. And Su Tiantian became Shop 2. The male roommate, who was originally in Shop 3. That is, the man who knew Su Tiantian, still stayed in Shop 3. In fact, Zhao Sun's ranking moved up 1 because of the missing player in front. And Su Tiantian's ranking rose because of the real increase in points. The male roommate was squeezed down because of Su Tiantian's ranking rise. And finally the ranking remained the same. In addition, a female player, Zhao Zhao, who was familiar to both Zhao Sun and Su Tiantian, came to the 4th room. When Zhao Zhao saw Zhao Sun and Su Tiantian, she greeted them enthusiastically. Zhao Sun nodded politely in response, and Su Tiantian gave Zhao Ao a warm hug. The male roommate felt that he was being isolated, but he soon received a bright smile from Zhao Zhao, which surprised him. He couldn't tell what his mood was for a while. He was a little puzzled and a little wary. He didn't believe that someone would show kindness to others for no reason after experiencing so many survival games. Despite this, he still gave Zhao Zhao a polite response. He didn't dare to offend Su Tiantian and Zhao Sun, so naturally he didn't dare to easily annoy Zhao Zhao, who was familiar with Su Tiantian and Zhao Sun. He had finally survived until now, and he just wanted to survive until he left the endless train. It didn't matter if it took a long time, as long as he could leave alive. After the 4 people greeted each other, they quieted down and went to bed. On the 11th, Zhao Sun was not in a hurry to play the dream game. He had asked the whistle before that the platform game would end at 12 o'clock on the 11th, and the time of the next platform game would be announced at that time. He wanted to determine the time of the platform game before deciding when to enter the dream game. In early December, in order to merge the dream with the devil in time, he did not participate in the platform game at all. Now it was time to start the normal steps again. Su Tiantian had the same idea as Zhao Sun, and she did not enter the dream game on the 11th. Soon, midnight on the 11th arrived, and the endless train restarted, along with the slightly shaking body. The familiar sweet electronic sound sounded from the train horn. The train will arrive at the 3rd station at 3:02 a.m. on December 14th. Passengers who need to get off, please prepare in advance. Zhao Sun calculated the time. According to the 3.5 days of game time, this platform game will end at 12 o'clock on the night of the 17th. From the 18th to the 20th, he will participate in the dream game, which is just enough time. But the time is a bit tight this time. Ideally, it would be better if the platform game time is shorter, or he can complete the game in advance. Otherwise, it will be stuck at the critical point, which may count as not spending 3 full days in the dream game in mid-December. After thinking for more than 10 seconds, Zhao Sun decided to participate in this platform game. For him, the risk is not high, and it is worth taking a risk. Chapter 265 Harmony Hospital. Anyway, before getting off the train, the deadline for the platform game will be announced on the radio. If it is beyond the 17th, Zhao Sun will not get off the train. After making this decision, he nodded to Su Tiantian, who was staring at him. Su Tiantian understood that this was Zhao Sun's intention to play the platform game. She didn't say much, and she laid down and went directly into the dream game. It was just the right time to stagger with Zhao Sun. For the next 2 days, Zhao Sun has been recuperating. On the night of the 13th, after he had dinner, he bought 30 points of reserve food. He went back to the compartment and slept again until 2:30 in the morning of the 14th. When the alarm on his mobile phone rang, Zhao Sun quickly sat up and rubbed his cheeks to speed up his mind. Soon he heard the broadcast. The endless train will stop at the Harmony Hospital platform at 3:02 a.m. Passengers who want to get off, please be prepared. It seems that the background of this game is a hospital. Zhao Sun thought so in his heart, and quickly got out of bed. He walked to the door of the train and waited. After a while, the train stopped. This train will stop for 3 days, and will depart on time at 12 p.m. on December 16th. All passengers who are getting off the train, please be sure to get on the train before 12 p.m. on December 16th. The game time is shorter than Zhao Sun expected, so he has no worries at all. The door of the carriage opened and Zhao Sun got off immediately. The temperature outside was even colder than before, and the cold wind blew on his face like a tiny needle piercing his skin. In addition, there was no moonlight tonight. It was pitch black outside, and the whole body was covered with white fog, which made people completely lose their vision. However, this was not a problem for Zhao Sun. He walked forward directly by feeling, quickly shuttled through the white fog, and soon got out of the white fog and came to an open space. Although the visibility was not high tonight, he still saw a building in the distance. Even at 3 a.m., there were still a few rooms in the building with lights on, and at the top of the building, there was a bright red font. It was a pity that it was too far away, and I couldn't see the specific words clearly. It should be the name of the hospital, but judging from the number of words, there were a few more words than Harmony Hospital. As Zhao Sun looked at the hospital in the distance, other players appeared one after another. As time went by, the number of people increased. Zhao Sun took a rough look and thought that there should be more than 100 people. After waiting for a few minutes, everyone finally arrived, and a huge public screen appeared above everyone. Welcome to the Harmony Hospital platform game. There are 113 players in this round of the game. After entering the game, players will be randomly matched to one of the 4 identities of patient, doctor, security, and cleaning. After obtaining an identity, each player must do his job according to the identity attributes. The main duties of each identity are as follows. Cleaning, ensure the hygiene of the hospital. Once there is obvious dirt, it must be cleaned in time. Security, maintain the order and safety of the hospital. Once chaos occurs, it must be stopped immediately. Doctor, regularly check on the ward and urge the patient to take medicine. Patient, follow the hospital's schedule to avoid illness. Among them, the 3 professional identities of cleaner, security guard, and doctor will be deducted 20 points if they fail to complete their main job once. Once the patient has an illness more than 3 times, he will really fall into a disease state and cannot recover. In addition, players only need to survive safely until the end of the game to pass the game. Wish all players a happy game. Then, the public screen disappeared, and a personal pop-up window popped up in front of Zhao Sun. Player Zhao Sun's identity in this round of the game is patient. The next second, his sight flashed, and he was in a ward, lying on the bed. This is a single ward. The lights in the room have been turned off for a long time, and the whole room is very dark. With the faint moonlight, Zhao Sun can see clearly that he is wearing a hospital gown, and there are restraints on his wrists and ankles. Zhao Sun. Abnormal. This is very abnormal. Things like restraints are definitely not something that ordinary patients need to use. To be honest, the first patient he could think of who would use restraints was a mental patient. But in his concept, mental patients should all be locked up in a mental hospital. Right? The name of this hospital doesn't look like a mental hospital. How could a mental patient appear in the ward of an ordinary hospital? Or is he not suffering from a mental illness, but some other rare disease that requires being tied up? Forget it. He will know what is going on after he investigates the situation in the hospital and his own case. Now the key is to get rid of the restraints first. Zhao Sun summoned the ring-tailed lemur and took out a knife from the storage compartment. "Help me cut the restraints," Zhao Sun said to the ring-tailed lemur. The ring-tailed lemur obediently took the knife from Zhao Sun's hand and cut the restraint on Zhao Sun's right hand. After his right hand was free, Zhao Sun took the knife and cut the remaining 3 restraints neatly. As soon as he freed his limbs, a ribbon-like floating window appeared in front of him. In this round of the game, there are 13 cleaners, 20 security guards, 20 doctors, and 60 patients. The floating window disappeared quickly. This is the announcement of the number of players' identities. While Zhao Sun took back the ring-tailed lemur, he recalled the rules of this game. This time, everyone's goal for the main task is the same: to survive until the end of the game. And completing the main job, according to the identity matched, is equivalent to each individual's personal task. As for the hidden task, it depends on luck whether it can be triggered. In addition, the main task is to survive until the end of the game, which means that every player in this hospital has the possibility of death. The most direct factor for the patient's death is the impact of the disease. As for whether there are other factors, it is not known for the time being. The factors for the death of security guards, cleaners, and doctors are more vague. Moreover, in this game, players with these 3 identities may not only not get points, but also have points deducted. If this type of game is played more times, it will be even more difficult for players to accumulate 10,000 points. After all, even if you have cleared the game, you cannot guarantee that you will not lose points. The identity of patient is the most special. Although you will not lose points, you may actually get sick, since the disease mentioned by the game rules is definitely not as simple as a cold or flu. It is most likely some difficult or incurable diseases. Therefore, as a patient, you should be more careful than other identities to guard against the role of deliberately destroying the patient to complete his job. After all, other identities can only lose points at most, but patient can be fatal. Given the special nature of patient, it is reasonable to suspect that the points obtained by patient after clearing the game will be higher than those of other identities. However, the number of patients is the largest among all identities, and it is not known whether there is a hostile or competitive relationship between patients. From the current game rules, there is no clear conflict of interest between players. Even between doctors and patients, there is a tendency to cooperate with each other. Overall, there is room for cooperation between players, but there is also the possibility of hostility. It depends on whether there are any hidden settings in the background of the game. Zhao Sun turned over and got out of bed. He did not turn on the light in the room, but took out a small flashlight and turned on the weakest light. He easily found his medical record at the end of his bed, and it was an electronic version, so he could avoid the situation where he could not understand the handwritten words at all. Zhao Sun carefully read all the medical records, except for some professional terms that he did not understand. He had a general understanding of his current situation. He was a mental patient and had heart disease. He originally lived in a mental hospital, but because of a sudden heart disease that required treatment, he was transferred to Harmony Hospital for treatment. Therefore, Harmony Hospital is indeed an ordinary hospital. He was able to get a single ward, which should also be due to his mental illness. For the safety of other patients, he was allowed to live alone, and in order to prevent him from making trouble when he lived alone, he was tied up. Zhao Sun carefully read the description on the medical record again. To control mental illness, you have to take medicine on time. To control heart disease, in addition to taking medicine, you have to keep calm and not get angry or be overjoyed or sad. It is not difficult for Zhao Sun to have too much emotional fluctuation. He rarely has big emotional fluctuations. So, the key is to take medicine on time. At the end of the case, there is a prescription, which not only writes the name of the medicine, but also attaches a picture of the medicine. Zhao Sun looked at the pills in the picture, and suddenly had a guess in his mind. He wrote down the appearance and color of the pills, and went to the bedside to take a look. Fortunately, there was a time schedule written on the bedside. There was nothing special about it, and the time was not fully arranged. It just wrote the time for 3 meals a day, and the time to get up and go to bed. There were no special requirements for what to do in the rest time. There was only one requirement,
that you were not allowed to leave your ward during rest time. This schedule was very loose, and there was no difficulty in completing it. Moreover, during the break time, they were only not allowed to leave the ward, and they were not required to sleep or lie in bed. There was no problem for him to walk around the room like he was doing now. Zhao Sun checked other places in the room again. It should be because he was mentally ill, in order to prevent him from hurting others and himself. There were very few things in the room. That was all the information he could get. Zhao Sun stood behind the door of the ward again and secretly glanced outside through the glass on the door. There were lights on in the corridor, but there was no one at all. It was very quiet outside, and no sound could be heard. However, since it was a hospital, there should be nurses on night shift. Maybe it was far away from the ward where he was, so he couldn't see or hear it here. Then again, the player's identity only had doctor, so nurses should all be NPCs. Just thinking about it, Zhao Sun suddenly heard footsteps in the distance of the corridor. Then, he heard a door far away from him opened. It seemed that the nurse was making rounds. Zhao Sun quickly returned to the bed and covered himself with a quilt. It is not yet clear whether there are hidden rules, so it is better to wait and see. Every once in a while, there will be the sound of doors opening and footsteps outside, and they will gradually approach Zhao Sun. It seems that every ward needs to be checked. Zhao Sun waited for about half an hour, and the footsteps finally stopped at the door of his ward. But he waited for a long time, and did not hear the door opening. The footsteps went away instead, and opened the door of the next ward. Zhao Sun thought about it for a while, and understood. In the nurse's impression, his hands and feet were tied up. As long as he slept well, and did not move, there was really no need to come in to see. Besides, the medical record at the end of his bed did not say that he needed to observe his vital signs during the night rounds. So it was completely fine for the nurse not to come in. After all, he was a mental patient, and for his own safety, it was normal not to want to get close at will. Soon a round of rounds ended. The nurse's footsteps came from far away, and then gradually went away, and the whole corridor returned to silence again. Zhao Sun had nothing to do, so he simply summoned the pygmy marmoset to stay under the bed and help him keep watch, while he fell asleep on the bed. At 6:55 a.m. on the 14th, Zhao Sun's cell phone alarm rang. He woke up immediately, put the pygmy marmoset back into blessing of primates, and got up to go to the bathroom to wash up. This is the good thing about a private ward. It is very convenient to wash up, and you don't have to queue up with other patients. When Zhao Sun finished washing up and sat back on the bed, a middle-aged man in a light gray coat opened the door and walked in. The man was pushing the dining table in his hand, obviously to deliver breakfast. According to the schedule, 7 o'clock is the time to get up, and 7:30 to 8 o'clock is the breakfast time. It's not 7:30 yet, and the man is a little early. The man saw that Zhao Sun was sitting on the bed without being tied up, and he stopped immediately. He looked at Zhao Sun with some concern, as if he was hesitating whether he should put down the breakfast at this time. "Are you a nurse?" Zhao Sun smiled at the man. "It's not even 7:30 yet. Why are you delivering breakfast?" He doesn't look like a doctor in this outfit, and doctors are not responsible for delivering breakfast. It's more likely that he's a nurse. If he's a nurse, then he's an NPC like a nurse. The man saw that Zhao Sun looked normal, and his eyes were clear, and he didn't look like he was going to get sick. So he relaxed a little. He pushed the dining cart inside, put the breakfast on the auxiliary table, and said in a relaxed and natural tone, "I went to the kitchen a little early today, so I delivered the meal early." It wasn't until the man walked to the auxiliary table that Zhao Sun used his hypnotic ability on the man. "Next, I'll ask you questions, and you must answer truthfully." Chapter 266, pointing at the patient. The male nurse nodded obediently, and was very obedient. "Is there something wrong with the food you gave me?" Zhao Sun asked the most important question at the moment. "No." The male nurse answered very confidently without any hesitation. Zhao Sun calmed down, picked up the chopsticks, and continued to ask questions while eating breakfast. "Is there any secret in this hospital?" Although the male nurse may not know, there is no harm in asking. If the male nurse knows something, this may be an opportunity to trigger a hidden task. The male nurse showed a blank look. "I don't know if there is a secret that cannot be told." At the end, he muttered again. "Even if there is a secret, it is definitely not my turn to know. That may not be the case." Zhao Sun guided the male nurse's thoughts. "Nurses go in and out of various places, and there are still many opportunities to learn various information." Then, he asked again, "Have you heard some legends about the hospital? Or negative news?"
Or some superior said something that made you feel strange?
The male nurse recalled very seriously for a long time, and suddenly seemed to think of something.
Now that you mention it, I remember hearing it before.
Before he finished speaking, a young woman in a nurse's uniform suddenly knocked on Zhao Sun's ward door.
What's wrong with you?
The nurse looked at the male nurse with a very dissatisfied expression.
I asked you to deliver breakfast. Why did you stay here for so long? People in other wards are waiting anxiously. After breakfast is delivered, come to me immediately.
Zhao Sun lowered his voice and gave the male nurse an order, and then continued to eat breakfast as if nothing had happened. He could hypnotize the nurse, but the patients in other wards, who were waiting anxiously, and other nurses, would come to check the situation. Hearing the male nurse's opening words, it might take too long to finish the story. If it takes too long, other people will definitely come to see what's going on, which will inevitably attract too much attention. If he hypnotizes everyone in the hospital, his mental power should be almost exhausted. It's better to wait until the male nurse finishes his work before talking to him. Hearing Zhao Sun's new instructions, the male nurse immediately walked to the dining cart and pushed the dining cart out. The nurse had been standing outside the door watching. Seeing Zhao Sun eating breakfast naturally and not showing a furious look because of her appearance, she felt a little relieved. She didn't dare to come into this ward easily, if it wasn't for the head nurse asking her to urge the nurse. She didn't dare to disobey the head nurse, and she wouldn't want to come. The male nurse quickly pushed the dining cart out, and the nurse hurriedly closed the door of the ward and followed the male nurse out. Not daring to stay here for long, Zhao Sun finished his breakfast quickly, and he just sat on the bedside, quietly waiting for the male nurse to come, who knew that the male nurse did not come. And the first person to come was the player with the identity of doctor. Logically speaking, there are definitely not only 20 doctors in a hospital, and there is a high probability that there are doctor NPCs. But when this person appeared in Zhao Sun's ward, Zhao Sun knew at a glance that this was a player. Although the other person was wearing a white coat exclusive to doctors, this person was completely unfamiliar with the process of ward rounds and needed to be reminded by the accompanying nurse. Moreover, he was wearing a down jacket under his white coat, unlike other NPCs who only wore sweaters. It was too inconsistent with the image of the NPC. The other party obviously quickly confirmed Zhao Sun's identity as a player, with a clear look of caution in his eyes. The two of them only met once, and the doctor player quickly lowered his eyes to look at the information at the end of the bed, and no longer looked at Zhao Sun. Compared with the doctor player's evasion, Zhao Sun was much more calm. He looked at the other party without hesitation. This was a young man about the same age as Zhao Sun, with dark skin, fluffy and messy hair, and obvious dirt on the collar of his down jacket. It seemed that this person's life on the endless train was not very smooth. The doctor player finished reading Zhao Sun's case and walked to the bedside. It was not until he got closer that Zhao Sun finally saw the nameplate on the other party. Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng reached into the pocket of his white coat and took out a bunch of small plastic bags, each of which was labeled. He found the label with the words, Zhao Sun, and handed a plastic bag to Zhao Sun.
Take your medicine quickly.
Zhao Sun took the plastic bag, looked at the medicine inside, and smiled. It was just as he guessed. Last night, when he saw that in addition to the very detailed drug names at the end of his case, there were also photos of the actual objects, he guessed whether the doctor would give him some medicine that he shouldn't take. Otherwise, in general, it would be enough to just record the drug names. Why bother with pictures? Just like now, the medicines given by Lin Sheng were all one by one, mixed together and packed in plastic bags, without a medicine box. You can't see the name of the medicine. If there is no real photo to compare, it is difficult to determine whether these medicines are what you should take. Of course, if you don't pay attention to the drug photos at the end of the case, some people may not suspect that the doctor's medicine has problems.
You? What are you laughing at?
Lin Sheng stared at Zhao Sun. His expression was serious, but his eyes were a little erratic. As long as you pay attention to his eyes, you can see that he is guilty at the moment.
Dr. Lin has to distribute so many medicines and bring them to the patients. He must have gotten up very early. Right.
Zhao Sun still had a smile on his face. The nurse next to him immediately pulled Lin Sheng's sleeve. Lin Sheng turned around and looked at the nurse. The nurse whispered to Lin Sheng,
"This patient is mentally ill. Don't make him angry. He will hurt people."
Lin Sheng, who originally wanted to fight back, had to soften his attitude after hearing this. He looked at Zhao Sun again and said,
"I worked hard to get up early and distribute these medicines so that you can recover as soon as possible. Then he urged, "Take the medicine quickly. I have to go to the next ward after you finish it." "Do you have to wait until I finish it before you can leave?"
Jiao Sun asked.
"Of course."
The nurse spoke on the side.
"I can't let you secretly throw away the medicine. Some patients just don't want to take the medicine properly."
Jiao Sun nodded.
"Then you can just assume that I have taken it."
His eyes lit up slightly. And Lin Sheng and the nurse, who looked at him, were both stunned. Afterwards, the two of them walked out the door together, as if they had forgotten what had just happened. When they walked out of the ward, Lin Sheng also closed the door. Jiao Sun picked up the medical record at the end of the bed, carefully compared the medicine in his hand with the pictures on the medical record, took a few identical pills according to the dosage written on the prescription, and temporarily put the rest in his pocket. He had to ensure that he would not get sick, so he had to take the medicine to control his mental state and relieve heart problems. He did not expose Lin Sheng's tricks. It was obvious that giving patients some extra medicine was something that Lin Sheng had to do as a doctor. Even if Jiao Sun raised doubts, Lin Sheng could say that it was the same medicine produced by different manufacturers, so the color and shape were different. So, there was no need to say it. After waiting for a while, the male nurse finally came back. He was still pushing a dining cart in his hand. But this time, there was no food on the dining cart. It was used to collect bowls and chopsticks. After the male nurse came in, he closed the door of the ward. Without waiting for Jiao Sun to ask, the male nurse took the initiative to bring up the previous topic while cleaning up the dishes.
"When I was lazy smoking in the stairwell, I heard the dean and the vice dean discussing something."
Jiao Sun put a pillow on his back to make himself more comfortable. The male nurse continued.
"They said that in the hospital, it is common for a patient to suddenly develop a very serious disease, even if he had just had a physical examination a few days ago and was confirmed to have no problems in this regard. He suddenly developed this disease a few days later."
Jiao Sun showed an interested look.
"You mean, this patient will suddenly become seriously ill, and this disease is completely unrelated to his original disease?" "Yes."
The male nurse nodded.
"For example, a patient with enteritis suddenly developed meningitis. He had just done a brain CT scan 2 days ago, and there was no problem at all. But he suddenly fell ill 2 days later. And this phenomenon occurs very frequently."
The male nurse seemed to be afraid that Jiao Sun thought it was just an isolated case, and explained,
"Almost 1/3 of patients have experienced this situation. The frequency of occurrence is indeed quite high."
Jiao Sun asked the male nurse again.
"There are too many people who have two completely unrelated diseases at the same time. Your hospital should be under great pressure." "Right. That's right."
The male nurse nodded repeatedly.
"It's hard to even classify such patients in the wards. It's very troublesome, since the frequency of occurrence is so high. You should know about this matter."
Jiao Sun questioned.
"How come you only know about it after eavesdropping on the conversation between the dean and the vice dean?" "I didn't eavesdrop."
The male nurse emphasized a little unhappily, and then explained,
"Nurses like us only know that some patients suddenly became seriously ill and suddenly transferred to other departments. We don't know the specific situation, let alone how often this situation occurs." "That makes sense."
Jiao Sun nodded very politely. Seeing that Jiao Sun agreed with him, the male nurse immediately became energetic and said,
"Having 2 diseases at the same time is already a headache, but our hospital has also seen 3 or 4 diseases at the same time."
Jiao Sun raised his eyebrows slightly and asked,
"The frequency of this situation should be much lower." "Right. Of course. There have been only 10 such cases in total."
The male nurse sighed.
"If the frequency is very high, then our hospital is probably finished. Those patients who have several serious diseases at the same time will die soon. The mortality rate is too high, and someone will definitely suspect that there is something wrong with the hospital." "Has no one checked what caused it?"
Jiao Sun asked.
"The dean and the vice dean both want to find out the cause as soon as possible, but it seems that they haven't found it yet."
The male nurse sighed.
"If it weren't for the fact that the diseases those people had were not infectious diseases, and the types of diseases were also varied, I would have suspected that there was some special virus in the hospital."
Jiao Sun thought for a moment and asked again,
"Is it only the patients who have such a situation? Doctors, nurses, nursing staff, and cleaners have not suddenly become seriously ill?" No.
The male nurse shook his head with certainty.
"I have been in this hospital for several years, and doctors and nurses have not become seriously ill without warning."
After thinking for a while, he added,
"There have been cases where patients who have recovered suddenly fell ill again, but the disease they developed was completely unrelated to the original one."
Zhao Sun said, and didn't say anything else. It seems that this phenomenon only occurs in the patient group. Since it is so directional, it must be considered. Seeing Zhao Sun silent, the male nurse also fell silent. He put all the dishes and chopsticks into the dining cart beside him, and stood by the bed, quietly waiting for Zhao Sun's instructions. After a minute of silence, Zhao Sun spoke again.
Are there any other strange phenomena?
The male nurse shook his head.
There are really no other things.
Zhao Sun waved his hand.
Then you go. If you find out anything else unusual, come to me again. Okay.
The male nurse agreed and pushed the dining cart out of the ward. As soon as the male nurse left, Lin Sheng and 2 other doctors in white coats hurried into Zhao Sun's ward. Seeing Zhao Sun sitting on the bed, the 2 doctors in white coats breathed a sigh of relief. Zhao Sun looked at the 2 new doctors, one fat and one thin, wearing the same white sweater with white coat. Although their appearances were completely different, they felt like they were from the same factory. Obviously, these 2 doctors were NPCs. Zhao Sun asked,
What's the matter?
The thin doctor opened his mouth, but didn't say a word for a long time. The fat doctor hesitated for a moment, and asked cautiously,
How do you feel about your current condition?
Zhao Sun understood instantly.
Are you afraid that I will go crazy?
The thin doctor and the fat doctor showed an awkward expression at the same time. They didn't say anything, but their eyes had expressed everything.
Don't worry. I'm fine.
Zhao Sun looked at Lin Sheng.
I took the medicine that Dr. Lin gave me well. I will definitely not go crazy within the validity period of the medicine.
Seeing that Zhao Sun looked calm, his eyes were gentle, and his words were clear and coherent, and his condition was indeed quite normal. The fat and thin doctors were relieved. Then, the fat doctor boldly asked Zhao Sun,
Then how did you break the straps? It turned out to be for this matter.
Zhao Sun smiled. He thought no NPC would care about the broken straps. The players all came in together, and they certainly wouldn't know in advance that he, the patient, was tied to the bed. The NPCs, who had come to his ward before, were not surprised by his free movement. He thought that the matter of the restraints was over. Now it seems that only the people who tied him up in the setting knew that he was tied up. That is, the 2 NPC doctors, one fat and one thin. When Lin Sheng talked to the 2 NPC doctors, they heard something wrong. So they hurried over to check the situation.
You don't have any sharp weapons on you, right?
The thin doctor carefully asked the question in his heart. Chapter 267. Very sleepy. Zhao Sun did not answer the fat and thin doctor's questions. He used psychic power to brainwash them, and let them ignore the matter of the restraints. The 2 NPC doctors left as if nothing had happened. Afterwards, Zhao Sun hypnotized Lin Sheng again, after he tried to hypnotize Lin Sheng before. Lin Sheng left obediently, and never came back. Until something else happened just now. Lin Sheng came again. It can be basically confirmed that Lin Sheng has neither special items to deal with hypnosis nor special abilities to resist hypnosis. Then, he can get information from Lin Sheng without worry. Zhao Sun took out the plastic bag in his pocket and waved it in front of Lin Sheng.
What are these 2 medicines? What are their specific effects?
At this time, there were 2 medicines in the plastic bag. One was a red round pill, only as big as a sesame seed, and the other was a black flat round tablet, a little smaller than a red bean. Lin Sheng stared at the plastic bag in Zhao Sun's hand, frowning slightly. For some reason, he was reluctant to answer this question, although his mind was somewhat out of control and his mouth was open, ready to give an answer. He was secretly rejecting his behavior. Zhao Sun noticed Lin Sheng's situation, and he immediately guided Lin Sheng to look at his slightly shining eyes. The next second, the feeling of rejection in Lin Sheng's mind disappeared, and he answered very obediently.
The red one is an ordinary tonic, but if taken with the black one, it will have obvious side effects. Over time, it will irritate the gastric mucosa and cause gastric bleeding.
Zhao Sun was not too surprised by this. Although he did not know the specific effects of these 2 medicines, he knew with his toes that they would definitely not be good for his body. He asked Lin Sheng again.
Can gastric bleeding occur in 3 days? No.
Lin Sheng shook his head and said,
Taking this medicine 3 times in a row will cause gastric bleeding.
Zhao Sun smiled silently. It seems that his initial guess was wrong. The relationship between doctors and patients is not a cooperative one, but a hostile one. Patients will become sicker if they take additional medicines. The game rules do not clearly state that onset refers specifically to existing diseases. That is, Diseases that occur later also count. Therefore, once there is a serious gastric bleeding, the player will really get gastric bleeding after 3 complications. Zhao Sun looked at Lin Sheng.
So as a doctor, I need to urge the patient to take this medicine? No.
Lin Sheng shook his head again and explained.
Including this, and also including the patient taking the right medicine.
Zhao Sun said, and then asked,
How many patients are you responsible for? Are all the players you are responsible for?
Lin Sheng gave a very affirmative answer.
3. All players.
In this way, 20 doctors correspond to 60 patients, and 1 doctor does need to be responsible for 3 patients. Zhao Sun thought for a moment and asked again.
If a patient does not finish all the medicine in 1 meal, you will be deducted 20 points. Or if a patient does not finish all the medicine in several meals in 1 day, you will be deducted 20 points. Or even if 3 patients do not finish all the medicine in 1 day, you will only be deducted 20 points. If a patient misses a meal, 20 points will be deducted.
At this point, Lin Sheng frowned slightly. Deducting points is a very stressful thing for him. Even just mentioning it will make him feel a little uncomfortable. Especially there are 2 bright pills in front of him, which always makes him feel an indescribable sense of disharmony. But for a moment, he didn't figure out where this disharmony came from. When Zhao Sun looked at his prescription, it said that his medicine was taken at a frequency of 2 meals a day. Other players must at least take 2 meals a day, and some may take 3 or 4 meals a day. For old players, deducting 20 points at a time is not a small amount in 3 days. What's more, for a new player like Lin Sheng, 20 points is a huge sum of money. If more 20 points are deducted, the points may not be enough. Although there will be no punishment for 0 or negative points. It is only a matter of time before you starve to death or die of thirst. No wonder Lin Sheng cares so much. Even if he is hypnotized, he still reacts to this matter. Suddenly, Zhao Sun thought of another question.
Will the news of deducting points be announced every night?
He did not take the extra 2 pills. If Lin Sheng announced the news of deducting points shortly after he left, then Lin Sheng should want to come over to check the situation. Even if Lin Sheng did not know who did not take it, he would definitely find out about the deduction of points. But Lin Sheng did not take the initiative to come over, so there should be a delay in the announcement of this news.
I don't know,
Lin Sheng said a little dazedly.
I haven't received any news so far. I thought it was because there was no deduction of points that the news was not announced.
As he said that, his eyes stayed on the plastic bag in Zhao Sun's hand again. The 2 pills were particularly dazzling in his eyes, making him very uncomfortable. Seeing that Lin Sheng had developed a state of resistance to hypnosis, Zhao Sun deepened the hypnosis effect again. Lin Sheng finally calmed down. But Zhao Sun suddenly felt dizzy for a moment. Something was wrong. He felt that his mental power was consumed particularly quickly this time. Generally, when he asks simple questions or gives simple instructions, his hypnosis level is very light, and the consumption of mental power is very small. Only when he sees that the other party has a sense of resistance will the hypnosis level be increased. Therefore, when Lin Sheng had a rejection reaction, Zhao Sun did not think that it was his lack of mental power that caused the other party to have a sense of resistance. But when he felt tired after only using a few simple hypnosis instructions, he finally felt something was wrong. Normally, this level and this number of hypnosis would not consume much of his mental power. But now, he actually felt a sense of fatigue that consumed half of his mental power. This is too strange.
Are the 2 medicines I took the right medicine?
Zhao Sun immediately confirmed with Lin Sheng.
Yes,
Lin Sheng responded.
One is a medicine for treating mental illness, and the other is a medicine for treating heart disease. I prepared these 2 medicines according to the requirements of the case, and I guarantee that there is no mistake.
Zhao Sun was silent for a moment, and then asked,
What are the side effects? As long as the medication for heart disease is taken in the right amount, there are no side effects,
Lin Sheng said, while trying to recall the instructions he read when he was dispensing the medicine.
Medicine for mental illness can calm and regulate emotions, so it is easy to feel sleepy, tired, and lack of energy after taking the medicine. Okay, I understand.
Zhao Sun waved his hand.
You go first.
Lin Sheng did not question it and immediately turned around and left the ward. Before leaving, he also closed the door of the ward. Zhao Sun's face was not very good. So, it was because of the control of psychotropic drugs that his mental power decreased a lot. However, in this game, he had to take psychotropic drugs. Once the disease occurred more than 3 times, he would really become a mental patient. It seems that he will not spend this game so comfortably. The weakening of mental power not only affects his hypnotic ability, but also the other abilities he can use. Except Resurrection Rage. The deterioration of mental state will affect the effects of all his special abilities. The time of continuous use of special abilities is greatly reduced, and the consumption becomes faster. Even his thinking ability is weakened. Zhao Sun could clearly feel that his brain had become a little dull. Whenever he tried to think, it was as if there was an invisible wall blocking his thoughts from his brain. His brain was like being filled with a mass of paste. And it was getting worse and worse. And, well, very sleepy. If he had not used his special ability, he would not have had such a severe side effect after taking the medicine. But he used his special ability many times in a row, which quickly consumed a part of his mental power. And it was not so easy to resist the side effects of the medicine. Zhao Sun felt that he had a severe dizziness when he tried to control himself from falling asleep. So he hurriedly summoned the gorilla and the pygmy marmoset.
The gorilla is guarding me in the ward. If anyone wants to harm me, find a way to wake me up immediately.
Zhao Sun lay down weakly, but still tried to stay awake and finished his words.
No matter what, you must wake me up.
The gorilla saw that Zhao Sun's condition was very abnormal, and knew that the situation was different from usual. It did not make a fuss for rewards like before, and nodded very solemnly.
Don't worry. Leave it to me.
Zhao Sun looked at the pygmy marmoset again.
Pygmy marmoset, go outside to collect some information or clues. See what other players are doing, and whether those NPCs are doing anything. You should be able to get the way to identify players from my brain.
The pygmy marmoset blinked its eyes, and nodded very obediently.
Well, I've remembered it all.
After everything was explained, Zhao Sun immediately closed his eyes uncontrollably. Suddenly, the overwhelming sleepiness annihilated all his willpower, and he fell asleep almost immediately. After Zhao Sun fell asleep, the orangutan sat by the bed and stared at the door without moving. The pygmy marmoset ran out of the ward carefully and strolled around. At 11:55 a.m., Zhao Sun finally woke up at the call of the alarm clock. It was lunchtime, and someone would come to deliver lunch soon. Zhao Sun sat up and felt that his head was still a little groggy, but he didn't feel so dizzy. He rubbed his temples, and his mind became clearer. The gorilla came over and took the initiative to rub Zhao Sun's head, saying,
After you fell asleep.
No one came to the ward again, but there was a lot of noise outside for a while, as if a patient died.
The gorilla's strength was just right, and Zhao Sun felt that his head was much more comfortable. Hearing the gorilla's words, Zhao Sun asked,
Is it a player? I secretly took a look behind the door. It should be a player.
The gorilla replied.
The cause of death?
Zhao Sun asked again.
I don't know.
The gorilla explained.
You are here. I dare not go out. My first priority is to protect you.
Zhao Sun certainly would not blame the gorilla. He smiled.
Well, it's okay. I can ask others for news.
A player died so quickly. I don't know which party did it. According to Lin Sheng, the additional medicine needs to be taken for 3 meals before it will react. It should not be done by the
doctor,
player. That means that players with other identities have attacked the
patient.
It seems that the rules of the game this time deliberately expose the
main job
of each identity, but instead formed a smokescreen, making people mistakenly believe that there is no clear conflict of interest between players, and there is even the possibility of cooperation. In fact, the specific things that different identities have to do may conflict with players of other identities. Thinking of this, Zhao Sun sensed the pygmy marmoset. Fortunately, it did not exceed the sensing range. He said to the pygmy marmoset in his heart,
Come back. Wait a minute.
The pygmy marmoset rarely did not immediately obey Zhao Sun's wishes.
Something happened here. I will come back after I finish watching it.
Zhao Sun did not ask further, but just said,
Remember to hide yourself.
The pygmy marmoset said, and there was no movement. About half an hour later, the pygmy marmoset finally ran back. During this period, Zhao Sun had finished the lunch sent by the nurse and was in better spirits. The pygmy marmoset knocked on the door directly. The gorilla opened the door.
You were running around outside so brazenly. And you didn't get caught?
The gorilla looked incredulous.
I'm not as big as you.
The pygmy marmoset took 2 steps at a time and quickly ran to the bed.
Everyone in the hospital was busy with their own things. I stood in the corner and no one noticed me at all.
The gorilla looked at the size of the pygmy marmoset, which was not much bigger than a mouse. It nodded in agreement.
That's right. It's not as big as me. And people will definitely see it as soon as it goes out. What happened outside?
Zhao Sun got straight to the point.
On the first floor of the inpatient department, a patient died.
The pygmy marmoset described what he saw in great detail.
I compared it carefully and confirmed that the patient was a player. She was a pregnant woman with diabetes. Because of the acute attack of complications of diabetes, she could not be rescued and her child was also lost. You have learned a lot of professional terms during your trip.
The gorilla couldn't help clapping his hands.
Some of them, I don't understand very well. In fact, I don't understand them completely. But I know that the master must understand them. So I memorized them by rote.
As he said that, the pygmy marmoset rubbed the back of Zhao Sun's hand with his furry little head, which was very flattering. Zhao Sun rubbed the pygmy marmoset's head and praised.
You did a good job. Why don't you praise me?
The gorilla was immediately unhappy.
I have been guarding you and protecting your safety. And I have also paid a lot. You did a good job too.
Zhao Sun praised the gorilla very face-savingly, and then asked the pygmy marmoset,
how did the hospital deal with the patient who died?
Chapter 268. It can't be him. Although the gorilla felt that Zhao Sun was being perfunctory, it remained quiet when it saw that Zhao Sun was talking about serious matters. The dwarf marmoset tilted its head, as if trying to recall those words.
Sent to the morgue. Is there no setting for family members to make trouble?
Zhao Sun asked again.
No. I didn't see the pregnant woman's family members appear.
The dwarf marmoset shook his head.
The players living in the wards near the pregnant woman were a little scared. And many people tried to find out some useful information from the NPC. But it seems that they didn't find out anything. Half an hour after the incident, the hospital returned to normal.
The dwarf marmoset said again. Except for the players nearby who were a little uneasy. The other NPCs didn't react, as if this incident had never happened. Only the nearby players knew about this, and those who were far away were unaware.
Zhao Sun asked.
At least it seems unknown at present.
The pygmy marmoset answered.
This matter has only spread in a small range. This pregnant woman should have died after the operation failed. Why did the patients in the ward near her know about it?
Zhao Sun raised another doubt point.
Normally, people near the operating room should know about this matter first. Oh? Is that so? There is also a special operating room?
The pygmy marmoset was a little confused.
I don't know what the process is in your human hospital, but this hospital performs surgery in the ward.
Zhao Sun. Very sick. Zhao Sun thought for a while, and asked the pygmy marmoset again.
After the pregnant woman died, did the doctors and nurses in the hospital check what caused the patient's sudden emergency?
Diabetes will be fine as long as you take medicine on time. Since this pregnant woman was hospitalized because of diabetes, the doctor should give her blood sugar control medicine every day. Although the player doctor will give extra medicine, a slightly more careful patient should be able to detect that the medicine given by the doctor is not right, and he can find an opportunity not to take it. Of course, if the pregnant player happens to be stupid and careless, it is normal to take extra medicine. But according to Zhao Sun's own experience, the extra medicine given by the doctor will cause other types of diseases, not targeting the patient's existing diseases. Therefore, Zhao Sun suspected that this matter was not done by the player doctor.
It is being investigated, but there is no result for the time being,
the dwarf marmoset recalled and said.
However, the doctor player in charge of the pregnant player was quite surprised when he knew that the pregnant woman had died. He asked the doctor who performed the operation a lot of questions and seemed unwilling to accept the fact that the pregnant player had died.
Zhao Sun showed a puzzled look, thought about it for a while, and he understood. He did not think that there was any deep bond between the doctor player and the pregnant player, which led to the doctor player's inability to accept the death of the pregnant player. Then, the doctor player's obvious emotional reaction should affect the task. So, the doctor's goal is to let the player take all the medicine, so that the player can maintain the state of illness, but can't let the player die, because after the patient player dies, the doctor will have one less patient to urge to take medicine, which means that the patient did not take the medicine, and the doctor must deduct points according to the rules of the game. Only this reason can explain why the doctor could not accept the death of the pregnant player. After all, it was only the first day of the game, and the doctor had lost a patient. After 3 days, even if he could finish the game alive, at least 100 points would be deducted.
Did you eavesdrop on other people's conversations?
Zhao Sun reminded.
For example, who had entered and left the ward before the pregnant woman became ill. The dean also came over at that time. After knowing the whole story, he checked the surveillance, but there was no result before I left.
The pygmy marmoset scratched the hair on his head in distress.
and there were 3 pregnant women in the ward. Even if someone was seen entering and leaving from the surveillance, it was not certain which pregnant woman they were looking for. Right. Are the other 2 pregnant women players?
Zhao Sun asked again.
Yes. They are all players.
The pygmy marmoset nodded confidently, and then said,
They are all under the care of the same doctor. Then there won't be too many people coming in and out.
Zhao Sun said confidently.
The players are not accompanied by their families, so there will be fewer people with legitimate reasons to go in and out. Except for the nurses who deliver meals and the doctors and nurses who make rounds. There should be very few other people coming in and out. Are you suspicious of the nurses? Nurses and the doctor?
The gorilla, who had been listening carefully to the conversation between Zhao Sun and the pygmy marmoset, finally couldn't resist his curiosity and asked Zhao Sun. Then, I think the doctor is the most suspicious. He is responsible for giving medicine. It's definitely not the doctor. As for the caregiver and the nurse, it's not certain for the time being.
Zhao Sun shook his head.
It's also possible that someone unexpected entered and left the ward. Then this person is more suspicious.
Zhao Sun got up from the bed and moved his hands and feet.
For details, asked the 2 players in the same ward.
He didn't know why the dean didn't directly ask the other 2 pregnant women living in the same ward, but instead checked the surveillance. It might be the setting of the NPC, or there might be other reasons. Anyway, it didn't stop him from asking. The pygmy marmoset quickly climbed onto Zhao Sun's shoulder.
I want to be with the master.
It wants to protect the master's safety. Zhao Sun patted the pygmy marmoset's head.
You are too conspicuous to follow like this. I will call you again when I need you.
After that, he took both the pygmy marmoset and the gorilla back into primate blessing. Walked to the first floor alone. After a good sleep, Zhao Sun's condition improved a lot. But it was still far worse than usual. Combined with the previous situation, he could basically determine that this amount of medicine would not have much effect on him when he had enough mental power. But after he consumed some mental power, his condition would deteriorate, and the recovery speed of mental power also slowed down a lot. He slept for nearly 5 hours, and normally he should have been full of energy. But in fact he just felt less dizzy, still a little sleepy, and his thinking was not as agile as usual. Next he had to try not to use special abilities. Otherwise he might faint at any time, and he would have to sleep for another 4 or 5 hours, which would affect the progress of the exploration game. Zhao Sun quickly came to the first floor, and according to what the pygmy marmoset said before, he found the ward of the dead pregnant woman. At this time, there were 2 women lying in the ward, with different degrees of bulge in their stomachs, and they really looked like pregnant women. The bed in the middle was empty. It seemed that after a patient died, no other patient was immediately arranged to take this position. Zhao Sun's sudden appearance made the 2 pregnant women in the ward look alert at the same time. They looked at Zhao Sun carefully, and one of the short-haired women asked, "Are you a player?" Zhao Sun smiled friendly. "I want to ask, who did the patient in the middle meet before he died?" He did not answer the other party's question, but the 2 pregnant women still confirmed Zhao Sun's identity as a player through Zhao Sun's expression and tone. It seems that except for players, no NPC would be so concerned about the cause of death of a strange patient. Another woman with a ponytail asked, "What are you doing here? Why are you asking these questions? I want to know what caused this person's death." Zhao Sun pointed to the empty bed in the middle. "Find out the cause, so we can take precautions in advance." Then, he pulled his hospital gown again. "You can see from the clothes I'm wearing that I'm also a patient. In a sense, we are in the same camp." Although he is not sure whether there is a conflict of interest between the patients group, it does not prevent him from saying so now. This reason is obviously still somewhat convincing, and the 2 women's guards are slightly lowered. The ponytail woman's body softened a little, leaning against the head of the bed, with 2 pillows behind her waist. Her belly looked very big, as if she was about to give birth, and she was much more strenuous than the short-haired woman when she moved. Feeling more comfortable, the ponytail girl spoke up. "To be honest, we don't know how she died." "Yeah," the short-haired girl echoed. "The 3 of us were together in the morning, and the woman didn't leave the ward alone, and nothing unexpected happened. But she suddenly had a serious discomfort reaction near noon, and we were all shocked." Her belly was only half the size of the ponytail girl, and her movements were more agile than the ponytail girl. She sat cross-legged on the bed and looked at Zhao Sun. The doctor who performed the operation said that she died of complications from diabetes, which was a rare sudden emergency. Maybe it was an accident? When she said this, she didn't have any confidence.
After all, this is in the game, not in the real world, and all of their diseases didn't exist in the first place. They were set up in the game. It was hard for her to believe that her roommate's death was a simple accident. Xiao Sun smiled. And of course, he could see that the short-haired girl herself didn't quite believe what she said. He did not explain what the short-haired woman said, but continued his topic.
Tell me first, who did you see in the morning? Who had close contact with the deceased?
The two women looked at each other, and finally the short-haired woman spoke.
An NPC nurse who came to deliver breakfast. A doctor player and an NPC nurse after the meal. And then the nurse who came to deliver lunch at noon. And it was the same person as the one in the morning. No one else.
Xiao Sun confirmed.
Yes, there is no one else.
The short-haired woman nodded affirmatively.
And the nurse left after delivering the meal. And there was no communication between us. And no close contact. The doctor and nurse just made rounds according to the rules. And then gave us medicine. And left after seeing us finish the medicine. Yes. Yes.
The ponytail girl nodded repeatedly.
No one approached her on purpose. We really don't know how she died.
Xiao Sun thought for a moment and asked again.
Did you take all the medicine given by the doctor? Of course.
The ponytail girl said, as a matter of course.
If you don't take the medicine, you will really get sick after 3 attacks. Yes.
The short-haired woman also nodded.
We don't want to get sick. And the dead woman also took all the medicine. Are the food the nurse gave you exactly the same?
Xiao Sun asked.
This.
The short-haired woman looked at the ponytail girl.
I really didn't notice it. I saw it.
The ponytail girl took over the conversation.
Our food is the same. And the dead woman eats differently from us. She has diabetes. And her diet must not be the same as normal people. By the way, can I ask what diseases you two have?
Xiao Sun suddenly asked such an irrelevant question. This time, the two women answered quite straightforwardly, without any intention of hiding anything.
I have iron deficiency anemia,
said the short-haired woman.
It seems that the situation is quite serious, so I have to be hospitalized for care. I have gestational hypertension,
the ponytailed woman also replied.
And I am about to give birth, so I have to be hospitalized. Are you two really pregnant? Or is it set in this game?
Xiao Sun was actually a little curious about this.
It must be a setting in the game,
the short-haired woman said unhappily.
I have never had a boyfriend. How can I be pregnant? If a pregnant woman enters a survival game, she will probably have a miscarriage in the first month.
The ponytailed woman couldn't help but complain.
Either she was scared or she was tired.
Xiao Sun didn't comment on this. He continued his previous topic.
Can you tell me what the deceased had for breakfast and lunch?
He looked at the ponytailed woman. The ponytailed woman recalled carefully, and then answered.
Breakfast is whole wheat bread and pure milk. Lunch is tomato scrambled eggs, braised pork and stir-fried lettuce. Did the deceased eat all of them?
Xiao Sun asked again.
I didn't notice that.
The ponytail girl shook her head.
I can't keep staring at her. I saw that.
The short-haired girl replied.
She did eat it all. When the nurse came to clean up the dishes, I saw that her plate was empty. Did she comment on the food?
Xiao Sun asked.
Do you like it? Or don't like it? Or, too sweet? Do you suspect the nurse did it?
The short-haired girl immediately understood what Xiao Sun meant. And then she shook her head.
It's unlikely. I haven't heard the deceased complain that the food was too sweet.
Finally, she added.
And the nurse is a good person. It's impossible that he did it. Did he do you any favors?
Xiao Sun instantly grasped the key point.
He didn't do me a favor.
The short-haired girl didn't like Xiao Sun's choice of words. She frowned slightly, a little unhappy.
It's just that when he delivered the food, he carefully reminded each of us, telling us to be careful not to burn ourselves, and not to eat too much. It doesn't matter if there is food left. If he wanted to attack us, why would he do that? I don't agree with this.
The ponytail girl suddenly interrupted.
It's also possible that he pretended to be a good person in order to dispel our suspicion.
Chapter 269, Are you sure you are not targeting him? The short-haired girl choked. Although she was a little unconvinced, she had to admit that what the ponytail girl said made some sense.
You are too easy to trust others just because of their kindness.
The ponytail girl couldn't help but complain.
You are too young after all.
The short-haired girl said unhappily.
You are not much older than me. Don't suppress your age.
While the two women were arguing with each other, Xiao Sun sorted out his thoughts. There were only 3 people in and out of this ward in the morning. From the description of the pygmy marmoset, The player doctor did not want the deceased to die, so this could not have been done by the player doctor. The suspects are NPC nurses and NPC caregivers. Based on his experience in the past half day, the NPC nurses in this game do not seem to actively harm the players. It may be due to the limitations of their own profession. The nurses are doing things step by step in the hospital and uphold the most basic professional ethics. They will not be hostile to the players for no reason. The nurse who made rounds with the player doctor was more like a guide and monitor for the player doctor. Presumably, the deceased had not offended the NPC nurse who appeared in this ward, and the NPC nurse would not attack the deceased. Then, the remaining NPC nurse became the only suspect, but the deceased did eat food suitable for diabetic patients, and it did not taste sweet and greasy, and there should be no extra sugar added to the food. Having said that, just adding some extra sugar would not cause the deceased to have an acute attack and die in a short period of time. Therefore, the nurse may have given medicine, which is not sweet but can quickly raise the blood sugar of patients with blood sugar. Anyway, Zhao Sun is basically sure that it was the NPC nurse who did it. What he wants to know now is why the nurse did this. Is it a simple game setting? The nurse will attack certain patients. Or is there some other reason? It is definitely useless to ask these two pregnant players about this question. You have to find another way. In fact, the most convenient way is to find the nurse and hypnotize him to ask about the situation. But Zhao Sun is in a state now. Hypnosis is a bit difficult. He has not fully recovered yet. If he uses his mental power again, he may fall asleep again. Zhao Sun sighed and quickly thought of another way. He could only choose a roundabout way. He glanced at the two pregnant players who were still fighting each other and left without saying hello. When he came to the 4th floor where his ward was located, he did not return to the ward, but went to the nurse's station. The nurses in the nurse's station seemed to know Zhao Sun. When they saw Zhao Sun appear, everyone's face showed a vigilant look. They seemed to be worried that Zhao Sun would suddenly get sick and hurt people.
I took the medicine well.
Zhao Sun smiled gently.
I won't get sick.
Seeing Zhao Sun's fluent and complete sentences and clear eyes, the nurses felt relieved.
In fact, we are not rejecting you, but we are afraid that we will get hurt.
One of the older nurses explained to Zhao Sun.
After all, you hurt people before, and we are all very scared. It's human nature. I understand.
Zhao Sun smiled with a relaxed face, not caring about the nurse's previous behavior. Although he hadn't done anything to hurt anyone, he had to take the blame for it because it was set up like that in the game.
What do you want to do with us?
The older nurse asked, quickly entering her professional role.
What can I help you with? I want to ask. Did a patient die in the ward near me this morning?
Zhao Sun didn't like beating around the bush, so he asked directly.
When I was in the ward, I heard a lot of noise outside, so I wanted to find out what was going on. This matter.
The older nurse sighed.
It's not something that can't be said. Most of the patients living on this floor have heart problems. That patient urgently needs a heart transplant, but he hasn't found a suitable heart source, so he relies on drugs to support him. He shouldn't be able to hold on today. So,
after that, she sighed again, as if she was feeling sad about a life that had passed away.
That's really fate.
Zhao Sun sighed and asked,
Can I ask which ward the patient is in? It's in the ward next to you. Also a single room.
The older nurse answered and reminded.
But that ward must be empty now. You'd better not go there. I'm afraid you will have psychological pressure.
She looked at Zhao Sun with sympathy. She seemed to think that Zhao Sun, who also suffered from heart disease, would feel fear after seeing someone with the same heart disease die.
Thank you.
Zhao Sun thanked him politely, and then asked casually,
Has the doctor in charge been held accountable? Or has anyone been criticized or arrested because of the death of this patient? Of course not.
The older nurse stared, puzzled by Zhao Sun's words.
This is a force majeure factor. It can only be said that the patient's luck is bad, and you can't blame others. That's true.
Zhao Sun smiled and said nothing more. He turned and walked towards his own ward. There should be no more useful information to be obtained from the nurse station. The nurse also couldn't know whether the dead patient was poisoned by someone. If even this nurse knew, the dean and the vice dean would definitely deal with it. After all, the dean and the vice dean had been troubled by the sudden death of patients in the hospital from the nurse's words before, and they wanted to find out the reason. Even if they deal with it secretly, there must be action. For example, who to arrest? Since no similar incidents have occurred, it can only prove that this matter has been left unresolved by the dean and the vice dean. After returning to the ward, Zhao Sun did not go anywhere else. He released the pygmy marmoset to guard aside, just in case someone suddenly appeared in the ward to harm him. Then he took out his mobile phone, charged it, set the alarm, and fell asleep again. The pygmy marmoset got into the quilt, revealing only 2 eyes, staring at the direction of the ward door without blinking. In this way, it can ensure that it will not miss the situation at the door, and it can also ensure that it will not be discovered by others. The pygmy marmoset was very careful in guarding, and would only quietly change his posture when his body felt numb. He neither woke Zhao Sun up nor let anyone outside notice any unusual movements in the ward. It was not until 5:55 that the alarm clock woke Zhao Sun up. The pygmy marmoset relaxed and rolled in the quilt, stretched his body, and stretched his muscles. Zhao Sun sat up and rubbed his temples. He didn't feel the soreness as before. This time, he finally recovered most of his mental strength, in addition to the long rest time. It should also be because the effect of the drugs for treating mental illness is disappearing. This is actually not good news. All kinds of situations prove that his poor mental state this time is caused by psychotropic drugs. More importantly, this is an ordinary hospital, not a mental hospital. In other words, except for him, other players probably don't need to take psychotropic drugs. Only he is restricted from using special abilities. Is the setting of the identity and disease in this game really random? Are you sure it's not targeting him? Just when Zhao Sun was complaining in his heart, a familiar nurse pushed a dining cart into Zhao Sun's ward. Zhao Sun glanced at the time. It was just after 6 o'clock. It was just the time to deliver the meal.
I don't know your name yet.
Zhao Sun gave the nurse a friendly smile.
My name is Zhang Wei.
The nurse answered while not forgetting to do the work in his hands. He quickly placed Zhao Sun's dinner on the auxiliary table.
Don't leave in a hurry.
Zhao Sun picked up the chopsticks and asked,
Is there any problem with my dinner?
No. Zhang Wei answered readily. Zhao Sun took a bite of the dish and then continued.
This morning, the patient in the ward next to me died. Do you know the specific reason?
Without waiting for Zhang Wei to answer, Zhao Sun added,
In addition, I hope you can tell me if there are people among your nurses who target patients.
He didn't ask other people about related matters during the day. Just wanted to wait until now to ask the nurse who delivered the meal to him. For this kind of nurse who has been hypnotized, it would be much easier to ask questions. The first instruction he gave to Zhang Wei was that all the questions he asked must be answered truthfully by the other party. All instructions have a validity period, which generally depends on the depth of hypnosis, the mental strength of the person giving the instructions, the mental strength of the person being hypnotized, and the importance of the question in the mind of the person being hypnotized. If you want an instruction to be effective for a long time, you have to deepen the instruction many times. Zhao Sun has never deepened the instructions to the nurses, so this instruction will not always be effective. As for when this instruction will expire, Zhao Sun is not sure, but it will not expire in a short time. Hearing Zhao Sun's question, Zhang Wei quickly entered the state of answering every question.
I know the news that the patient in the next ward died this morning. I heard that it was a sudden heart attack. Among our nurses, there are several people who are very dissatisfied with their current work. They mentioned that they want to cause some trouble for the hospital and let the dean and vice dean pay the price.
Hearing these 2 sentences, Zhao Sun suddenly had more questions to ask. He thought about it and asked about things related to the nurses first.
Then do you know what these dissatisfied nurses will do? Make trouble for the patients? Not be attentive when caring for the patients? Or deliberately kill the patients and increase the mortality rate of the hospital? I don't know the details.
Zhang Wei seemed to hesitate, and was silent for a few seconds before speaking.
But I think what you said is possible. Those people are not normal. How are they abnormal?
Zhao Sun asked again.
It's just that they have some antisocial personality.
Zhang Wei thought about it, and felt that his description was not appropriate. So he changed his words.
They feel that their work is tiring and hard, but the salary does not match. And the treatment is also very poor. They have asked the dean and vice dean for a salary increase and better treatment, but they were all rejected. They are very resentful, because they can't get what they want. They want to destroy what others have and make others pay the price.
Zhao Sun summed it up incisively.
That's about it.
Zhang Wei sighed and couldn't help explaining.
Although I knew about this, I didn't dare to provoke them, so I didn't tell anyone. I can understand.
Zhao Sun interrupted Zhang Wei's explanation and said with a smile.
Anyway, it won't be you who died, and it won't be you who was ruined. It's even less likely that you will be arrested after the incident. You can really just sit back and watch.
Zhang Wei. Although the facts are indeed so. It's really a bit embarrassing to say it like this. Zhao Sun didn't care about Zhang Wei's expression. He said this just because he didn't want to listen to Zhang Wei's nonsense and waste time. Not to make a moral judgment on it. He continued his topic.
Regarding the patient who died next door. After the sudden heart disease, did a doctor perform surgery on him? There was no time for surgery. And the person died.
Zhang Wei replied.
Then do you think it's possible that the nurse did it?
Zhao Sun asked.
His nurse. Is it you? It's not me. It's not me.
Zhang Wei waved his hands quickly.
The patient is quite rich. And he paid a nurse to take care of him alone. So it's not my turn to go to his ward. Who is that?
Zhao Sun asked.
It's a man called Wang Xian.
Zhang Wei answered, probably worried that Zhao Sun would suspect him. He took the initiative to explain.
He is indeed one of the nurses who are dissatisfied with the hospital. And he may do something to hurt the patient. Since this nurse was hired alone, the money should be more. And he also wants to attack this patient.
Zhao Sun was puzzled.
Most of the money went into the hospital's pocket.
Zhang Wei said here. Subconsciously glanced at the door. And when he was sure that there was no one outside the door, he turned back and lowered his voice and said,
Our salary is fixed. No matter how much the patient gives, it will not reach our hands. No wonder those nurses want to bring down this hospital.
Zhao Sun showed a look of understanding. Although the method is harmful to others and not beneficial to oneself, it seems a bit too brainless. But it is normal for stupid people to do some stupid venting. Then, Zhao Sun looked at Zhang Wei.
What about you? Have you ever thought about killing a few patients to retaliate against the hospital? I have old people and young children. If I get caught, who will take care of my family?
Zhang Wei shook his head like a rattle.
Although I have resentment in my heart, who made me incompetent? I can only endure it for my family. Besides Wang Xian, who else has this kind of revenge?
Zhao Sun asked Zhang Wei.
Do you have photos on your phone? Identify them for me.
He can probably guess how Wang Xian killed the patients. His task is not to find evidence and catch the murderer in the hospital, but to ensure that he survives to the end of the game. Therefore, he only needs to figure out which of the caregivers are in danger and be wary of these few people. Chapter 270 Scream. Zhang Wei took out his mobile phone, opened the album, and searched page by page.
We have taken group photos. I can show you.
Soon, he found the group photo, quickly clicked to enlarge it, and pointed it to Zhao Sun.
It's these 6 people.
Zhao Sun looked carefully, probably because people are divided into groups. These 6 people are standing together. The faces of the 6 people are a little bit bitter or fierce. Even if their faces look honest, there is a sense of ill intention or cruelty in their eyes. However, none of them are hidden characters, not difficult to deal with. Zhao Sun memorized the faces of these 6 people, and then asked Zhang Wei,
Are you sure that among the caregivers, besides these 6 people, there are no other people who try to harm the patients? Definitely not.
Zhang Wei took back his phone and said,
I usually see these 6 people talking together, and I have never seen a 7th person join. Is it possible that there is another group of people?
Zhao Sun reminded.
They are not with these 6 people, but they are also very dissatisfied with the hospital and try to damage the reputation of the hospital by hurting patients. No, this is definitely not the case,
Zhang Wei said very confidently, and suddenly thought of something and fell silent again. Zhao Sun keenly noticed Zhang Wei's change and asked,
What did you think of? Is there a fish that slipped through the net? That's not the case.
Zhang Wei shook his head and hesitated for 2 seconds before saying,
It's just that I remembered that 2 nurses and the security people didn't get along, and they have been discussing how to make the security people suffer a big loss.
Oh! Zhao Sun raised one eyebrow slightly.
You nurses are quite busy. You have to fight for your own rights and interests with the hospital leaders, poison patients, and trip up the security.
Zhang Wei. If he feels right, this is a mockery. Right? This must be a mockery. Right?
Point out these 2 people who are going to trip up the security.
Zhao Sun asked Zhang Wei. He doesn't care about the life and death of the security players, but he has to grasp the potential hidden dangers. If it doesn't involve him, he won't care. In case it is involved, he can also be prepared. Zhang Wei took out the group photo again and pointed out the 2 people to Zhao Sun. Zhao Sun took note of the 2 faces. He wanted to ask something else, but there were obvious footsteps outside, getting closer and closer. Calculating the time, Lin Sheng should come with the NPC nurse to make rounds. Zhao Sun immediately signaled Zhang Wei.
Put away the dishes.
After Zhang Wei neatly put away the dishes, the door of the ward was opened. Standing at the door were Lin Sheng and the NPC nurse, who came with Lin Sheng in the morning. Zhang Wei politely greeted Lin Sheng and the NPC nurse, and then pushed the dining cart out. Lin Sheng glanced at Zhang Wei, and quickly looked away. He handed the plastic bag that he had prepared long ago to Zhao Sun, which was exactly the same as the medicine in the morning. Zhao Sun took the medicine and said to the NPC nurse,
I will talk to Lin Sheng alone. Just consider your work as completed and don't come again.
He used hypnosis. He has recovered more than half now, and such a small instruction will not consume too much of his mental power. The NPC nurse responded and left obediently. Lin Sheng, who was standing aside, widened his eyes with an expression of disbelief. Then, Zhao Sun also gave Lin Sheng a new instruction.
No matter what I do in front of you, you will not feel strange, nor will you resist, and you will not tell others.
Lin Sheng murmured and repeated it, and wrote down this instruction. Then, his expression calmed down.
Are you also responsible for dispensing medicine in the ward next to me?
Zhao Sun pointed to the left side of the ward. That was the ward where the dead heart patient was.
No.
Lin Sheng shook his head.
Starting from you.
The patients in the 3 wards to the right are all under my charge. Is the NPC nurse with you responsible for supervising you?
Zhao Sun asked a new question.
Supervising you to give medicine to patients on time and supervising whether your medicines are all given.
Yes. Lin Sheng nodded. Zhao Sun then asked,
when you dispensed the medicine, were there other people supervising you? Of course.
Lin Sheng was unhappy when he mentioned this.
In addition to the NPC nurses with me, there were also several pharmacists who were watching in the pharmacy.
Zhao Sun smiled and was not surprised by this. He did not directly hypnotize Lin Sheng to dispense less of the 2 medicines that were not good for him because he did not know whether this would be recorded in the file, or whether there were other unknown persons in charge supervising Lin Sheng. Once he found that he was given less medicine, it would be equivalent to exposing himself immediately. Maybe he would be forced to feed the medicine alone. Although he could deal with this, he had other things to do and did not want to interrupt his plan. Zhao Sun played with the plastic bag in his hand and asked Lin Sheng,
what will be the consequences if you make a mistake in dispensing the medicine?
Lin Sheng answered honestly,
the NPC nurses and pharmacists will remind me. As long as I change it, it will be okay. So, you haven't encountered a death crisis in this game?
Zhao Sun asked again.
Yeah. This game doesn't seem to be dangerous.
Lin Sheng nodded.
I feel that as long as I go through these 3 days step by step, I will definitely be able to pass the game.
Zhao Sun waved to Lin Sheng.
You go. There's nothing to do here.
Lin Sheng turned around and left the ward without any objection. After Lin Sheng left, Zhao Sun rested for half an hour before taking the 2 medicines to treat his illness, and collected the 2 medicines that he couldn't take as usual. After taking the psychiatric medicine, he waited for another half an hour and didn't feel any obvious discomfort. This further proved that his previous speculation was correct. After consuming mental power, his own resistance to the side effects of the medicine would weaken, and he would have obvious dizziness and drowsiness reactions. During the period when the medicine is taking effect, he must try to reduce the number of times he uses special abilities. It is best not to use special abilities unless it is absolutely necessary. Otherwise, he will definitely experience the kind of sleepiness that he did in the morning. Zhao Sun took out the pygmy marmoset hiding under the quilt and instructed,
you will keep watch for me tonight. Tell me what happens outside in the morning. But if there is any unusual movement in my ward, you must wake me up immediately.
The pygmy marmoset nodded vigorously.
I will definitely complete the task.
Zhao Sun lay down and looked at the ceiling to review his experience of the day. In general, today's progress is okay. All potential threats among the caregivers have been identified, and the reasons for the attack are also known. Basically, as long as the caregiver in charge of him is not a problem, he does not need to worry too much about the caregiver's means. The player doctor's method of attack and the task objectives are also clear. Tomorrow, we will determine whether there is a threat to the
patient
among the nurses, and whether there are ways to attack the
patient
among the security players and cleaning players. Speaking of which, there are so many players with the identity of
patient.
This time, it feels like they are specially used to attack players with other identities.
The patient
is like a target, becoming the only identity that needs to work hard to survive to the end to pass the game. So far,
Doctor, cleaner, and security guard
seem to have no life threats. Even if there are two caregivers who want to trip up the security guard, they don't mean to poison or murder the security guard. It's too unfair to the
patient.
The rules of the game itself allow the
Patient.
to die. In the game, both the NPC nurse and the player doctor may cause the patient's death. If the patient's points reward for clearing the game is higher than that of other players, it can be understood. Otherwise, he suspected that the death crisis of the other three identities was just not found yet. Not that there was no danger, although there is no absolute fairness in survival games.
The unfairness of the gap is too large. Generally not. As for the specific situation, we can only wait until tomorrow to explore. Zhao Sun's consciousness gradually blurred, and soon fell asleep. Asterisk. Late at night, 2:30 in the morning, a shrill scream suddenly came from the inpatient department, and the sound echoed in the empty hospital, making people feel creepy. Zhao Sun opened his eyes almost instantly. He quickly got up, walked to the door, and looked at the corridor through the glass. It was quiet. No human figure could be seen within the field of vision. Then, another scream rang out. Now Zhao Sun was sure that the accident did not happen on the 4th floor of the inpatient department. But it was hard to tell which floor it was, because the echo was too loud. Zhao Sun said to the pygmy marmoset standing beside him,
"Go out and see what's going on."
Then he opened the door of the ward a little. According to the hospital's work and rest schedule, patients cannot leave the ward during the night rest time. But his pet is not a patient, so leaving does not violate the work and rest schedule. The pygmy marmoset jumped out quickly. Zhao Sun quietly closed the door. He did not go back to bed, but waited quietly at the door, observing the situation outside from time to time. The corridor on the 4th floor was always very quiet, and even the nurse did not appear. There was no footsteps in the distance, as if the nurses and doctors on night duty did not hear the screams. Normal people should have some reaction to this. Call to ask, call the police, or pull a group of people to check the situation. But there was no movement on the entire 4th floor. Zhao Sun could not see whether the patients in other wards reacted, because the doors of the wards opposite were staggered with this side.
"It's the 3rd floor."
The voice of the pygmy marmoset soon rang in Zhao Sun's mind.
"There is a stairwell at the end of the corridor, and right at the door of the stairwell, 2 people died, 1 man and 1 woman. What kind of clothes are they wearing?"
Zhao Sun asked immediately. In this game, the clothes of each identity are very uniform and easy to identify.
"One is wearing a white coat, and the other is wearing an orange jacket with several reflective stripes on the clothes."
The pygmy marmoset tried hard to use his own words to describe.
"The white coat should be a doctor, and I don't know what the orange jacket is for."
Zhao Sun thought for a while and said,
"It should be a cleaner."
During the day, he really hadn't seen a cleaner, so he didn't know what the cleaner's clothes looked like. However, among the several common professional identities in the hospital, he had never seen security guards and cleaners. Even if he hadn't seen the security guards' clothes, he could imagine what they looked like, and the pygmy marmoset should be able to tell at a glance. So, the one the pygmy marmoset didn't recognize must be a cleaner.
"Oh, it's the cleaning staff."
The pygmy marmoset carefully noted down the characteristics of the cleaning staff's uniforms, so that he could directly tell the other person's occupation next time.
"Are they all players?"
Zhao Sun asked again.
"It should be,"
the pygmy marmoset said.
"They both wore thick coats under their uniforms."
Although this hospital has heating, the heating is turned on very low. Players will feel a little cold if they don't wear down jackets under their work clothes. Only NPCs will walk around wearing sweaters under their work clothes.
"What was the death of the 2 people like?"
Zhao Sun patiently guided the pygmy marmoset.
"Please describe it roughly. It looks like they were scared to death."
The pygmy marmoset carefully observed the 2 dead bodies and conveyed his feelings.
"Their eyes were wide open. Their mouths were not closed. And there was fear in their eyes. Are there any external injuries?"
Zhao Sun reminded.
"You can also look inside the clothes." "No."
The pygmy marmoset came up and pulled up the 2 bodies, and then said,
"Ah, I saw finger marks on both sides of their necks. Someone is coming."
The voice it conveyed to Zhao Sun's mind suddenly became urgent.
"Ah, why are they chasing me? Help! Damn! I'm scared to death. I'm scared to death."
The pygmy marmoset was a little incoherent, obviously scared.
"Master, open the door for me quickly."
The pitiful voice of the pygmy marmoset sounded again. Zhao Sun opened the crack of the door immediately. The pygmy marmoset quickly got in. Zhao Sun closed the door and didn't rush to ask the pygmy marmoset what happened. Instead, he stood quietly at the door and observed the situation outside. However, those people didn't seem to chase upstairs. It was very quiet outside, without any footsteps, and no one was seen. The pygmy marmoset used its hands and feet to climb along Zhao Sun's trouser legs to Zhao Sun's shoulders. Its furry body rubbed against Zhao Sun's neck for a long time, as if trying to calm its emotions in this way. After observing quietly for 5 minutes, nothing unusual happened and no strange sounds. Zhao Sun returned to the bed and lay down. It seems that the background of this game has nothing to do with supernatural events. Otherwise, according to the situation just now, a ghost should have appeared. Zhao Sun touched the trembling body of the pygmy marmoset, wiped the dirty dust on the paws and belly of the pygmy marmoset with the tissue at the head of the bed, and then wrapped the pygmy marmoset in a quilt. Only then did the pygmy marmoset finally calm down.
How many people are chasing you?
Zhao Sun asked the pygmy marmoset while pouring himself a glass of water.
Are they players? 2 players.
The pygmy marmoset's soft and cute voice was slightly trembling.
They were all dressed like security guards.
Chapter 271. What stupid talk are you talking about? Zhao Sun narrowed his eyes slightly. This evening, the security guard and the cleaning player finally showed up.
Tell it in order first,
Zhao Sun said to the pygmy marmoset.
Start from when you left the ward.
The pygmy marmoset nodded. And while recalling the experience just now, he said,
It's not convenient for me to take the elevator. So I went down the stairwell and soon saw the 2 bodies outside the stairwell door on the 3rd floor.
Its little paws gently rubbed a corner of the quilt.
A man and a woman fell together, and the female cleaner's arm was on the male doctor's leg. Judging from the order, the male doctor should have died first, and then the female cleaner died. Both of them had a look of fear on their faces. I felt like they were scared to death, but there were finger marks on the back of their necks. Like...
The pygmy marmoset searched his mind and finally found a suitable description.
It's like something was pinching their necks from behind. Are their necks broken?
Zhao Sun couldn't help asking this question.
I didn't have time to check carefully before the 2 security guards came.
The pygmy marmoset looked at Zhao Sun aggrievedly.
So I'm not sure whether the necks of those 2 people were broken. When you saw the 2 dead people, did they feel that their postures were weird?
Zhao Sun changed the way of asking.
For example, their necks were tilted to a degree that normal bones cannot be tilted.
The pygmy marmoset recalled carefully and nodded.
Yes. The postures of their arms were bent very strangely, but their necks looked quite normal. Arms?
Zhao Sun confirmed with the pygmy marmoset.
The fingerprints on the back of the dead people's necks. Are you sure you can tell that the necks were pinched from behind? Not from the front? I'm sure.
The pygmy marmoset nodded.
It should be 1 hand. Right.
Zhao Sun asked again.
If it's 2 hands, the fingerprints are more likely to appear in front and behind the neck. Not on both sides.
The pygmy marmoset recalled and nodded.
Yeah. It's 1 hand.
Zhao Sun fell into deep thought. Therefore, the murderer attacked the deceased from behind with 1 hand. The deceased tried to resist, but the murderer broke his arm with his other hand. This attack method is unlikely to suffocate the deceased. So the murderer either twisted the deceased's neck or pressed the neck blood vessels to cause shock, and then killed the deceased in other ways after the deceased fell into a coma. But there was only a short time between hearing the second scream and the pygmy marmoset rushing over to see the deceased. The pygmy marmoset did not notice the murderer's presence, which means that the murderer killed the deceased very quickly. It is unlikely that the murderer would wait until the deceased fainted before killing him. If he was a little slower, the pygmy marmoset would notice the escaping figure. The possibility of twisting the neck is higher. At the same time, this also means that the murderer is very strong and is likely to be a strong man. After making a rough judgment on the murderer, Zhao Sun asked about the security guards.
Where did the 2 security guards come from? They should have come from the corridor on the 3rd floor.
The pygmy marmoset was no longer afraid at this time, but seemed a little annoyed.
I was too focused on checking the body and communicating with you in my mind, so I didn't pay much attention to the movement outside. I didn't notice them until they approached. Why are they chasing you?
Zhao Sun was really confused about this. They couldn't possibly suspect a little monkey to be the murderer, could they? Besides, the pygmy marmoset is so small that people who don't know this species might mistake it for a big rat when they see its back at first glance. In order not to affect their inspection of the dead body, it is possible to drive away the big rat. But from what the pygmy marmoset said before, the 2 security guards not only drove it away, but also chased it for a distance.
They saw me touching the body, and seemed to suspect that I killed the 2 people. So they wanted to catch me.
The pygmy marmoset was angry. This was what one of the security guards said to another security guard when it was being chased. Otherwise, it couldn't figure out why it was. Zhao Sun. It's really a big world. And there are people with all kinds of brain circuits. Zhao Sun touched the pygmy marmoset's head to comfort it. And then asked,
Did they stop chasing after it reached the 4th floor? No.
The pygmy marmoset shook its head.
They chased it to the stairwell and stopped at the platform between the 4th and 3rd floors.
After saying that, it stretched out its little paws and patted its chest.
I was scared to death. I thought I would be caught by them. They both ran so fast.
Zhao Sun continued to touch the pygmy marmoset's head intermittently. But in his heart, he was thinking about what the pygmy marmoset had just said. The security guards may have divided their respective jurisdictions into areas, and they cannot enter at will after exceeding their jurisdiction. Otherwise, they have no reason to give up chasing the suspect monkey. Zhao Sun recalled the rules of the game again, and then added one in his mind. After a major incident, security players may be able to cooperate across regions to manage order. But small-scale incidents can only be managed by the security guards in the area where they occurred. After a moment of silence, Zhao Sun spoke again.
Did you see any nurses, security guards, or cleaners on the 4th floor on your way back?
The pygmy marmoset shook his head.
No. There was no one in the corridor.
Zhao Sun did not ask any more questions. The nurse's station was not on the road the pygmy marmoset took. And the pygmy marmoset certainly did not know whether all the nurses were gathered in the nurse's station. At this moment, another shrill scream resounded throughout the inpatient department. The pygmy marmoset almost reflexively wrapped itself tightly with the corner of the quilt.
I'm tired and don't want to go out.
It was just a small monkey, and the run just now had consumed most of its physical strength. It was so tired that it wanted to sleep now. Zhao Sun thought about it, released the gorilla, and handed the chameleon's cloak to the gorilla.
You go out and see what's going on. Remember not to expose yourself.
He could force the pygmy marmoset to continue to obey his command, and the pygmy marmoset could not resist even if it was unwilling. But if the pygmy marmoset continues to act, it will inevitably be timid. After all, he can't see the situation outside through the pygmy marmoset's eyes, and can only rely on the pygmy marmoset to describe it. But if the pygmy marmoset's mind is on protecting itself, it is easy to ignore some details. It's better to change a primate to act. Anyway, he still has 9. The gorilla took the special item and patted his strong chest.
Don't worry. Leave it to me.
It put on a cloak, hid its body, quietly opened the door of the ward and walked out. Zhao Sun closed the door of the ward. The gorilla had just taken 2 steps out when another scream was heard outside. It was startled and stopped moving forward.
The sound is very close this time.
Zhao Sun's voice sounded in the gorilla's mind.
It seems to be on the 4th floor. You should go to the source of the sound first.
The gorilla quickly stabilized its emotions and walked towards the source of the sound lightly according to Zhao Sun's instructions. Zhao Sun stood behind the door and waited. The lights in the ward had been turned off long ago, although the schedule did not stipulate that the lights in the ward could not be turned on at night. Zhao Sun did not turn on the lights in order not to attract attention. The light in the corridor shone in through the glass on the door, making the ward look not too dark. Zhao Sun stood behind the door, waiting for the gorilla to send news. However, there was no movement from the gorilla, and there were hurried footsteps in the corridor outside. Immediately afterwards, the door of a ward not far from Zhao Sun was opened, and soon there were chaotic footsteps, mixed with the sound of wheels rubbing on the smooth ground. Zhao Sun looked through the glass of the ward door and could barely see a person lying on a stretcher. But the person was covered with a white cloth, and his gender and appearance could not be seen. But it seemed that he was dead. Zhao Sun was not particularly surprised by this. The game time was only 3 days, and there were more than 100 players. According to the clearance rate of survival games, most players had to die in the game. It was actually the 2nd day of the game, and it was normal for the number of deaths to soar rapidly. Tonight was destined to be restless. After waiting for a while, the gorilla finally responded.
2 people died. A man and a woman. The woman was a doctor, and the man was a cleaner.
The gorilla was broadcasting live.
2 security guards were checking the 2 dead people. I didn't dare to get too close, but the arms of the 2 dead people looked like they were broken, and there were pinch marks on both sides of their necks. 1-hand pinch marks?
Zhao Sun asked. The gorilla was quiet for a while before answering.
Yes. There are 4 fingerprints on one side, and only 1 fingerprint on the other side. It's a single-hand pinch mark. Are the dead and the security guards both players?
Jiao Sun asked again.
Yes.
The gorilla answered. Jiao Sun turned his head slightly, his eyes wandering around the smooth and reflective tiles in the corridor, his thoughts not in front of him. It's obvious that the murderer on the 4th floor and the one on the 3rd floor are the same murderer. It's just that I don't know where the murderer is hiding. The pygmy marmoset didn't run into it when it ran to the 3rd floor, and it didn't run into it when it ran back. The murderer must not have taken the same route as the pygmy marmoset. Maybe it was the elevator. In addition, the victims this time are the same as on the 3rd floor. A doctor and a cleaner. And both are a man and a woman. It doesn't seem like a coincidence. Why did the doctor and the cleaner meet in the middle of the night? And why did the murderer have to kill them? There were many people walking outside. And the security guard, who was also a player, was not attacked. This is enough to show that the murderer was selective in his crimes. Is it that as long as a doctor and a cleaner appear, they will become the murderer's target? Or as long as a man and a woman appear, they will be killed by the murderer? After thinking for a while, Jiao Sun asked the gorilla again.
What are the 2 security guards talking about?
The gorilla was quiet for a while before responding.
They are discussing how these 2 people died and who killed them. I feel that their mission is to find the murderer.
Jiao Sun understood instantly. The main task of the security guards has been announced, which is to maintain order in the hospital and prevent chaos. But the 2 security guards said that their mission is to find the murderer. So, this is a hidden task. From the current situation, at least 4 security guards know about this hidden task. And they have not separated and acted alone, but cooperated to find the murderer. In all the survival games Jiao Sun has experienced before, this is the 2nd time that several players have triggered a hidden task at the same time, and the players can cooperate and win. The first time was in the 2nd platform game he experienced. Most of the time, hidden tasks are triggered by a single player. All players in a game have the opportunity to trigger a hidden task. After a hidden task is triggered by a player, there may be other players who can also trigger the hidden task. However, players are in absolute competition with each other in hidden tasks. Whoever completes the hidden task first can get the reward of the hidden task, and others will not have the opportunity to get the reward. Cooperative hidden tasks are different. Players work together to complete the task, and the reward will not be divided equally. But everyone can get the full reward. In the absence of conflicts of interest, players who are not particularly outstanding will definitely be very willing to cooperate, and the probability of completing hidden tasks will increase. Since someone has already triggered the hidden task, then ask one of them how to trigger it, and Jiao Sun can copy it. The patient players must be in the inpatient department, and the outpatient department cannot let patients stay all night. In order to have more opportunities for communication between players and the possibility of various frictions, players of other identities should also be arranged in the inpatient department. Security players will not be an exception. There are 5 floors in the inpatient department, and there are a total of 20 security guards. If the distribution is average, there are 4 people on each floor. The pygmy marmoset and the gorilla only encountered 2 security guards. It is very likely that they work in shifts of 2 people, and the other group of security guards is on day shift and rests at night. That is to say, the 4 security guards on night shift will rest during the day. If Jiao Sun wants to talk to the 2 security guards during the day, he has to go to the security dormitory or the monitoring room. In his mind, the voice of the gorilla suddenly sounded again.
They mentioned some database, but they were quite vague and I didn't quite understand.
Jiao Sun came back to his senses and said to the gorilla,
Please tell me what you said.
The gorilla obediently related and added some adjectives that he had learned during this period. The thin security guard complained unhappily.
What kind of mission is this? I only saw dead people, but I didn't even see the shadow of the murderer.
The fat security guard advised.
This kind of mission is definitely more difficult than the main mission. So stop complaining. I now doubt whether what we saw was a real mission.
The thin security guard continued to complain.
The mission was suddenly triggered as soon as we entered the database, and we didn't do anything.
He looked at the fat security guard.
Isn't it some kind of sleight of hand? Is this actually a fake mission? What are you talking about?
The fat security guard rolled his eyes in disgust.
Can the system pop-up window be faked? That's true.
The thin security guard was a little embarrassed, and then said,
But how can we find the murderer with these few clues? We came so quickly, but we didn't even see the shadow of the murderer. Could it be a ghost?
Chapter 272. What's special about it?
How should I know?
The fat security guard said unhappily.
This hospital looks quite ordinary. Not haunted at all. But what happened tonight? The murderer is elusive. I can't tell if there is a ghost or not. I don't want to do this mission anymore.
The thin security guard looked irritated.
What if we die if we investigate further? You don't want points?
The fat security guard reminded.
This is a good opportunity to earn more points.
The thin security guard hesitated for a second and waved his hand.
Compared with life, points are nothing. That's all,
the gorilla said in Zhao Sun's mind.
The thin security guard wanted to leave after he finished speaking, but was stopped by the fat security guard. They are still arguing now. The two bodies were just thrown on the ground, and they didn't care. You squat over there first and see if there is a chance to get close to the bodies for a closer inspection,
Zhao Sun ordered the gorilla.
If there is no chance, come back. Okay,
the gorilla agreed. Zhao Sun listened to the chaotic footsteps outside again, knowing that it must be another player in a ward who died. He didn't care much, thinking about the action plan for the next day. Tomorrow. He didn't need to ask the security guard for hypnosis for the situation. And he would go to the database first. After more than 40 minutes, the gorilla came back. Zhao Sun opened the door of the ward and let the gorilla in. After he closed the door, he asked,
"Have you checked the body?" "No."
The gorilla took off his cloak and returned it to Zhao Sun, saying unhappily,
"Those two security guards are really hateful. They quarreled for a long time and didn't leave. In the end, they dragged the body away." "Where did they drag it to?"
Zhao Sun asked.
"The morgue?" "Yes."
The gorilla sat on the ground.
"The morgue is not spacious. And there are guards. There are a lot of people coming and going. I didn't dare to get close, so I had to come back. There are a lot of people coming and going."
Zhao Sun thought about it and understood. Tonight, not only were several doctors and cleaners killed, but patients were also dying. The morgue must have been very busy.
"I see."
Zhao Sun nodded.
"You should rest first."
After that, he took the gorilla back into the primate blessing. He went back to the bed and lay down, asking the pygmy marmoset hiding in the quilt to keep watch. And he began to get sleepy again. But unfortunately, in the following time, he was forced to sleep and wake up. And he couldn't sleep a full night, because in the second half of the night, there were 4 more screams in the hospital. And there were also hurried footsteps from time to time, and the sound of the bed being pushed out of the ward. For doctors and cleaners died respectively. And there were countless patients. Zhao Sun could only hear the movement of patients on the 4th floor being transported away. And he didn't know what happened on other floors. But judging from the frequency of the 4th floor, I'm afraid that nearly half of the players died that night. At present, the only profession that has not been damaged is probably the security guard. Of course, this is based on what he has learned so far. He is not sure whether all the security guards are still alive. Zhao Sun woke up and fell asleep until 7 o'clock in the morning. And then he got up and washed up instead of sleeping. At 7:30, Zhang Wei, the nurse who was responsible for delivering meals, came to Zhao Sun's ward. Zhao Sun asked if there was anything wrong with today's breakfast as usual. And then he asked Zhang Wei while eating,
"Do you know about the noise last night?"
He looked at Zhang Wei's face and asked. Zhang Wei looked confused.
"What happened last night? I didn't hear it. Are you resting in the hospital at night? Or will you go home?"
Zhao Sun asked again.
"Of course I'm resting in the hospital,"
the nurse replied.
"This is the hospital's rule. You can only go home on holidays. Then you live in the hospital dormitory. Didn't you hear the screams last night?"
Zhao Sun confirmed again. If the hospital dormitory is outside the inpatient department, it is normal not to hear the footsteps and carts on each floor. But it is not normal not to hear screams.
"There were no screams,"
Zhang Wei asked Zhao Sun puzzledly.
"Did you not sleep well last night and had a nightmare about screams, and mistakenly thought it was something that happened in reality?"
Zhao Sun did not respond. It seems that the group of nurses is on standby at night. There is no duty that requires nighttime activities, so there is no perception of the outside world. Zhao Sun changed the subject.
"Then do you know where the hospital's database is?" "I know this."
Zhang Wei nodded repeatedly.
"On the 5th floor. Turn left after taking the elevator. Then keep going forward. Turn left at the fork in the road. And finally walk to the end. That's the database."
Zhao Sun said, handed the empty bowl to Zhang Wei, and sent him away. After a while, Lin Sheng and the NPC nurse came to deliver medicine. This time, Zhao Sun did not drive away the NPC nurse, but used hypnosis to make the NPC nurse automatically block her hearing when Lin Sheng was around. Afterwards, he asked Lin Sheng,
Have you been deducted points? Yes.
Lin Sheng's face was not very good.
I was deducted 40 points yesterday.
When he mentioned this, he became a little excited.
But I clearly distributed all the medicine to the 3 patients I was responsible for. And I saw them eat it with my own eyes. I really don't understand why I was deducted points. I even suspect that there is a problem with the system. But there is no way to report bugs here, which is so irritating.
That's 40 points. He only had a little over 100 points in total, which he had worked hard to save by doing personal tasks for the past 10 days. He only dared to eat the cheapest meals. He didn't expect to be so unlucky the first time he participated in a platform game. He started to lose points before he got any points. After the game is over, his points will be less than before he entered the game. Right? As long as he thought about it, he felt angry and furious. Zhao Sun didn't care about Lin Sheng's emotional venting, but just asked,
"Is it at midnight that the points for the whole day are counted?" "Yeah."
Lin Sheng nodded. And at the end, he didn't forget to complain again.
"I was about to go to bed, and suddenly a pop-up window popped up in front of me, telling me that I was deducted 40 points. I really felt like the sky was falling."
He is a person with excessive emotions. After Zhao Sun made this evaluation in his heart, he asked Lin Sheng the question he asked Zhang Wei again.
"Did you hear the noise last night?"
Lin Sheng was stunned by Zhao Sun's sudden jump to the topic, but he quickly caught up with Zhao Sun's rhythm and nodded again.
"I heard it. Several screams. It seems that many players died. Didn't you go out to check the situation?"
Zhao Sun asked.
"As a doctor, you should be able to walk around at night." "Right. Yes, you can walk around at night,"
Lin Sheng said, as a matter of course.
"But I don't have to work the night shift, so I won't go out to die."
There were so many screams that his hair stood on end just by listening to them. So he didn't dare to run around. If he wasn't careful, he might lose his life. He didn't want to die in the game, and he could live longer if he kept to himself. Zhao Sun understood Lin Sheng's subtext.
"You mean, all the doctors who went out last night need to work the night shift? I can't be 100% sure about this."
Lin Sheng looked embarrassed.
"I didn't go out last night, and I don't know if all the doctors who died were on the night shift."
Without waiting for Zhao Sun to speak, Lin Sheng added,
"But from the information I have, I think they should all be on the night shift."
When he was dispensing medicine, he met the doctor players who were still alive, and chatted with a few of them. Although not all doctors on night duty died, those who died should have been on night duty. Zhao Sun said, and asked again,
"Did you receive any message reminding you to contact the cleaning player?" "No."
Lin Sheng looked confused, and then seemed to think of something.
"By the way, I heard from others that there was a cleaning player next to the doctor who died last night. Could it be that there was an affair?"
Zhao Sun was too lazy to deal with Lin Sheng's gossip. He waved to Lin Sheng.
"You go first."
He had asked all the questions he should ask, so there was no need to let Lin Sheng stay here to gossip. However, it is not difficult to infer from Lin Sheng's last sentence that not all doctors need to meet with cleaning players. Perhaps this is also related to the hidden task. Lin Sheng left quickly. Then, Zhao Sun gave the NPC nurse an order to answer all questions. After Lin Sheng left, the NPC nurse's hearing would automatically return to normal. Zhao Sun asked the NPC nurse,
"Do you know that many people died last night? Did you hear the screams?" "Yes."
The nurse answered truthfully.
"I heard the screams. Then none of you nurses went to check on the situation?"
Zhao Sun raised his eyebrows slightly.
"This is not our responsibility,"
the nurse explained.
"Only nurses on night duty will go to the ward to check when patients have abnormal conditions. And they usually check on the wards on time. We nurses don't care about anything else that happens."
Zhao Sun nodded in understanding. It seems that NPC nurses also follow the rules of the game, even if they hear things outside of their duties. They are not within their jurisdiction. But since they can hear the screams, they should know more about the inside story of last night than the NPC nurses. Then, Zhao Sun asked the nurse,
"Do you know why the doctors and cleaners who died last night met each other?" "I don't know."
The nurse shook her head.
"Maybe the doctor on night shift went out for a walk and happened to meet the cleaner who was cleaning at night."
Zhao Sun asked another question.
"Then tell me about the patients who died last night." "I was not on night shift last night,"
the nurse explained.
"You have to check the work log to know the specific situation. Then go check it out, and come back to me after you've found out,"
Zhao Sun ordered. The nurse obediently left the ward and went to check the log. Zhao Sun calmed down and felt that he was in good condition. So he took the medicine for today. Of course, he didn't take the 2 harmful pills. After waiting for half an hour, the nurse finally came back. As soon as she came in, she went straight to the point.
I've read the work log last night. Most of the patients who died had their diseases suddenly worsen. But there was a patient whose situation was very special. What's special about it?
Jiao Sun asked.
This patient died because he suddenly got another very serious disease.
When the nurse said this, there was a puzzled look on her face.
It's really strange. This patient had a physical examination 2 days ago and didn't have this disease at all. It's only been 2 days, and he suddenly got sick and died.
Jiao Sun showed an interested look. This is the second NPC to mention this matter after Zhang Wei. Moreover, it happened not long ago. Those patients whose diseases worsened and led to death should have been killed by the nurses in retaliation for the hospital's withholding of wages and poor welfare benefits. And the special patient was not killed by the nurses. Who did it? The doctor's goal is not to kill the patient, but to keep the patient sick. The nurse will only make the patient's condition worse until death. The nurse does not seem to have any intention of attacking the player. The rest are security guards and cleaners. But how can security guards and cleaners make patients develop another disease in a short period of time? Players with these two identities usually have no chance to get close to patients, and it is difficult for them to infect other patients. Especially according to Zhang Wei. Some patients suddenly get diseases that are not contagious in themselves. If the patient is injected with pathogens, it is easier for doctors to operate. But doctors will not do this. In comparison, the patient is more suspicious. Yes, Jiao Sun suspected that it was done by other patients. In addition to doctors, patients are the ones who have the most opportunities to contact other patients, and are also the most likely to spread diseases to other patients. It's just that the way this transmission is different from the conventional transmission, and how it is done is still unknown. Jiao Sun looked at the nurse and asked,
"Don't you know why this happened?"
The nurse shook her head.
"I really don't know. I heard that this situation has happened in the hospital before, and this phenomenon has lasted for a while. You should check it out."
"Right?" Jiao Sun questioned.
"Yes, I checked it out,"
the nurse hurriedly explained.
"But this is confidential. In addition to the dean and the vice dean, only the head nurse should know about it. How can we ordinary nurses know such inside information? Then where is your head nurse?"
Jiao Sun asked immediately.
"I don't know where the head nurse is usually."
The nurse showed an embarrassed look, and then seemed to think of something.
"By the way, she will go to the nurse station at 12 noon and 7 p.m. every day to check our work situation. Go to the nurse station at these 2 times. You will definitely meet the head nurse." "Okay. I know."
Jiao Sun waved to the nurse.
"You go back first."
The nurse left obediently. Jiao Sun glanced at his mobile phone. 8:30. There were still several hours until noon. Jiao Sun got out of bed immediately and decided to try his luck at the database on the 5th floor to see if he could trigger the hidden mission. Chapter 273, Infection. When the pygmy marmoset saw Jiao Sun get out of bed, it immediately ran over and crawled into Jiao Sun's pocket. Jiao Sun did not put the pygmy marmoset back into the special items. It was very small, and was not conspicuous when stuffed into his pocket. He took the pygmy marmoset to the 5th floor by elevator. Turn left. Then walk straight ahead. When you reach the fork in the road, turn left again. Finally, when you reach the end, you will see a room with database written on the door plate. Jiao Sun tried to turn the doorknob and successfully turned it open. As soon as he opened the door, he saw a gray-haired man sitting behind a desk. Jiao Sun took a look at the other person's clothes and expression and confirmed that he was an NPC. When the old man saw Jiao Sun opening the door, he stood up slowly and asked,
"What are you doing here?" "Just a stroll,"
Jiao Sun said as he walked into the database.
"Does it contain all the patient information in the hospital? From the establishment of this hospital to now. All the information is here."
After the old man answered, he said,
"This is not the place you should come to. Go quickly. Otherwise it will be bad if you are discovered."
Jiao Sun did not listen to the old man, but continued to ask,
"There should be a lot of people here in the past 2 days."
"Right." When the old man heard what Jiao Sun said, he sat down again.
"Indeed. Several people have come here. Do you want to ask about them? I'm just a little curious. Did they come here to find any information?"
Jiao Sun asked tentatively. This old man seemed to answer every question, as if he was an NPC who specialized in guidance. Perhaps he could ask all the questions he wanted to ask without using hypnosis.
"No."
The old man shook his head.
"They just stood here for a while." "Here?"
Jiao Sun was a little surprised.
"Where exactly?"
although from the words conveyed by the gorilla. The two security guards did not mention that the hidden task was triggered after searching for some information in the database. However, he subconsciously believed that it was always necessary to contact a certain NPC or find some information to trigger the hidden task. But now, listening to the old man's words, the two security guards seemed to have triggered the hidden task without doing anything.
Right in front of my desk,
the old man replied. Zhao Sun walked to the desk and waited quietly for a while. Nothing happened. No pop-up window appeared. Zhao Sun used hypnosis on the old man and asked the previous question again. He got the same answer. He was sure that the old man was not lying. So the problem could only be with him. He couldn't trigger this hidden task. Was there something missing? After thinking for a while, Zhao Sun asked the old man,
"Did those people have anything special when they were here?"
The old man shook his head.
"No. They were empty-handed. And they didn't have backpacks. They were wearing common work uniforms. Nothing special."
Zhao Sun fell into deep thought. The location was correct. And they didn't have any special items. Then, the biggest difference between him and the two security guards should be identity. He is a patient, and those people are security guards. Therefore, in the database, players with the identity of security guard can trigger hidden tasks. But players with the identity of patient cannot. In theory, triggering hidden tasks should not limit the identity of players. Otherwise, it would be quite unfair to players who cannot trigger them. Although there is no absolute fairness in survival games, such an obvious imbalance should not occur. It is very likely that there is more than one hidden task in this game. And there are different types of hidden tasks for players with different identities. This also makes sense. Why the doctor on night shift met with the cleaner in the middle of the night. It is very likely that they also triggered their own hidden tasks, which led to such behavior. If it is really what he guessed, then the hidden tasks that can be triggered by doctor and cleaner should be the same. But it is different from the hidden tasks triggered by security guard. However, even if there is no connection between the two hidden tasks, the actions taken by the players to complete the hidden tasks have created a connection between them. At present, the probability of triggering this hidden task is not low, and the corresponding mortality rate is also higher. I always feel that the trigger rate is so high just to play with the players. The happier he was to get extra points, the faster he died. The irony was full. As for how to trigger the hidden task of patient, the triggering method of security guard had no reference value. So he could only explore the map and try with NPCs. Zhao Sun just wandered around the hospital, chatting with NPCs from time to time. But he didn't get anything. Until 11:50 in the morning. He returned to his ward. At 12 o'clock, he waited for the lunch brought by Nurse Zhang Wei. Zhao Sun quickly finished the meal and walked quickly towards the nurse station on the 4th floor. It was 12:02 at this time. If the head nurse inspected each floor, she would definitely not have arrived at the nurse station on the 4th floor at this time. As Zhao Sun expected, when he walked to the nurse station, the head nurse had not come yet. Zhao Sun simply waited outside the nurse station. About a quarter of an hour later, a middle-aged woman in her 40s came over. She was wearing a nurse's uniform, but the color was different from other nurses, and the clothes were longer and slimmer. You could tell at a glance that she was the head nurse. When the other party came closer, Zhao Sun saw the nameplate on the other party's chest, which clearly read the 3 words head nurse. Zhao Sun blocked the head nurse's way. The head nurse paused and looked at Zhao Sun suspiciously.
"What do you want to talk to me about? I want to know how much you know about special cases."
Zhao Sun got straight to the point.
"What special cases?"
The head nurse didn't understand what Zhao Sun meant.
"The patient got a serious disease that he had never had before without any warning, and died because of this disease."
Zhao Sun didn't beat around the bush at all. Hearing this, the head nurse's face sank slightly.
"I don't know what you were talking about."
After saying that, she wanted to leave by Zhao Sun. Zhao Sun immediately used hypnosis on the head nurse. The head nurse stopped again, and a gentle smile appeared on her face. She explained to Zhao Sun,
"We don't have much information at present. We only know that these patients had close contact with other people before the onset of the disease."
At this point, without waiting for Zhao Sun to ask, the head nurse added,
"But this does not prove that the patient must have had a sudden illness because of this." "What kind of close contact method?"
Zhao Sun ignored the head nurse's last addition and just asked,
"Is it contact with other patients?" "Yes. Contact with other patients."
The head nurse nodded.
"Close contact means contact with saliva or blood."
Almost at the moment when the head nurse finished speaking, A pop-up window popped up in front of Zhao Sun. Hidden task. Infect 3 patient players with your own disease and let them die from the disease. Zhao Sun. 6. It's really a painstaking effort to find it. In this way, his hidden task was triggered. And it was confirmed that it was also the patient player who infected the patient with a new disease. It's just unknown whether the actions taken by the patient to complete the hidden task will be connected with players of other identities. What can be determined at present is that the hidden task of the patient greatly affects the main task of the doctor. The conflict of interest between the two is quite obvious. But even if the doctor discovered this, it would be difficult to prevent it accurately. The problem lies within the patients. It is not certain who will attack whom. So it is not known who to guard against. Since it is related to the hidden mission, Zhao Sun must ask for details.
What is the contact method of blood contact?
He asked the head nurse.
Does it matter if the blood splashes directly on the other person's body? Or does it need to touch the other person's wound? Or let the other person drink it? It can be done by touching the wound or drinking it.
The head nurse replied.
The same goes for saliva.
Zhao Sun nodded to show that he understood. And asked again.
After being infected in this way, the infected person may not die immediately. Right. Yes. Most people will not die immediately. And some opportunities are needed.
The head nurse told all the situation she knew.
If the opportunity has not appeared, then you can live a little longer.
This situation is similar to what Zhao Sun guessed. He infected his heart disease to other patients. And the other party also had heart disease. But if he remained calm and did not have too much emotional fluctuations, even if he did not take heart-treating drugs, he could hold on for a while. But if he suddenly became angry and sad after having a heart disease, he should die soon. But if he infects others with mental illness, he cannot guarantee that the other party will die in a short time. The requirement of the hidden task is,
let the other party die because of the disease.
And it is not possible for him to kill the other party directly after he is infected. So, he needs to figure out one thing now. Zhao Sun looked up at the head nurse and asked,
I have 2 diseases. When I infect others, can I actively choose which one to infect? I don't know about this.
The head nurse shook her head.
We have so much information at present. And I don't have a chance to try what you said. You know how to infect. You should also know who infected it. Right. You can find out by arresting him and asking him?
Zhao Sun was not satisfied with this answer.
We wanted to arrest him and ask him. But that person is dead too.
The head nurse sighed. And her face became more depressed. Zhao Sun was stunned and asked,
Are you talking about the one last night?
Last night, only one patient died of a sudden new disease. Which means that only one patient infected his disease to other patients. Although in the impression of all NPCs, this kind of thing has happened several times. It is actually a game setting. So far, this is the only time it has really happened. The head nurse failed to catch the survivor. So naturally she didn't know the details.
Yes.
The head nurse sighed again.
It was the same as other patients who died. His disease suddenly worsened and he died.
Zhao Sun understood. This was a conspiracy by the nurse. Zhao Sun didn't ask any more questions and turned away, since the head nurse didn't know whether he could actively choose to transfer a disease to others. Zhao Sun could only try it himself. Zhao Sun walked to the opposite side of his ward, and the doctor player in charge of this patient came out. It seemed that the process of supervising the taking of medicine had been completed. Zhao Sun walked into his ward naturally, and he didn't walk into the opposite ward until the doctor player and the NPC nurse left. This is a middle-aged man with a goatee. The moment he saw Zhao Sun, Goatee instinctively showed a vigilant look.
What are you doing?
Zhao Sun didn't say a word. He directly used mental control on Goatee, making Goatee in a chaotic state. Then, while closing the door of the ward, he took out a knife from the storage compartment, cut his finger, and dripped 2 drops of blood into Goatee's mouth. Goatee swallowed the blood subconsciously, and then a pop-up window appeared in front of Zhao Sun. Infecting. Since player Zhao Sun has 2 diseases, one of the diseases will be randomly infected to the other party. Heart disease infection is successful. Zhao Sun narrowed his eyes slightly. It was indeed random. He was not disappointed. If it could be specified, it would reduce too much trouble. The system is not so kind. The randomness made it difficult for him to guarantee that he would infect others with heart disease 3 times in a row, which increased the difficulty of completing the hidden task. But it was not a big problem. He can hypnotize, and it is always much easier to infect than other players. Although his mental power was suppressed this time, it is not completely impossible to use his ability.
In such an important matter as completing the hidden mission, it is the right time to use it. Zhao Sun used hypnosis guidance on Go Beard, making Go Beard see the scene he feared the most, and soon died of a heart attack. The wards here are not completely classified according to the type of disease. Go Beard's own disease does not require the use of an electrocardiogram monitor, so until he fell straight on the bed, he did not attract anyone's attention outside. Zhao Sun covered Go Beard with a quilt and quickly left the ward. He turned and went to the ward next to Go Beard. This time it was a two-person ward. A bald middle-aged man and a shaved young man were lying on their respective beds and chatting. Seeing Zhao Sun suddenly appear, both of them were stunned. Before the two people could react, Zhao Sun controlled them mentally. He dripped 2 drops of blood into the mouths of the two people according to the previous method. The bald middle-aged man was infected with mental illness, and the shaved young man was infected with heart disease. This result is not bad. Zhao Sun used the same method to make the shaved young man see the thing he feared the most, and he was soon scared to death. He glanced at the bald middle-aged man and turned away. He could try to hypnotize the bald middle-aged man and make him go crazy and commit suicide, but he couldn't be sure when judging the cause of death, whether it was suicide caused by mental illness or suicide caused by hypnosis. And this hypnosis method is much more complicated than seeing the thing you fear the most. His mental power is very limited now, and he can't waste it on such uncertain factors. Chapter 274 Get Out of the Way. Zhao Sun went to the next ward. This time it was still a double ward, with 2 middle-aged women lying on the bed. One of them looked bad, lying sideways with her eyes closed, humming occasionally, looking half dead, as if she was in a semi-comatose state. The other one stared at the ceiling, with anxiety and confusion in her eyes. Zhao Sun could guess what she was thinking just by looking at her expression. She lamented that she was unlucky and became a player of the endless train. She questioned the injustice of God, which turned her good life into a situation where she had to face death now. When she heard the footsteps, the middle-aged woman, who was still awake, looked up at Zhao Sun. She opened her mouth and was about to ask a question, but Zhao Sun had already used his hypnotic ability. The middle-aged woman stared at Zhao Sun blankly, without any emotion in her eyes. Zhao Sun walked quickly to the bedside, and before he could stand still, he felt dizzy. He barely held the handrail beside the bed to avoid falling down. Tisk, Zhao Sun rubbed his temples and frowned slightly. He had only used hypnosis a few times, but his mental power had already disappeared rapidly like a flood. Zhao Sun almost immediately remembered the special item Unyielding Bones he had obtained before, eating that would replenish his mental power immediately. But there were only 10 opportunities to use it, and he didn't want to use it easily. Moreover, his mental power was consumed too quickly this time. If he consumed all his mental power again within 2 hours after eating the bones, he would fall into a 24-hour weak state. If he used it 3 times in a day, he would fall into a deep sleep. At his current consumption rate, it was difficult to guarantee that he would not be exhausted again. The original effect of the drug made him very weak, and with the side effects of the special items, he was the weakest of the weak. Once he fell into a deep sleep, I'm afraid that even thunder would not wake him up. And at this time, sleeping was very disadvantageous to him. Therefore, he wanted to complete this special task as much as possible before his mental power was exhausted. In this way, even if he fell asleep, it would only be an ordinary drowsiness, not as severe as the side effects of special items. Zhao Sun took 2 minutes to calm down, walked to the woman, squeezed the blood from his finger, and dripped it into the woman's mouth, infecting. Since player Zhao Sun has 2 diseases, he will randomly infect the other party with 1 disease, successfully infected with mental illness. Zhao Sun slowly exhaled and had to change his target and look at the half-dead woman. Given that the woman was not sober anymore, Zhao Sun didn't have to use his mental ability to control her. He easily dripped his blood into the woman's mouth, infecting. Since player Zhao Sun has 2 diseases, he will randomly infect the other party with 1 disease, successfully infected with heart disease. Zhao Sun breathed a sigh of relief. This time it finally worked. He lifted the woman's eyelids, forced her to look at him, and then hypnotized her with okay. The woman's eyes showed a look of fear, and then she trembled uncontrollably. He lasted less than 5 seconds before he died of a heart attack due to excessive shock. Then, a pop-up window appeared. Congratulations to player Zhao Sun for completing the hidden mission, earning 100 points, surviving for 100 hours, and obtaining the special item ability injector. Zhao Sun did not relax, but quickly returned to his ward. He did not really relax until he closed the door of the ward and lay on his bed.
The dwarf marmoset crawled out of Zhao Sun's pocket, and seeing that Zhao Sun's face was a little pale, he asked worriedly,
Master, are you okay?
Not bad. Zhao Sun pulled a quilt to cover himself.
I should be in a coma for a while next. You help me keep watch. If there is any abnormality, no matter what method you use, you must wake me up. Yeah, I remember.
The dwarf marmoset promised obediently. Almost the second the dwarf marmoset's voice fell, Zhao Sun lost consciousness, and he didn't even have time to check the new special item. Zhao Sun slept very deeply and had no dreams. He didn't know how long he had been in a coma, and he suddenly felt a tingling in his palm. He suddenly opened his eyes. His hearing and vision were blurred by his still unconscious brain, but he could still barely hear the anxious voice of the pygmy marmoset.
Master, get out of the way!
Almost instinctively, Zhao Sun sensed the direction of danger and jumped off the bed from the other side. The next second, a syringe pierced the quilt of the bed. Zhao Sun quickly took out the chameleon's cloak and put it on, and moved away barefoot. Although the other party knew where Zhao Sun was before he disappeared, by the time he groped over, Zhao Sun had already walked to the door. It was not until this time that Zhao Sun saw the face clearly. I had seen it in Zhang Wei's group photo. It was a nurse who wanted to take revenge on the dean and ruin the reputation of the hospital. It was also the nurse who killed the heart patient next door. His name was Wang Xian. Wang Xian held a syringe in his hand, which was filled with an unknown liquid. Even if it is not clear what the liquid is, combined with Wang Xian's identity and purpose, it is easy to guess that this is definitely a medicine that will make Zhao Sun's disease worse.
Strange.
Wang Xian's hand groped in the void.
How come he suddenly disappeared after getting out of bed?
There was astonishment and uneasiness in his eyes. A person suddenly disappeared out of thin air, which was terrifying no matter how you think about it. Before Wang Xian could figure out the situation, Zhao Sun took off his cloak and suddenly appeared again. Wang Xian was startled, and then quickly approached Zhao Sun, holding the syringe tightly in his hand, obviously not giving up the idea of injecting Zhao Sun with the medicine. When Wang Xian just ran 2 steps, Zhao Sun took out a pistol and pointed it at Wang Xian's head. His mental power has only recovered a little now, and it is good enough to stay awake, which is not suitable for using abilities. However, ordinary hot weapons are more than enough to deal with ordinary NPCs. Wang Xian was startled and immediately froze in place.
Why? You killed all the patients you were responsible for taking care of?
Zhao Sun raised his eyebrows slightly.
You still feel that it is not enough to intimidate the hospital, so you choose other patients nearby to kill?
Wang Xian's face was a little gloomy.
How do you know this?
Zhao Sun did not answer Wang Xian's question, but continued to ask.
Is the medicine in your hand going to make my heart disease worse?
Wang Xian pursed his lips tightly and did not speak, but his slightly evasive eyes were enough to explain everything. Zhao Sun chuckled.
You are very brave. You acted in broad daylight and didn't even have the patience to wait until night. What do you know?
Wang Xian couldn't help but retort.
There are so few people outside at night, so it is easier to be noticed. It's because there are so many people and eyes during the day that the action is not conspicuous.
Zhao Sun didn't refute, and directly changed the subject.
2 people in your nursing team have a grudge against the security guards. Do you know how they plan to deal with the security guards?
Wang Xian was stunned. Obviously, he didn't expect Zhao Sun to ask such a question at this time. He cursed angrily.
You are crazy. Why do I care about this? That's a pity. You are useless to me,
Zhao Sun said, pressing the safety bolt of the pistol.
Wait!
Wang Xian was scared. He didn't expect Zhao Sun to actually shoot. This is a hospital. Even if Zhao Sun's pistol has a silencer and people outside can't hear the sound, the body here will always be discovered. Does Zhao Sun completely ignore the consequences? But no matter how unbelievable Wang Xian was, he could see that Zhao Sun really intended to shoot at that moment. In order to save his life, he had to speak up.
I actually secretly saw the actions of the 2 security guards.
Zhao Sun stopped what he was doing and looked at Wang Xian.
Go on.
Wang Xian did not continue to speak according to Zhao Sun's meaning, but asked this question.
Why do you want to know this? Do you have a friend who is a security guard? I advise you for the last time. Don't talk nonsense,
Zhao Sun warned. Of course, he was not concerned about the safety of the security guards, but based on the fact that he had already understood a lot of the plot of this game, he felt that he might have a chance to unlock all the plots this time. In that case, he could get an additional 20% points reward. Just for this. Wang Xian saw Zhao Sun's eyes narrowed slightly. and he didn't dare to ask any more questions. He returned to the previous topic.
At midnight one night, they performed a strange ritual. I don't know what it was for. I was scared when I saw it, so I immediately hid away. But after the ritual was completed, I found that there was some black air behind the two people the next day. Looks like an evil spirit?
Zhao Sun asked. This is the thing he can easily associate with.
This is a bit like an evil spirit,
Wang Xian said uncertainly.
I didn't dare to ask, so I really don't know whether it is an evil spirit or not.
Zhao Sun reluctantly used his hypnotic ability and asked,
Are all the things you just said true? Yes, they are all true.
Wang Xian nodded.
Very good.
Before Zhao Sun finished speaking, he shot Wang Xian in the head. Wang Xian didn't even have time to come back to his senses from the hypnotic state before he died. Zhao Sun opened the magazine and took a look. It was empty. After such a long time, he was very frugal after using up the first magazine. He took out a new magazine and replaced it, and then put the pistol back into the storage compartment. Then, he opened the window of the ward and then the door of the ward. He showed a panic expression and shouted to the outside.
Someone is dead!
Hearing this, the corridor immediately became chaotic. The nearby nurses split into two groups. One group went to Zhao Sun to check the situation, and the other group went to the nurse station to call and notify the personnel in various positions to come. Soon, Zhao Sun's ward was crowded with people. The deputy director checked Wang Xian's wound, and it was easy to see that he was shot. The security guard maintained order outside the ward and prevented other patients and doctors from crowding at the door. Several nurses worked together to lift Wang Xian onto a stretcher, covered him with a white cloth, and carried him away. The cleaning staff was cleaning the blood on the ground. The head nurse asked Zhao Sun about his situation with concern.
Can you tell me what you saw?
Zhao Sun sat by the bed and sighed.
I was sleeping and suddenly heard a strange sound. When I looked up in a daze, I saw the nurse fell to the ground. Didn't you see what the murderer looked like?
Asked the head nurse.
No.
Zhao Sun shook his head.
When I woke up, I only saw the nurse, not the murderer. So you woke up at the end of the noise?
The vice president on the side questioned Zhao Sun.
Can ordinary people sleep so deeply? I have a mental illness.
Zhao Sun pointed to the medical records at the end of the bed.
The medication I take for mental illness will put me into a deep sleep.
The vice president walked over and took a look at the medical records, and found that Zhao Sun was indeed not lying. He sighed.
It seems that this matter is not easy to investigate.
Although there is a surveillance camera outside the corridor, the murderer may not have walked in from the corridor. The window of this ward happened to be open, and the murderer might have climbed in through the window. There is no surveillance camera in the ward, and only Zhao Sun, who is still alive, knows what happened. Besides, the reason Zhao Sun found is very reasonable. The only witness only witnessed the death, and they can't do anything. Zhao Sun saw the look of the vice president and knew that he had passed this level. In a game like this where there are no police characters, this matter will most likely end here. As for the security and cleaning players who came to this ward, they actually knew that this NPC was definitely killed by Zhao Sun. But no one exposed Zhao Sun at this time. First, they had no evidence. Second, even the most inexperienced players know that as long as it does not harm their own interests, other people's actions should not be messed up. If you offend someone you can't afford to offend, you will definitely pay a painful price in the end. Everyone present knew the situation. The investigation was almost done, and the head nurse and the vice president left the ward. The security guards were still outside dispersing the crowd, and the two cleaning staff responsible for cleaning up the blood stains had not finished cleaning. Zhao Sun felt dizzy just when he was about to use psychic power. He quickly supported the edge of the bed with both hands and barely stayed awake. His condition was indeed still very bad. Just now, he only used a little hypnosis on Wang Xian, and the little mental power that he had finally recovered was almost consumed. But Zhao Sun went through all this trouble just to lure Baojia out. Among all the characters, he knew the least about Baojia. Originally, he thought of letting the gorilla go out at night to see if he could find out any information about Baojia. But since Wang Xian came to him, he should make good use of this opportunity. Thinking of this, Zhao Sun took out a big bone. According to the mark carved on the bone, he broke off a small section and stuffed it into his mouth. This bone was much easier to break than he thought, and it took no effort at all. It tasted like crispy bones, and it was not as difficult to chew as he thought. As this small section of unyielding bone entered his stomach, he soon felt a warm current spread throughout his body, and the dizziness in his head disappeared within a dozen seconds.
Chapter 275. Isn't this a case of giving up the near for the far? Next. As long as you don't use up all your mental energy within 2 hours, you won't fall into a 24-hour weak state. Zhao Sun secretly warned himself in his heart, and then hypnotized the two cleaners at the same time. The two cleaners had just finished cleaning, and were putting away the sanitary ware when they were suddenly hypnotized and stopped their movements at the same time. There were two cleaning staff, one male and one female. Zhao Sun asked them at the same time, "Who of you triggered the hidden task?" The female cleaning staff raised her hand. "I did. What is your hidden task?" Zhao Sun looked at the female cleaning staff and continued to ask, "Tell me more details." The female cleaning staff answered honestly, "Cooperate with the doctor player to find the person who stole the medical supplies. The pharmacists count the medical supplies before leaving get off work, and when they go to work in the morning, they count the quantity before leaving work. But they find that some goods are missing when they count in the morning. So we have to find the thief at night. How do you cooperate with the doctor player?" Zhao Sun asked. "After the doctor player triggers the hidden task himself, the system will match the cooperation partner? Or, can you take the initiative to find a doctor on night shift to cooperate? Or, must a cleaning staff? Only when a doctor player appears at the same time can this hidden task be triggered. You can only wait until the doctor player also triggers the hidden task, and then the system will match the partner." The female cleaner replied, "There is no such harsh condition as the doctor, and the cleaner must appear at the same time. Without waiting for Zhao Sun to ask, the female cleaner took the initiative to continue. "If there is no doctor player to trigger the hidden task, then this hidden task is half open to me, and I can't complete it myself. But you can also take shortcuts." The female cleaner smiled. "Ask a doctor player who works the night shift and ask him to go with me to the place where the hidden task is triggered." The reason why you must choose a doctor player who works the night shift is because this hidden task can only be carried out at night. If she finds a doctor player who doesn't have to work the night shift, it may be inconvenient to come out at night. What if the doctor player has a rule that you can't walk around the hospital during non-working hours? Then wouldn't it be a waste of her efforts? It's better to find a doctor player who can be guaranteed to come out at night from the beginning. "Did you act last night?" Zhao Sun asked. "We did it," the female cleaner replied. "But I didn't find the person who stole the medicine. But I heard a lot of screams, which scared me so much that I didn't dare to run around." At this point, the female cleaner showed a frightened look. "I would rather fail to complete the hidden task than die here." Zhao Sun nodded in understanding. This may be the reason why the female cleaner didn't die last night. "Then have you asked about the cleaner and doctor who died last night? What happened?" Zhao Sun changed the subject. "I dare not ask." The female cleaner shook her head repeatedly. "The principle I follow is not to be too curious, so that I can live longer. Then go." Zhao Sun waved to the female cleaner. "Don't mention the conversation with me to anyone." The female cleaner responded and quickly left the ward. Zhao Sun then looked at the male cleaner and asked, "Did you trigger the hidden task?" "Yes." The male cleaner nodded. "So, do you feel any other threats?" Zhao Sun asked the question he was most concerned about. "The kind that endangers life." "Of course." The male cleaner nodded again. "If we cleaners don't put all the recyclables into the trash can outside the hospital on time, we will be attacked by vagrants wandering around the hospital." "There are vagrants outside the hospital?" Zhao Sun was a little surprised. This time, the game map is not only in the hospital, but also outside the hospital. The ward building where he is located is in the middle of the hospital, and he has no chance to see what is outside the hospital in the distance. "Yes." The male cleaner showed an indignant look. "It is said that after being found to have violated regulations, the doctors and nurses who were expelled from the hospital, these vagrants live on the things in the recyclables." "I see." Zhao Sun understood. And then he waved to the male cleaner. "You go out. By the way, call the security players outside in, and choose one who looks the easiest to talk to." The male cleaner left as he was told. And soon, one of the security players, who was still staying outside the door, came in. He was a man with a simple and honest appearance and a solid body. "What do you want to talk to me about?" The security guard looked at Zhao Sun in confusion. He didn't know Zhao Sun at all, and they had no connection in the game identity. He couldn't figure out what Zhao Sun's purpose was to find him. Zhao Sun used hypnosis again, and then asked, "Have you triggered the hidden task?" "Triggered." The security guard answered very honestly. "Then have you made any progress on your hidden task?" Zhao Sun asked again. "Do you know who killed the doctor and nurse in the middle of the night?" "It's not clear yet." The security guard shook his head and said, "But According to my companions in the same group, it should not be a human.
Zhao Sun was not surprised to hear this. He almost immediately remembered what Wang Xian said. That he secretly saw the two nurses doing something in the middle of the night and attracted evil spirits. These two things are easily associated together. This made Zhao Sun believe more that there are indeed evil spirits in the hospital. This game is more or less related to the supernatural. But it is obvious that there is not much connection. Otherwise, this hospital shouldn't be so peaceful. And there would be many strange events. The goal of the two nurses was to cause trouble for the security guards. And the hidden mission of the security guards was to find the murderer who killed the doctor and the cleaner. The evil spirits were specifically used to deal with the security guards. Which made sense. The only thing that didn't make sense was that since they had attracted the evil spirits and had a grudge against the security guards, why didn't they directly command the evil spirits to kill the security guards, but had to kill the doctors and the cleaners? Isn't this a case of seeking the far away instead of the near? Logically speaking, there shouldn't be such an obvious loophole. Perhaps there are other reasons. It seems that the specific situation still needs to be found out by asking the two nurses. Zhao Sun drove away the security guards, closed the door of the ward, and laid down on the bed again. This wave of hypnosis has consumed a lot of mental power for three people. He must slow down before taking action. Otherwise it will be easy to consume all his mental power. Until this time, the pygmy marmoset that had been hiding in the quilt popped its head out.
Master, is your hand okay?
The pygmy marmoset said apologetically.
When that bad guy came before, I couldn't wake you up, so I could only bite you. It's okay.
Zhao Sun glanced at the tooth marks on his palm, then touched the pygmy marmoset's little head.
Thanks to you, I was able to wake up. Otherwise the bad guy would have succeeded.
The pygmy marmoset rubbed Zhao Sun's palm with its furry head. With a well-behaved face.
I'm glad that the master is okay. I have to rest next.
Zhao Sun covered himself with a quilt and said to the pygmy marmoset,
You continue to help me watch. Yeah.
The pygmy marmoset nodded and asked again.
What time does the master want to sleep? 5 o'clock.
Zhao Sun replied.
I set the alarm. This time my condition is not as bad as before. I should be able to wake up by myself without you biting me. Okay. I will watch over the master well.
The pygmy marmoset solemnly promised. Zhao Sun fell asleep quickly. At 5 o'clock, the alarm rang on time, and Zhao Sun woke up immediately. He rubbed his temples and felt okay. His mind was clear, and he didn't feel drowsy. So he quickly got out of bed and went outside to find the two nurses. Dinner was at 6 o'clock, and he had to finish this before 6 o'clock. After dinner, hospitalized patients could not walk around outside at will. At this time, the nurses were all working and definitely not in the dormitory. Zhao Sun randomly found a nurse, hypnotized him, opened his mobile phone, pointed to the photo of the two people in the group photo, and asked,
Where are these two people now? I don't know.
The nurse looked innocent.
These two people are not sociable, and they look a little gloomy. No one dares to approach them, let alone ask about their specific work arrangements.
Zhao Sun was not discouraged by this, and immediately asked,
Don't you nurses have a group? Yes.
The nurse had to answer the truth.
Then ask them in the group.
Zhao Sun ordered.
Just find a reason you think is appropriate. You can ask, but I can't guarantee that they will reply to me.
The nurse opened the group and said to Zhao Sun,
If they don't reply to me, you can't blame me. Ask quickly.
Zhao Sun urged.
Don't talk nonsense.
The nurse racked his brains and came up with a reason to ask the other party to help take a job because he was too busy. Both of them replied. One was busy and couldn't come to take it, but the other was free and agreed almost immediately. Sure enough, no matter how gloomy a person looks, he still has to eat. And naturally, he won't refuse the opportunity to make money. After a while, Zhao Sun waited for the eyebrowless man, who was indeed as gloomy as in the photo. The moment the eyebrowless man saw Zhao Sun, he seemed to understand something. He asked the nurse standing next to Zhao Sun,
Is this your new client? Yes. Yes.
The nurse continued.
He needs a separate care.
At this point, he turned his head and glanced at Zhao Sun. Seeing that Zhao Sun did not refute, he continued.
You two can discuss the details. I still have work to do, so I will go first.
After that, he left quickly. Zhao Sun smiled at the eyebrowless man. His eyes flickered slightly.
Next. Any questions I ask you, you must answer truthfully.
Before the eyebrowless man had time to do anything, his consciousness was controlled, and he nodded obediently. Zhao Sun led the eyebrowless man back to his ward. Chatting in the busy corridor would easily attract the attention of other players. So it was safer to stay in his ward. Zhao Sun closed the door of the ward and asked,
"Did you summon an evil spirit?" "Yes."
The eyebrowless man was not even surprised by the question Zhao Sun asked. Just like a machine that answered questions without emotion.
"Why don't you use the evil spirit to attack and kill the security guard directly?"
Zhao Sun continued to ask.
"Don't you have a grudge against the security guard? Why do you kill the doctor and the cleaner instead? The evil spirit can only act at night. There are too many people in the nurse station, so it is not convenient to attack. Only the doctors and cleaners on night shift will walk outside, and they are the best targets."
The eyebrowless man answered.
"Because of the special nature of the security guard's job. He has righteousness to protect his body. The evil spirit we summoned is too weak and can't get close to the security guard. We must kill other people first, and wait for the evil spirit to grow and become stronger before we can kill the security guard. When will it grow stronger?"
Zhao Sun calculated the remaining game time and asked.
"Tonight or tomorrow night?"
"It will definitely not be 10 days or half a month. Otherwise, when this game ends, the evil spirit will not grow stronger, and this setting will have no meaning."
"Tomorrow night,"
the eyebrowless man answered.
"Tomorrow night the evil spirit will be able to kill all the security guards at once."
At this point, he suddenly laughed strangely, as if he felt very happy just thinking about it. Zhao Sun didn't care about the abnormal behavior of the eyebrowless man, and then asked,
"What is the source of the conflict between you and the security guards?" "Before, the seriously ill patient that I and another person took care of had a medical disturbance. Those security guards beat us without knowing the reason. They said it was to maintain order. I think it was clearly an abuse of power."
When mentioning this matter, the eyebrowless man's face was full of uncontrollable frustration and anger.
"Is it just because of this?"
Zhao Sun asked.
"Isn't that enough?"
The eyebrowless man glared at Zhao Sun, and seemed to have complaints about Zhao Sun's relaxed tone.
"We were both seriously injured by those security guards, and it took 3 months to recover."
Hate burst out in his eyes.
"Because of these 3 months of delay, my elderly mother died of a sudden cerebral hemorrhage, and I didn't even get to see her for the last time. My friend's wife was about to give birth, and she fell at home and no one knew. And in the end, there were 2 bodies."
After the eyebrowless man finished speaking angrily, Zhao Sun saw that the eyebrowless man could not tell more stories. So he let the eyebrowless man forget what happened in this ward and left. Zhao Sun himself sat on the bed and sorted out all the information he had obtained in the past 2 days. The patient who the dean and the vice dean had been confused about suddenly suffered from another unrelated serious illness, which was infected by the patient player. There are 4 threats from the patient player in this game. One is that if you do not complete the main task, you will really get sick and may die. The second is that there are extra drugs in the medicine given by the doctor player, which is to make the patient have an additional disease, but will not die, and have to stay in the hospital. The third is that the nurse poisoned the patient in order to retaliate against the dean and destroy the reputation of the hospital, so that the patient's disease worsened and caused death. The fourth is that in order to complete the hidden task, the patient player infected his own disease to other patients and caused death. There are 3 threats to the doctor player. One is that if the patient does not take all the medicine, the doctor player will be deducted points. The second is that the nurse poisons the patient, causing the doctor player to reduce the target of feeding medicine and deduct points. The third is that if you meet the cleaner in the middle of the night, you will be killed by the evil spirit. There are 2 threats to the security guard. One is that if the main task does not maintain the order of the hospital, you will be deducted points. One is that the nurse summons the evil spirit for revenge, and when the evil spirit grows stronger, it will kill the security player. There are 3 threats to the cleaner. One is that if the main task does not clean up in time, you will be deducted points. One is that you will be killed by the evil spirit during the hidden task. One is that if you do not dispose of the garbage in time, it will attract the revenge of the vagrants outside the hospital, and you may die. Zhao Sun frowned slightly. Players with other identities are in danger of death at any time. But the doctor player, as long as he does not do the hidden task, will only have the risk of deducting points. In theory, it should not be so special. It seems that there are still missing plots in the doctor identity. Chapter 276. This job is too dirty. Zhao Sun rubbed his temple. He already felt obvious discomfort, and his head began to swell again. He had to rest for a while. Zhao Sun took out his mobile phone and took a look. It was almost 6 o'clock. He simply lay back on the bed, rubbing his temple while waiting for the nurse Wang Wei to bring dinner. Seeing this, The pygmy marmoset hiding in the quilt ran to Zhao Sun's head with its calves, and tried hard to rub one of Zhao Sun's temples with its claws. Zhao Sun's one hand was free, so he relaxed a little more. It is always more comfortable to rub yourself when someone else rubs you. After a while, Zhang Wei came over with a dining cart. Before he entered the door, the pygmy marmoset quickly got into the quilt. This time Zhao Sun did not keep Zhang Wei to talk, but only asked Zhang Wei to wait until he finished his meal and put away the tableware before leaving, lest Zhang Wei suddenly appear again when he talks to Lin Sheng later. Not long after the meal, Lin Sheng and his NPC nurse came. Zhao Sun took the medicine as usual, but did not take it immediately. Instead, he asked Lin Sheng directly,
"Do you have a death crisis without doing the hidden task?"
"Of course." Lin Sheng gave a positive answer almost immediately. As soon as he said that, he suddenly subconsciously glanced at the NPC nurse standing next to him. The nurse turned her head and gave Lin Sheng a gentle smile. Lin Sheng smiled awkwardly in return. Zhao Sun saw this and had some vague guesses. He sent the NPC nurse away directly. Lin Sheng then spoke.
"If all 3 patients I am responsible for taking care of die or are discharged from the hospital, in short, they are not living in the hospital ward, I will be judged to have a negative work attitude and not keep the customers well, and the nurse will kill me." "I see."
Zhao Sun nodded, very satisfied with this. In order to retain patients, the hospital deliberately let doctors equip some drugs that will make patients sick. If it causes the death of patients or allows patients to recover and be discharged from the hospital, it will reduce the hospital's revenue, and the hospital leaders will be unhappy. As the minions of the hospital, the nurses will punish doctors who do not do their job well. Although this is very unethical, the logic of behavior is reasonable. In this way, every player with every identity will have a death crisis without triggering the hidden mission, which is fair. Moreover, each crisis has a reason or a short story. At present, the plot of this game should have been explored almost completely. His hidden mission has also been completed, and the next step is to survive before the end of the game. Lin Sheng and Zhang Wei are both under his control, so there is no need to worry about being fed extra medicine by the doctor or being poisoned by his own nurses. But he still has to prevent other nurses and other patients from secretly attacking him, especially when he is asleep. Therefore, primates must be kept on duty in shifts. These are all trivial matters. The only problem is the last night. I'm afraid it won't be quiet. In the next period of time, he has to conserve his energy. Zhao Sun went to the bathroom to wash up, summoned the gorilla again, asked the gorilla to keep watch, and fell asleep holding the pygmy marmoset. I didn't sleep well. After midnight, the hospital was full of noise. Occasional screams, hurried footsteps, the sound of the ward door opening and closing, and the sound of the bed cart. Every time it sounded, it was impossible to fall asleep. Fortunately, Zhao Sun went to bed early, and slept for about 5 hours between 7 and 12 o'clock. Being woken up repeatedly in the second half of the night was not so uncomfortable. However, Zhao Sun's ward was not peaceful either. At 3 o'clock in the morning, a nurse who was also taking care of the patient in the ward quietly opened the ward door and came in. All wards could not be locked, and the other party opened the door easily. This nurse was one of the 6 people who tried to destroy the reputation of the hospital by poisoning patients. Because they acted in the dark, the nurse did not notice the gorilla squatting by the bed at all. When he got closer, he found something wrong. A huge black shadow was in front of him, and when he stretched out his hand, he even touched some rough hair. Just when he was about to take out his phone to light it, he suddenly felt a cold metal tube against his forehead. Following the feeling, he noticed that the person who was originally lying on the bed had sat up at some point. He opened his mouth. "You?" The nurse had just opened his mouth when Zhao Sun shot him in the head. At the moment when the nurse fell to the ground, Zhao Sun grabbed his hair again and prevented him from falling completely. "Help!" Zhao Sun lowered his voice and said to the gorilla. "Lift him up." The gorilla immediately stood up, lifted the nurse's feet, and then asked, "What are you going to do with this body?" "Throw it out of the window," Zhao Sun said as he lifted the nurse's neck and walked towards the window. He opened the window gently. "Is this okay?" the gorilla asked worriedly. "If we just throw the body out like this, many people will see it." "It's okay," Zhao Sun said confidently. "Many people die in this hospital every night, and during the day it's as if nothing happened, and no one is investigating the case. As long as he doesn't die in my room, it's not a big problem." "Okay." The gorilla calmed down and threw the body of the nurse out of the window with Zhao Sun. When the body fell to the ground with a dull sound, a scream just happened to come from upstairs. Now, the act of throwing the body will not attract too many people's attention. Zhao Sun closed the window and said to the gorilla,
"Clean up the blood on the ground."
Even if there was blood in the ward, it would not affect him. After all, there was no police in this game. His behavior did not violate the rules of the game. However, the bloody smell in the room was too strong, which affected his sleep. Orangutan. This job is too dirty.
Next time, tell me before you shoot.
The gorilla complained to Zhao Sun while rummaging through the tissues on the bedside table.
I'll cover the back of his head with a piece of cloth, so at least the blood won't be sprayed everywhere. And it'll be easier for me to clean up. It's not necessary to clean up the scene every time you kill someone.
Zhao Sun lay back on the bed and said to the gorilla with a smile,
"This time is an exception. Then you can't guarantee that you won't kill other people in this game."
The gorilla paused while wiping the floor, as if he had thought of something.
"I think I'd better not clean up. If someone else comes later and blood is splattered on the spot again, then I'm doing nothing now."
It sat down on the ground.
"Why not wait until dawn to clean up? By then the blood will have dried up, and it will be more difficult to clean up."
Zhao Sun reminded.
"You only need to clean up the place with the most blood. And don't worry about the other blood spots that have been sprayed out."
He was not doing it for cleanliness or to clean up the crime scene. Just a little cleaning would be enough. Just when the gorilla was ready to accept his fate and clean up, the door of the ward was opened again, and then the light in the ward was turned on. The gorilla reacted quickly, and almost the moment he heard the door open, he got under the bed. When the light was turned on, the gorilla had hidden himself perfectly. Zhao Sun saw that the other party was wearing an orange coat with several reflective strips on his clothes, and he immediately understood. This is the cleaner who came to clean up the bloodstains. It seems that when a place in the hospital is dirty, the cleaner will be notified, although it is not known whether the notice is to the cleaning group, who will arrange for their own personnel to clean up, or to the individual. But the notice means that the cleaning staff will definitely deduct points if they do not clean up in time. No wonder the cleaner came so quickly. The male cleaner saw the blood in the room and Zhao Sun sitting at the head of the bed. He was stunned for a moment. Then he quickly took out his cleaning utensils and started cleaning. The room was very silent, and no one spoke. The male cleaner cleaned very carefully, checking every corner, fearing that there would be any omissions. After making sure that everything was cleaned, he left with the cleaning utensils. Throughout the whole process, he did not ask Zhao Sun why there was blood stains, and who he killed. This is a player who knows the current situation and does not meddle in other people's business. Zhao Sun was very satisfied. The gorilla crawled out from under the bed until the door of the ward was closed.
"That's good. I don't have to clean it."
It was also very satisfied with the result. No other accidents happened that night, and Zhao Sun barely slept until dawn in all kinds of noises. Asterisk. December 16th, the last day of the game. During the day, he took medicine and ate according to the routine, except for the occasional patient players and nursing NPCs who came to trouble him. He lived a comfortable life overall. The special ability levels of these players were basically level 1, and most of them could be dealt with using hot weapons. Those who came to trouble Zhao Sun were not difficult to deal with. He did not use any special abilities and dealt with those people. He slept for the rest of the time, and when it got dark, his mental state was refreshed. After taking the last pill, Zhao Sun heard a few screams suddenly coming from outside. He was not surprised. The evil spirits need night to start to act. But the game will end at 12 o'clock tonight, so the time left for the evil spirits to kill is very limited. They will definitely start to act after dark, and it is impossible to wait until the second half of the night like the previous 2 days.
"Have you slept enough?"
Seeing that Zhao Sun was dressed neatly and seemed not to plan to sleep again, the gorilla could not help asking.
"Well, it's almost time,"
Zhao Sun said, lifting the quilt and getting out of bed.
"What do you mean almost done?"
The gorilla was a little confused.
"Why do you look like you're going to fight?"
Zhao Sun didn't answer the gorilla's question, but just said,
"There's nothing for you two to do next. Go back and rest."
As he said this, he took both the pygmy marmoset and the gorilla back into the blessing of primates. Then, he took out the chameleon cloak and put it on, standing by the window and looking outside. Downstairs, the bright street lights clearly illuminated a large area. You can clearly see the security guards desperately fleeing, and the fog that was darker than the night floating not far behind the security guards.
The speed of the black fog was extremely fast, and ordinary humans could not run faster than it. Only when the player uses special abilities can the pursuit of the black fog be slightly slowed down. No matter what special ability it is, as long as it can attack the black fog, it can make the black fog pause for a short time. So, Zhao Sun saw sesame-sized fireballs and water balls, hair like lightning, fingernail-sized mud, then iron wire shot out, and other various things thrown at the black fog. Zhao Sun couldn't help thinking that if the special abilities of these players were higher, perhaps the pause time of the black fog would be longer. Unfortunately, there was no powerful one among these security guards. After all, it was only the third platform game, and most new players did not have enough points to upgrade their special abilities. Zhao Sun observed quietly for a while, and found that as long as the black fog was contaminated a little, the player would no longer be able to get rid of it, and would be wrapped up in an instant. If the pursuit was still within the normal speed range, then the process of wrapping would be completed in the blink of an eye. Once the wrapping was completed, the wrapped player would let out a shrill scream uncontrollably. Then the black fog retreated, and the player was thrown on the ground like a broken rag doll, completely losing his breath of life. Every time a security guard's life was ended, the volume of the black fog became larger, and the body became more solid. 2 hours later, the whole hospital was quiet. No more screams were heard. Obviously, all the security guards had become the dead souls of the black fog, and the black fog disappeared. Most of the players, who saw the miserable state of the security guards in the ward, breathed a sigh of relief after discovering that the black fog had disappeared. Only Zhao Sun was on full alert. Unlike other people, Zhao Sun knew more about the inside story than other players, so he was very clear. The evil spirits grew to the point where they could kill all the security guards. Once all the security guards were killed, the evil spirits would probably no longer be controlled by the nurses. Next, relying on the instincts of the evil spirits, the normal process should be to kill everyone in the hospital. The real massacre has just begun. This is the most difficult part of this game. As Zhao Sun expected, screams suddenly rang out in the originally quiet inpatient department, followed by the opening of the ward door and the sound of hurried footsteps. At this time, the patient players could not care about the work and rest requirement of staying in the ward during rest time and not going out. Even if they violated this, it was better than dying immediately. And the other players finally reacted. The black fog didn't really disappear. It just hid and sneaked into the inpatient department when everyone was not prepared. Everyone lost their sleepiness and stared at the windows and door cracks. They were afraid that if they were not careful, they would become the black fog's meal. After 4 screams were heard outside, the inpatient department was quiet for 10 minutes without any movement. But no one dared to take it lightly, and they were all on guard in their own wards. At this moment, Zhao Sun almost subconsciously looked up at the ceiling, and indeed saw a group of condensed black fog hovering above. Chapter 277. Do you want me to help you kill? The black mist saw that it was discovered and immediately rushed towards Zhao Sun. Zhao Sun raised his right hand calmly, and a fire net formed in front of him instantly. The black mist didn't care, and didn't even slow down the speed of rushing over. But the moment its body hit the fire net, it felt unusual heat and burning pain. It let out a low roar, and then quickly retreated. Even so, the remaining flames on its body continued to erode its body, gradually burning towards the center. The black mist quickly disconnected all the parts that were on fire, which barely blocked the flames, and the small amount of black mist that was disconnected was instantly swallowed up by the flames. It had just cut off its wrist to survive, and was about to counterattack, but was suddenly pierced in the center of its body by an arrow formed by fire. Its movements paused, and its whole body froze. The next second, a large hole was dug in the center of its body, and all the parts that were on fire were forcibly stripped away from the main body. At this time, 2 more flaming arrows hit the main body of the black mist, and in the next moment, they dispersed into countless red bean-sized fireballs, which kept wandering in the body of the black mist. No matter how the black mist cut itself into pieces, it could not completely get rid of the burning of the flames. The black mist roared again and again, struggling madly to split. Zhao Sun stared at each small piece of black mist quietly, and then conjured a huge fireball, wrapping all the fragments of black mist in it, leaving the opponent with no chance of escape. In the end, the black mist was burned out by the Samadhi true fire. Zhao Sun took a breath, sat back on the bed, and recovered all the remaining flames. In this wave, he felt that he had consumed most of his mental power. If it weren't for the limitation of his mental power this time,
He would not have chosen to passively counterattack. According to his own personality, he prefers to take the initiative. Fortunately, the Samadhi True Fire is very effective against evil spirits, allowing him to get twice the result with half the effort. He solved this problem without consuming all his mental power. Zhao Sun summoned the mandrill and baboon and said,
I'm not in a good state now. You two help me guard the door and window. Call me immediately if there is any unusual movement. I'll take a break.
He didn't plan to sleep, but it was easy to be distracted in this state. Keeping his mind tense would also slowly consume his mental strength. He had to relax his brain nerves. The mandrill and baboon looked at each other and tacitly assigned their respective positions, one staring at the door and the other staring at the window. Zhao Sun leaned against the head of the bed and closed his eyes to rest. Time passed little by little. It was quiet outside for a long time without any noise, and there was no abnormality in Zhao Sun's ward. The black mist had indeed disappeared completely. Perhaps when the security guard was killed, the black mist judged that the player was not to be feared. It may also be that the black mist did not have enough IQ to think of leaving a way out for itself. In short, the black mist did not cut off a part of itself to hide. When it came to Zhao Sun, it was a complete body. After confirming this, Zhao Sun relaxed a little more. Half an hour later, hurried footsteps suddenly sounded outside, followed by a ward door being opened, and then a bed was pushed out. It seems that another patient player has died of a certain disease. In the following time, such movements will appear from time to time. Even if there is no threat of black fog, players will still die under the influence of other factors. Since he was idle, Zhao Sun took a look at the details of his new special item, Ability Syringe. After using this product to extract the blood of a person with ability and inject it into another person's body, the person being injected can temporarily possess the ability contained in the blood. If the person whose blood is extracted has multiple abilities, only one of them can be selected. This product has a total of 1 milliliter, and every 0.1 milliliter can allow the person being injected to have the ability of the injector for 1 hour. A maximum of 1 milliliter can be injected at a time. That is, the ability can be possessed for 10 hours. After one injection, the blood of the same person with ability cannot be injected into the same person within 1 month. Otherwise it will cause a serious rejection reaction and eventually lead to death. P.S. Only the person who holds this product has the right to choose the specific ability to obtain/give. Zhao Sun put the syringe in his hand back into the storage compartment. The effect of this special item is a bit like a weakened version of his special ability. However, the injector and the injected person can switch flexibly. It is not necessary for him to obtain other people's abilities every time. When necessary, he can use this to give others abilities. Anyway, the initiative is in his hands. Whether he is the injected person or the injector, he is the one who chooses the abilities contained in the blood, which can avoid disadvantageous situations with a high probability. For the rest of the time, Zhao Sun was resting. It was not until 11:58 that he called the mandrill and the baboon to come over and took the two primates back into the special items. Then, he quietly waited for the end of the game. Not long after, a pop-up window popped up in front of him. Game over. Congratulations to all players who have completed the main task and are still alive and have passed this round of the game. The rest of the players will be eliminated. The next second, the pop-up window disappeared, and Zhao Sun stood in the corridor of carriage number 5. With the sound of the train running again, a new pop-up window appeared in front of Zhao Sun. Congratulations to player Zhao Sun for completing the main task, obtaining 200 points and 200 hours of survival time. Congratulations to player Zhao Sun for unlocking all the plots in the game Harmony Hospital and receiving a reward of 20% of your total points in this round of the game, which is 60. Zhao Sun curled his lips. The end time of this game happened to be at midnight, so he was sent directly to the endless train after the game. It was unexpectedly humane. However, the players were all teleported to their respective carriages, which made Zhao Sun unable to determine how many players had completed the game this time. But I think there won't be too many people who have completed the game. Zhao Sun turned around and walked into compartment 9. Su Tian had already come out of the dream game. Seeing Zhao Sun coming back, she smiled and teased.
You came back so late this time. I thought you were going to die in the game. I can't leave the game early this time.
Zhao Sun shrugged, and he lay down on his bed and said,
I'm too tired. I need to rest.
After saying that, he fell asleep almost immediately. Su Tian was a little surprised. She had never seen Zhao Sun so tired before. Was this platform game unexpectedly difficult? Although she was a little curious, Su Tiantian did not disturb him again. She turned over, wrapped herself in a quilt like a silkworm pupa, and fell asleep comfortably. December 17th, 11:30 a.m. Zhao Sun was woken up by Xiaozi. He rubbed his messy hair and looked at Xiaozi standing beside the bed.
What's the matter? I came to see you around 9 in the morning, but you were sleeping all the time,
Xiaozi said helplessly.
Tiantian said that you were very tired from the platform game this time, and asked me not to wake you up first. So I waited until now. It seems that you really have something urgent to find me.
Zhao Sun rubbed his temples again, feeling that he had sobered up a lot. The last medicine he took in the game should have been metabolized by this time. He no longer had the dizzy discomfort he had before, and his mental strength returned to normal.
Hey, if it wasn't urgent, I wouldn't have forced you to wake up,
Xiaozi sighed.
It's okay. I would have woken up at 12 o'clock anyway.
Zhao Sun sat up.
Tell me, what's the matter?
Xiaozi didn't speak immediately. He closed the door first and lit the special item incense. When the smoke rose, he spoke.
I mentioned the old volunteer to you before, the one nicknamed White Cat. Do you still remember it?
Zhao Sun nodded.
I remember it.
Except for the Grim Reaper. White Cat is the volunteer who has survived the longest in the endless train.
Before I contracted with you, I had contracts with some other players I thought were powerful. And you also know this,
Xiaozi said here, seeming to be a little guilty.
That White Cat. I also contracted.
Zhao Sun said, looked at Xiaozi, and asked,
Then what?
Xiaozi had contracted with others, and he knew this a long time ago. It is normal that Xiaozi cannot take revenge on his own. So he can only cast a wide net to try to get a few powerful people to help him take revenge. He cannot be unhappy about such a thing. Xiaozi should also know this. So Zhao Sun is a little confused about what Xiaozi is feeling guilty about now.
It's like this.
Xiaozi scratched his cheek.
After you kill the demon, the contract between me and other players was automatically unlocked. When unlocked, the contracted person will receive a message reminder. So he guessed that the person you wanted to kill was a demon.
Zhao Sun immediately understood what Xiaozi meant.
Yes.
Xiaozi nodded.
And he suspected that I had found a way to kill the demon, and used this to threaten me. Wait.
Zhao Sun raised his hand to stop Xiaozi from continuing.
He guessed that the person you wanted to kill in the contract was a demon. So how did he cross the line to suspect that you had found a way to kill the demon?
Xiaozi's strength is obvious to all. Anyone with eyes, and who knows Xiaozi knows that Xiaozi's special ability is not offensive. It may not be a big problem to pass the level in a survival game, but facing a player of the demon level, there is basically no chance of winning. But the White Cat did not suspect that someone else killed the devil. Instead, he suspected that Whistle had found a way to kill the devil. There must be some reasonable basis for this.
The contract is terminated because the target dies, not because one or some of the contract holders complete the contract. This will be written on the contact message when it is received,
Whistle explained.
So White Cat believes that it was not the player who contracted with me who killed the demon. Continue.
Zhao Sun got off the bed and stretched. Whistle continued.
White Cat does not think that the demon will die easily, and does not think that the NPC in the dream game caused the demon's death. And he has inquired and knows that it was not the Grim Reaper who killed the demon. So he suspects that you found a way to kill the demon.
Zhao Sun raised his eyebrows slightly.
Why doesn't he suspect that someone else who has a grudge against the demon has found a way to kill the demon?
He doesn't believe that among so many old players on the endless train, except for Whistle and the Grim Reaper, there are no other players who have a grudge against the demon?
Because I'm an intelligence dealer.
Xiaozi spread his hands helplessly.
He thinks I'm the one who is most likely to get hold of other people's secrets. Okay.
Zhao Sun shrugged, then asked in confusion.
Then why were you threatened by him? His guess was incorrect to begin with. Even if he guessed right, it wouldn't have any negative impact on you. After all, the demons are dead. He wants to publicize my ability to grasp the demon's weaknesses and make me a target of public criticism.
Xiaozi sighed heavily.
I understand.
Zhao Sun understood.
Once others believe this, they will think that you can grasp the weaknesses of players as powerful as demons. Then the weaknesses of other players may not escape your intelligence network.
How did Xiaozi form an intelligence network, and what the limitations of his special abilities were? Except for Xiaozi himself. Only Zhao Sun knew. Although others can guess that Xiaozi's becoming an intelligence dealer is related to his special abilities, they can't imagine how he did it. If the Whistle does not sell information about the special abilities and weaknesses of players, then everyone will automatically assume that the whistle's special abilities limit him from understanding the special abilities of other players. To everyone, the whistle is harmless. Once everyone thinks that the whistle can easily grasp the special abilities and weaknesses of any player, the whistle becomes a big threat to everyone. Even if the whistle has no intention of harming others, everyone will worry that their enemies will buy information about their weaknesses and special abilities from the whistle. In this case, there are many people who want to get rid of the whistle as soon as possible.
Yes. Yes.
The whistle felt sympathetic.
Whether the white cat's words are true or false. Once more publicity. More and more people will believe. Then my death will really come. So the purpose of your coming to me is to let me help you kill the white cat?
After hearing so much, this is the biggest possibility that Zhao Sun guessed that the whistle came to him. The whistle is very useful to him, especially if you want to understand the secrets of the god of death. You must rely on the special abilities of the whistle. Even for this reason, he will choose to protect the whistle and kill the white cat.
No, I didn't want to kill him.
Xiaozi waved his hands quickly.
Although he threatened me, he only asked me to provide him with a piece of information for free. I didn't think this request was excessive, so I agreed.
Zhao Sun was speechless.
Are you sure he will be satisfied after you provide him with free information once? Once he finds that this threat is useful, you will probably face a bottomless pit. White Cat is actually not a bad person.
Xiaozi knew that no matter how much he said at this time, it would be difficult for Zhao Sun to really believe in White Cat's character. So he changed the subject.
I'm telling you this because I think you should have a right to know. I want to find out what White Cat asked me to investigate as soon as possible. And the matter of investigating the god of death can only be postponed.
Chapter 278 Playground Hide and Seek. Zhao Sun frowned slightly. He didn't understand Xiaozi's way of thinking. According to his own style of doing things, anyone who threatened him would be eliminated as a potential hidden danger, no matter whether the other party's request was excessive or not. Once the blackmail behavior appeared, it meant something different to him. He could accept other people's requests and consider other people's help in exchange of interests. But he would never accept blackmail in any sense. In his eyes, those who made blackmail behaviors were not good people. No matter how good this person was in the sense of universal values or in the eyes of others. In his eyes, he would kill him as soon as possible. As a result, Xiaozi actually wanted to satisfy the other party because the other party's threat was not excessive. And he also thought that the other party was a good person. It was hard for him to understand. Seeing that Zhao Sun looked unhappy, Xiaozi hastily assured him.
It won't take long to find out the matter of the god of death. Let's first find out the matter of the white cat.
It won't take too long. He has been investigating whenever he has the conditions. But it's obvious that only the god of death knows about this matter. And the god of death rarely leaves carriage number 1. So he doesn't dare to approach carriage number 1 at will. This results in too few pieces of information that he can obtain. Therefore, it won't take any time to find out the news that the white cat wants to know. Zhao Sun stared at Xiaozi for a few seconds, was silent for a moment, and said,
I shouldn't interfere in your own affairs. But this involves what I want. So I can't just let it go.
Hearing this, Xiaozi's expression couldn't help but become a little nervous.
There's only one chance.
Zhao Sun raised his right index finger to Xiaozi.
If you give White Cat a free check on this news, and he makes a new request, I will do everything I can to kill him. Okay.
I know. Xiaozi breathed a sigh of relief, and a smile appeared on his face. Although he thought that Bai Mao was not the kind of person who did not keep his word, he was confident that after the deal was over, Bai Mao would not make more demands or betray him. But he knew that Zhao Sun did not understand Bai Mao at all, and it was human nature for him to be so defensive. Zhao Sun was willing to take a step back and give him a chance. And Xiaozi was already very satisfied.
Then you continue to rest. I will not disturb you.
Xiaozi extinguished the special item incense, opened the door of the box and walked out. Zhao Sun did not continue to sleep. His condition has now fully recovered, and it is time to enter the dream game. He went to an ordinary restaurant to have a 5-point lunch, and then went back to the bed in the box to lie down. His reserved food was not consumed in the platform game of Harmony Hospital, so he did not need to buy new food this time. Zhao Sun took out the ticket, skillfully put it in his coat pocket, skillfully spent 30 points to buy 3 days of safety barrier, and entered the dream game at 1:31. After the familiar dizziness, his vision quickly returned to normal. Zhao Sun found himself standing at the gate of an amusement park. Outside the gate stood 2 people dressed as security guards, one standing in the middle of the gate and the other standing next to the small gate. The next second, a pop-up window appeared. Main task: find the correct door to enter the amusement park and enter the amusement park. One of the two security guards can only tell lies, and the other can only tell the truth. The player can only ask one question. Zhao Sun couldn't help but smile. The main task of the dream game is really not difficult. He walked to the security guard standing in the middle of the gate, pointed to another security guard, and asked the security guard in front of him,
"If I ask him which is the correct entrance to the amusement park, which door will he point to?"
The security guard in front of him raised his hand and pointed behind him.
"This gate."
Zhao Sun nodded, turned around and walked in through the small door. Complete the main task: find the correct door to enter the amusement park and walk into the amusement park. Congratulations to player Zhao Sun for getting 30 points and 30 hours of survival time. Immediately afterwards, a new pop-up window appeared. Side task: player hide and seek. Players need to determine the characteristics of NPCs through observation. Cover up the characteristics of players and integrate into the NPC group. Once the player has any abnormal behavior, the NPC will immediately enter the suspicion stage. In the suspicion stage, NPCs will test the identity of players in various forms, but will not take the initiative to harm players. After confirming the player's identity, all NPCs will endlessly hunt the player. After reading the rules, Zhao Sun immediately looked around. There were not many people at the door, and they walked into the playground in twos and threes. No one looked at Zhao Sun specifically. In order not to attract attention, Zhao Sun walked to a corner at a leisurely pace. After making sure that there was no surveillance nearby and that no one would notice him, he turned into a sparrow and flew out. Before he was sure of his own player characteristics, he had better not easily show his human appearance. Coincidentally, turning into an animal also made it easier for him to approach and spy on the characteristics of the NPCs. Zhao Sun observed the NPCs below and sorted out his thoughts. This side quest should be considered in two situations. Before the player's identity is confirmed, being able to integrate into the NPC and spend 3 days is considered to have completed the side quest. After the player's identity is confirmed, being able to escape from the endless pursuit and survive to the 3rd day should also be considered as completing the side quest. After all, this side quest does not say that the game fails after the player's identity is confirmed. It just says,
after the player's identity is confirmed, all NPCs will endlessly hunt the player,
which is obviously not the ending, but the process. Just like the name of this side quest,
hide and seek.
In addition to hiding, you can also escape. Whether the ending is good or bad depends on whether the player has the ability to survive to the end. In other words, if integrating into the NPC is too complicated, Zhao Sun can take the initiative to choose the second option. However, being hunted for 3 days and 3 nights in a row, even an Iron Man can't stand it. Let's take a look at the state of integration first. Zhao Sun first focused on observing the appearance, clothing and other external features of all NPCs. But he did not find anything that can be called features. Since it is a common feature of NPCs, it should be possible to find some similarities on any NPC. Even if an NPC has more than one characteristic, and it is not reflected in all NPCs, it should still have a collective nature. For example, people of the same gender, age or weight will have the same characteristics. But after an hour of observation, Zhao Sun did not find the existence of such external characteristics. So, in the next few hours, Zhao Sun focused on observing the behavior and speech patterns of all NPCs. Finally, after half a day of thinking, he finally figured out something. Every woman has the same hair stroking action, and must stroke her hair before every speech. Every man has the palm clapping action, also before every speech. If it were just that simple, it would be easy for Zhao Sun to blend in. But in fact, he also found that different groups such as fat people, thin people, the elderly, children, middle-aged people, young people, etc., all have some fixed actions. In other words, even if Zhao Sun only needs to confirm the actions of the group that he meets, there are already quite a few. Not to mention that he is not sure whether he has missed any group. In addition, different identities will have different fixed actions for different people. Take Zhao Sun himself as an example. As a man, there are different fixed actions when communicating with thin women, fat women, old women, middle-aged women, young women, and little girls. As a young man, there are also different fixed actions when communicating with middle-aged people, old people, and children. As for the situation of cross-merging identities, For example, when Zhao Sun, a young man, wants to communicate with a thin middle-aged woman, how should he do the specific actions? Zhao Sun has not figured out the rules. But from the current situation, the complexity can be seen. But the focus of Plan 1 is integration. If you don't communicate with people all the time, or stay in the playground as an animal all the time, although it can greatly reduce the possibility of being discovered by NPCs, it is impossible to meet the conditions of integration. Then this side quest cannot be completed. After confirming this, Zhao Sun decisively gave up looking for the characteristics of different NPC identities and directly chose the second plan. However, for the sake of insurance, he planned to wait until the third day of the game to expose his player identity. Being chased for too long will definitely consume a lot of his mental energy. Being chased for too short a time may affect the value of points obtained. After all, the higher the degree of task completion, the harder it is, the more points you get.
This is an iron rule, whether in the platform game or in the dream game. He didn't want to get only 50 points in the end. Zhao Sun flapped his wings and began to overlook the facilities of the entire amusement park. Prepare for his hiding. He couldn't always maintain the state of an animal, which would constantly consume his mental power. After 2 days, he would still face being hunted, and his mental power would definitely not last until the end of the game. He had to find a relatively safe place to stay and spend the first 2 days. It was dark at this time, and beautiful neon lights were lit everywhere in the amusement park. The number of tourists did not decrease, and it was still bustling. Every amusement equipment was in use, and there were still many people queuing. After a round, Zhao Sun found 3 buildings that looked like they could be hidden: Haunted House, Balloon City, and Garbage Station. It was dark inside the haunted house and looked safe. But in fact, there were infrared cameras everywhere. Tourists playing in the haunted house would not find Zhao Sun, but those staff hiding behind the surveillance cameras might not. As long as Zhao Sun's behavior was discovered, it would definitely arouse suspicion. So, the haunted house was not safe. There were no surveillance cameras everywhere in the Balloon City, but in this semi-open environment, it was difficult to guarantee that he would not be discovered by NPCs when he returned to human form. There were even surveillance cameras outside the garbage station. Although there were no surveillance cameras inside the garbage station, it was too dirty. Although he was not obsessed with cleanliness, he could hardly stand squatting in the garbage dump, especially when he smelled the sour and rotten smell. It was difficult for him to rest well. Zhao Sun looked carefully again and finally landed in a small forest. This area was full of dense evergreen trees, and there were no amusement facilities around. The closest one was a pirate ship, which was not too high when running. Moreover, all the surveillance cameras were facing the ground, so hiding in a high place would not be noticed by the surveillance cameras. As long as he doesn't make any noise, the NPCs below won't notice that there's someone on the tree. Zhao Sun found a fairly sturdy branch, restored his human form, and sat on the branch with his back against the trunk. He took out meat buns and water from the storage compartment and quickly finished a dinner. Time passed, and Zhao Sun soon felt sleepy. The amusement park below had no plans to close, and it was still bustling. The screams and laughter of tourists riding the pirate ship could be heard in the distance. Zhao Sun summoned the smallest pygmy marmoset. If I accidentally make any noise, and there happens to be an NPC passing by below, you can go down and skin your face, so that they think it's you playing in the tree. The pygmy marmoset squatted on the branch and nodded to Zhao Sun. Yeah, I know. If there is anything unusual, wake me up in time. Zhao Sun gave another instruction, and then tried to fall asleep. In this state, the quality of sleep is definitely not guaranteed, but forcing yourself to sleep for a while is much better than staying up all the time. Zhao Sun just kept sleeping and waking up and sleeping, finally making it to dawn. Amidst the noise in the distance, in an uncomfortable sleeping position, and in a cold environment, Zhao Sun didn't move and quickly ate breakfast. When it was past 9 o'clock, he suddenly wanted to go to the toilet. So he turned into a sparrow, flew to a farther place, and gave back to nature directly. Then he returned to the tree to restore his human form. The round trip was very fast, and even the pygmy marmoset didn't need to be recovered. When he had lunch at noon, Zhao Sun took a not-so-comfortable nap. In this way, he had been in the game for more than 24 hours. Except for the average sleeping environment, he was still comfortable and relaxed. Just when Zhao Sun thought he could relax until the last day of the game, a small accident suddenly happened in the afternoon. A child, accompanied by his parents, stood under the tree with a small cage, saying that he wanted to release the squirrel in the cage. Xiao Sun had just woken up at this time, when he heard a sound very close below. He immediately turned into a little sparrow. At this time, the child released a squirrel. The family of 3 looked up at the squirrel running up the tree, looking happy as if they had done a great good deed. Xiao Sun flapped his wings and prepared to find another suitable tree to hide in, but saw a lumberjack carrying a chainsaw and started sawing the tree. The husband of the family of 3 took the initiative to ask about the situation. The lumberjack said that the amusement park was going to add a new amusement facility here, so all the trees in this area had to be sawed down. Xiao Sun, are you sure the game didn't like him living too comfortably and added an extra plot to make things difficult for him? Chapter 279 Hunting Mode. Xiao Sun flapped his wings and flew in front of the woodcutter. He made eye contact with him and quickly hypnotized him. The biggest limitation of psychic ability is that he must make eye contact to hypnotize successfully. This makes it impossible for him to hypnotize too many people at the same time. Of course, even if he can hypnotize many people at the same time, he can't hypnotize everyone in the amusement park with his mental power. However, hypnotizing a few people is not a problem. Xiao Sun followed the same method, mentally controlled the family of 3, and sent them away. Then he flew to the woodcutter's shoulder and whispered to him, "Leave the 2 trees at the edge." There happened to be a surveillance camera nearby that could capture this place. When he flew high, he was in the blind spot of the surveillance. But when he fell low, he was within the range of the surveillance. So he couldn't speak bluntly and had to be more tactful. When the woodcutter heard this, he changed his confused look and showed a reluctant look. Xiao Sun immediately understood that this was probably a task that the lumberjack had to complete, and that it would take a lot of mental energy to change the lumberjack's behavior in violation of the game settings. After thinking about it, he did not immediately deepen the hypnosis, but tried to use a roundabout way. "Chop slower. You can get a few more days of wages." Since the lumberjack's task was to cut down all the trees here, Xiao Sun did not ask the lumberjack to leave 1 or 2 trees, but only asked the lumberjack to cut slower. And it would be okay until the 48th hour. This would not violate the lumberjack settings, and it would allow Xiao Sun to hide for a while longer. The woodcutter's frown relaxed slightly. His eyes lit up. "Yes, I can get a few more days' wages." Seeing that there was a chance, Xiao Sun continued to brainwash. "The work of chopping trees is very tiring, and you are the only one doing it. You should rest for a few hours after chopping down a tree before chopping down another tree." "Yes, that's right." The woodcutter nodded repeatedly. "If you don't make money, you're a fool. I'll chop slowly. As long as I can chop until tomorrow, I can get an extra day's wages." Xiao Sun nodded with satisfaction, and once again deepened the lumberjack's thinking that he must chop trees until tomorrow, and then flapped his wings and returned to the tree. He first recovered the pygmy marmoset, then chose a tree farthest from the woodcutter to stay, turned back to human form, and sat on the tree branch to rest. Relying on this method, he spent the next afternoon and evening, until the morning of the 19th. When it was almost 10 o'clock, the woodcutter finally started to work on the last tree. There weren't many trees in the bush, and the lumberjack was like a robot that didn't need to rest. He would rest for an hour after sawing down a tree, and then saw down another one. He didn't rest at night. With only a dozen trees, it was already good to be able to hold on until this point. Xiao Sun felt that he was in good condition, although he felt a little sore because he hadn't been able to sleep comfortably. His mental strength was full. At 1:31 p.m. on the 20th, the game time was full for 3 days. There were about 27.5 hours left before the end of the game, so it should be enough. Thinking of this, Xiao Sun stretched his body, turned into a sparrow and flew out of the tree, flapping his wings at the lumberjack. A football-sized fireball accurately hit the unsuspecting lumberjack's back. The fire burned fiercely and spread rapidly. The lumberjack felt the pain after 3 seconds, and then rolled on the ground screaming. Unfortunately, the Samadhi true fire was not so easy to extinguish, and the lumberjack was finally burned to ashes. With the death of the lumberjack, a piercing alarm sounded over the entire amusement park, followed by the excited voice of an NPC on the radio. "The player's identity has been confirmed. Please go to the vicinity of the pirate ship to round up immediately." As the voice fell, all the electronic screens in the amusement park showed Xiao Sun's picture. However, at this moment, the picture still looked like a little sparrow. But no NPC questioned this, and everyone rushed towards Xiao Sun. Only the tourists in the amusement facilities that had stopped were left, and they didn't have time to rush over. At the same time,
A new pop-up window appeared in front of Zhao Sun. Player Zhao Sun's player identity was discovered, and he entered the pursuit mode. Since the player has been hunted for more than 24 hours, the hidden task is triggered. Hidden task: survive until the game deadline without destroying the amusement facilities. Zhao Sun showed an excited look. This hidden task is actually so closely related to the side quest, thanks to his desire to earn more points. He started the hunting mode so early, otherwise this hidden task would not be triggered. However, this hidden task has a lot of restrictions on him. Not being able to destroy the amusement facilities forced him to give up the idea of burning the entire amusement park. It is unlikely to be quiet, so he can only burn one NPC at a time, and two at a time. Zhao Sun did not dodge, but restored his human form on the spot, put on the goddess's wings, and flew into the air again. Using several special abilities at the same time will consume more of his mental power. Judging from his first day of exploration, the tourists and staff of this large amusement park add up to about 100,000. Burning them all to death would consume a lot of his mental energy, so he would save as much as possible. So it was more appropriate to fly with special items now. At this time, all the electronic screens in the amusement park broadcast Zhao Sun's transformation from a little sparrow back to a human. The NPCs ran faster. Half a minute after Zhao Sun flew back into the sky, the first wave of NPCs closest to him had arrived. Perhaps because time was too tight, and there was no time to make any preparations. This wave of NPCs had no tools in their hands. Although they came quickly, they could only stare at Zhao Sun flying in the sky. Zhao Sun did not fly very high, and some NPCs who thought they were agile tried to jump high on the ground to grab Zhao Sun's feet, but finally returned in vain. Zhao Sun did not give this wave of NPCs too many opportunities to show themselves. A fire snake as thick as an arm descended and instantly burned the first wave of NPCs clean. The second wave of NPCs followed. This wave of NPCs held some small gadgets made from local materials, such as stones, branches, cups filled with milk tea, skewers for grilling sausages, etc. As soon as he approached Zhao Sun, he threw these things at Zhao Sun, trying to cause some damage to Zhao Sun. Zhao Sun controlled a wall of fire in front of him with one hand to block all attacks, and controlled the remaining flames on the ground with the other hand, flexibly shuttled between the NPCs, and soon burned the second wave of NPCs. At this time, a faint smell of burning was already wafting through the air. Fortunately, the burning speed of the Samadhi true fire was extremely fast, and the NPCs were burned clean without giving the smell much room to spread. Otherwise, Zhao Sun, who was in the air, would have been smoked to tears. Zhao Sun did the same thing and burned several waves of NPCs who came. Finally, when it was almost the 10th wave, a real wave came. These dozens of NPCs had obviously been observing Zhao Sun for a long time through the electronic screen in the dark, trying to formulate corresponding tactics based on Zhao Sun's characteristics. And they had guns in their hands. When the black muzzle of the gun was pointed at Zhao Sun, one of the bald strongmen threatened,
"Even if you can use fire, it is difficult to block so many bullets at the same time. If you don't want to die too miserably, come down quickly. I promise to give you a quick death."
In response to the bald man, Zhao Sun shot a ruthless flaming arrow. Zhao Sun's attack was too fast, and the arrow was so sharp that the bald man had no time to react before his chest was pierced. When the bald man felt the burning and pain in his body, he was cremated before he could say a word. The other NPCs were all shocked. They didn't even see the arrow flying over, and everything was already a foregone conclusion. When these NPCs were surprised that the bald man died just like that, Zhao Sun had already set up a spherical flame barrier around himself.
"I'm also curious whether I can stop your attack."
Zhao Sun's smiling voice sounded in the fireball.
"Why don't you try to shoot together?"
Everyone fell silent, and the previous arrogance was instantly suppressed by Zhao Sun's momentum. Seeing that no one moved, Zhao Sun urged,
"Move, or I will help you shout slogans. Otherwise, you don't have tacit understanding, and you can't shoot at me at the same time if you don't shoot in unison."
Everyone was even more silent. Even the new wave of NPCs, who had just arrived, felt awkward and had no idea where to start when they saw the scene. Even if the bullet was extremely fast and could penetrate the flames, the fire could burn people clean in the blink of an eye. Who could guarantee that such a small bullet would not be burned in the process of penetrating the flames? Seeing that no one responded to him, Zhao Sun chuckled and said,
"Okay, since you don't move, then I will move."
Before he finished speaking, two fire snakes thicker than thighs sprang out of the fireball and quickly swam among the crowd.
The two waves of NPCs who had just gathered scattered and avoided. And the NPCs with guns in their hands shot at Zhao Sun unwillingly while fleeing. Unfortunately, the NPCs who avoided were soon licked by the fire snakes. And the bullets shot at Zhao Sun turned into liquid metal when passing through the fireball barrier of Samadhi True Fire. The metal liquid dripped down and burned some NPCs who were fleeing in chaos. And there were wailing and screaming below. Not long after, the two waves of NPCs were also burned to death. This time, Zhao Sun did not cremate all the NPCs. He did not deal with those who were scalded to death by the metal liquid, or those who were burned to death and only left some broken bodies. As long as these NPCs were dead, there was no need to destroy all the bodies. Burning fewer people would reduce his mental energy consumption. The new wave of NPCs who had just arrived stopped subconsciously when they saw the tragic situation in front of them. After a few seconds of hesitation, they quickly ran towards Zhao Sun again. Their faces were full of worry and anxiety. But their steps never stopped. Although the NPCs also had fear, the settings made them keep going forward. They could not stop and could only move forward and attack Zhao Sun. Even if they felt that they had no chance of winning, they still could not stop their steps and actions. The NPCs in this wave did not have any particularly powerful weapons. In addition to some pistols, they had some cold weapons such as long metal rods, kitchen knives, and hammers. The length of the metal rod was indeed very long. At Zhao Sun's current flying altitude, he could be hit by the metal rod. But looking at the fireball wrapped around Zhao Sun and the body that was burned beyond recognition by the melted metal, the NPC holding the long metal rod almost immediately gave up the idea of touching Zhao Sun with the metal rod. While the NPCs were hesitating whether to attack or not, Zhao Sun did not hesitate. Two more fire snakes flew, knocking down another wave of NPCs. After burning this wave, Zhao Sun suddenly took off and flew to a very high place. He looked down at the new wave of NPCs, but did not rush to attack immediately, but quietly waited for the remaining NPCs to approach. While waiting, he took out 2 buns and ate them, and drank half a bottle of water. He had to be busy all night, and now he had to replenish his energy. After waiting for about half an hour, many NPCs gathered below. From time to time, some brave people tried to throw things or shoot at Zhao Sun. Unfortunately, Zhao Sun was flying too high now, and ordinary things could not reach Zhao Sun at all. Although the bullets could hit the fireballs, they would be melted immediately. Liquid metal would hurt its own people when it fell to the ground, who made the NPCs below densely packed, and they could hit 1 or 2 people wherever they fell. After such a toss, the NPCs finally had to give up the attack temporarily. They could only hope that Zhao Sun would not fly in the air all the time. You always need to eat, drink water, and go to the toilet. Right? If you doze off in the sky, you might fall down. When everyone was expecting this, Zhao Sun suddenly withdrew the fireball. Before everyone could react, Zhao Sun suddenly flew away at the maximum flight speed of 60 kilometers per hour with Goddess's wings. In the blink of an eye, his figure had already gone far away. The quick-reacting NPCs quickly ran to chase him. Unfortunately, it was crowded, and most NPCs were forced to squeeze in place. After a period of chaos, when the NPCs finally chased out in an orderly manner, they could only see a vague figure in the distance. The next second, the figure suddenly disappeared. Everyone blinked hard in disbelief, widened their pupils and looked carefully, fearing that they had seen it wrong. However, Zhao Sun was indeed not visible in the sky, as if this person had never appeared at all. "Spread out and search!" someone suddenly shouted. "He definitely can't escape from the amusement park. He must be hiding somewhere." So, the NPCs that had finally gathered scattered again. At this moment, Zhao Sun was wearing the chameleon cloak and hiding in the monitoring room of the haunted house. He suddenly disappeared in the sky, using the chameleon cloak. After covering himself, he immediately used teleport and finally moved himself to the monitoring room of the haunted house. He deliberately stayed in the same place for such a long time before, just to lure all the NPCs over. And then he hid in the farthest place from the NPCs, so that he could have time to recover his mental strength. Chapter 280 Second Form. It takes 30 to 40 minutes just to walk here. Not to mention that you have to search carefully in various amusement facilities, which takes even more time. Creating such a good rest opportunity is for sustainable development, not to exhaust all mental energy in a short period of time. You can tire others to death, but not yourself. Besides, Zhao Sun thinks it's fun to walk people. There are also surveillance cameras in the monitoring room of the haunted house.
But they are ordinary surveillance cameras. Unlike the surveillance cameras in the haunted house with infrared sensors. Wearing the chameleon cloak. As long as you don't touch the things in the monitoring room, you won't be noticed. In this way, even if an NPC searches here, unless he has a dog nose and can track by smell, he will miss him. Time passed little by little. And through the window, Zhao Sun clearly saw that the sky outside was getting darker and darker. After the last ray of skylight disappeared, the whole playground became brighter. In addition to the beautiful neon lights, there were searchlights everywhere. At the same time, a mechanical electronic voice suddenly sounded from the radio outside.
Night is coming. Everyone, show yourself and have fun.
As this voice fell, roars sounded in the distance. Obviously, roars that did not belong to humans. Zhao Sun raised his eyebrows slightly. It seems that these NPCs have a second form at night after entering the hunting mode. No wonder the hunting mode will trigger the hidden task if it exceeds 24 hours. Waiting here. It is obvious that the second form of NPC must be much more difficult to deal with than during the day. In this case, it is difficult to ensure that you are alive while not damaging any amusement facilities. Thinking of this, Zhao Sun touched his chin. If it was the NPC who damaged it, it shouldn't be counted as his. Right? Otherwise, no matter how careful he is, those NPCs deliberately destroyed a few things. Wouldn't his hidden task be completed? Well, it should be right. His attack will not damage the amusement facilities. Although no second form NPC has been seen yet, Zhao Sun has made mental preparations. He would not feel strange if he encountered flying creatures. Creatures with a more sensitive sense of smell than a dog. Creatures with infinite strength, etc. Although he knew that he could not hide here for too long, Zhao Sun was still in no hurry to leave. Anyway, he would not be safe anywhere. And changing places randomly would make it easier to encounter enemies. He sat cross-legged on the ground, quietly waiting for the first NPC to open the door of the monitoring room. This wait lasted for half an hour. Zhao Sun held his chin with one hand and supported his thigh with his elbow, looking leisurely. See, his location is so good that he can rest for more than an hour. After waiting for a while, Zhao Sun finally heard footsteps outside the door. It sounded like there were not many people. About 3 or 4. The footsteps gradually approached, and then the door of the monitoring room was suddenly opened from the outside. 3 NPCs of different shapes stood outside the door, looking at the empty monitoring room. At this time, Zhao Sun, who was invisible, was also looking at the 3 NPCs. They were all still wearing human clothes, but the change in form had made their clothes somewhat torn. One of the men was nearly 2.5 meters tall and was particularly sturdy. His clothes were stretched and torn, and his strong muscle texture could be seen through the gaps. Another had bone spurs all over his back, which poked several large holes in his clothes. Another had an extra head, which grew on his left shoulder, stretching the collar and making it torn, and the whole shirt hung loosely on his arm.
No one.
The 2.5-meter tall man snorted in dissatisfaction.
Let's go and check the next place. Wait.
The man with 2 heads raised his hand to stop the other 2 who were about to leave. The head on his left shoulder tilted, and the garlic nose on his face sniffed hard. Then, the head on his neck spoke.
I smell a strong human smell.
The other 2 stopped immediately. Hiya. The bone spur man laughed 3 times and became excited.
It seems that guy is hiding here. Hurry up and smell it carefully.
The 2'5" urged the 2-headed man.
Where is the specific location?
While asking, he looked around and even couldn't wait to walk into the monitoring room, with a pair of sturdy hands touching everywhere, trying to touch the prey.
Don't run around.
The 2-headed man frowned dissatisfiedly.
You messed up the smell when you went in like this. How can I smell the specific location?
The 2'5" made an impatient tisk sound.
Your sense of smell is not good. But there is just one more me. So it's hard to judge the specific location?
Although he complained, he still retreated to the door. His body is twice as strong as that of an ordinary strongman. While gaining great strength, he also reduced his speed, in addition to the height limit. In order to avoid hitting his head, he had to walk slower. Just as he took 2 steps, he suddenly felt a pain in his back, followed by a burnt smell. The 2-headed man and the bone spur man also quickly noticed the smoke coming out from behind the 2'5" man, and they felt something was wrong. The next second, a fireball the size of a ping-pong ball flew out from the middle of the 2'5" man's body, piercing his body directly from the back and attacking the 2-headed man and the bone spur man.
The intense pain and burning sensation made the 2-meter-5 man subconsciously look down at his wound. The sparks on the edge of the round hole seemed to have self-awareness, and drilled into his body. The next second, he felt that all parts of his body were being burned by the raging fire. At the same time, the two-headed man and the bone spur man dispersed to avoid the attack of the fireball, who knew that the fireball seemed to have eyes, and it split into two, attacking the two-headed man and the bone spur man respectively. At this time, the 2-meter-5 man fell to the ground with a loud bang. The two-headed man and the bone spur man instinctively looked at each other and were both shocked. The 2.5-meter-tall man was on fire, and his limbs twisted and twitched uncontrollably because of the burning flames. But he made no sound, nor did he struggle, and he was obviously dead. Not only was the 2.5-meter-tall man tall and strong, his skin was also thicker and more resilient than other NPCs. It was no exaggeration to say that he had a skin of steel. But even so, the small fireball pierced through his body in an instant. Not only that, he was killed in just 10 seconds. The flame used by this player was obviously more powerful than they imagined. The two-headed man and the bone spur man almost had the idea of escaping at the same time. But before they could put it into practice, they were pierced by the flaming arrows that shot at them. The two-headed man was pierced in both heads by an arrow and died on the spot. The bone spur man reacted faster and forcibly used the hard bone spurs to shield himself. But he soon found that even with such special bones as his, it only took a few seconds to be pierced by the flaming arrow. Zhao Sun took back the flames on the 2-meter-tall and two-headed man with one hand to avoid burning the monitoring room, and with the other hand controlled the flames that had just pierced the bone spur man's body to wander on the bone spur man's body. But in the blink of an eye, the bone spur man also died. No matter how strong the physical fitness of these monsters is, and how powerful their external defense is, it is difficult to resist the attack that penetrates into the body. Besides, the defense of these monsters is nothing to Zhao Sun's fire control. After dealing with these three monsters, Zhao Sun immediately used teleport to transfer himself to the roof of the monitoring room. Until this time, he did not take off his chameleon cloak. Not long after he went up to the roof, more than a dozen monsters followed the noise and ran to the monitoring room. Zhao Sun could clearly see the appearance of these monsters under the bright street lights. Some of them could still be seen in human form. Some were completely beastly, and some were 4 different animals. It was hard to say whether they were powerful or not, but they looked easy to scare timid people. Unfortunately, Zhao Sun was not the type who would be scared. It seemed that none of these dozen monsters had a keen sense of smell. After seeing the corpse in the monitoring room, they scattered and searched everywhere, making a lot of noise, and the entire monitoring room was turned upside down. Even the haunted house connected to the monitoring room was not spared. After all this trouble, no one noticed that the prey they were looking for was standing on the roof watching the show. Zhao Sun listened to the noise below with some boredom. If he could get extra points for every monster he killed, he would be willing to launch a sneak attack and kill all of them. Unfortunately, there were no points to be gained by killing more monsters, so he was too lazy to overconsume his mental energy. The monsters smashed the haunted house and the monitoring room into a mess. But they couldn't find Zhao Sun, and they all retreated from it cursing. They scattered again and went to other places to look for it. After most of the monsters had dispersed, a birdman with 6 wings suddenly flew to the roof above the monitoring room and stopped directly in front of Zhao Sun. Zhao Sun didn't move, and quietly looked at the birdman only 2 meters away from him. "You are here. I smell it," the birdman said confidently. "Even if you don't make a sound, even if you have a way to hide your body, the smell cannot be covered up. And I will." Before he finished speaking, a flaming arrow suddenly appeared 2 meters away and shot quickly towards his heart. He had been on guard, and at the moment the flaming arrow appeared, he bounced up and took off, barely avoiding the attack. But the next second, he found that he did not really avoid it, because the flaming arrow turned a corner and flew towards him again. He had to increase the distance and hide again, and narrowly avoided the second attack. At the same time, he made a sharp explosion and called more companions to come. He originally wanted to take all the credit, so he waited until all the monsters left before flying to the roof. But just this 2-stage attack made him realize that even if he became a monster, it would still be difficult to deal with Zhao Sun's attack alone. He was not a rigid person. After understanding this, he immediately gave up the idea of taking all the credit. The key point now is to call more companions to come, so that he can save his life. Otherwise, when he flies to exhaustion, he can only be slaughtered.
The Birdman dodged and called his companions, thinking that his plan was perfect. But he didn't expect that the original 1 flaming arrow suddenly turned into 8, attacking him from all directions. He had to give up calling for the time being and concentrate on dealing with the situation in front of him. When he seized the opportunity and flew out of the gap between the 8 flaming arrows, a fire net fell over his head. It instantly cut his body into countless pieces. It took less than a minute for everything to be settled. It was not until this time that the group of monsters closest to him finally arrived here. Some of these monsters were the last to arrive at the scene after the hunting mode was turned on. At that time, Zhao Sun had not attacked the people below for half an hour. Before, they only saw Zhao Sun use fire from a distance, but they could not see clearly how he used it. Therefore, they had never really felt how powerful Zhao Sun's fire was. Seeing the death of the Birdman up close made them finally understand that Zhao Sun's fire was really powerful. Not only was the fire itself powerful, but Zhao Sun's proficiency in controlling it and the randomness of its use made his attack unpredictable. The weapon was already powerful, and there was no pattern to the attack. How could they find a flaw in it and attack?
Use water,
a monster covered with scales suddenly said.
Water can put out fire. Yes,
that's right, the monster covered with tentacles echoed.
And using water should make the player's figure visible.
If the water is blocked by invisible objects when it is sprinkled, it must be the invisible player. When the monsters heard it, they responded one after another. Some went to get water pipes, and some went to find nearby fire hydrants. At this time, Zhao Sun had already used teleport to move to other places. When these monsters were finally ready, they sprayed at the roof, only to find nothing.
What happened?
The scaly monster complained to the long-haired monster who was in charge of guarding here.
Did he run away? He is invisible. I don't know if he ran away or not.
The long-haired monster was speechless.
I don't have a strong sense of smell. I can only judge by sound at most. But I didn't hear footsteps. Not to mention footsteps. I didn't even hear breathing.
He is good at hearing and can hear very subtle sounds. However, he was standing below, a little far from the roof, and it was difficult to hear the heartbeat in his chest. But the breathing sound could still be distinguished. But he never heard any breathing sound. He thought Zhao Sun was holding his breath.
Doesn't this mean that he ran away a long time ago? Why didn't you say it earlier?
The scaly monster was so angry that he hit the hairy monster on the head.
Even if your intelligence will decrease after becoming a monster, you won't be as stupid as you.
The hairy monster covered his head with an unconvinced look.
When you went to find the fire hydrant and the water pipe, you didn't think that he might take the opportunity to run away. And I didn't see how smart you are.